In a confined space, two individuals stood face to face, locked in a tense confrontation. "You are already dead." C01 emphasized each word with a stern expression. "Do you think I am unaware of my own demise? Hurry, and let me reincarnate. I have no time for your prattle." Dongru retorted nonchalantly. "I am not angry. I am not angry. Not everyone who dies is granted the chance to reincarnate. You, for instance, are one who cannot. If I were to let you go, your soul would be scattered." C01 feigned a chilling demeanor to intimidate her. Recalling the tales told by colleagues about their initial encounters with executors, C01 patiently awaited Dongru's change of expression, expecting her to plead for his help. After all, do humans not fear death? However, Dongru did not react as he anticipated. Instead, she cast him a disdainful glance. "Then release me and let my soul scatter. I have lived this life with defiance. I have no regrets about not having a next life." "You." C01's expression changed dramatically. This was not the script he had received. Seeing the man's unexpected reaction without releasing her, Dongru's suspicion grew. Who was he, and what was his ulterior motive for keeping her from death? She was no naive flower, believing in the inherent goodness of humanity. Born into a powerful family with a dark reputation, she held the belief that human nature is fundamentally flawed. No one would be kind to another without reason. Witnessing the suspicion in Dongru's narrowed eyes, C01 felt a pang of despair. Why was his companion so difficult to handle compared to others? "You are only 25 years old and have died. Do you not feel regret? You have decades of rich experiences yet to be lived." "Not at all. In these 25 years, I have lived quite well. I have spent money that many would never earn in a lifetime, enjoyed privileges that others can only dream of, and done as I pleased. Even if I die now, I have taken hundreds down with me. What is there to regret? I warn you, you are not my type. Do not think to tempt me with your looks. I have no interest in you, so hurry and let me go." Dongru's patience was wearing thin. She disliked this stranger's incessant chatter. Pondering the prospect of working with such a difficult companion, C01 felt his future darken. What about familial love, romantic love? Have you not experienced these? Are you not curious? Do you not have anyone or anything you would miss? Miss someone? Dongru almost denied it, but then unexpectedly thought of her brother. She had grown up with him, never having met her mother, and her father being a mysterious figure. She had seen him less than 100 times over 2 decades. Only her older brother, 5 years her senior, though emotionally distant, had not completely ignored her. He was, after all, her only family who cared for her genuinely. Before her death, her brother had been betrayed, allegedly by their father's illegitimate child. Unfortunately, she could not help him now, and she had no idea how he was faring. This thought made her feel somewhat unsettled. After all, she had not yet said goodbye to him. If this were to be overheard, she would surely be met with scorn. How many people know in advance when they will die and have time to bid farewell to their loved ones? Seeing Dongru lost in thought, C01 rejoiced. Having someone to care for was a good sign. He feared her having no desires, as that would mean she lacked the motivation to live on, which would trouble him. Dongru eyed the man before her, who claimed to be C01, with a dangerous glint. At last, they had reached the crux of the matter. C01 felt a wave of emotion, almost moved to tears, which only served to disgust Dongru, prompting her to step back further from him, though he remained unfazed. "You need not offer your soul. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am C01, affiliated with the 123 Romance Systems Quick Travel Department, and you, my companion, are a newly assigned executor tasked with the Cousins Counterattack Project." Listening to his sales pitch-like words, Dongru could not help but scoff. What is the time limit? Even the journey to the West has its trials and tribulations. Once completed, one can be free. What about this? Are you suggesting I work indefinitely? Oh, I forgot I am dead, so I am to be a perpetual worker? Furthermore, I do not recall submitting a job application. Why was I chosen? What? Why was her reaction not the excitement he had expected? Because your soul is stronger and meets the quick travel department's requirements, you automatically entered this space after your death. As for the task's time limit, not all tasks are mandatory. As long as all the icons in this book are illuminated, you may choose whether or not to accept the tasks. As for the rest, he would let her become familiar with it over time. After all, being chosen by the system left her with no choice except or perish. Having studied psychology, Dongru could see the unspoken words on C01's face and smirked inwardly as she took the book from him and began to flip through its pages. It was made of an unknown material, resembling a lavish illustrated book, with the cover boldly stating, Executor, Dongru. Level, 10100. Lifespan, 80. Traits, cold-hearted. Skills, combat, firearms. Items, none. System currency, 0. Flipping through the pages, she counted 10, each adorned with 5 icons. Only the first one was illuminated, while the others remained blank and gray. The first illuminated icon read, I am the daughter of Wu Sangui, set against a backdrop of historical fiction, with a completion rate of 0. What nonsensical drivel is this? Is this to be a journey through time? Seeing Dongru finish reading, C01 eagerly smiled. Well, do you understand now? If so, we can begin. This first task was assigned by the daughter of Wu Sangui before her death, hoping someone would protect her parents and brother, altering the tragic fate of the Wu family.
Begin?
Begin what? Observing C01's anxious demeanor, Dongru smirked, taking pleasure in his unease. She had never outright refused, she was merely teasing him. I never said I wouldn't go, I simply meant, how can you send me off like this?
Ah.
How else was it to be done? C01 was baffled by her words. I have no work experience whatsoever. How can you send me off to execute a task? To protect the daughter of Wu Sangui and her entire family, attempting to rewrite the fate of someone doomed by history? This is hardly a simple task. And where is my golden finger? Golden finger? C01 looked at her incredulously. Not in that sense. I am your companion guide, without the authority to grant you favors. Moreover, this task is not as you might envision. It is not based in true history, but rather an alternate reality where history must be rewritten by you. Everything can be altered, so rest assured, as this is the first task for a new executor, the difficulty is certainly manageable. Besides, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? If you die, I cannot survive either. C01, having let slip a secret, quickly halted, his gaze darting away from Dongru's eyes. But alas, it was too late. She had heard him. Sharing a life and death bond? How intriguing, she thought with a smile, yet her disdain for him lessened, and she found herself trusting him a bit more. Since Dongru had learned of this, C01 decided to be forthright. Our companion guides are assigned for life, one guide for one executor. If the executor's life ends, so too does the guide's existence. Additionally, we require energy to function, which we cannot acquire on our own. It must be purchased from the marketplace using system currency. Thus, my survival and longevity depend entirely on you. Yet while she had accepted the task, the rules of the game would be hers to decide. Seeing her smile caused C01's heart to flutter, and he cautiously spoke. You must not eliminate the target of the mission, otherwise, the task will inevitably fail. Typically, failure results in a deduction of experience points and system currency. If you fail this inaugural mission, it could lead to complete erasure. Of course, you must also trust the information I have received. We are bound to succeed in this task. Upon entering the first mission realm, the system will automatically grant a bonus to your affinity within this world. You mustn't. Under Dongru's gaze, the voice gradually faded away. She had lost the will to engage in further conversation after a lengthy discourse. Little of substance had been conveyed, while an abundance of trivialities had been shared. It was perplexing that such crucial information had been relegated to the end. What sort of instructor had she been assigned? Is there anything else you wish to impart? If not, kindly transport me. Oh, certainly not. It seems there is one more thing. Upon entering the mission realm, I shall fall into a state of slumber due to insufficient energy, and I may be unable to assist you during the task. Exercise caution. With that, C01 swiftly tapped the glowing icon within Dong Ru's album, and a flash of light enveloped her as the space returned to tranquility. Oh, for goodness sake. Dong Ru barely had time to utter an expletive before she was thrust into the mission world. Chapter 2. The Princess and the Young Lady. When Dong Ru regained consciousness, she found herself surrounded by chilling water, feeling an oppressive weight upon her body. As if someone was forcibly holding her head down, preventing her from rising. "Sister, do not be afraid. I have come to rescue you," cried the person gripping her, their voice muffled by the water, rendering the words indistinguishable and unnecessary to comprehend. In an instant, Dong Ru's heightened reflexes made her acutely aware of her precarious situation. Someone was attempting to drown her. Anger surged within her. How dare anyone conspire against the esteemed Dong Ru? She alone was the one who orchestrated schemes against others. It was inconceivable for anyone to plot against her. Furthermore, did they not know of her exceptional swimming abilities? With a swift motion, she seized the hand that clutched her hair and, employing a clever twist, sent her assailant tumbling into the water. A well-placed kick propelled the individual downstream, liberating herself from their grasp, and she emerged, gasping for fresh air. It must be acknowledged that while this body lacked the strength of her original form, the art of combat relied upon skill and experience, both of which she possessed in abundance. As she leisurely swam towards the shore, she remained oblivious to the terror she had instilled in Wu Dongqiao, who was left gasping for breath after choking on water. Upon regaining her footing, Dongqiao looked at Dong Ru with a mixture of fear and uncertainty, unsure if her actions had been perceived. The water was not particularly deep. Standing, it barely reached her neck. No wonder that wretched girl had attempted to submerge her head. But Dong Ru would remember this affront. She would make her pay. At that moment, a flurry of people rushed towards them, shouting, "The princess! The princess has fallen into the water! Quickly, inform the princess!" A robust matron seized Dong Ru, who had swum to the shore, and without concern for appearances, tore open her own garment to shield the drenched girl from the cold, cradling her as she hurried towards the main courtyard. Dong Ru was momentarily stunned. Was this woman intending to warm her with her own body heat? Then it struck her that something was amiss. How could she be so easily lifted? Looking down at her small feet, she realized with a shock that she was in the body of a child. Overwhelmed by dizziness, she fainted, unaware of the chaos unfolding in the royal residence. A crowd gathered around Wu Dongru, while only Wu Dongqiao and her maid Xiuyu remained, shivering in the cold breeze. Xiuyu cast a timid glance at her. Wu Dongqiao, no longer the timid girl she once was, smirked derisively. Indeed, she was the esteemed daughter of the Pingxi Wangfu, while Dongru was merely a lofty princess, deserving of deference in formal encounters. Despite sharing the same father, the disparity in their statuses was glaring, and it was infuriating for her to accept. However, what could she do? After changing her clothes, Dongqiao, accompanied by Xiuyu, went to visit her sister Wu Dongru, who had fallen into the water alongside her. The noble and graceful Princess Xiaoya's eyes flickered with resentment as she calmed herself and continued to tend to her unconscious daughter's hair. "Let shower in." Upon hearing the voice from within, Wu Dongqiao entered tremblingly, this time not feigning fear, but genuinely apprehensive. "Is Xiao here to see Dongru?" "Yes, mother." "How is my sister?" Wu Dongqiao stammered, guilt weighing heavily upon her. "It is all my fault for failing to hold on." Under the scrutinizing gaze of the princess, she found herself unable to articulate the words she had prepared, instead feigning sorrow and coughing into her handkerchief. Princess Xiuya averted her gaze, concern etched on her face. "Oh dear, I almost forgot you also fell into the water. Qing Mama, go summon Dr. Su to examine the young lady." "Yes, Your Highness." The stern Qing Mama stood beside Wu Dongqiao, gesturing for her to follow. "Thank you for your concern, mother. I shall take my leave now," Wu Dongqiao said, not daring to linger any longer. Meanwhile, Dongru was absorbing all of Wu Dongru's memories and the narrative of this world. The plot was not set to unfold for several more years. There was no urgency in analyzing it just yet. Rather, it was imperative to organize the memories of the Wu family first. At that moment, Dongru grasped the simple task significance that C01 had mentioned. In this world, the higher one's status, the greater the likelihood of successfully completing a task, and indeed, her identity offered considerable advantages. Her father, Wu Sangui, was a notable figure. Having once been a general of the previous dynasty, he had switched allegiances to the Qing army after his family was betrayed and murdered by the emperor. Eventually, he was honored as a prince, governing Yunnan, ostensibly enjoying a position of power, yet the emperor had never fully trusted him and had merely been biding his time. During his time in the capital, he fortuitously met Princess Xiao Yan, and they fell in love. The Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, recognizing his worth, arranged for her youngest daughter, Princess Xiao Yan, to marry him. As he was a prince, there was no need to establish a separate princess's residence. The family cohabited harmoniously. The couple's relationship flourished, and Xiao Yan treated him with affection, eschewing any airs of superiority. Given the heavy Han influence in Yunnan, she was commonly referred to as the Wang Fei and was well regarded, even extending kindness to her illegitimate children. 18 years into their marriage, they had a son and a daughter. Wu Sangui had 2 sons and 2 daughters. His legitimate son, Wu Yingxiong, was 17 and had already been granted the title of heir apparent. The youngest, Wu Dongru, was 8, cherished as the couple's beloved daughter. The second son, Wu Yinglin, was 14, born of a concubine, Zhao Shi, who had departed after his birth. Wu Yinglin was raised by the Wang Fei and shared a close bond with his legitimate mother and siblings. The eldest daughter, Wu Dongqiao, was said to be the daughter of Wu Sangui's beloved Jin Yuan, born 10 years ago. After living with her biological mother until the age of 2, she was taken to the Wang Fei's care. Though her mother resided in a convent, the Wang Fei allowed Dongqiao to spend a day with her every year on her birthday. Unbeknownst to whether it was instigated by others, Wu Dongqiao harbored animosity towards the Wang Fei and her children, especially towards her younger half-sister. As Dongru contemplated, she found herself perplexed. Historically, Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang had 3 daughters and 1 son. Yet in this narrative, not only did they exist, but there was also an additional daughter, Dongru's mother. Born 2 months after the death of Huang Taiji, who had never been favored by her biological brother, the Xuanji Emperor. Rumor circulated that Princess Xiao Yan was not the daughter of Huang Taiji, but rather the offspring of Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang and Dorgan. Though this was merely a baseless rumor, it was evident that Dorgan had cared for the little princess during his lifetime. Regardless of Princess Xiao Yan's paternal lineage, her maternal connection to Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang was undeniable. The latter adored her youngest daughter fiercely, unable to bear the thought of her suffering. Thus, while the 3 elder daughters had married into Mongolia, she could not bear to send her youngest away, marrying her to Wu Sangui, which served both as a form of alliance and spared her from the hardships of Mongolia. This clearly indicated the distinction in her affections. This meant that Dongru was the granddaughter of Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, potentially a cousin to Emperor Kangxi. As long as Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang lived, it appeared that their lives were secure, for she could very well live for another 2 decades. As for Wu Sangui and his sons, their fates were less certain. However, Dongru surmised that since the task required her family not to suffer a catastrophic fate, as long as she and Xiao Yan remained, they had not fully perished, which should count as a task fulfilled. Yet there seemed to be an additional stipulation regarding the protection of her father and brother. Did that truly exist? She could not recall. Having assimilated this information, Dongru gradually awakened, still with her eyes closed, listening to her mother and her trusted aide, Hong Mama, conversing. Your Highness, do you think the young princess's fall into the water is connected to the eldest lady? After all, they were the only 2 present. Humph. Whether it is related or not, what difference does it make? My Ruer was already in the water. She was there, and if my daughter suffers, no one shall have peace. The elegant princess spoke in a low voice. As the matriarch, did she truly require a justification to reprimand the illegitimate daughter and the woman who is not even worthy of being called a concubine? How dare a mere child attempt to play tricks before her? I shall not let you off so easily. Upon hearing this, Dongru felt a surge of admiration. This mother is exceptionally cunning, and I find it delightful. In contrast to that woman who could only endure and weep in the face of adversity, a mother who possesses the wit to protect her children deserves far greater respect. Indeed, The princess's words ring true. What shall be done about those negligent servants in the princess's courtyard? A beating followed by selling them off. However, perhaps it is best to wait until Rue awakens to deal with them herself. After all, she is now 8 years old and ought to learn how to manage affairs. Just the mention of her children evokes a palpable tenderness in the princess's tone, even in their absence. Ah, the princess has awakened. Granny Hong clasped her hands in prayer. The elegant princess swiftly turned her head, only to find her daughter's bright eyes gazing at her in silence, an overwhelming fondness filling her heart. My dear, why did you not call for your mother upon waking? Chapter 3: The Frustrations of Dongru, Your Highness. Young master. With the sound of greetings echoing, a robust and imposing man strode into the room, followed closely by a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him. Adwa, I have heard that Ruer fell into the water and fainted. What did the physician say? Is she feeling any better? He spoke urgently as he approached the bed, scrutinizing his little daughter with concern. Dongru took a moment to respond, appearing somewhat dazed, which inadvertently endeared her to Wu Sangui, a man of iron will, softening his heart. He gently stroked her forehead. You little rascal, let's see if you dare to be so mischievous again next time. Though his tone lacked reproach, Princess Xiao was not pleased that he referred to her daughter as rascal. The affectionate rebuke made Wu Sangui, who had been married to her for over a decade, soften his stance. All right, it is my fault for scaring our little Dongru. Why isn't Dongru calling for father and brother? Wu Xiong asked, puzzled at his quiet sister, who usually was the most affectionate and playful. The couple was taken aback, realizing that their daughter had yet to call for anyone since waking. My throat hurts. I don't want to speak, she said hoarsely, struggling to call for her father and mother. While her father was somewhat easier to address, her mother seemed not much older than herself, making it difficult to perceive her as a mother. Upon hearing her speak, her family immediately felt a pang of sympathy and hurried to prepare soothing foods for her throat, causing a flurry of activity throughout the courtyard. Just as the family basked in the warmth of the moment, a woman outside shouted loudly, Your Highness, I must see you. The eldest miss is ill and has been calling for her father. Why are you preventing her from entering? The family's smiles faded instantly. Qing Mama, go outside and see which impudent woman dares to shout before our lord. Princess Xiao remarked coolly. Yes, my lady. Before long, Qing Mama returned with the woman in tow. This time, she ceased her commotion and respectfully bowed to Wu Sangui and Princess Xiao. I greet the lord and the lady. Wu Sangui merely sipped his tea in silence, respecting Princess Xiao as he never interfered in domestic matters. Moreover, Princess Xiao had proven herself worthy of his trust, managing the household with great efficiency and treating his illegitimate children with fairness. It is Mama Chun, an elder of the household. Why has she behaved so indiscreetly today? Is she relying on her seniority? The once brave Mama Chun now trembled before the princess, the courage she had displayed earlier evaporating, and she fell to her knees, pleading, I beg the lady for forgiveness. It was not my intention. It's just that the eldest miss. Upon hearing that it was someone from his eldest daughter's quarters, Wu Sangui glanced at her, recognizing her as a stranger, before turning to Princess Xiao. What has happened to Xiao? He had only heard that his youngest daughter had fallen into the water and was unaware that Wu Dongqiao had also been involved. Given his age and the tragedy of his first wife and children lost to war, he was particularly patient with these children born of his union with Princess Xiao. Though he did not invest the same level of care in his illegitimate offspring as he did in his legitimate ones, he had grown somewhat attached to them over the years and felt compelled to inquire about their well-being. Princess Xiao cast a knowing glance at Wu Sangui. I, too, am unaware of what transpired. Her words were laden with implication, and Dongru listened intently, recognizing that the intricacies of ancient women's domestic and palace conflicts far surpassed anything she had encountered. Observing her mother's seemingly innocent recounting of events, she noted that not once did her mother speak ill of her illegitimate daughter, instead presenting the facts. Yet, the details raised suspicion. Why was her mother the only one present at the time? Why was it so coincidental that, had Wu Dongqiao often played with Wu Dongru, their relationship would have been amicable? The disdain Wu Dongqiao held for her sister was evident, despite her attempts to conceal it. Furthermore, The subsequent actions of the woman only served to reinforce Wu Sangui's suspicions about his daughter's standing. Mama Chun, oblivious to the underlying tension, quickly interjected, "Have you finished speaking? Is this how you disregard propriety, by causing a scene in the main courtyard?" Realizing her misstep, Mama Chun looked desperately at Wu Sangui. "I implore you to see the eldest miss. She is truly pitiful." Princess Xiao, amused by the audacity of Mama Chun, found her words ridiculous. As if Wu Dongqiao had not encountered her father in years when she had merely seen him occasionally during formal greetings. It was unclear whether Mama Chun was helping or harming her. "Your message has been conveyed. The Lord is now aware. What the master chooses to do is not for you to dictate. Someone, take her away and deliver her to the steward for punishment." "Yes, my lady." Qing Mama and Hong Mama silenced Mama Chun and led her away. Wu Sangui's expression turned grim. He had little patience for domestic affairs. Princess Xiao rose gracefully. "Since Xiao is unwell, Your Highness, it would be prudent for you to accompany me to see her. I have matters to attend to outside. Adwa can go check on her. Children should be disciplined, not indulged." "Very well. I shall heed your counsel," replied the gentle Wu Sangui. He felt a sense of disappointment towards this daughter. Her aunt Qin Yuan had always been exceptionally sensible, while this daughter's disposition remained a mystery. He did not believe Princess Xiao had intentionally nurtured her poorly, especially since her illegitimate children had been raised alongside her and had developed proper manners, leaving only this daughter to perplex him. As Wu Sangui departed, Princess Xiao's smile faded. Wu Yingxiong furrowed his brow and asked, "Mother, does my sister's accident today have anything to do with Dongqiao?" In this context, sister referred to his biological sister, Wu Dongru, while eldest sister referred to Wu Dongqiao. Do you recall what happened at that moment? I do not know when my elder sister arrived. I only remember someone pressing my head underwater. After I broke free, I found only her beside me. Dongru was certainly not the type to act as a savior for someone attempting to harm her. Princess Xiao and Wu Yingxiong's expressions darkened.
Bang!
Wu Yingxiong slammed his fist onto the table. This eldest sister has become increasingly malicious. Have we raised a treacherous wolf in our midst? Leave this matter to me. I shall ensure she never rises again.
For now,
let us act as if we are unaware. Wu Yingxiong, feeling a surge of protectiveness, gently patted Dongru's head and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Princess Xiao made her way to see Wu Dongqiao, leaving behind Dongru and her elder brother, who had lingered to keep her company. Although their time together had been brief, Dongru sensed her brother's genuine affection. At 17, he was already a young man, having learned from their father in the military. Though he had not yet taken a legitimate wife, he had several concubines and treated his 9-year-old sister with the same kindness as her previous brother. However, Dongru found herself disheartened, unwilling to engage in conversation with him. She felt the most frustrating aspect of life was preparing to unleash her fury upon her enemies, only to discover they would fall without her intervention. Was this a joke? Was she not the executor of this journey? Should she not be the one teaching a lesson to the antagonistic characters before her? Yet, the reality was that she had sat silently, saying little, while her mother handled everything. What was her purpose here? Now, she finally understood the simplicity of the task at hand. It merely required her presence, while all else was managed by others. No wonder it was deemed simple. During dinner, she encountered her half-brother, a gentle soul whose kindness lingered in her memory. He was truly a compassionate individual, showing respect and filial piety towards their mother and great affection for his sisters. As for Wu Dongqiao, it was evident that she was feeling down, making it impossible for them to share a meal together. Later that evening, Princess Xiao tenderly engaged in casual conversation with Wu Sangui. "I visited Xiao this afternoon. That child simply misses her aunt. If she wishes to express it, she should do so directly instead of tormenting herself. It is indeed a sign of her youth and naivety, and if such distress leads to severe consequences, I wonder if she will regret it later." Wu Sangui furrowed his brow. Did not Adwa allow her to stay with her aunt for a few days each year? It hasn't been long since her last visit. Why the sudden longing again? He believed that children born out of wedlock should be nurtured under the care of their legitimate mothers, especially considering Adwa's esteemed status. Alas, she is still her biological mother. It is only natural for her to miss her. Wu Sangui embraced her tightly, feeling remorseful. I have caused my Adwa distress. Xiao Yan smiled. With your affection, my lord, no hardship seems unbearable. However, if you truly feel guilty, would you grant me a request?
Oh?
What is it that Adwa wishes for me to agree to? Wu Sangui felt touched. You claim not to indulge her. This promise was made, and Xiao Yan smiled enigmatically in his embrace. Beneath her watchful gaze, Wu Dongqiao was woefully naive. Did she believe she could conceal her intentions from her? Xiao Yan would allow her to pursue her desires, curious to see if she would regret her choices. Thus, the first of her half-sisters to dare bully Dongru was swiftly sent away by their mother, with added consequences. Chapter 4. A chance encounter on the streets. Wu Dongqiao was eager to escape to the nunnery outside the city, seeking refuge from her stepmother's watchful gaze. She herself could hardly comprehend the madness that had overtaken her the previous day, compelling her to push Wu Dongru towards the water, intending to drown her. The very thought now seemed unbelievable. She had actually taken action. For so long, she believed she had harbored envy and jealousy towards her legitimate sister, who enjoyed the privileges of her noble birth, despite everyone claiming that her biological mother was the one truly loved by their father. She remained confined to the nunnery for over a decade. With her mother absent, she received little attention from their father, compounded by the incessant whispers of Aunt Chen, who insisted that if her mother were present in the household, their lives would undoubtedly be far superior. As a mere concubine's daughter, her fate could easily be dismissed with a few thousand taels of silver. Why risk incurring public scorn by targeting her sister? However, she was tired of her own complacency, and the poised princess, Shuang, seemed inclined to teach her a lesson, albeit a lesson she was ill-prepared to comprehend. This morning, Dongru had fully recovered and was now exploring the residence with a retinue of attendants. With so many people around her, Dongru felt neither inconvenience nor diminished enthusiasm. She had grown accustomed to the company of others during her previous life as a member of the underworld. Within the royal mansion, there were no restrictions on her movements, and as luck would have it, she stumbled upon Wu Dongqiao, who was accompanied by a maid, intending to visit Aunt Chen, who had been disciplined. Dongru smiled mischievously. Isn't this the elder sister, who is too unwell to emerge from her blanket, longing for our father? What a surprise. Feeling better today? Ready to leave your cocoon? Though the attendants stifled their laughter, they could not hide their amusement, causing Wu Dongqiao and her maid to flush with embarrassment. Sister has recovered? I advise you to seek a more suitable venue for your antics in the future. This time, I was fortunate enough to intervene, sparing you a tragic outcome. Imagine how heartbroken our mother would be. Dongru's interest waned as she scrutinized Wu Dongqiao. The simplicity of her thoughts rendered Dongru disinterested in bullying her. It was astonishing that a concubine's daughter, raised under the watchful eye of a stepmother, could still be so naive. Did she not realize that many matters require no evidence? To audaciously claim the role of a benefactor, who was she trying to impress? Aside from her little maid, everyone else was on Dongru's side. Even their mother had ceased to mention the incident of their falling into the water, yet Wu Dongqiao still sought to claim credit as a savior, which was quite comical. Confronting her would likely lower Dongru's own intellect. Dongru ignored Wu Dongqiao and her entourage, continuing on her way, leaving her behind in frustration. How boring. Mother, I wish to visit the barracks to see father and brother. She longed to witness the famed Wu family army from history, especially since the emperor was currently locked in a fierce struggle against Aobai. In recent years, he would likely be too preoccupied to deal with the Sanfan, making it the perfect time for her to investigate the Wu family's chances in a potential conflict with the emperor. Your father and brother are busy with important matters. They have no time for games. Besides, the barracks have strict rules against allowing women inside. Do not act recklessly, or your father will truly punish you. And I will not intervene. Is that so? Were there not female generals and soldiers in ancient times? Why is it that women are now forbidden from entering the barracks? Such profound issues were beyond her mother's understanding. It seemed that since the previous dynasty, women had been barred from the barracks for superstitious reasons. So superstitious. Can I at least stroll through the streets? Dongru felt somewhat disappointed. Do you still have time to wander the streets? Have you finished the characters I instructed you to write 2 days ago? Although she had studied Chinese literature in her previous life, Dongru had never enjoyed practicing calligraphy. Mother, I am not aiming to become a master of calligraphy or to participate in the imperial examinations. Why should I perfect my writing? Xiao paused, recognizing the merit in her daughter's words. What about needlework? Did you not mention wanting to create a pouch for your father and me? How is that coming along? When shall I be able to wear it? I found all the patterns unsatisfactory. Given your status, how can I present you with something so ordinary? Hence, I wish to venture out in search of inspiration, to craft something truly unique, more befitting of your elegance. Even though Xiao knew this was merely an excuse, she could not suppress her delight. The clever Aunt Qing and Aunt Hong chimed in. Indeed, the little princess is quite thoughtful, demonstrating filial piety at such a young age. Yes, is it any wonder that the ladies of Yunnan envy the princess? Their little master is so considerate. Enough flattery. I understand your desire to go out. I will not stop you. However, this time, you must not send your attendants and guards away. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to leave again in the future. Understood. Mother, you are the best. Dongru felt no pressure in pleasing her mother. She had no need for pride. Xiao could not help but laugh at her daughter's antics. Knowing your mother is the best, you should practice your needlework diligently. Look at other girls. None are like you, unable to even embroider a handkerchief. Dongru's expression darkened at this remark. I cannot agree with you, mother. With so many people in the sewing room, if my skills surpassed theirs, what use would they be? That seems quite reasonable. Wait, has your tongue grown sharper? Accompanied by a retinue of over 20 guards alongside her maids, they ventured into the streets. In the early Qing dynasty, aside from Han women, Manchu daughters were permitted to roam the streets, albeit accompanied by attendants for their protection. Thus, Dongru's presence did not attract undue attention. The marketplace of over 300 years ago was entirely different from the modern era, and as she wandered, Dongru found herself captivated by the myriad of Yunanese delicacies, ethnic jewelry, and clothing, igniting her desire to purchase. After all, the Prince of Pingshi's mansion was not short on funds. Gazing at the exquisite items reflecting diverse cultures, Dongru felt exhilarated. Indeed, there were advantages to her time-traveling experience. How wonderful! By the way, has C01 awakened? Yet. She merely thought of him momentarily, before plunging back into the joy of shopping. Dongru refrained from teasing her guards or attempting to dismiss them as she had done in her previous life. Memories reminded her that, at this time in Yunnan, the surface calm belied underlying tensions. Not only were the remnants of the previous dynasty's loyalists causing disturbances from the Mu residents, but various local chieftains were also resistant to the court's authority and Wu Sangui's governance, occasionally leading to conflicts. They had long considered themselves sovereign, organized by ethnicity, and it was only due to the Wu family army's presence that they remained confined within their own enclaves, resulting in the current state of mutual non-interference. The court provided soldiers but not salaries, and the meager annual military funds were insufficient even to support half the troops, leaving each feudal lord to devise their own means of sustenance for their armies. The court, in a symbolic gesture, exempted the feudal lords from taxes in their garrisons to supplement military pay. However, in mountainous regions like Yunnan, how much silver could truly be mined in a year? It all depended on Wu Sangui's resourcefulness. Just as she was enjoying herself, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. A man's anguished cries and curses reached her ears in Mandarin, which Dongru understood. Just as she was about to approach to witness the spectacle, she was halted by her wet nurse, who had rescued her from the water yesterday. A woman who had once served closely beside her mother before being assigned to care for Dongru after her birth. My lady, there are many people gathered ahead. Let us choose a higher vantage point to observe without drawing too near, lest we inadvertently cause harm, whispered Nurse Lan. Despite her humble status as a wet nurse, she possessed a modicum of martial prowess. Dongru, who was not one to lack discernment, nodded in agreement. She surveyed the throng before her, and then glanced at her petite frame. Fetch me a chair, she instructed. A maid promptly complied, entering a nearby shop and soon returning with a chair. Mistress, please take a seat. The maid, believing Dongru was weary, offered the chair. Dongru shot her a disapproving look and resolutely stood upon the chair, elevating herself above the crowd to gain a clearer view of the altercation unfolding before her. In the midst of the commotion, a white-clad nun effortlessly dispatched a burly man to the ground with a mere wave of her hand. her sleeves channeling an unseen force without direct contact. Wow, amazing! So impressive! Dongru exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clapped her small hands together. She had always admired those with exceptional skills. Having studied combat techniques since childhood in her previous life, she may not have been well-versed in martial arts, but her discerning eye recognized the nun's prowess. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, she made a resolute decision. She would seek a mentor. Chapter 5. Dongru's Captivity. Originally, Jiunan Shirtai had ventured to Yunnan to gather intelligence on Wu Sangui. If he harbored treasonous intentions, she would lend him her support. If not, she would take his life in vengeance for the fallen Ming dynasty. Unexpectedly, in this barbaric land, she encountered a rogue who dared to harass her. A nun clad in robes. Jiunan Shirtai, who had never refrained from taking a life, was tempted to strike him down with a single blow. However, considering the bustling marketplace, she opted to teach him a lesson instead, using her concealed strength to incapacitate him, leaving him alive but humbled. Just as she was about to depart after dealing with the ruffian, a clear and melodious cheer caught her attention. Upon looking up, she noticed a petite girl, taller than her peers by half a head, dressed in splendid attire, gazing at her with admiration and a smile. For reasons unknown, Jiunan found herself instinctively smiling back, only for her expression to darken when her gaze fell upon the standardized sword and badge of the Pingxi Wangfu worn by the guards nearby, leading her to suspect the identity of the girl who had just captured her favor. As Dongru marveled at the nun's martial prowess, Jiunan suddenly vanished in a swift motion, only to reappear right before her. "You are Wu Sangui's youngest daughter?" At that moment, the people around Dongru reacted, with Nurse Lan and others instinctively moving to shield her, but Dongru halted them. If this nun could approach so silently, she clearly posed no threat to her entourage, and Dongru had no desire to see her followers perish unnecessarily. "I am. And you are Shirtai? You will learn who I am in due time. Since you are Wu Sangui's daughter, then that is fortuitous." A glint of menace flashed across Jiunan's face as she seized Dongru and, in a few graceful leaps, took flight. Before departing, she left a chilling message. "Tell Wu Sangui that if he wishes for his daughter to live, he must come to Songshan Temple in 3 days. I, Jiunan Shirtai, shall await him for 3 days." Princess. Little princess. Though suspended in the air by Jiunan, Dongru felt no fear for her life. Instead, she reveled in the exhilaration of flight, something legendary in her modern world. However, the grip on her clothing was uncomfortable, prompting her to embrace the nun's waist to prevent a fall, joyously exclaiming, "I can fly. I'm flying." Ha ha ha. Jiunan, struck by irritation, contemplated tossing her down. Rumor had it that this second young lady was the biological daughter of the princess, a Tartar princess, yet she seemed utterly unfazed by her predicament. Though she thought this, Jiunan adjusted her hold on the girl. Feeling the softness of the small figure against her, Jiunan's heart softened momentarily. What woman could resist a child's charm, especially one so exquisitely delicate, even if she was the daughter of an enemy? Dongru joyfully soared for over 10 minutes before being gently released in a residential area. As she smoothed her hair, she realized how much she adored the sensation of flying. It was so impressive. However, the wind was too strong, and she needed to style her hair to maintain her dignified appearance, lest she appear mad. Jiunan observed Dongru with a complex expression, waiting in vain for any sign of panic from her. When none came, she finally broke the silence. "Aren't you afraid? Being brought to this unfamiliar place? Unsure of what I might do to you? Why do you not ask?" Dongru, hearing her query, smiled, revealing 2 charming dimples. Jiunan's expression grew even more complicated. It was evident she would not release the girl without encountering Wu Sangui first. With a proud smile, Dongru replied, "See, whether I ask or express fear cannot alter the predetermined outcome. I might as well conserve my energy for the 3 days to come. By the way, you want to mistreat me or starve me, will you?" She regarded Jiunan with a wary gaze. "Should you wish for food, you may fetch it yourself. The kitchen is over there," Jiunan retorted, tossing her sleeve as she entered the dwelling. She was unperturbed by the possibility of Dongru escaping. Their brief interaction had revealed the girl as intelligence, making her aware of the dangers of wandering alone in an unfamiliar village at such a tender age. Dongru, of course, had no intention of fleeing. She had yet to learn any of Jiu Nan's skills. She would rather plead for the nun to stay. She had no interest in the kitchen, knowing she wouldn't know how to use it. She had never even operated an electric stove, let alone a traditional one. If your father does not come to rescue you within 3 days, I will indeed kill you.
Oh.
Dongru responded nonchalantly. Jiu Nan felt a surge of frustration. What do you mean by oh? Are you certain you truly comprehend my words? Of course. You wish to summon my father through this act of kidnapping as a means to threaten him. If he does not come to redeem me, you will take your anger out on me. Dongru wore a look of boredom, as if such a simple matter required reiteration, successfully escalating Jiu Nan's ire. How can you remain so calm? Are you truly but a child? Dongru shrugged. Who knows? According to my father and mother, I am 8 years old this year. They wouldn't lie, would they? Jiu Nan exhaled sharply, averting her gaze and reciting the Qingxin mantra. Thankfully, she was a nun without children, otherwise, a child like this would surely drive her to despair. She could hardly fathom how Wu Sangui and his wife managed to raise such a child. Ignoring Dongru, the girl soon grew restless. She was not one to tolerate solitude. She initiated conversation once more. Shirtai, why have you fallen silent? Are you reciting scriptures or martial arts secrets? Are you angry with me? Upon hearing her words, Jiu Nan found them curious enough to open her eyes and regard the girl. Seeing her inquisitiveness, Dongru explained as you said, if my father does not come to save me, you will kill me. I believe that even if he does arrive, you would still end my life. Since that is the case, why should I struggle and waste my energy? Dongru adopted the familiar title Jiu Nan used for herself, Shirtai. As long as your father comes, I shall release you. I am not a killer by nature. I always keep my promises. That may not be the case. You are using this method to draw my father out, which must involve significant stakes. However, I know my father well. While he cares for me, my weight pales in comparison to the lives of an entire city of Yunnan citizens. In other words, even if my father comes, if your demands threaten innocent lives, he is likely to refuse. If the negotiations fall through, won't you then kill me out of frustration? You. Jiu Nan felt her face flush. Though she had considered the possibility of Wu Sangui's refusal and pondered how to handle this little girl, she had never expected to be likened to a woman venting her frustrations on a child by someone so young. Humph. Then you should pray that your father cares for you more than he does for others. Irritated by the nonsensical banter of a child, she flicked her sleeve and prepared to leave. Dongru quickly grasped her arm. Shirtai, where are you going? It's almost dark. What if I encounter a bad person if you leave me here alone? You're not afraid of dying, yet you fear bad people? That is different. Dying at your hands would leave me innocent, but if I were to meet a bad person who saw me, a stunning beauty, and had ill intentions, I wouldn't be able to defend myself. Jiu Nan gazed incredulously at the girl, who could pass for a young lady even in boyish attire, boldly proclaiming herself a stunning beauty. What sort of makeup was she wearing? It was so thick, truly audacious. Nevertheless, the girl was indeed quite lovely. Realizing she could not leave her alone in such a place, Jiu Nan conceded to take her along to the village to exchange for supplies. As night fell, Dongru struggled to see the path, tightly clutching Jiu Nan's monk robe. Shirtai, this is taking too long. Why not carry me again? If that doesn't work, teach me how to fly so I can follow you. You think learning to fly is so easy? The matter at hand largely depends on the master who imparts knowledge and the disciple who absorbs it. With a distinguished mentor like you, and my own innate brilliance as a learner, it is undoubtedly a combination unmatched by others. Dongru unabashedly boasted. Jiu Nan, clearly accustomed to her audacity, retorted. I shall never accept you as my disciple. Do not even entertain the thought. Even without the master-disciple relationship, you can still impart knowledge to me. After all, my days are numbered. You, being such a gentle and kind-hearted person, would surely wish to fulfill my last desire, wouldn't you? Dongru adjusted her stance, utilizing her skills as a professional actress to perform for Master Jiu Nan. Jiu Nan was not a person of ironclad heart, moreover. She had recently compromised her principles by capturing a child in order to threaten Wu Sangui, a child whose first impression had been quite favorable. How could her heart remain entirely unshaken? As Dongru ventured out in the day, Wu Dongqiao hastily prepared and set off towards the outskirts of the city. After an hour's journey, Wu Dongqiao arrived at the Tiansheng Monastery, where Qin Yuan was already waiting outside. Upon seeing her mother, Wu Dongqiao's grievances surged forth. With the aid of light rain, she dismounted from the carriage and, in tears, threw herself into Qin Yuan's embrace, exclaiming, "Mother, I have missed you dearly." Upon hearing this address, Qin Yuan's expression immediately shifted. She set aside her desire to comfort her daughter and instead scrutinized the curious and disdainful glances cast by the surrounding guards and servants. With a forced smile, she addressed them. "Thank you for your efforts. The young lady has endured a tiring journey and was perhaps a bit unclear in her speech earlier, much to your amusement. GFA, please provide some silver for tea for our esteemed guests." One of the ladies-in-waiting, who held a position of respect before the princess, stepped forward and bowed. Chapter 6. The initial journey to the capital. The Grand Master of Nine Difficulties, feeling exasperated by Dongru's incessant chatter, contemplated the possibility of sealing her acupoints to enjoy a moment of tranquility. However, Dongru, having discerned her intentions, interrupted her, saying, "Master, you do not wish to seal my acupoints, do you? I am still young and in the midst of growth. Prolonged sealing would impede my physical development. You have already claimed you are nearing death. Why concern yourself with my growth?" With a sigh, she continued, "If you truly find me bothersome, why not simply impart some of your skills to me? This would fulfill my last wish before your demise and provide me with an engaging pursuit, thus sparing you from my incessant presence." The Grand Master glared at her in disdain. "I shall not teach you martial arts. Do you know who I am? Surely, I am the enemy of your father. Indeed, your father opened the city gates, allowing the Qing army to invade and shatter the Ming dynasty. Our royal family suffered grievously in that upheaval, and there exists a profound enmity between us." Dongru cast a dismissive glance at her. "You exhibit a double standard. You lament your royal family's fall to the Qing, blaming my father for his actions, yet you fail to consider the reasons behind his decisions. The emperor favored treacherous ministers and disregarded the suffering of his loyal subjects. Had it not been for the slaughter of my father's family in the capital, he would not have taken such drastic measures. Our soldiers bravely defended the nation, only to see their families annihilated by the very state they served. What should my father have done? What would you have chosen in his place? Moreover, which dynasty has lasted a millennium? The destiny of a nation is beyond the control of even the most capable rulers. When the time comes, even the wisest sovereign cannot alter fate." "Master, you are mistaken." Dongru, unafraid of the Grand Master, continued to engage her in this manner. She understood that her amiable disposition was bolstered by the inherent goodwill she bore towards the Grand Master. She had discerned that as long as the first impression was favorable, the relationship would flourish. Conversely, a negative impression would yield no such result. Curiously, the Grand Master had found her initial impression of Dongru to be positive, leading her to tolerate the daughter of her enemy far more than she could comprehend. After hearing Dongru's words, a wave of despondency washed over the Grand Master. She was acutely aware that the fate of the Ming dynasty had reached its end. Her hatred was the only force sustaining her existence as a former princess, and now, confronted by the incisive observations of an 8-year-old, she felt utterly disheartened, uncertain of her path forward. In that moment, the conviction she had clung to began to waver, and the desire to meet Wu Sangui faded. Wu Sangui and Princess Xuya were naturally anxious regarding Dongru, their young daughter. Wu Sangui could hardly wait for the third day to meet her. He instructed his deputy to ensure the safety of the royal residence, and the very next day, he set out to locate Songshan Temple, where he had been informed she had been. Unfortunately, he found neither his daughter nor the old nun, only a letter left for him. It turned out that upon witnessing the Grand Master's despair, Dongru, feeling a sense of loss, insisted on accompanying her. Eventually, the Grand Master was swayed by her persistence and agreed to take her along. Dongru, concerned about her father and mother, penned a letter to leave at Songshan Temple, entrusting it to them for Wu Sangui. Upon receiving the letter, Wu Sangui was incredulous. Although the handwriting was unmistakably his daughter's, he questioned if she had been coerced. After a month of discreet inquiries yielding no information, he was compelled to abandon his search. His daughter had willingly followed a nun to learn martial arts, and without her parents' permission, this news caused Princess Xiao to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, she was met with Wu Sangui's beaming smile, revealing that she was expecting another child. While Wu Sangui was concerned for his willful daughter, the prospect of having another legitimate child at nearly 50 brought him immense joy. The couple deliberated that they could not disclose the truth about their daughter's situation to outsiders, framing it instead as a decision to strengthen her health by studying martial arts with a master, while keeping the Grandmaster's identity a closely guarded secret. They had already surmised that the other party might be from the former Ming royal family, and any revelation could lead to complications, particularly given Wu Sangui's standing. Upon their return, they were accompanied by 2 young maidservants, companions chosen by the Grandmaster 2 years prior. These were her named disciples, Gon Fengfeng and El Seer, both of whom had become orphans during a year of famine and had been taken in by the Grandmaster due to their promising potential. Although their internal martial arts required time to cultivate before showing significant results, the Grandmaster's distinctive sword techniques and lightness skills were unparalleled. However, Dongru had developed a preference for the whip over the sword. After spending 2 years with Dongru, the Grandmaster felt a pang of loneliness upon her departure and wandered aimlessly, inadvertently gathering several promising disciples along the way. This was a tale for another time. Due to her martial training, Dongru matured physically far earlier than her peers. By the age of 10, she was comparable in height to girls of 12 or 13. Dressed in a vibrant red hanfu and brandishing a long whip, she strode confidently towards the main entrance of the Pingxi Wang residence, accompanied by her 2 junior sisters. The guards, indifferent to appearances, swiftly approached to block her path. "Miss, you seem to be in the wrong place." Upon hearing her name, the guards gasped in astonishment. The young princess? They exchanged incredulous glances. Surely, she was not the princess who had left to study martial arts? But wait, isn't she only 10 years old? Do you doubt me? Dongru glared, causing the guards to hesitate. One quickly raced inside to inform the household, while the other, bowing and scraping, offered apologies. "Your Highness, please forgive my ignorance. Allow me to make amends. Please wait here a moment." Dongru cast a sidelong glance at him, unperturbed. "Very well, I shall wait." She was not one to be unreasonable, and she appreciated the guard's sense of responsibility. He was doing well in his duties. Before long, a flurry of activity erupted as a group hurriedly exited the residence. Upon spotting Dongru from a distance, Princess Xiao began to weep. Mother and daughter shared an unbreakable bond, and despite the changes in Dongru's appearance, she recognized her instantly. Scolding her while embracing her tightly, the 2 wept openly. Dongru, typically carefree, was unexpectedly moved by this unabashed display of maternal love, and the 2 of them wept together outside the residence. A young, elegantly dressed daughter-in-law shed a few tears, stepping forward to intervene. Dongru regarded her with curiosity as she offered a friendly smile. "Very well. I shall heed my mother's wishes. By the way, mother, these are my 2 junior sisters, Gon Fengfeng and El Seer. They will reside in the same courtyard as I." Since 2 years prior, the family had expanded by 2. One was her newly born brother, Wu Qi, and the other was her sister-in-law, Princess Anhui, who had recently joined the family. Princess Anhui, though not of royal lineage, had been granted the title of princess and served graciously beside Princess Xiao, earning her affection for her gentle nature. Wu Qi was not yet a year old, and Dongru found herself at a loss for words, not in disappointment for her parents' new addition, but rather regarding her brother's name. Her second brother was named Wu Lin, while the third was Wu Qi. For those unaware, their names would certainly confuse their order of birth. One day, as her mother guided her in learning household management, she casually remarked, "Princess Xiao recalls her own loving mother and cannot help but sigh. As we grow, we become more self-interested, placing greater importance on our own family's mother." Dongru, however, looked at her mother with excitement. "Will we truly enter the capital next year? Is the plot about to unfold?" Chapter 7. Bizarre Conflicts. Wu Dongqiao looked up at her mother and could not help but smile. "Aunt, you have come. How could you not call for your daughter?" She rose to let her sit. Chen Yuanyuan took a seat opposite her. Upon hearing her words, the smile on Wu Dongqiao's face faded. Living in the temple for the past 2 years, alongside her mother, she had endured considerable hardship. Naturally, her diet consisted of the same plain vegetarian food, and her attire could not be too bright or extravagant, which was quite unbearable for someone who had been pampered since childhood. She had cried and thrown tantrums, yet only her mother stayed by her side, shedding tears with her. No one would inform her father or mother, nor would anyone cradle her in comfort. At that moment, she realized how fortunate her previous life had been, how she longed for those bygone days. In her heart, she harbored resentment towards her lowly-born aunt. Had her status been higher, had she been a princess, Wu Dongqiao would have been a noble young lady in the royal palace, no longer envious of everything Wu Dongru possessed. It was then that she comprehended the extent of the White Princess's power. Everything she and her aunt consumed or utilized each month was sent by the princess's attendants. If the princess was pleased, the quality was decent. When displeased, even the vegetables were stale. This only intensified her yearning for power. Observing her increasingly rebellious daughter, Chen Yuanyuan grew anxious. You have been here for over 2 years now and are 12 years old. You could marry next year. Remaining in the temple is not a viable option. Xiao, heed your aunt. One must bow when necessary. I refuse to believe the princess would confine me to this temple for a lifetime without marriage. Wu Dongqiao retorted defiantly. Indeed, the princess would not keep you here forever. However, having missed these formative years, it will not be easy to find a good match as you grow older. Furthermore, the princess has significant influence over whom you may marry in the future. Should she choose to marry you off to a random family, you would have nowhere to lament your fate. During your years with me, you have not been introduced to the ladies of prominent families. What will happen afterward? Alas, it is all my fault for allowing that maid, Chen Mama, to misguide you. A concubine's daughter cannot confront her legitimate mother without suffering consequences. Were you in the royal palace, the princess would, for the sake of her reputation, have taken you out to meet people. Is there any comparison between a concubine's daughter raised by the princess and one nurtured by an aunt? I have endeavored to teach you over these 2 years, but I wonder if you have absorbed any of it. The Pingxi Wangfu had also begun to bustle with activity. The family was moving to the capital, and how could the palace remain without a steward? The heir, Wu Yingxiong, and his wife remained in the residence to oversee affairs, while Wu Sangui and his family, along with their 2 daughters and young son, headed to the capital. Princess Shuya was so preoccupied that she had no time to supervise Dongru's needlework, constantly checking and verifying the gifts intended for the palace, especially for the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and other relatives, such as Prince Yu. The quantity was immense. Dongru could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having been in this world for 2 years, her previous time was spent training under her master in martial arts, leaving little attention for tasks at hand. Now, she had to focus. Otherwise, her first task would fail and become an indelible mark of disgrace, a humiliation she could not bear. According to her analysis, preserving the Wu family was neither overly difficult nor easy. No matter the reason, Kangxi would not initially wish to annihilate the Wu clan. Wu Sangui was a founding hero and a Han minister who surrendered. Should Kangxi kill him, it would provoke public outcry. The Han officials would not tolerate it, especially since the Manchu rule had yet to be firmly established. Wu Sangui was not like Aobai, a Manchu. The emperor could execute him without opposition from Han officials, but Wu Sangui was different. Although his reputation among scholars was not stellar, he had once rallied support against the Ming dynasty under a noble banner, which was a justified cause. Moreover, he could be seen as a pillar of the Han in the court. Without a valid reason, Kangxi could not simply execute him. Doing so would tarnish his legacy as a great emperor. So, what could provide Kangxi with a legitimate pretext to kill Wu Sangui? Likely, it would be the charge of rebellion. If Wu Sangui were to rebel, all his past merits would be rendered irrelevant. Thus, he was being coerced into rebellion, giving the emperor a justified cause for action. Although this world's Qing dynasty diverged from historical accounts, many similarities remained. For instance, Wu Sangui wielded military power and controlled Yunnan, an area that was not a fief yet functioned as one. Such authority was intolerable for any ruler. How then could the Wu family ensure their safety? If they complied with Kangxi's wishes, relinquishing military power and relocating to the capital, their lives would be secure. After all, their mother was the beloved daughter of Empress Dowager Xiao. She would not allow her daughter's family to be executed. Kangxi would not arbitrarily kill his maternal aunt's family, as royal women were often married off to secure alliances, and they would never acquiesce to such a fate. Thus, their lives could indeed be preserved. However, would Wu Sangui and his sons willingly surrender the fruits of a lifetime's labor? Would they forsake their princely existence for a life of subservience in the capital? The answer was evident. Not only would Wu Sangui refuse, but even Dongru herself would not wish to live a life of humiliation. Though the second option appeared daunting, it was not unfeasible. Historical scholars had analyzed that Kangxi's aversion to Wu Sangui stemmed not from his power, but from his inconsistency. If Wu Sangui harbored no rebellious intent, Kangxi would have little recourse. Therefore, what should she do? Perhaps she should first attempt the second option while also, like most others, seek to secure a small island as a contingency plan. However, the Wu family would not willingly abandon their roots unless absolutely necessary. After all, it is said that one's homeland is hard to leave, and many would prefer to die in their native soil. After the new year, the Wu family set forth for the capital. Sitting in the small carriage, Wu Dongqiao gently caressed the delicate flower pin in her hair and the exquisite floral patterns on her sleeves, unable to restrain her tears. Finally, she was adorned in these resplendent garments once more. Princess Xia observed Wu Dongqiao, who intermittently approached her to express filial piety and could not help but chuckle. After 2 years of coldness, she had finally matured a bit, though she believed others to be fools. It was time to teach her about reality. Cradling her sleeping son, she glanced out the window, impatient with the slow pace of the carriage. She watched her daughter, who was galloping alongside her father on horseback, and a tender smile broke across her face. Wu Dongru, wielding a riding whip, joyfully dashed through the procession on her pony, causing Wu Sangui's previously tense brow to relax. He frequently imparted riding tips to his spirited daughter on how to prevent sore legs from prolonged riding, portraying a delightful scene of paternal affection and youthful exuberance. The journey progressed smoothly, and the family arrived in the capital a week earlier than anticipated. Upon reaching the capital, Dongru, like a wild horse set free, oh no, perhaps like a horse released from confinement, quickly took the lead, accompanied by her 2 junior sisters, to explore the bustling market. The marketplace was teeming with people, and the movement of carriages was considerably slowed. Wu Sangui rode alongside, carefully guarding his wife's carriage. Princess Xuya, not witnessing her daughter's exuberance, did not seek her out. As a father, Wu Sangui was far more lenient towards his daughter and, seeing her delight, allowed her to enjoy herself. Gan Fengfeng and El Seer, still youthful and having never witnessed the capital's splendor, shared Dongru's excitement, their eyes wide with wonder. Look, princess. There's a street performer ahead. Over there are entertainers too. But breaking stones on one's chest seems rather simplistic. Does anyone actually wish to watch this? Dongru was speechless. Did this girl think everyone shared her prestigious upbringing? Mastering some hard skills from the streets was already a rare feat in a moment of exuberance. It is inevitable to collide with others in a crowded place. Although Gan Fengfeng and El Seer were curious, they remained committed to protecting Dongru. Thus they collided with others first. Do not be deceived by the youth of these 2 girls. Their martial skills are formidable. Though their internal power may not be profound, their opponent was evidently an ordinary person, and after the collision, he found himself seated on the ground. Sir, are you all right? Ouch, my back. Who is this blind fool? Dong Tai, a relative of the Empress, held a position of some prestige as a third-rank official and had always considered himself significant in the capital. Initially ready to unleash a torrent of abuse upon being bumped into, he raised his head to find a striking young lady of around 13 or 14 years old protected by the 2 girls. Mesmerized by her unparalleled beauty, he felt a surge of desire and reached out to touch Dongru's face. Dongru's eyes narrowed. You reckless fool. With a swift twist of her wrist, she delivered a sharp crack. Dong Tai cried out in agony and rolled on the ground. What exceptional whip skills! A young gentleman clad in fine garments, around 17 or 18, exclaimed in admiration. However, A servant beside him grimaced and whispered, "My lord, this man is a cousin of the Empress." This young gentleman was none other than the disguised Kangxi. Upon hearing Liang Jiugong's words, his smile waned, and his expression darkened as he gazed at the radiant young lady. Find out which family this young lady belongs to. Dong Tai, lacking foresight, failed to consider that a Han girl would not venture out without a hat or veil. Only a Manchu princess awaiting selection would be so bold, for they could not marry before participating in the selection and were considered the emperor's property. Anyone daring to offend could face dire consequences. Hence, most would not be foolish enough to provoke them. This young lady possesses remarkable whip skills. I too would like to experience them. Kangxi, for reasons unknown, felt an urge to stop her and engage in conversation. Unfortunately, his words were misconstrued. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. There is no need for idle chatter." Dong Ru, mistaking him for an accomplice of the rogue, showed no hesitation and engaged in combat with Kangxi, who wielded a fan as a weapon. Although Kangxi's skills stemmed from Wudong and were not thoroughly honed due to a lack of practice, he managed to hold his ground against the adept yet youthful Dong Ru, maintaining a balance in their duel. Meanwhile, Liang Jiugong watched in trepidation, silently beseeching, "Oh, my emperor, please cease this. Should any harm befall her, how could this servant atone?" Chapter 8 Reunion of mother and daughter. Dong Ru had always harbored a deep-seated disdain for those men who tarnished the purity of young women. Thus, whenever she encountered such individuals, she was unyielding in her response. In modern times, there was a slight reprieve, being violated still allowed for a semblance of life. However, in this ancient era where chastity was held in higher regard than life itself, a woman's loss of virtue equated to a lifetime of ruin. During her 2 years of learning from her master, she did not confine herself to Mount Mang but accompanied him on various quests of chivalry, witnessing firsthand the misfortunes of many young women whose purity had been compromised, ostracized by their villages, clans, and families. Therefore, when she encountered such men, she dealt with them one by one. Of course, she was not foolish enough to strike in plain sight. Instead, she waited until the dead of night to rid the world of these scourges, all the while redistributing wealth from the affluent to the impoverished. The riches she acquired were then utilized, alongside her scant business acumen, to establish numerous inns across the vast regions, specifically employing those unfortunate women, providing them with the means to earn a living, and enabling her to assist even more in need. It was a win-win situation. I digress. Dong Ru had momentarily forgotten the young dandy before her. The longer the battle dragged on, the more fatigued she became. She had not anticipated that this dandy possessed such remarkable skills. From the moment he struck, she realized he was of a notable lineage, capable of matching her prowess. This was not a favorable sign, as their strengths were not equal. Being younger and lacking in internal energy, she surmised that if the fight continued, she would likely be defeated. It seemed she needed a strategy to conclude the confrontation swiftly. Meanwhile, Kangxi was equally taken aback by the unfolding events. Initially, he harbored a fondness for this young woman, merely intending to engage her in conversation, for he had never encountered such a vivacious lady. Yet, to his surprise, their interaction had escalated into a misunderstanding that led to physical confrontation. Although he had concealed much of his strength for fear of harming her, with each passing moment, he found himself increasingly impressed by her capabilities, ultimately exerting all his might without being able to subdue her. Observing the young woman, who, despite her anger, maintained a calm composure and was now slightly breathless, he discerned that she was nearing exhaustion. Indeed, he spotted an opening, twirling his fan, and with a deft motion along the entwined whip, he pulled her closer, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he declared, "It seems you are destined to lose this round, and I shall claim this whip as my trophy." Suddenly, Dong Ru let out a playful laugh. "You wish to claim it? Very well, it is yours." Seizing the moment while he was momentarily stunned, she released her grip on the whip with one hand, grasped his garment with the other, and with a forceful kick, she spun him around and sent him crashing to the ground. "Master!" Liang Jiugong exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to assist, his eyes narrowing at Dong Ru. "How dare you? Do you not realize silence?" Kangxi interjected with a frown. Dong Ru's gaze lingered on Liang Jiugong for a moment, her expression darkening. His frantic voice had incited suspicion regarding his identity. Was he perhaps a eunuch? Encountering eunuchs in the capital was not unusual, as royal offspring typically had them in their retinue, suggesting he might be a lowly servant. Never mind. She had just arrived in the capital and should avoid causing unnecessary trouble until her grandmother was willing to support her. For now, she would let them be. If Princess Xiao Yan knew her daughter as thoughts, she would surely be in despair. You are aware that you are courting trouble. Humph. Dongru raised her chin defiantly at Kangxi and the dazed Dong Tai before turning to leave with her maidservant. Kangxi, covered in dust from the fall, gestured to the guards hidden in the crowd to refrain from troubling Dongru, allowing her to depart unscathed. Master, are you alright? Liang Jiugong nearly wept in distress. This Dong Tai daring to harass a lady in public, send him to Shuntian Prefecture for a good beating, and lock him up for half a month. Yes, sir. After his bout with Dongru, Kangxi was drenched in sweat, the pent-up frustration from recent court sessions dissipating considerably. It was the first time someone had dared to engage him so openly, and it was exhilarating, especially since she was such an exceptional young woman. As he held the exquisite whip, his thoughts drifted to Dongru's every expression, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Having served Kangxi for over a decade, Liang Jiugong could easily discern his master's burgeoning interest in the unnamed young woman. He promptly arranged for discreet inquiries to uncover her background while following closely behind to serve as master. Kangxi pondered what manner of family could have raised such a vivacious young lady. He had not inquired her name. In a public setting, even if he had asked, she would likely not disclose it, and moreover, he wished to keep her identity a secret. It struck him as odd, after reigning as emperor for over a decade. He had encountered countless beauties, yet upon seeing this girl for the first time, he felt an undeniable distinction. She was unlike anyone else, particularly to him. Even Kangxi himself was incredulous that, despite having 2 sons, he felt as though he were a youthful romantic, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Rationality told him this was inappropriate. Yet he neither wished to nor could suppress the yearning within. Liang Jiugong. Here. Your servant is present. No need to investigate that young lady any further. I already know who she is. This, yes, sir. Liang Jiugong was perplexed, but did not dare to question his master's reasoning. In the distance, Dongru chattered excitedly with Wu Sangui about the intriguing sights she had witnessed, while Wu Sangui affectionately praised his daughter, prompting her to speak even more animatedly. The palpable familial bond was evident to any observer. Good. The royal carriage has not yet arrived. Let us have a few other carriages brought into the palace. The family hastily changed their attire, especially Dongru, who had been forced into a vibrant red ceremonial outfit by Nurse Blue. Feeling quite out of place as it was neither a festival nor her birthday, why wear red? Yet Nurse Blue was adamant that she not change. Please, my lady. Trust this old servant this time. The Empress Dowager, in her advanced years, delights in seeing her juniors dressed in bright colors. You look splendid in this attire. She will surely appreciate it. Nurse Purple chimed in with encouragement, and with Princess Xiao Yan sending people to hasten their arrival, Dongru reluctantly donned the red garments, hoping she would not frighten the elderly lady. Princess Xiao Yan scrutinized Dongru from head to toe before finally nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. My daughter is indeed the most beautiful. Nurse Blue, Nurse Purple, you have worked diligently. Reward them. Thank you, consort. As they approached the capital, everyone began to adjust their titles, fearing ridicule from the local nobility. Meanwhile, Wu Dongqiao seethed quietly, biting her lip in frustration. At 13, did she not surpass the 11-year-old Dongru, who had yet to fully mature? One could not deny that Wu Dongqiao, resembling her mother Qin Yuanyuan, was also strikingly beautiful. However, her demeanor bore the air of her mother, which was often displeasing to the matriarch. In contrast, Dongru, though her features were overly delicate, radiated an aura of confidence and pride, embodying the quintessential qualities of a contemporary noblewoman, earning the respect and admiration of many. Have they arrived yet? It has been so long. Why are they still not here? Ever since learning of her daughter's arrival in the capital, Xiao Zhuang had been restless, asking no less than 10 times. In this moment, she was not the esteemed Empress Dowager, but merely a mother longing to reunite with her daughter after many years apart. Not yet, but they should be here shortly. Have the sedan chairs been sent for them? Dongru and Yingqi are still quite young. They must be exhausted by now. We cannot have them walking all the way to the palace entrance. Rest assured, my lady, I have already given instructions. They would not dare to be negligent. That is good. My duo, it has been 13 years since I last saw you. I wonder how you have fared in Yunnan. I hope Wu Sangui has treated you well. His letters only bring tidings of joy, never of sorrow. Until I see you in person, I cannot ease my heart. Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang acknowledged her partiality, not towards her only son Feline, but rather towards her youngest daughter, a duo. The earlier daughters had endured considerable hardships during their upbringing, so she harbored no concerns regarding their resilience in marriage. However, a duo, having never faced significant adversity, stirred in her a deep fear that marital discord might lead to her being ground down by life's trials. Just as the Empress Dowager was on the verge of inquiring further, a eunuch outside the hall announced, Princess Xu Yuan and the family of Prince Pingxi seek an audience with the Empress Dowager.
Quickly announce them.
Unable to contain her excitement, Xiaozhuang sprang from her couch, her gaze fixed eagerly upon the entrance. Princess Xu Yuan and Wu Sangui entered, and upon seeing Xiaozhuang, Xu Yuan could no longer restrain her longing. Your Majesty, I have missed you dearly. A duo, my beloved a duo. The usually steadfast Xiaozhuang felt her eyes moisten as she embraced her youngest daughter, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Your Majesty, I have not been a dutiful daughter. Xu Yuan exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she beheld her mother's silver strands. Meanwhile, Wu Sangui, kneeling alongside his daughter and son to pay their respects, remained on the ground as the young Yingqi, growing impatient, attempted to stand and play, only to be gently restrained by Dongru. Let's all rise and take our seats. Dongru echoed her father's gratitude. After exchanging a few words with Wu Sangui, Xiaozhuang affectionately regarded the younger generation. Her gaze flitted over Dongru, Yingqi, and Wu Dongqiao before settling on Dongru as she smiled at Wu Sangui. This must be Dongru? Your Majesty has a keen eye. Indeed, it is Dongru. Dongru gracefully approached her grandmother to offer her respects. Ah, how splendid. My granddaughter has grown so lovely, resembling your mother in her youth. Xiaozhuang cherished the moment, inviting Dongru to sit beside her, and beckoned to the wide-eyed Yingqi. Come here, my dear grandson. Among her daughter's 3 children, she had only seen the eldest a few times, while this was her first encounter with the 2 younger ones. Naturally, her affection for her youngest daughter extended to her grandchildren, overwhelming in its tenderness. Why, one might wonder, is she the daughter of Wu Sangui? After a moment of contemplation, Kangxi suddenly found clarity, recalling that Wu Sangui had 2 daughters. Thus, he pondered whether she was the legitimate or illegitimate child. Liang Jiugong, at your service. Has Wu Sangui's family entered Xinang Palace to pay their respects? Let us go to Xinang Palace. Rising, Kangxi strode purposefully toward the door. Chapter 9. Mother-daughter night talk. The Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang had always harbored a disdain for frail women who feigned weakness, as they reminded her of Heilanzu and Dong Yifei, filling her heart with aversion. Thus, upon first laying eyes on Wu Dongqiao, her dislike was immediate, especially since the latter was a presence that irked her daughter. Regardless of Wu Dongqiao's attempts to ingratiate herself, Xiaozhuang's impression remained unfavorable, and she only exchanged a few words with her out of courtesy towards Wu Sangui and his daughter's outward grace, bestowing some gifts in the process. Just as she intended to engage her daughter in conversation, Suma entered with a smile, saying, Your Highness, no matter how many questions you wish to pose to the princess, it would be wise to let her finish her meal first, so she has the strength to respond. Xiaozhuang chuckled heartily, and Shuya, upon seeing her mother, acted like a little girl full of joy, wrapping her arms around Xiaozhuang's and playfully saying, I will heed Mother Empress's wishes, as long as you don't find me bothersome and send me away. No matter what. You are flesh of my flesh. How could I ever harbor such feelings? As soon as they finished their meal, a eunuch entered to announce, Your Majesty, the Emperor requests an audience. Oh, the Emperor has arrived? Quickly, please. Wu Sangui's family immediately rose, and Dongru followed suit, lowering her head to stand properly, catching only a glimpse of a bright yellow robe swiftly passing by. Grandson pays respects to grandmother, wishing her good fortune. Xianyi, quickly rise. The grandson's prompt arrival indicated his regard for his Aunt Xiao and Wu Sangui, which delighted Xiao immensely. "Thank you, grandmother." Kangxi, smiling as he rose, was soon met with Xiao's family attempting to pay their respects, but he preemptively stopped them. "Aunt Xiao, please do not stand on ceremony. You are my elder, and we are all family here. No need for excessive formality. Uncle, please take a seat." Both Wu Sangui and Princess Xiao were elated by his warm acknowledgement. Yet they still respectfully offered their greetings. "We humbly accept your majesty's kindness, yet national etiquette must not be neglected." Princess Xiao gazed affectionately at her nephew, the emperor, who held their family's fate in his hands. Kangxi merely expressed his stance before Xiao, not dwelling on such trivialities. After sitting down, he turned to Dongru and her siblings with a smile. "These are your cousins, aren't they?" "Indeed, this is your cousin Dongru, and this is your brother Ingqi, while that is your eldest sister Dongqiao." Xiao introduced them personally, patting Dongru's hand, while Princess Xiao and her husband merely observed in silence. Since introductions had been made, Dongru and her siblings offered their respects to Kangxi once more. Upon hearing his voice earlier, Dongru had sensed a familiarity. After a few glances, her expression turned sour. She never expected that a casual encounter with a reckless youth in the market would lead to such a connection with Kangxi. This development could spell trouble, and she wondered just how severe his temperament might be, whether he would bear a grudge against her. Unexpectedly, Wu Dongqiao found herself trembling with excitement at the sight of Kangxi, her demeanor and attire lending her a delicate, fragile air that might evoke a sense of pity from men, causing Xiao and Xiao to darken their expressions. At this moment, Kangxi was still youthful, not yet in his later years when he favored Han women. His focus was solely on the unstable political landscape, viewing the women in the palace as mere political alliances, devoid of personal preference. However, upon meeting Dongru, she became the object of his interest, and in her presence, others faded from view. In essence, Wu Dongqiao's efforts to charm went unnoticed. Kangxi personally assisted Dongru and Ingqi, saying, cousin, there's no need for formality. We are blood relatives. There's no need for protocol among family." "Thank you, your majesty." Dongru held her younger brother's hand, inwardly thinking, "Who knows if we are truly blood relatives? It's said that my mother and your father were not born of the same man." Kangxi's eyes sparkled as he regarded Dongru. He had deduced from her position beside the Empress Dowager and the order of introductions that she was indeed the legitimate daughter of his aunt. Realizing she was only 11 yet appeared akin to a girl of 13 or 14, he felt a twinge of disappointment. While conversing with Princess Xiao and Wu Sangui, his gaze often drifted toward Dongru, who, even without raising her head, sensed the intensity of his stare, inwardly cursing him. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a beautiful maiden? Or is it that your bones ache and you wish for another scratch?" Young Ingqi had already grown weary, his eyes barely open, and was taken to rest by Qing Mama. Xiao, concerned for her legitimate granddaughter, instructed Su Ma to arrange a comfortable resting place for her, ensuring she was not wronged, while Wu Dongqiao was merely an afterthought. As Dongru lay in bed, she did not even consider the possibility of offending Kangxi. The deed was done, and given his demeanor that day, he did not seem inclined to seek retribution. If he wished to utter some sour words, she would indulge him. If he went too far, well, she wouldn't coddle anyone. In stark contrast to Dongru's carefree attitude, others found it hard to sleep, such as the excited Wu Dongqiao, the contemplative Wu Sangui, and even Kangxi, who felt a lingering dissatisfaction despite having met them up close. The inexplicable feelings that stirred within him were strange, arriving unannounced and without reason, yet he had no intention of rejecting his own sentiments. He was eager to see how their futures would unfold. Wu Sangui, on account of Ru and Princess Xiao, I shall grant you this opportunity. If your loyalty is genuine, I shall not become the executioner of a faithful dog. Liang Jiogong quietly observed the emperor, his heart racing with anxiety. He had not anticipated that the girl who had caught the emperor's fancy at the market would be the biological daughter of Princess Xiao, the beloved granddaughter of the Empress Dowager. Seeing the emperor's interest in her, he pondered the consequences if she were to enter the palace. Given her esteemed position in the emperor's heart, should she hold a grudge against him for today's display, his future would be grim. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be so concerned. Even among the powerful eunuchs in the emperor's court, there were means to diminish her favor. However, with the Empress Dowager's affection for her granddaughter, it was likely that none among the palace servants would dare to provoke her. Tomorrow, he must find an opportunity to test the emperor's disposition, seeking early amends for today's incident. This is the difference between master and servant. While Dongru remained blissfully unaware of Liang Jiugong's wrath, he himself was too anxious to sleep. Sinang Palace. Main Hall. Xiaozhuang and her daughter lay side by side on the bed, reminiscing about the years apart. As they conversed, the topic shifted to the future of the Prince of Pingxi's estate and the current selection process. Duo, what are your intentions regarding Dongru? Xiaozhuang inquired thoughtfully.
At where?
She is still young. I intend to request an exemption from selection for her. This girl has been spoiled since childhood and cannot bear the slightest hardship. The prince has already stated that there are no plans for her to marry into a prominent family. Rather, we will find her a suitable match locally in Yunnan, allowing her to live under our watchful eyes for most of her life. Seeing her daughter's eyes brim with affection for her granddaughter, Xiaozhuang sighed inwardly. My dear Duo has grown up and now understands the importance of caring for her daughter. Mother Empress. Duo playfully clung to Xiaozhuang's arm. However, my dear, as a mother, I also wish for your happiness. Shuya's heart sank at her words. Though her face remained composed, the life I have today is entirely due to your love, mother. The prince treats both me and the children very well.
I feel quite content now.
Xiaozhuang patted her daughter, not wanting to speak of unpleasant matters on this. Their first day of reunion. Do not concern yourself with the selection of that illegitimate daughter. Your mother and the emperor will arrange a suitable match for her. As for Dongru, you must not dwell on unrealistic notions. Mother Empress. Shuya sat up, astonished, gazing at her. Understanding the implications of her words, Xiaozhuang was not surprised. She had always known her Duo was no fool. Adwa, you must trust your mother. You are her own flesh and blood, and she would never harm you. Dongru is likewise my beloved granddaughter, and I will ensure her well-being. However, it is unnecessary for Ruer to enter the palace. Her father and I have never wished for her to seek anything for the family. We only desire her happiness. Moreover, her straightforward temperament is wholly unsuited for the palace life. Mother, I implore you. Shuya, having emerged from the palace, understands the harsh realities of life within its walls. How could she possibly subject her cherished daughter to such suffering? Tears began to flow silently. Xiaozhuang also sat up, offering a handkerchief from beside her. The brutal reality had been laid bare, and Shuya cried even more sorrowfully. How could she not comprehend all this? Usually astute, she never inquired into the matters concerning Wu Sangui, who, for his part, sought to shield her from worry, refraining from discussing such matters or allowing her to write to her mother for assistance. Her demands were modest. She wished for nothing more than the safety of her husband and children. Yet, given their current circumstances, achieving such peace was exceedingly difficult. The palace maids and matrons had long been dismissed to the outside, leaving only the mother and daughter in silence within the chamber. Chapter 10. A challenge to defiance. After a moment of contemplation, Shuang finally regained her composure. Realizing that since her mother had spoken to her in such a manner rather than engaging in a discussion, the decision had already been made. As the circumstances were unalterable, she felt compelled to secure the best possible outcome for her daughter. Prior to the prince's arrival, he had mentioned that if Ruer were to exhibit a bad temper, he did not expect her to bring any honor to the family. He intended to personally nurture the most suitable son-in-law who could accommodate Ruer's temperament, allowing her to live freely as she did in her maternal home. His plan was to have Dong Qiao enter the palace. However, given the change in circumstances, she needed to seek his opinion. At this revelation, Xiaozhuang experienced a fleeting moment of guilt towards Dongru. After all, life in the palace was arduous for women, and no matter how exalted their status, without the emperor's favor, their existence was vastly different from that of ordinary couples, much like the current Empress Dowager.
Yet,
her identity precluded her from marrying as freely as a common girl could. Seeing her daughter relent on this matter, Xiaozhuang felt a wave of relief. Although she had already resolved to allow her granddaughter to enter the palace to ease the relationship between the emperor and Prince Pingxi, she could not impose it if her daughter remained steadfast. Furthermore, witnessing her daughter's blissful expression when Wu Sangui was mentioned indicated the sincerity of her feelings, which significantly improved her impression of him. Ruer's noble status and slight temper were entirely normal. She found her delightful. This was indeed her heartfelt sentiment, despite their first encounter. Her fondness for her granddaughter was growing increasingly profound. With tears brimming in her eyes, Xiao Yan gazed earnestly at her mother. "Your Majesty, I beseech you for but one favor."
Speak.
If this is merely a hypothetical, should Ruer genuinely enter the palace in a few years, I implore you to ensure her happiness. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhuang replied, "Of course. She is my beloved granddaughter. I shall protect her from any harm. My desire is for her to bear her own children and find joy in them. If she is unhappy, mother, promise me you will allow her to leave the palace." Xiao Zhuang's expression shifted several times before she finally gritted her teeth and said, "I can promise that Ruer will have her own children. As long as she can bear them, I shall ensure her safety, but refrain from speaking recklessly about the latter." Xiao Zhuang harbored uncertainties about Wu Sangui's future, about how Kangxi intended to treat him, and how he would regard Dongru. However, her promise today indicated that if Kangxi wished to deny Dongru children, she would intervene on her behalf. This was no longer merely a matter of familial affection, but entangled with the intricacies of court politics. Seeing her mother's agreement, Xiao Yan was overwhelmed with emotion. Throwing herself into her embrace and weeping anew, "Your Majesty, forgive me for putting you in such a difficult position. However, Ruer is my own flesh and blood. If trading her entire life guarantees my happiness, I would rather end my own existence. Forgive me, mother." Xiao Yan sobbed uncontrollably, aware of her selfishness. As a princess, she ought to prioritize the royal family's welfare, yet her own husband and children were of utmost importance to her, for whom she would sacrifice everything. Xiao Zhuang gently patted her daughter. "I understand. After all, I too am a mother. Who wouldn't wish well for their own child?" With this thought, she felt no resistance towards her daughter's plea. Dongru, unfamiliar with the bed, had slept soundly despite the change of location. Upon awakening, she took her wet nurse and made for a stroll in the garden to exercise and familiarize herself with her surroundings. The palace was filled with walls and lacked greenery, which would undoubtedly become oppressive over time. Still groggy, Dongru reacted with an eye roll upon encountering Kangxi, her expression far from pleasant. Liang Jiugong, witnessing this, felt a jolt. The young lady's temper was indeed formidable. Conversely, Kangxi was amused by her candidness and smiled gently. "Ruer, have you had breakfast yet? Who are you calling Ruer? You think you can just call her that?" "Scoundrel," she retorted, her words sharp and unfiltered, startling the servants who promptly knelt. "Your Majesty, forgive us. The young lady is still groggy from sleep. We beseech your Majesty for mercy." They discreetly tugged at Dongru's sleeve. Just as Dongru prepared to greet Kangxi, he, having finished laughing, grasped her small hand resting on her waist, preventing her from bowing. "Enough. I mentioned yesterday that we need not be so formal as cousins. Let the nurses rise. My cousin is merely playing with me." Dongru rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, "Who is playing with you?" She protested softly, "Let go of me." Kangxi delighted in her genuine expressions, having grown weary of the sycophantic and deceptive faces he encountered daily. Her spirited resistance brought him immense joy. "Cousin, do not stand on ceremony. It is my duty as your elder cousin, who is being courteous to you." Dongru's anger flared, and she abruptly twisted her wrist to free herself from his grasp. Prepared, Kangxi tightened his hold, their size difference rendering her efforts futile, causing her face to flush with frustration. The wet nurse and maids turned pale, fearing for their mistress, as she dared to confront the emperor. However, Liang Jiugong maintained composure, sending the other servants away while remaining by their side, secretly admiring Dongru's audacity. This young lady had captivated the emperor at such a tender age. Embracing the soft figure of Dongru, Kangxi shamefully acknowledged the heat coursing through him. He was inexplicably affected by the 11-year-old, even though she appeared remarkably mature. Dongru, feeling vindicated, clapped her hands and laughed at Kangxi, who was now sweating profusely. Serves you right for daring to be lewd towards me. HM. She lifted her chin defiantly. She was untroubled by the implications of their interaction, but refused to be coerced into submission. If she were to face such an affront from anyone else, Kangxi would have already cast them out in fury. Yet, seeing Dongru's innocent demeanor, his anger dissipated, leading him to chuckle. You, with that temper? Who besides me can endure it in the future? Whether anyone can tolerate it is none of your concern. Of course it is, for your future husband can only be I. Regaining his composure, Kangxi seized her again. Declaring this was the first time he referred to himself as I in front of Dongru. You're not hurt anymore, are you? Do you still dare to think of me? Just look at how old you are. With a horde of wives and concubines, you still dare to covet me? She aimed a kick at him. This girl seemed oblivious to the most critical matter at hand, as if unaware she was being reminded of her future in the palace. Yet, her demeanor suggested she was unconcerned. Indeed, you are destined to be tormented by me for life. Accept your fate. The two engaged in a childish contest of wills. When Xiao and Princess Shuang finally joined for breakfast, they found the cousins feasting heartily after their earlier exertions, prompting Xiao to take an extra bowl, delightedly urging Kangxi and Dongru to spend more time dining with her. Reflecting on the morning's antics, Dongru felt a twinge of regret. She recognized her cunning paled in comparison to that of the women in the palace. Should they harbor resentment for her playful antics with Kangxi, her peace would be shattered. Kangxi, however, felt no apprehension. He had long instructed Liang Jiugong to clear the area. Furthermore, he was not Fu Lin or Huang Taiji, incapable of safeguarding his beloved. As the child was indeed what he desired, he would personally ensure her well-being. After exchanging a few words with Empress Dowager Xiao and Princess Shuya, Kangxi took his leave. He had only recently assumed power and was still quite occupied. As he departed, he cast a lingering glance at Dongru, only to find that the ungrateful little creature was engrossed in play with her brother, which left him somewhat disheartened. Those present were astute individuals. The expression on his face could not escape the discerning eyes of Xiao and Shuya. Noticing the emperor's evident interest in Dongru, both mother and daughter silently nodded in satisfaction. And Xiao gazed at Dongru with increased affection. The Empress Dowager was the first to approach, for she shared a close bond with Shuya. Despite their age difference, the two had not seen each other for over a decade, and their reunion was filled with warmth as they exchanged thoughtfully prepared gifts. The Empress Dowager, shedding her usual reticence, engaged in lively conversation with Princess Shuya, while Xiao occasionally interjected with affectionate remarks, often gazing lovingly at them. The Empress Dowager pulled Dongru close. Your Majesty, upon closer inspection, this girl bears quite a resemblance to you. That nose, those ears, it's as if she were cast from the same mold. Xiao chuckled upon examining Dongru more closely. Shuya felt a surge of gratitude towards the Empress Dowager, recognizing that her intentions were to enhance the affection the Empress had for her daughter. Dongru beamed brightly, allowing them to appraise her, while she curiously observed the Empress Dowager, silently reminding herself not to underestimate any woman within the palace. At that moment, a eunuch entered to report, Your Imperial Highness, Your Majesty, and Lady Ru have arrived with the other young mistresses to pay their respects. Xiao composed herself, drawing Dongru to stand beside her, announced them. Call forth Her Majesty the Empress and Lady Ru. Dongru gazed inquisitively at the entrance, eager to see what the audacious Empress and her consorts looked like. Chapter 11. The intrigues of the imperial court. At the tender age of 13, Empress Hesherly was wed to the 12-year-old Kangxi, and now, 6 years have passed. They have had a son, who tragically passed away last year. Like the beautiful consort Rui, the Empress hails from a distinguished lineage, but remains only a consort. A rivalry that began before they even entered the palace has since escalated into open discord. Both women entered the palace out of political necessity. Kangxi chose the Empress due to her powerful grandfather. The Empress is dignified and graceful, while consort Rui possesses exceptional beauty. Kangxi lavished his affection on both, though the true extent of his feelings remains known only to himself. Trailing behind were over 20 noble women, all coming to pay their respects to Empress Dowager Xiao. At this moment, The palace was far from the restructured hierarchy that would come years later. The crowd was sparse, with only the Empress and Consort Rui holding high positions. The Emperor's offspring were not plentiful. It was not due to a lack of births, but rather a lack of survival, a situation for which the Empress bore significant responsibility. Observing her grandmother's attitude towards her, Dongru could surmise the underlying tensions. Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang was naturally displeased with the Empress's jealousy, as an abundance of royal offspring was deemed beneficial. The Empress, unable to bear children herself, was also thwarting others from doing so, having lost one prince and failing to protect her own. However, the Emperor had only recently taken the reins of power, and remnants of Oboi's faction were yet to be eradicated. Thus, while she could not be excessively punished, the Empress Dowager chose to elevate Consort Rui, suppressing the Empress's influence and allowing the two women to vie for prominence, thereby providing opportunities for others in the court. As the Emperor aged, the need for healthy heirs grew increasingly urgent, yet he had only a sickly third prince. This situation was hardly reassuring. Nevertheless, Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang found herself in a predicament. No mature emperor relishes interference in his affairs, and as long as the disturbances remained manageable, she chose to remain uninvolved. Furthermore, all the women in the harem were connected to the previous dynasty, and even the strongest familial bonds held an element of caution. In truth, Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang's genuine affection for the younger generation was reserved solely for Dongru. After exchanging a few words with Princess Shuang, the Empress smiled at Dongru, remarking, "Is this not your cousin from the maternal side? Indeed, she is a beauty. Here is a small token of affection from your cousin. I hope you'll accept it without disdain." Dongru graciously accepted the gift, though inwardly she scoffed. Did she think no one noticed her insincerity? Jealous of her beauty? It was not merely Dongru's opinion. Any well-composed woman would surpass her in allure. Regrettably, only Kangxi was aware of her sharp tongue. Others merely regarded her as a pretty, somewhat spoiled, yet polite young lady. Consort Rui was quick to present her own gift to Dongru, which was equally impressive, prompting the others to feign ignorance. Though the Empress's expression darkened with displeasure, this unpretentious act endeared her to the Empress of the Nyo Hulu clan, who once shared a similarly vibrant personality. Now reduced to enduring the palace life, the Empress, observing Consort Rui engaging with Dongru, harbored a silent resentment. Do you believe this girl will be easily dealt with? With Wu Songgui's military power, the Emperor will surely not overlook this princess. Her status and beauty will make her a formidable rival when it comes to winning his favor. Consort Rui, seemingly oblivious, cast a casual glance her way, as if deciphering her thoughts, and scoffed internally. You have rendered me incapable of having children, and my family will eventually forsake me. You have effectively ruined my life. If the Emperor truly cared for me, things would not be as they are. Competing for favor is futile. I might as well strive to unseat you. As for the Emperor's affection, may the most capable prevail, but you shall not succeed. I will always keep a watchful eye on you. Dongru felt a jolt in her brow. What? This is how court intrigue unfolds. It is too terrifying. I seem unable to handle it. Perhaps I should consider a way to eliminate Kangxi. But no, the guiding system cautioned against directly harming key figures. Instead, she could cultivate loyal assassins to act on her behalf. If that fails, perhaps she could employ someone else's hand? The Heaven and Earth Society. The White Lotus Sect? Meanwhile, in the southern study, Kangxi sneezed loudly, pondering if his little cousin was thinking of him, and chuckled softly as he returned to his work. Little did he know, his dear cousin was indeed contemplating how to orchestrate his demise. In her chamber, Wu Dongjiao felt restless, accompanied by the ever-watchful Qing Mama, who had been temporarily assigned to her side. Qing Mama, I'm feeling stifled in here. May I step outside for a breath of fresh air? Unfazed, Qing Mama replied sternly, no. Wu Dongjiao's expression darkened. This old woman, emboldened by her proximity to the princess, spoke to her in such a manner. Once she became a consort, she would ensure this woman faced dire consequences. Thoughts of the youthful and handsome Kangxi filled her mind. A gentle soul she had only glimpsed the night before. She wondered if he had truly noticed her. If only she could orchestrate a chance encounter, the outcome might be more favorable. She caressed her face, confident in her beauty, a trait inherited from her mother, the legendary Chen Yuan. Surely no man could resist her charm. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that her aunt was not favored at the Pingxi Wangfu. Meanwhile, Dongru remained behind, causing Princess Shuang some concern. With her mother's directive, Princess Shuang could only acquiesce, reiterating her warnings. Ruru, while in the palace, heed your imperial grandmother's words, do not wander. And certainly avoid causing trouble, understand? She wished to add, stay away from the women of the harem. Do not touch their delicacies or trust their words. But found it difficult to voice her true concerns. Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang chuckled at her daughter's anxiety. Do not worry, Ruru is hardly a troublemaker. When you return tomorrow, she will still be lively and well. She understood her daughter's worries, yet having made her assurances, she would ensure Ruru's safety. Left alone in this unforgiving palace, Dongru felt no fear. Whatever happened, she would navigate it as it came. If she were to confront the Empress, it mattered little. The most powerful figure in the harem was not the Empress, but the Empress Dowager, her maternal grandmother. If anyone dared to make her suffer, they would find no peace themselves. As Dongru sat beside her grandmother, discussing the customs and scenery of Yunnan, she sought to build rapport. At that moment, Suma entered with 2 diligent maids, bowing to the Empress Dowager and Dongru. Your Highness, I bring Qin Mama and Wan Mama to pay their respects to the princess. Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang smiled approvingly at the 2. Ruru, these 2 mamas have served me closely and are well-versed in palace affairs. This one on the left, Qin Mama, is the daughter of a court physician, highly knowledgeable in women's health and will attend to your daily needs. The other, Wan Mama, is quite eloquent and familiar with palace etiquette and will instruct you on the rules to avoid any missteps in formal settings. Upon hearing this, Dongru grasped her grandmother's intentions. It was customary for matriarchs of prominent families to place trusted aides near their favored granddaughters, serving both protective and intimidating purposes. She immediately stood to express her gratitude. Seeing her granddaughter's cleverness and understanding, Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang felt immense satisfaction. Dongru was not her only granddaughter. There was also a noblewoman from the Korchin clan, a relative of Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang. Though this noblewoman was also a granddaughter, the emotional bond was not as strong, and while she received some care, she did not enjoy the same level of affection, nor had she been assigned attendants. Do you now know who your future master will be? Take good care of the young princess. If she thrives, she will surely not neglect your families. Should there be even the slightest error on her part, you need not wait for her to speak, for I shall not spare anyone. After all these years of service, I trust you are well aware of my temperament. Both Nurse Qin and Nurse Wan solemnly assured Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, Your Majesty, please rest assured that we shall do our utmost to serve the young princess. Dongru, witnessing this, smiled and tugged at Xiaozhuang's sleeve. The nurses by my grandmother's side must be exceptional. Since they have been given to me, I must take them away quickly, lest my royal grandmother regret her generosity. Xiaozhuang was amused by her audacity. You little girl, do you truly believe that my royal grandmother is so stingy as to regret giving a few attendants to her granddaughter? That is hard to say. What if, upon further reflection, you wish to reclaim these 2 remarkably capable nurses? No, I must hasten to take them away. Without further ado, she pulled the 2 nurses along to depart. Filled with gratitude, the nurses bowed respectfully to Xiaozhuang before assisting Dongru in leaving. Xiaozhuang, laughing, pointed at her and declared, Very well, you need not wait a moment longer. My royal grandmother now regrets giving you such excellent attendance. I did not hear that. I did not hear that. Dongru exclaimed. Nurse Qin, Nurse Wan, let us depart swiftly. In no time, they vanished from sight, causing Xiaozhuang to dab her eyes with a handkerchief, wiping away tears of laughter. Suma brought her tea to soothe her throat, filled with gratitude for the young princess who could bring joy to her mistress. In recent years, not only had the emperor borne great pressure, but Xiaozhuang had also smiled less frequently. Just as Dongru was introducing her newly acquired attendants to Nurse Lan and Nurse Si, Liang Jiugong, who served beside Kangxi, entered with a smile and bowed. I greet the young princess. Liang Gonggang, are you not with my cousin? How is it that you have the time to visit me? His Majesty is in the Nanshifang and has just received some delightful new items. He asked me to invite the princess to come and enjoy them together.
On the way.
Liang Jiugong apologized to Dongru for the earlier incident in the street. It took her a moment to recall what he was referring to, and she could not help but chuckle. Liang Gonggong, you are overthinking it. You were merely trying to protect my cousin. There is no offense to speak of that warrants a special apology. Seeing that Dongru was sincere, he felt relieved and delightedly spoke many flattering words, keeping her entertained all the way to the Nanshifeng. Upon reaching the door, Liang Jiugong announced loudly, "Your Majesty, the princess has arrived." After pushing open half the door, he gestured for Dongru to enter before closing it behind her and standing guard outside. Curious, Dongru crossed the high threshold and found Kangxi alone at the table. Engrossed in painting, "Ruer has arrived," he called without lifting his head. Dongru pouted. Was he not supposed to have something new and exciting? What a deceiver. Since there was no one else present, she did not bother with formalities and walked directly to the table. "What did you summon me for? Where are the interesting things you mentioned?" Chapter 12. The way of interaction, by the way. Where is my whip? Return it to me. Dongru extended her small hand towards Kangxi, demanding her possession. Just as Kangxi finished his final stroke in the painting, he chuckled and replied, "I may not have your whip, but I do have a painting." With a firm grasp, he pulled her hand, causing Dongru to tumble into his embrace and sit on his lap. Dongru widened her eyes in disbelief. "How dare you? Let me go, you shameless rogue. Scoundrel." Although Kangxi did not fully comprehend the term rogue, he sensed it was not a compliment when used alongside scoundrel. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he teased, "Since you've said that, if I don't do something, it would be quite remiss of me." He leaned in to nibble at her cheek, not a kiss, but a genuine nibble. Infuriated, Dongru flailed her arms and legs, yet Kangxi held her tightly, and after a prolonged struggle, she could only resort to retaliating verbally. After a brief bout of playful banter, Kangxi finally released her, allowing Dongru to migrate to the opposite side of the table. Furiously wiping her face, while glaring at him, "Are you not ashamed? The emperor of the Great Qing bullying a weak woman like me, what a scandal that would be if it got out. How could it possibly get out? Besides, isn't it only natural for a future husband to be close to his future wife? Who is your future wife? And who is your future husband?" Dongru retorted, feeling quite shameless herself, only to encounter someone even more brazen than she. "Ruer, you must not regret this matter." Kangxi's eyes sparkled with earnestness. "Humph. I have no intention of marrying you. If I were to marry, my husband must be the only one for me, and he must be a legitimate spouse. You already have a wife and concubines, and they are quite formidable. I have no desire to entangle myself in that." Kangxi's expression grew complex.
Where?
"Do you wish to be empress?" Fuming, Dongru seized a nearby memorial and hurled it at Kangxi. "Do you not understand what I am saying? I am talking about being the legitimate wife, regardless of his status. Even if he is a commoner, I want to be the foremost." Kangxi swiftly caught the memorial. All right, I understand. This should not be thrown about carelessly." After a moment's hesitation, battling inner turmoil, he pulled Dongru back into his arms, holding her tightly.
Where?
"Please do not speak of such things again. I may not be able to make you empress for now, but I promise, in the future, I will ensure you are the primary wife, all right? The empress is solely concerned with her own interests, and her lack of leniency towards his heirs has long been a source of his dissatisfaction. However, given the instability of the current dynasty, it is crucial to maintain order in the palace. Thus, the empress retains her value and cannot be easily displaced. If Wu Sangui were to relinquish military power, allowing Ruer to become empress would not be out of the question, for he wishes to provide her with the best. Yet reality does not permit him to follow his desires entirely. Ruer is too naive to grasp the complexities surrounding her and his father. Perhaps it is best for her to remain blissfully ignorant while he protects her from the outside world. Unbeknownst to them, they had momentarily set aside their conflicts. "Where is my whip?" Dongru suddenly recalled her missing item. "I will give it to you in a few days. For now, look at the portrait I painted. Does it resemble you?" Dongru, not one to feign modesty, perched herself on his lap to admire the painting on the desk. It depicted her radiant smile against the backdrop of the imperial garden, adorned in a striking red banner dress. Dongru scoffed, while Kangxi chuckled helplessly. Noting how she differed from the typical young ladies who preferred to present their best selves, she, on the other hand. He then took Dongru's hand, leading her to dine with Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang. As they strolled through the palace, it was impossible for others not to notice them, yet both were unconcerned. Originally, he had not intended to be so ostentatious, but his feelings for Dongru had surged so rapidly that he doubted he could conceal them from the watchful eyes around him. Thus, he chose to be forthright, sparing his cousin any distress. As for those who dared to reach for her, he would show no mercy, though a political marriage was necessary. It did not have to be with any specific individual. Every family had several eligible young women and capable men. The following day, upon entering the palace, Princess Shuang heard rumors of the emperor's favoritism towards Dongru, nearly causing her to swoon. Upon seeing her daughter lively and carefree, she felt even more convinced that her daughter was unsuitable for palace life. Given her nature, who could say how long she would survive there? Yet, upon witnessing the emperor's gaze fixed upon Dongru, she realized this was beyond her control. Too late. The Aizenjoro family had consistently produced remarkable men, but they also had a lineage of romantic souls. Those who fell in love were unwavering, yet the women they adored seldom lived long. This thought deepened her worries. Moreover, would her mother permit such a situation? She had vehemently opposed the union between Emperor Xuanji and consort Dongyi. When she next encountered Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, she observed her discreetly, noting that on several occasions, Xiaozhuang refrained from mentioning the matter, and her demeanor appeared quite cheerful, leaving Shuang in a state of unease, uncertain of her true stance. Logically, if she disapproved of Dongru's deepening bond with the emperor, the best course of action would be to separate them while their feelings were still unstable. Especially given that Dongru was not yet of age for selection, a ready-made excuse. Yet, it seemed Xiaozhuang had no intention of releasing her daughter from the palace. Could it be that Xiaozhuang was unaware of the palace gossip? Certainly not. She simply chose to disregard it. Having raised Kangxi herself, she was acutely aware of his character. Despite his youth, he was far more suited to be emperor than his father. He understood the duality of his role, first as an emperor, then as a man, and he knew what he desired. His resolve was tenacious. Once he recognized his desires, he would not yield to external pressures. As for the notion of severing their emotional ties, why would she do so? After assisting 3 generations of emperors, she was weary, approaching 60 years of age. How many more years could she endure? How long could she exert control? Kangxi had no interest in Mongolian women. There was only one Mongolian concubine in the palace, and she held a minor rank. If she were to suppress him in this regard, where would he vent his frustrations on the courtisan? That was not only her maternal family, but also her daughters-in-laws. Moreover, she understood that Kangxi had not lost his mind due to his affection for Dongru. His actions in separating her from Wu Sangui confirmed that. She was aging and could no longer manage everything. If she could protect them for even a day, it was worth it. After all, the Aizenjoro family was not the first to have romantic souls, yet they had endured for many years. What good was it to worry excessively? Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang had come to terms with this reality. Thus, Dongru's innate charm and favorable disposition truly worked wonders. One day, Dongru, with no particular plans, noticed the palace maids airing out Xiaozhuang's old garments, most of which were from her youth, kept for nostalgia and stored in chests. Dongru rummaged through them and found that the clothes were all Mongolian attire. Although the colors had faded from their original brilliance, the designs were genuinely beautiful. Taking advantage of Xiaozhuang's fondness for her, she selected a striking red Mongolian outfit, requesting matching accessories and shoes to complete her look. "How do I look?" Dongru exclaimed, flipping her head of braids and spinning in front of the mirror. "Master, you truly resemble a Mongolian princess." Wei Zhu, a young eunuch assigned to Dongru by Kangxi, praised. He was not only a eunuch but also a skilled martial artist. Dongru realized that this young Wei must have been secretly trained by Kangxi as a loyal aide, and she silently marveled at the close call. She had been contemplating the idea of training an assassin to target him, unaware that his own loyalists were already in place. "Oh, grandmother." Dongru entered the main hall without the need for an announcement. "This girl. She is becoming increasingly unruly." The Empress Dowager playfully chided her. "Ah, cousin is here too. How delightful to see you, cousin." Dongru cheekily placed her hand on her chest and performed a Mongolian salute. It was only then that the Empress Dowager noticed her attire and, filled with surprise, beckoned her closer. "Who is this exquisite Kikage? Come forth, so I may admire you properly." Dongru smiled as she stood before her. The Empress Dowager caressed the fabric of her clothing, gazing at the bright, smiling young girl before her, as if seeing her younger self. "This outfit is one I wore during my time in Korchin, so many decades ago. Its colors have faded, yet you are still willing to don it." Dongru found it quite beautiful, since grandmother no longer wore it. She might as well wear it herself to prevent it from feeling lonely.
Ha!
"You silly girl, do you think clothing feels loneliness? Very well, if you do not mind. Then it is all yours. Su-ma, instruct the imperial household to take the princess's measurements and make several new Mongolian garments." "Yes, your highness." Su-ma's eyes glistened with moisture. Dongru bore a resemblance to the Empress Dowager, and in her attire, she momentarily saw the young princess of years gone by. How swiftly time had passed. Kangxi was entranced. He had never favored Mongolian women, yet his Dongru looked stunning in Mongolian attire. Indeed, she was the most beautiful, no matter what she wore. After a while of light-hearted conversation with the Empress Dowager, she began to feel fatigued, prompting the two of them to take their leave. "Dongru, dear cousin, shall we venture outside the palace for some fun?" Kangxi looked at her with affection. Outside the palace? Where to? Dongru was not overly excited. This was not an era of peace, and who knew how Kangxi could be so audacious as to venture out? She certainly did not wish to accompany him and risk encountering an assassination attempt. Should anything happen to him, her entire family would be implicated. Kangxi led her to a secluded spot, glancing around to ensure that only Liang Jiugong and Wei Zhu were in the vicinity before whispering, "We are going to Tong Guowei's house. I have a matter to discuss with him privately." "Tong Guowei? Is he the brother of my aunt?" Dongru pondered before asking. "Yes, he is my mother's brother." "My dear uncle." Kangxi was quite fond of her manner of speaking, playfully pinching her little nose, only to be met with a playful slap from her. "How wonderful! I have never had the chance to visit the homes of the powerful in the capital." Chapter 13. Tongjia Wanying Master. "Master, the Emperor has come to our residence incognito." The young servant rushed in, breathless, and found Tong Guowei in haste. A flicker of joy flashed in Tong Guowei's eyes. "Quickly inform the eldest princess." "Yes." While adjusting his attire, Tong Guowei swiftly made his way to the entrance to greet the already arrived Kangxi. "Minister has seen the Emperor. May the Emperor be blessed."
Rise.
"There is no need for excessive formality. For today I have merely come to visit my cousin," Kangxi replied. "Oh, by the way, you may not be acquainted with the young princess, the legitimate daughter of Princess Xiao Yan, my dear cousin. I have grown weary of the palace and desired to visit relatives." Upon hearing this, Tong Guowei glanced at Dongru, who was adorned in red, feeling a tremor within but maintaining his composure as he greeted Dongru. "I have the honor to meet the princess." "You are too courteous, Lord Tong." Dongru quickly responded. Kangxi smiled at Dongru. "It is the princess's first visit to your estate. How about we explore together, as it has been quite some time since I last visited?" What could Tong Guowei say? He could only smile and lead them around. However, his heart raced with anxiety. His daughter had intentions of entering the palace and had relied on her connection to the Emperor's cousin. With the sudden arrival of a young princess who held such a prominent place in the Emperor's heart, as acknowledged by the Emperor himself, would his daughter still retain her advantages upon entering the palace? Moreover, the daughter of Princess Xiao Yan was none other than the daughter of Wu Sanguei. As he observed the tenderness in the Emperor's gaze while he explained things to her, he pondered whether the Emperor's affection was due to Wu Sangui's military power or if he genuinely harbored feelings for her.
"Cousin."
A melodious yet shy voice interjected. Dongru shivered slightly, casting a mischievous glance at Kangxi. "So, you enjoy being called cousin, do you?" Kangxi awkwardly scratched his nose. With outsiders present, he felt hesitant to explain that he had permitted only her to call him cousin, as she was his uncle's daughter. He did not want to embarrass her, having previously remained silent on the matter. However, being caught by Dongru made him feel inexplicably guilty, leaving him with nothing but a forced smile. The cunning Tong Guowei certainly did not miss their subtle exchanges, furrowing his brow as he admonished his daughter. "Wanying, one must uphold decorum in the presence of the Emperor." Tong Jia Weining, publicly chastised by her father, felt a flush of embarrassment, her face turning crimson as she respectfully curtsied to Kangxi. The emperor, fearing Dongru might embarrass him further, dared not look at her too long. Once she completed her greeting, he finally addressed her. Weining, noticing the beautiful woman in disguise beside Kangxi, feigned a gentle smile. Which family does this sister belong to? It is quite rare to see someone of your stature. Dongru instantly formed a poor impression of her. How disingenuous. Just because she hadn't seen her before, she had to pretend it was a rarity. As if she was worthy of meeting her. Tong Wei hurriedly introduced his daughter, but upon hearing that the girl was indeed a titled princess, Weining's smile faltered. She had not anticipated that this girl held an official title, and now she would have to show her respect. Dongru, however, awaited her greeting with an air of amusement, her smile almost taunting, nearly causing Weining to lose her composure. Kangxi's visit was not merely a casual one. He had pressing matters to discuss with Tong Wei. Upon seeing Weining, he took Dongru's hand, coaxing her, "Ruer, let Tong Jiagage accompany you on a stroll while I discuss matters with your father. Afterward, I shall take you out for some fun, all right?" Dongru shot him a sidelong glance, wondering if he truly thought to treat her like a child. Nevertheless, with outsiders present, she decided to grant him some face and nodded in agreement, much to Kangxi's surprise and delight. Weining quickly accepted the task, offering a gracious smile. "Rest assured, cousin. I shall take good care of the young princess." Dongru cast a sidelong glance at both Kangxi and Tong Jia Weining, remaining silent. Tong Wei frowned, signaling to his daughter. The emperor had addressed her by her surname, yet she still referred to herself as cousin, lacking awareness of the situation. Unfortunately, Weining's gaze remained fixed on Kangxi, oblivious to her father's discontent. Kangxi feigned ignorance, politely responding, "I appreciate your assistance, Tong Jiagage. Wei Zhu, ensure the princess is well taken care of." "Yes," Wei Zhu promptly replied. Dongru found her time with Tong Jia Weining utterly uninteresting as she droned on about her and Kangxi's childhood together, a tiresome repetition. What was her intent? To assert dominance? Though she had yet to develop feelings for Kangxi, they were destined to live together in the palace, making him hers. She would not allow anyone to covet what was rightfully hers while simultaneously attempting to undermine her. Drawing out the beautiful new whip Kangxi had gifted her that day, she swung it at a nearby willow tree, the leaves cascading down like a shower. Much better. This whip felt more comfortable than her previous one. It was indeed crafted with fine materials, both exquisite and practical. Wei Zhu, as Liang Jiugong's disciple, had been selected by Kangxi to serve alongside Dongru. Though he had only been attending to her for a few days, he understood his mistress's impatience. He could see that Tong Jia Weining had irritated her, and he felt a twinge of concern. The Tong Jiagage was not like others. She must maintain her dignity. He hoped the princess would refrain from retaliating with her whip. If she wished to teach her a lesson, it would have to be when no one could witness the act. Just then, he noticed a pavilion ahead and quickly suggested, "Mistress, we have been walking for quite a while. Shall we rest inside?" "Emma, come help me." Seeing the maid frozen in shock, Weining huffed quietly. Those familiar with Dongru would have warned her, "Young lady, you underestimate the situation. Even if Dongru were to strike you and render you incapable of participating, the emperor would hardly speak out, as you have sisters. What he requires are daughters from the Tong family, not a specific individual."
Cough.
"Sister Wu, although I am a few years your elder, allow me to offer you some advice. Do not take offense. As young ladies, we ought to embody gentleness and virtue. Carrying a whip at all times is rather unbecoming." Dongru observed Tong Jia Weining with a leaf atop her head, which even bore a caterpillar, earnestly lecturing her. Unable to suppress her laughter, she found the scene amusing. Weining's expression darkened. "What are you laughing at?" "I am laughing at the caterpillar on Tong Jiagage's head. It looks like a charming ornament." "Caterpillar?" Weining barely contained a scream as panic swept over her. Her complexion transformed through shades of white, red, and blue, akin to a palette, while her maid rushed to help her remove it, having not noticed its presence earlier. As Weining noted that Dongru had no leaves adorning her, she mistakenly assumed the same applied to herself, falling into a trap of her own making. This realization delighted Dongru, who reveled in her mischief. Her joy stemmed from others' misfortunes. She would never reveal that she had skillfully avoided any foliage. Dongru seemed to recall her unfinished thought. What did Tong Jiagij say earlier? The whip, right? She casually placed it on the stone table. This whip is considered a royal gift. I never intended to accept it. Yet someone insisted I hold it for self-defense against those who dare to bully me. However, throughout my life, I have only ever bullied others. Who would dare to bully me? Isn't it rather presumptuous? Tong Jia Weining quivered and averted her gaze. How could she admit it was indeed a royal decree? Acknowledging it would be a grave disrespect, and her heart brimmed with resentment toward Dongru. Yet, Dongru seemed eager to offend further, posing a question.
Indeed.
Judging by Tong Jiaguji's appearance, she must be more than 13 this year, right? Dongru casually inquired, tilting her head. The princess mentioned that Wanning is 18 this year. Dongru silently scoffed, wondering why she no longer referred to her as sister. Hearing this, Dongru feigned confusion, asking, 18? Then Tong Jiagugo is quite grown up, yet why hasn't she? Suddenly, Dongru halted, casting an embarrassed glance at her.
Ah.
Tong Jiagugo, please do not take offense. I am simply straightforward and speak my mind. When I was 12, my father said I was too young to participate in this election, and I missed it due to illness last time, which is why I have only reached this point now. Dongru looked at her with sympathy. Since you have delayed until this age to insist on participating in this election, it seems that Tong Guowei is determined to send his daughter into the palace. If he truly cared for her, he should have sought permission for her to marry on her own after missing the last selection, rather than waiting until she has reached the maximum age for selection. TSK. In truth, Dongru was unaware of the real circumstances. Tong Jia Wanning was of the same age as Kong Shi, merely a few months younger. She was old enough during the first selection, but Tong Guowei had chosen to avoid participation. At that time, the competition between Hishiri and Niu Hulu for the position of empress was fierce, and the candidates from that selection did not fare well. It was not prudent for the Tong family to get involved, for despite Kong Shi's closeness to his uncle, it could not compare to his empire. Under such circumstances, the Tong family would gain nothing. During the next selection, Tong Jia Wanning was prepared. Yet the Empress and Niu Hulu had set aside their rivalry and conspired against her, resulting in her contracting smallpox before the selection, causing her to miss it once again. This year marked her third encounter with the selection. Thus it could be said that Tong Jia Wanning was somewhat irrational. She could no longer afford to delay. At this point, she ought to have kept a low profile, yet dared to provoke Dongru. One would wonder where all her years of palace intrigue training had gone. The reason Tong Guowei persisted in wanting his eldest daughter to enter the palace at such an age was that Tong Jia Wanning bore a striking resemblance to Kong Shi's mother, possessing about 60 to 70% of her likeness. The Tong family hoped that upon seeing her, Kong Shi would be reminded of his mother and treat them with greater favor. Had Dongru known this, she would have laughed heartily. It is quite normal for a niece to resemble her aunt, yet one has rarely seen a man willing to marry a woman who bears a striking resemblance to his own mother. Wouldn't there be an inherent sense of guilt during intimacy? It is truly perplexing how Tong Guowei's mind operates. Or could it be that Kong Shi indeed has a preference for such a notion? Subsequent events would prove that Kong Shi indeed did not entertain such thoughts. Tong Jia Wanying's fate was intertwined with her appearance. It was both her fortune and her misfortune. Chapter 14. The continued bullying age is a topic that Tong Jia Wanning is most reluctant to mention. Now, being so blatantly discussed by Dongru, her heart swells with embarrassment and resentment. Suddenly, she notices the drab and somewhat faded red garment Dongru is wearing, and a clever thought strikes her. This attire of yours, princess, has it seen better days? Dongru's eyes light up. Finally, this is more like it. The deep sisterly bond notion feels utterly out of place here. Let the mutual harm commence. This is the perfect opportunity to alleviate her boredom and hone her palace intrigue skills. Instantly invigorated, Dongru feigns innocence. You have a keen eye, Tong Guo. This was worn by a relative of mine. I thought it lovely and decided to borrow it. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? She stands and twirls in front of Tong Jia Wanning, deliberately allowing her to see it clearly. Borrowed from someone? Or was it worn before? Tong Jia Wanying's eyes widen in surprise, and she quickly retrieves a handkerchief, pretending to dab her mouth to mask the sneer that threatens to surface. Initially, she thought Dongru was a pampered princess with lofty standards, only to discover she wears discarded clothing like a servant. This truly tarnishes the reputation of Princess Xiao. Could it be that the Wu family is so impoverished that they cannot provide decent garments for their legitimate daughters? This thought breeds a sense of superiority within her, and she gazes at Dongru with newfound warmth, like an older sister offering comfort. You are beautiful, princess, and look lovely in anything. Speaking of beauty, I recently made several new outfits that are quite stylish. Would you like to have a look? If you fancy any of them, I would be delighted to gift them to you. A smile flickers in Dongru's heart. How audacious of you to say that you would give me something. You are 7 years my senior. Would I be able to wear clothes made for you? I am eager to see her reaction shortly. She feigns eagerness. Really? That's wonderful. Hurry and show me. I adore beautiful garments. Dongru, however, does not partake in gifts from strangers. She lifts the teacup merely for show, not drinking. Naturally, she expresses genuine interest as she examines each piece. Beautiful. This one is lovely, and the embroidery is exquisite. This style too, wow, I never would have guessed. Your taste is remarkable. All these pieces are stunning. Dongru appears to sincerely admire and appreciate them, her sparkling gaze fixed upon Tong Jiawaning, anticipating her to offer them as gifts.
Ah,
Tong Go, you wouldn't be reluctant to part with them, would you? Seeing her hesitate, Dongru realizes she intends to withdraw the offer. But is it not too late now? If you backtrack, wouldn't that make all the mockery I endured earlier futile? Not at all, princess. You are overthinking. Wei Zhu, hearing her master's command, steps forward to neatly repack the scattered garments and stands behind Dongru, casting no glance at Tong Jia's expressions. Just what are they discussing? Kangxi, fanning himself, approaches, followed closely by Tong Guowei. Tong Jia Wanying's expression changes dramatically. While Dongru smiles and pulls Kangxi closer, I was just in a dilemma when my cousin arrived. Please help me think of a solution. The affectionate proximity of his beloved makes Kangxi feel at ease, and he holds her hand as they enter the pavilion. What solution does my cousin need?
no.
It's not that. Tong Jia Waning interjects, anxious to speak. But Dongru disregards her entirely. Tong Jiagogo commented that the color of my garment is outdated and unflattering, suggesting she might gift me some of her new outfits. I found them quite beautiful and accepted. But then I recalled my promise to my royal grandmother to wear every piece in her trunk. I wonder when I will get to wear these new garments. Will they too eventually fade and lose their charm? Kangxi chuckles at this. Not even glancing at Tong Jiawaning, Tong Guowei breaks into a cold sweat. Hastily kneeling to apologize, Dongru cannot help but scoff. With such trivial schemes, how dare she provoke her? If she cannot best me, how can she expect to contend with the Empress and Consort Ru? It is a fool's errand. If she were wise, she would secure a suitable marriage soon, lest she squander her life in vain. Speaking of which, is this not a good deed? Cousin, at 18, am I still considered young? Dongru whispers in a tone that seems soft, yet is overheard by all. Kangxi, bemused, pinches her little nose. Please, Master Tong, rise. He makes no mention of right or wrong, leaving Tong Guowei utterly baffled and anxious in his gratitude. It is getting late. We must take our leave. Master Tong, there is no need to see us out. Since they are in plain clothing, it would not do for him to escort them outside, lest they be discovered. A nod suffices as Dongru prepares to depart. It is nearly mealtime. Why not wait for the emperor and princess to finish dining before leaving? Tong Guowei quickly insists, knowing they had come to invite the young princess to dine, and that preparations had been made at home. He realizes that the emperor's nephew is displeased by this sudden change of plans. That is unnecessary. We wish to explore outside a bit longer. Uncle need not be overly formal. Addressing him as uncle eases his mind considerably. However, upon seeing the small package in Wei Zhu's hands and guessing its contents, his face turns crimson. That, Your Majesty, dear princess, this is all due to my inadequate upbringing of my daughter. You see, if this reaches the Xianing Palace, the Tong family would be at odds with the Empress Dowager and Wu Sangui. I must intervene. Kangxi, still soft-hearted towards his uncle, glances at Dongru, hoping she will speak up to prevent any further awkwardness. Seeing his dilemma, Dongru scoffs inwardly. Her objective of provoking Tong Jiawaning and witnessing her reaction has been achieved. She decides to grant him a favor. Since Tong Jiaguge is reluctant, I, of course, would not impose upon her. She gives Wei Zhu a knowing look, and he places the package on the table. Tong Guowei hastily thanks Dong Ru. While Tong Jiawaning glares at her, her face pale with fury. Dong Ru cannot help but smirk. I wonder if Tong Jiaguge has ever heard the saying, one must first disgrace oneself before others can disgrace them. With that, she takes Kangxi's hand and leaves. Once Kangxi and Dong Ru are out of sight, Tong Jiawaning finally vents her frustration. Father, did you see that Wu Dongru? How audacious she is to insult our Tong family so brazenly. I cannot swallow this insult. The family has long sought to place her in the palace, and Tong Jiawaning has been raised with every indulgence, her temperament naturally fierce. Her sisters have always deferred to her, and this is the first time she has felt such indignation. Her hatred for Dong Ru runs deep. Tong Guowei's expression darkens. After dismissing the surrounding servants, he fixes a stern gaze upon her. Whether you can swallow it or not, you must. Father. Tong Jiawaning cannot believe that her doting father would say such a thing. Tong Guowei sighs. Waning, I have spoiled you too much. You should have treated your guest with respect. What need was there to provoke her? Tong Jiawaning, eyes red with grievance, protests. If only you had seen how she acted. Completely oblivious to her own faults, she recounts how Dong Ru had treated her. Tong Guowei is at a loss. What does this signify? Does it imply that the princess is spoiled? This is painfully evident, and neither the emperor nor the empress dowager finds it objectionable. There is no room for others to question it. Do not concern yourself with her. Just remember, in the future, if you encounter her, avoid her as best you can. If avoidance is impossible, then endure it. Tong Jiawaning cannot believe her ears. Her father suggests she should evade Wu Dongru? Tong Guowei feels helpless, observing the emperor's attitude toward the young princess. He realizes that his daughter cannot hope to compete for favor. Furthermore, she is no easy opponent. Despite her youth, she possesses considerable cunning, compounded by the affection of the empress dowager and the emperor. The Tong family's hopes for wanting to rise are likely in vain. Therefore, one must confer with my elder brother, for the position of Wu Sangui is rather sensitive. Excessive provocation may arouse the emperor's suspicions. To safeguard the family, no obstacles must be left in place. If Dongru were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly mock him without reservation. If the Tong family aspires to become the foremost clan, then numerous hindrances must be addressed. To eliminate them all, one must be prepared to contend against all. As for my own family, it is evident that even if I do not offend the Tong family, they will not speak kindly of my father. In the palace, the maternal families of women are often adversarial. What difference does it make whether one offends them early or late? Upon exiting the Tong residence, Kangxi inquired of Dongru, "What do you plan to eat?" "Well then, let us dine at the Wang residence." Kangxi typically indulged her whims. Yet, he felt a certain discomfort. He trusted Dongru, but his confidence in Wu Sangui was lacking. He sensed a lack of security regarding his movements, and thus interjected, "It would suffice for us to go directly. We shall eat whatever we encounter without the need for prior notice, thus sparing aunt and uncle any undue burden." Dongru did not contemplate this deeply. "You see, my mother has always been frugal. While gold and silver adornments may be abundant, food must not be squandered. Our rice is portioned according to the number of diners. The dishes are few, typically ranging from 4 to 8, with modest quantities that are nearly always consumed. In Yunnan, the mountainous terrain offers little arable land, and most of it is dry fields, yielding primarily coarse grains with scant rice production. Even for ordinary folk, securing daily sustenance is no easy feat." Dongru refrained from elaborating further. If he were genuinely interested, he could investigate himself, as it was no secret. Her frustration stemmed from the fact that her father had sacrificed so much for Yunnan, only to be suspected of wrongdoing due to military power and unjustly accused of oppressing the common people. They failed to consider that without the Wu family safeguarding Yunnan, would they be able to maintain their positions in the court? Kangxi changed the subject, smiling as he asked Dongru, "What offense did that Tong girl commit against you?" Dongru shot him a glare, exasperated. How do you know it was your dear cousin who wronged me, rather than me seeking mischief and bullying her? Chapter 15. Conversations at the Wu residence. How do you know it was your dear cousin who offended me first, rather than I who sought to vex and bully her? In the eyes of Kangxi, Dongru's charming demeanor was utterly delightful. Naturally, Dongru did not believe his words. Yet she gazed at him with keen intensity. I hope you will always remember this. Don't wait until I have bullied your concubine before seeking me out. A chill ran through Kangxi, and he laughed awkwardly. How could that be? My Ru-er is so gentle and polite, surely unlike those who are steeped in schemes and plots. If Ru-er were to be bullied, she could always seek her cousin for justice, without lifting a finger. He was confident that the women of his harem were no match for Dongru, and he was well aware that they harbored discord amongst themselves. As long as it remained unspoken, he typically feigned ignorance. Now, hearing Dongru's words, he genuinely feared that one day she might confront them with real weapons. She was still young and did not comprehend that a woman's cunning could sometimes be more lethal than blades and guns. And he worried she might fall victim to their schemes. Speaking of her entering the palace, could this mission be accomplished? If not, would her sacrifice be in vain? Wu Sangui occasionally glanced towards the door, missing his youngest daughter, whom he had not seen for over 10 days. At that moment, a humble carriage pulled up at the less frequented back gate of the Wang residence, where Wei Zhu alighted and Liang Jiugong emerged, lifting the curtain of the palanquin to assist Kangxi, dressed in casual attire, as he stepped down. Just as Dongru was about to leap out herself, she was swiftly caught by the prepared Kangxi, who gently set her down. I can manage on my own. Why must you interfere? Dongru, in a rather sour mood, had hardly acknowledged those around her. I know you can manage, but I feared you might sink into the ground with that jump. Your father would have to spend money for repairs, which would be both labor-intensive and costly. You! How dare you imply I am overweight? Dongru, incensed, reached for her whip, only to have it snatched away in advance. Image! Let us dine first. We can engage in our quarrels later, when we have the energy. Wu Sangui coughed, noticing he had attracted Kangxi's attention, and then led his family in greeting at the door. Kangxi promptly smiled and ushered Dongru inside. Apologies for the interruption. Aunt and uncle. Shuang sincerely smiled, saying, Nonsense about interruption. We could hardly invite you over, and moreover, Ruer has greatly benefited from your care these past few days. Wu Sangui had initially intended to send his illegitimate daughter to the palace, but upon Kangxi's first sight of Dongru, he was captivated, unaware of their previous encounter at the market, thinking that day was the first meeting. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager was also intent on having Dongru enter the palace, prompting him to abandon his plans for his illegitimate daughter. After their meal, Kangxi and Wu Sangui spent a little time in the study discussing matters unknown to Dongru, who remained adamant about not leaving his side at the door. I wish to stay at home today. I have yet to spend a night in my courtyard in the capital. Dongru herself was unsure why she felt so sentimental. She could surely discern the kind of person Kangxi was. Although he was not as infatuated as history suggested, he was still surrounded by women. Even after establishing a relationship with him, she could not claim he would remain solely devoted to her. What was the point of such comparisons? Furthermore, even if he confidently declared that he would always side with her in future disputes with the palace concubines, she would not believe it. Princess Shuang, observing the situation, playfully advised. In the end, Kangxi had no choice but to leave alone, his mood rather poor, causing Liang Jiugong to shrink back, anxious to avoid his ire. Shuang chuckled and tapped her daughter's forehead. You must not indulge men too much, but also maintain a balance. Do not overdo it. Indeed, I understand, mother. I miss you and father, as well as my little brother. That evening, Wu Sangui and Princess Shuang reclined on the bed, one lost in thought with a book, the other engaged in needlework, their relationship filled with warmth. Is there something troubling you, my lord? Shuang inquired, noticing his unchanged posture. A duo. Do you think if I petition the emperor to grant me residence in the capital and pass my title to Yingxiong, he might lower his guard? My lord? Shuang gasped, accidentally pricking her finger with the needle. Wu Sangui quickly took her handkerchief to assist her. How careless of you. Never mind, it is late. Let us not continue with the needlework. My lord, has the emperor hinted at something to you? Shuang, disregarding her finger, grasped Wu Sangui's hand with urgency.
No.
Do not overthink it. Wu Sangui wished to spare her the worry, not wanting her to be alarmed. Since their marriage, Princess Shuang had never inquired about his military affairs and rarely visited his study, earning his respect. After years of warfare, how could one avoid making enemies? Without a firm military force at his disposal, he could not guarantee what the future held. Thus, he contemplated stepping back and handing responsibilities to his son. Being young, his son would likely not provoke too much suspicion, particularly with royal blood flowing through his veins, which might keep the emperor from being overly difficult. Just as the couple lapsed into silence, a voice suddenly chimed in. This strategy is unwise.
Who?
The couple jumped, then relaxed upon recognizing the voice. Dongru, having eavesdropped at the door, pouted as she entered. What do you mean by being naughty? I am not a mischievous monkey. Wu Sangui did not chastise his daughter for her eavesdropping. Rather, he was intrigued by her remark. Why do you say this is unwise, Dongru? Dongru sat at the table, resting her chin on her hand. I believe it is unwise to remain entangled with the emperor over the issues of military authority and the withdrawal of fiefs. Oh, what insight do you possess, Dongru? Wu Sangui feigned curiosity. I possess no profound insight, merely stating a fact. The Wu army under our command is indeed true. Yet we have never employed it for personal gain. It has always been utilized to protect our homeland. This is common knowledge. Princess Shuang did not grasp her point, thinking the reasoning was self-evident. Did it require special mention? However, Wu Sangui suddenly had a revelation and encouraged Dongru to continue. Dongru understood that with her father's experience, a mere nudge would guide him toward the right course of action. She also sought to elevate her standing in his eyes, demonstrating that she was a daughter of intelligence, capable of discussing strategies rather than merely a mischievous child. She continued. Indeed, everyone knows this, but in recent years, our Wu family has governed Yunnan so well that many have overlooked the undercurrents beneath its tranquil surface. What she meant was that to stabilize their military power, Yunnan must remain embroiled in conflict and turmoil. The situation in Tibet has been unstable, has it not? Perhaps in a few years, military action will be necessary? Should Yunnan not prepare to deploy troops so close to Tibet? Do not misjudge my intentions. To show mercy to others, one must first secure one's own life. If Kangxi is preoccupied with external threats, he cannot easily allow internal strife to arise. Wu Sangui chuckled. And then my brother, though capable of commanding troops, is overly hasty and prone to errors. Naturally, father would need to take responsibility for his actions. Indeed, what punishment would suffice? Revoking the Iron Cap title would be fitting. For most, losing the Iron Cap is the greatest punishment, and to raise the issue of military authority at such a juncture would be rather unkind, provoking the scholars to speak out. This Iron Cap, however, is somewhat superfluous, unless the descendants of the Wu family remain rascals and the Qing dynasty continues to endure. It would only last 2 or 3 generations, making it no different from a demotion in title. Wu Sangui gently ruffled Dongru's little head and smiled at Xiao, saying, You and Ruer should rest early. I have some matters to attend to in the study. Xiao nodded softly in agreement. Observing her husband's relaxed smile, she sensed a positive turn of events. Her gaze fell upon her clever daughter, and she couldn't help but beam with pride. In her lifetime, she was blessed with an exceptional husband, a mature eldest son, a clever and adorable daughter, and a young son who had just begun to speak. She felt a profound sense of contentment. Compared to other princesses, her life was indeed unique. She enjoyed her husband's affection and the joys of motherhood. Before long, it was time for the triennial election. During the preliminary selection, Dongru had gone to witness the excitement. And it was there that she realized there were quite a number of eligible young women from noble families. Hundreds of youthful maidens dazzled her. But after 2 days, she grew weary and lost interest, opting instead to await the final selection. Every mealtime, she particularly missed Yunnan and its variety of fresh vegetables. Noticing her discontent, Kangxi found his own appetite dwindling. What if I have your father send you vegetables from Yunnan every month? He suggested. Dongru looked at him incredulously, as if she barely recognized him. What's wrong? Kangxi felt a chill at her gaze. Let's not even discuss the considerable expense of transporting vegetables from Yunnan. Do you truly intend to have your wife's parents continue to support their daughter? Aren't you the least bit embarrassed? Chapter 16. The audition commences. Dong Ru's teasing made Kangxi feel a twinge of embarrassment, yet it was predominantly a sensation of surprise. Had his truly begun to perceive herself as his woman? The phrase your woman left Kangxi both flustered and fervently excited. Ahem, perhaps you misspoke? What do you mean misspoke? Dong Ru, momentarily lost in thought, gazed at Kangxi with a bewildered expression, unaware that she was regarded as a paragon of virtue in his eyes. Kangxi himself felt a pang of embarrassment and hastily served her a bowl of soup, saying, "Drink some soup. It will be unpleasant if it cools down." Elder sister Nuhulu, let us stroll in the imperial garden. It's a rare occasion when our aunts permit us to wander for an hour. I can hardly contain my excitement. The playful Guoluoluo implored the Nuhulu maiden. All right then, let us invite a few more companions. Nuhulu, the younger sister of Ru Fei, was somewhat timid and preferred not to venture out alone. Guoluoluo readily agreed, and they summoned several other noble maidens with whom they shared amicable ties to join their excursion. Meanwhile, a minor incident transpired with Tongjia Weining. A certain individual, harboring ill intentions and envious of Wan Luhua's superior beauty, maliciously cut the garment she intended to wear for the reselection the following day. It seems Wan Luhua was fortunate to discover this in advance. Otherwise, the sight of her torn attire on the day of the selection would have surely caused a spectacle. Tongjia Weining remained silent, her expression darkening. She typically presented herself with poise and grace before others, and although the jibe was veiled, it was difficult for her to respond without a name being mentioned, leaving her seething inwardly. Observing another occupant of their shared quarters, Dai Jia, silently feigning ignorance. Her suppressed fury was nearly unbearable. She longed to confront Hescheli. The matron in charge was equally troubled. None of the women in this room were of insignificant status, and many had a high probability of being selected for the palace, making it unwise to offend anyone lightly. The rules were made clear upon your entry to the palace. No underhanded schemes or attempts to ensnare others. Whoever is responsible for this incident should step forward to apologize. After all, the repercussions are not yet severe, and I trust Miss Wan Luhua will not be overly harsh, correct? Wan Luhua, appearing timid and seemingly devoid of will, nodded hesitantly before bursting into tears. Hescheli, reveling in her triumph, remarked, "Indeed, since we cannot leave this room, it should be clear who is responsible. Do take the initiative." Her gaze pointedly directed at Tongjia Weining. In truth, these maidens held Tongjia Weining in disdain, considering her arrogance for relying on her familial ties to the emperor. They failed to recognize their own ages and status. Merely being pre-selected did not elevate them to the rank of empress. Her ostentatious demeanor of magnanimity only served to incite further resentment. The matron, feeling the pressure, realized that while the incident had occurred early on and was not of grave nature, the willingness of the victim to reconcile contrasted sharply with the reluctance of the perpetrator to take responsibility, leaving her in an uncomfortable position. Despite her role as a matron, she possessed connections and was not overly intimidated by these fledgling maidens. With a stern countenance, she declared, "Since no one is willing to admit fault, we shall conduct a search of your belongings. It is evident that Miss Wan Luhua's clothing was cut with scissors, and you are all instructed not to bring such items into the palace. This is a violation of the rules, and even without today's incident, a search is warranted." Hescheli eagerly awaited the search and was the first to agree, while the beleaguered Wan Luhua offered no objections, and Dai Jia, striving to reduce her presence, also refrained from dissent. With 3 of the 4 occupants consenting, Tongjia Weining's opinion became inconsequential. Tongjia Weining, stifling her frustration, had no desire to refuse. She was unafraid, confident in her innocence. Even if they attempted to implicate her, it would not be an easy task, for she had kept a close watch over her belongings, ensuring nothing had been tampered with. As the commotion escalated, the other maidens in neighboring rooms soon learned of the unfolding drama, gathering to witness the spectacle. Curiously, the matron did not disperse them. Bored, Dong Ru mingled among the crowd, her eyes glinting with amusement as she anticipated the outcome. Certain that incriminating evidence would soon be found among Tongjia's belongings, She found it laughable that Tongjia remained oblivious to the trap laid out before her. The accusation of ripped clothing was trivial compared to the gravity of bringing sharp objects into the palace. The earlier demand for Tongjia to apologize was merely a ruse. Had she capitulated, it would not have absolved her, for the intent was not merely to humiliate, but to ensure her failure in the selection process. Had she been in Tongjia's position, she would have escalated the matter, bringing it to the attention of the Empress, the Dowager Empress, and the Grand Dowager, insisting that their people conduct the search under their watchful eyes. Indeed, many of the maidens in this selection were not inconspicuous. Several were destined to become notable figures in history, such as the future Yifei, Pingfei, Dingfei, and 2 esteemed concubines, among others. As expected, nothing was found in the first 3 parcels, but upon opening Tongjia's, the matron discovered a sharp pair of scissors that clattered to the ground, nearly striking Hescheli's foot. A profound silence enveloped the room. Hescheli's mocking laughter shattered the stillness. Oh dear. What shall we say about some people's hearts? Tongjia Waning's face morphed into a palette of colors as she glared at Hescheli, her voice dripping with accusation. You did this, didn't you? You cut my dress. I did not bring scissors into the palace. This is not mine. Whether it belongs to you or not, you would do well to discuss it with Her Majesty. The matron replied, stoically picking up the scissors and departing to inform the Empress. Accompanying her in the selection was her younger sister, 5 years her junior. And the realization that her family would undoubtedly abandon her in favor of her sister sent tears cascading down her cheeks. She glared at Hescheli and Wanluhua, wishing nothing more than to see them suffer. Had the scissors remained, she would have unhesitatingly plunged them into their hearts. Wanluhua, frightened, recoiled into the corner of her bed, tears welling in her eyes once more. Hescheli, however, paid her no mind, regarding her as one might an insignificant insect. The onlooking maidens gasped in astonishment at the discovery of the scissors, some feigning sympathy for Tongjia's younger sister. Oh dear. Don't worry, sister. Surely the esteemed ones are discerning enough not to let your sister's troubles affect you. Was this truly a comforting sentiment? Tongjia's younger sister appeared frantic, proclaiming no. My sister would never harm the emperor. She must be innocent. Ah, yet another performer. This was not genuine concern, but rather a dagger to the heart. It seemed her sister had not yet been condemned, yet she was already implying that her sister intended to harm the emperor. Dongru found the gossip utterly delightful.
Indeed.
Being among them was entertaining. Otherwise, she would have spent her days by her maternal grandmother's side, missing out on such amusing events. In the mornings, Empress Xiaozhuang typically kept her beloved granddaughter by her side, as this was the time when the Empress would receive the concubines for their morning greetings. The interactions among these women were quite stimulating, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Under the auspices of this growing fondness, Xiaozhuang devoted herself to nurturing her favorite granddaughter, introducing her to these social dynamics and later elucidating the true intentions behind the Empress's remarks, as well as the strategies employed by the concubines in their exchanges and retorts. At this moment, a young lady beside Dongru noticed her unfamiliarity and inquired, "This sister appears somewhat unknown. May I ask from which family you hail?"
Oh.
I am from the Dong family, the daughter of Dong Chongsheng, a third-rank official of the bordered yellow banner.
Ah.
As for me, Dongru pondered what identity to fabricate. Xiaozhuang reclined on her couch, smiling as she observed Dongru animatedly recounting the events she had just witnessed, her eyes twinkling with affection. Su Ma also chimed in, occasionally prompting Dongru with questions that ignited her enthusiasm further, until her narrative transformed into a riveting mystery tale, causing both Xiaozhuang and Su Ma to clutch their stomachs in laughter. Dongru felt quite pleased. Her efforts to ingratiate herself had been remarkably successful. With her comedic timing and Su Ma's supportive interjections, the loneliness that once clouded Xiaozhuang's gaze had dissipated. Each day was filled with joy, and her appetite noticeably increased. Even Kangxi remarked on her improved complexion, noting her slight weight gain, prompting Xiaozhuang to keep Dongru close at hand. Although Dongru would eventually enter the palace, she was still too young, and Shui hoped for her daughter to remain at home for as long as possible, cherishing each extra day together. When Kangxi entered after being announced, he found Dongru's cheeks flushed with laughter, prompting a tender smile from him. He could tell she had been off to the Shushio Palace to enjoy the spectacle, donned an attire akin to the other young ladies, with her hair styled in a small bun. Though devoid of flowers, her beauty was undeniable. Xiao Zhuang had anticipated Kangxi's visit and was well aware of his intentions. While she might not have taken them seriously, she still welcomed him warmly into her presence. "Is Ruer enjoying herself?" Kangxi began, knowing that his grandmother held a disdain for the Tongjiao women, and he hesitated on how to broach the subject, thus starting with Dongru. Dongru rolled her eyes internally, thinking, "You think you can manipulate me? How naive." This girl, having recently received lessons from Xiao Zhuang, had grown bold enough to refer to herself as I, the matriarch. Humph. Let us see how you plead your case. The saying, "Better to offend a gentleman than a petty person," aptly described Dongru's disposition. Chapter 17. The marital relationship. Kangxi found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Observing Dongru, whose face bore a smile, yet whose eyes seemed to wield daggers, he suddenly felt a chill run through him. He forced a few dry laughs, regretting his earlier impulsiveness. He had unwittingly offended this little ancestor after having just managed to placate her a few days prior. Would his cousin believe that he did not intend to exploit her to plead on behalf of the Tongjia clan? His displeasure towards Tongjia Wanning, who had sown discord between him and his cousin, intensified. Yet, out of respect for her appearance, he found himself compelled to seek her favor. Xiao Zhuang observed her grandson rendered speechless by Dongru's teasing, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She felt a sense of relief that her granddaughter was no fool easily swayed by mere words. The emotional turmoil dissipated swiftly, and they transitioned to lighter topics. As for the recent events among the talented ladies, she chose not to mention them at all. It was understandable for the emperor to wish to elevate his maternal uncle's family. After all, the court required high-ranking Han officials. And who could be more trustworthy than one's own kin? However, excessive favoritism could lead to an imbalance, and she was unwilling to see the Tong family monopolize power among the Han. While the Tong family had not yet drawn the royal family's ire, they had likewise not rendered significant service to the crown. Their influence paled in comparison to that of Wu Sangui. Had Wu Sangui remained loyal, Xiao Zhuang would have preferred the emperor to rely on him, enhancing her daughter's standing in the process. The women of this generation, though not as formidable as herself, were not to be underestimated, particularly the intolerable Tong Jiawaning, who dared to bully her granddaughter. Yet, despite her disdain, she felt obligated to grant the emperor a measure of respect should he personally intercede. Indeed, it was not long before another announcement caught her attention. "May I report to the Empress Dowager that Her Majesty the Empress and consort Ru seek an audience." Upon hearing of the Empress's arrival, Kangxi's expression darkened, fully aware of her intentions. It was no secret that those in the palace often pretended ignorance. Even Dongru knew that Xiao Zhuang and Kangxi, while not directly involved in the selection of the talented ladies, were always the first to learn of any happenings among them, merely feigning ignorance. Kangxi was not only aware of the situation but also knew who had orchestrated it and to whom the scissors originally belonged. Yet what could be done? Would he risk destabilizing the court over a mere pair of scissors? Thus, the Tong family would have to bear the brunt of this misfortune. Given their unique relationship with the emperor and their daughter's foolishness in not safeguarding the family's interests, the emperor would have to endure, attributing the entire affair to the queen's machinations. Upon seeing Kangxi, the empress displayed no surprise, greeting him and Xiao Zhuang with customary respect. However, upon noticing Dongru, who was tidying her hair, the empress tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her face betraying a smile as she acknowledged her. Dongru, having shifted from her initial apprehension to a calm composure, engaged the empress in light-hearted banter, demonstrating her own cleverness in mastering the art of duplicity. The empress, witnessing Dongru's unruffled demeanor, felt an overwhelming desire to mar her exquisite visage. This girl was indeed a source of her greatest concern. Born into privilege and favored by the emperor, she was a figure the empress dared not confront. With the empress dowager's protection looming, any direct confrontation would surely lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, at her age, the empress found it hard to believe she could not outlast this young contender. Once the girl was out of the way, she would relish in the opportunity to deal with this little enchantress. Having spent 6 years in the palace and having lost a son just last year, the Empress's family was anxious, leading them to send her sister to the selection this year. Reflecting on her pampered sister and the family's ulterior motives only deepened her bitterness. As the primary wife, the Empress viewed herself as the legitimate spouse of the Emperor, while all other women were mere rivals vying for her husband's affection, deserving of contempt. Given the timing, Xiao Zhuang questioned the Empress's presence, noting that she and Consort Ru should be preoccupied with the selection of talented ladies.
Oh?
What matter could invoke such indecisiveness in the Empress? Xiao Zhuang inquired, her tone laced with amusement. The Empress proceeded to explain the situation. Had this occurred to an ordinary family, it would have been dealt with according to protocol. However, the Tong family was no ordinary clan, thus her daughter-in-law was at a loss on how to proceed. Consort Ru, acting as a mere bystander, refrained from offering any opinions, instead whispering private matters with the freshly coiffed Dongru, igniting the Empress's quiet ire. When had these two formed an alliance?
Oh.
And what of this matter? How do you believe the Emperor should address it? The Empress hastily interjected, seeking to plead her case. Empress Dowager, I have a request.
Oh? Do share.
Xiao Zhuang replied, her smile concealing her thoughts. The Empress realized she was no match for her and wasted no time in revealing her agenda. Dongru's plea for mercy was entirely expected. This was her true intention, was it not? A ruthless strategy, indeed, attempting to tarnish the entire Tong family. If this were substantiated, the daughters of the Tong clan would be barred from future selections, and their prospects of marriage would be bleak. Empress, is this game you play not excessive and hasty? To sever the futures of so many with a mere pair of scissors? How naive. Kangxi, of course, would not express gratitude for her intervention. Nor would he allow his maternal uncle's family to endure such disgrace. The Empress's audacity in addressing him so openly suggested she had grown too comfortable, forgetting her own standing. The behavior of women in the palace undoubtedly reflected upon their familial lineage. While the Empress's actions stemmed from her own design, disconnected from her family's interests, she represented the He Xinli clan, and Kangxi was a man who held grudges. Even if he did not address it immediately, he would remember. Wu Dongjiao also participated in this selection, a woman who typically exhibited bravado at home but cowered in public, often feigning vulnerability. Other talented ladies avoided her, wary of being implicated in her troubles. Thus, she navigated the selection process relatively unscathed. In truth, the selection was less about the ladies themselves and more about the families they represented. Personal performance had little bearing on the outcome. Unless one possessed exceptional beauty and sought to distinguish themselves, generally, as long as one adhered to expectations and survived the trial period, all would be well. Before the final selection had even commenced, Kangxi had already drafted a list of ladies destined for the palace. In his study, he held Dongru close, explaining the intricacies of the situation. Dongru observed the papers before her, recognizing names such as He Xinli, Niu Hulu, Wan Lu Ha, Guo Luo Luo, and Dai Jia, even including Tong Jia Wanning, who had been sent away early. Kangxi pointed out each lady's father, their significant roles, and their importance, while Dongru grew increasingly agitated, struggling to escape his grasp. You are the Emperor. Who would dare oppose your choice? Why must you burden me with this? I do not wish to hear it. Let me go.
Aware.
Kangxi's heart sank. He did not want to lose her. He longed to assure her that she was the only one in his heart, that his affections would forever be hers alone. These other women were merely political alliances, devoid of any emotional connection. Yet, in that moment, the words eluded him. He knew Ruer would not wish to hear them. He felt an overwhelming urge to promise her that he would not pursue them, that he would wait for her to mature. Yet, faced with the harsh reality, such promises were unattainable. All he could do was hold her tightly, fearful that if he let go, she might vanish from his life forever. He yearns for the stability of the court. If he cannot firmly secure the throne, how can he safeguard his beloved? If his life is forfeit, what room remains for affection? Thus, he is destined to fail her, unable to bestow upon her the status of a grand lady, nor the promise of a lifetime spent together. Yet, he finds himself unwilling to release her. In a future existence, perhaps they might be mere ordinary souls, allowing him to devote himself entirely to her. Dongru, too, felt a heaviness in her heart. From the oppressive undertones of Kangxi's voice, She discerned his helplessness, as well as his yearning and possessiveness toward her. However, might he not loosen his grip a little? She jested inwardly, feeling as though she were being suffocated. Kangxi relaxed his strong embrace, but did not let her go. His face nestled against her temple as he whispered, "Ruer, do you trust your cousin? I shall eliminate all dissent before I reach the age of 40, and then I will belong solely to you. Is that acceptable? Before the age of 40? She genuinely believed he possessed the capability to achieve that. Yet, would he still remember this promise by then? That was uncertain. Suddenly struck by an idea, Dongru's eyes sparkled mischievously. Is this a solemn promise? Of course it is. Indeed? But what if you forget? Dongru expressed her concern. Then you shall remind me frequently, and I shan't forget. Kangxi understood that it was not so simple for Dongru to trust him entirely at this moment. He was a man who preferred to let his actions speak for themselves, choosing to prove his words through deeds in the future. Dongru, however, was not inclined to let him off the hook so easily, lest she appear too easily appeased. In that case, mere words will not suffice. Let us draft a written agreement.
What?
Is that too difficult? If it is, I shall assume you are jesting. Dongru feigned nonchalance. Well, I am simply contemplating how to compose it. Kangxi felt a mix of desperation and embarrassment, yet for the first time, he comprehended the sensation of being captivated by a partner. It was the kind of feeling that made one averse to seeing her unhappy, reluctant to deny her wishes, and finding joy in her laughter. A bittersweet sensation. Dongru happily tucked away the written agreement. Seeing her restless demeanor, Kangxi's heart softened, and he suggested taking her out of the palace that afternoon to visit her father and younger brother at the Wang residence. Before they could leave, Liang Jiogong entered to report, "Your Majesty, the noble lady Ma Jia has sent word that the third prince is ill and wishes to see you." Chapter 18. The selection ends. Is Qingrui ill again? Kangxi furrowed his brow, glancing awkwardly at Dongru. Dongru rolled her eyes in irritation. Just moments ago, he had claimed she would be the sole focus of his affections, yet here he was with a son and women seeking his attention. Kangxi, feeling somewhat helpless, suggested, "Why not accompany me to take a look? If it's nothing serious, we can return to the palace immediately. Aren't you concerned I might lose my temper and discipline your son?" He chuckled, patting his nose. After all, Ruer is Qingrui's elder and ought to teach him a lesson. But he is still quite young and frail. Perhaps you could keep a record of his transgressions until he matures, and we can address them together then? He is too small to be separated from his mother. Otherwise, I would take him to reside with you, which might elevate his status. Kangxi had long been disillusioned with Qingrui's biological mother, Madame Ma. Otherwise, he would not neglect to elevate her status alongside her son. Dongru snorted in disdain, offering no reply. After all, Qingrui was merely 2 years old. What could such a child possibly comprehend? He had audaciously insulted her in Xinang Palace, calling her a vile woman. This stunned everyone present. Some were genuinely astonished that a child so small could utter such words, while others feigned shock, secretly relishing Dongru's embarrassment, like the Empress. Although Empress Xiaozhuang was furious at that moment and demoted Madame Ma and all attendants serving Qingrui to the Xinjai, punishing Madame Ma to kneel in Xinang Palace for 2 hours as reprimand for corrupting the third prince, Qingrui still directed his ire at her upon seeing her. Dongru felt a surge of anger. While the fault lay with the instigator, Madame Ma, she found it difficult to harbor fondness for the child. Madame Ma was certainly not the brightest. Instead of maintaining a low profile and nurturing Qingrui's growth, she sought to use him for her own gain. Flaunting her status as the sole mother of the emperor's son, she often disregarded the empress, let alone the other noblewomen, and her popularity in the palace was dismally low. Now, she even plotted against Dongru, believing that the emperor and empress dowager's favoritism towards Qingrui would shield her from consequences. Each time, she witnessed Dongru's frustration. Unable to retaliate against her son, she felt a surge of pride and taunted the empress with her eyes. "How does your status as empress matter?"
She seemed to say.
"Look, you cannot contend with Dongru, and she can do nothing to my son." She never considered that if maternal status were truly paramount, she would not still hold the rank of a mere noblewoman, having failed to elevate her position. Moreover, how long could she rely on Qingrui's naivety? He was small and innocent now, but would he remain so forever? Once he matured, would others simply overlook his behavior? Dongru knew she would not forget. When this child grew older, she would ensure he faced the consequences of his actions. Regrettably, these insights were clear to onlookers, while Madame Ma remained oblivious. Qingrui had survived to 2 years old solely due to the protective influence of Kangxi and Xiaozhuang. Otherwise, relying on his unreliable mother, he might not have made it this far. Thus, for half of the month he was confined to medicine. Reluctantly, Dongru was pulled by Kangxi into Changchun Palace. With no primary consort residing there, only Madame Ma remained, unlike other noble women who shared quarters. Madame Ma approached with a face full of affection, softly greeting, "May the Emperor be blessed." Dongru felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Madame Ma had summoned Kangxi under the pretense of their son's illness. Yet her demeanor betrayed no hint of concern as she donned fresh attire and adorned herself with makeup, clearly intending to impress. Did she take Kangxi for a fool? Indeed. Kangxi's expression darkened as he ignored her entirely, striding toward the inner chambers with Dongru. "What is wrong with Qingrui? Have you summoned the imperial physician?" he inquired. "He barely ate this morning, and by noon, he still refused food. I forced him down him, and now he is vomiting and having diarrhea." Upon entering the bedroom, they found a small figure lying on the large bed. As he saw Kangxi, he called out softly, "Father." The stark contrast of his frail form invoked a surge of paternal tenderness in Kangxi. He gently stroked the boy's head, offering soothing words before questioning the physician about his condition. The physician's lengthy jargon left Dongru bewildered, but she gathered it was likely a chill. With the weather warming, young children often preferred playing outside, and given Qingrui's fragile constitution, he had naturally suffered. If he were a child of common folk, a few doses of warm water might suffice, but palace children were treated with greater delicacy, and even minor ailments were magnified. Thus, the 2-year-old third prince had been consuming medicinal broths for nearly a month before showing signs of improvement. Following this incident, the wet nurses grew more vigilant, forbidding him from playing outside in even slightly chilly weather, inadvertently weakening his constitution further. The grand selection had finally concluded, and naturally, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Regardless of their feelings, most families began preparing their daughters for marriage. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Wu Dongqiao retreated to her room and wept all day, infuriating Wu Sangue, who forbade anyone from comforting her until she came to terms with it. Dongru was already slated to enter the palace in 3 years. Xiaozhuang certainly would not allow her half-sister to compete with her, thus arranging for Wu Dongqiao to become the secondary consort of Prince Chong, Longxi, a 15-year-old younger brother of Kangxi. This selection included a primary consort, Fucha, and several other candidates. Wu Dongqiao harbored lofty ambitions of becoming the foremost lady in the palace, yet she failed to consider the merits that would allow her to ascend to such heights. Blaming her cruel biological mother for fearing her ambition, she was ultimately assigned to someone else by the Empress Dowager. Could any prince, no matter how admirable, compare to the emperor? Especially as a secondary consort. This realization left her feeling even more aggrieved. She had never considered her status as a concubine. Kangxi would never appoint a concubine's daughter as a primary consort for his brother, as that would imply a narrow-mindedness unfit for a royal family. Whether she liked it or not, the Wu family began preparing her dowry. However, they did so discreetly, arranging a standard dowry of 64 items, for her maternal family was not wealthy enough to overshadow her. Those who have never managed a household would be unaware of the intricacies involved. Wu Dongqiao's dowry appeared substantial. Yet the usable items were few, typically consisting of practical articles. The true value lay in land, property, and dowry silver. Each family had established norms regarding how much to bestow upon a legitimate daughter versus a concubine's daughter, which was generally minimal. To enhance appearances, favored daughters often received additional private contributions from their elders or mothers to ensure a comfortable life with their husbands, even down to the careful selection of maids. Wu Dongqiao had frequently disrespected her biological mother and maintained a facade of cordiality with Dongru. How deep could their feelings be? Shuang would hardly be inclined to add any personal contributions for her. With Dongru's impending entrance into the palace, that would require significant expenditure. and she needed to save for her daughter's future, unwilling to compromise her daughter's comfort for a thankless child. In the capital, the shops are not inexpensive, and acquiring property is quite challenging. Naturally, it must be preserved for Dongru's use, as the dowry for Dong Xiao will certainly originate from Yunnan. After all, during the wedding, what truly matters is the quantity, not the location. As for the accompanying rooms, there are some individuals she deems unworthy and is contemplating dismissing. Thus, let her take them away. Before Dong Xiao arrived in the capital, Qin Yuanyuan bestowed upon her a modest sum of silver, which had been meticulously saved from the living expenses provided by Wu Sangui over the years. However, how much could that possibly amount to? Though she has entered the convent, she remains a woman of the Wang family, and naturally, she is under the jurisdiction of the princess. The princess, although not unkind to her, provides sustenance and necessities that are readily available. How much silver could there be? Moreover, given Chen Yuanyuan's background, she lacks the understanding of how to instruct Wu Dongqiao on managing her life, her servants, and her estate. At this moment, having not encountered any significant tribulations, the naive Dongqiao will gradually come to realize, after marriage, what she has missed and what she has lost. In the common folk, when marrying off a daughter, an auspicious day must be chosen, followed by music and festivities as the dowry is taken to the groom's home. However, for those entering the palace, it is quite different. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau calculates several auspicious dates, and the chosen candidates are brought into the palace in a single grand procession. Except for the Empress, no one else receives a wedding ceremony, and even the dowry permitted is predetermined. 4 days after Dongru's departure from the palace, the selected ladies-in-waiting entered the palace. This group consists of 15 individuals, marking the largest number to date. All except Tong Jiawanying were bestowed the titles of noble lady or consort, while Tong Jiawanying was directly elevated to consort status. Moreover, her immediate elevation to consort ignited dissatisfaction among numerous women in the palace, particularly among several noble ladies who already had sons and daughters. Not to mention others, even Tong Jiawanying herself was overwhelmed with disbelief, her heart brimming with affection for Kangxi, impervious to the disdainful glances and biting remarks of others. As newcomers entered the palace, Kangxi, adhering to custom, was set to begin the rotation of consorts, with the first being the highest-ranking consort Tong. Indeed, although Tong Jiawanying was a consort, she lacked an official title, rendering her status less formal than that of consort Ru from the Niu Hulu clan. Tong Jiawanying prepared early, attended by palace, maids, and matrons, awaiting the arrival of Kangxi until the eunuch proclaimed, "His Majesty approaches Chengqian Palace." Tong Jiawanying swiftly knelt at the entrance to welcome him, accompanied by her younger sister, Noble Lady Tong, and 2 other noble ladies from the same palace. Chapter 19. The Incident of the Night. I humbly welcome your majesty. Rise and thank you, your majesty. After several days of absence, Kangxi's mood was far from pleasant, as he found everything around him irksome. Upon entering, he showed no intention of conversing with the attendants. He merely sat briefly before dismissing them. Night has fallen. It is time for rest. The ladies, including Tongjia, Guoluoluo, and Dong, understood that Kangxi was eager for them to leave. Though they felt a pang of disappointment, they recognized that among them, Tongjia Weiniing held the highest rank, making her first selection as his consort rather expected. They all departed with graceful bows. Yet, the joy on Tongjia Weiniing's face was unmistakable as she rose to follow Kangxi into the chambers. A cousin, Weiniing has finally awaited this day. She gazed at Kangxi with a sentimental expression, having longed to marry him since her childhood. After turning 15, she wished to halt her growth, fearing he might find her too mature. Now, her desires had been fulfilled. Upon hearing her call him cousin, Kangxi's immediate reaction was to think of Dongru. However, as he discerned her face, which bore a striking resemblance to his late mother, he frowned slightly. You must learn the palace rules well. The court is not as casual as the Tong residence. You are now my consort and must refrain from such familial terms. I hope this is the last time. Kangxi's tone was less courteous, for in his heart, only Dongru was his true cousin. He believed the term cousin should be reserved exclusively for her. It is my fault. Please pardon me, your majesty.
Rise.
Remember, you represent the Tong family. Your every action must be cautious. Had she not been the daughter of his uncle, Kangxi would have preferred to say even less. Yes. Noticing Kangxi's silence, Tongjia whinnying mustered her courage to speak. Your Majesty, shall you rest now? Kangxi glanced at his pocket watch and nodded. This watch had been imported from overseas, a pair of similar designs, one gifted to Dongru, and the other for himself. Playfully referred to as matching timepieces. He found pleasure in that name, but his thoughts drifted back to Dongru. He had refrained from visiting her, fearing she might sense his displeasure. To his surprise, she had not entered the palace, leaving him in a state of longing and frustration. An uncomfortable feeling welled up within him. He had assumed that bringing in a woman resembling his mother would suffice. But now he realized the impossibility of developing intimacy with someone who mirrored the Empress. Such feelings seemed like a sacrilege to his mother's memory, and he quickly fastened his disheveled attire, avoiding further gazes at Tongjia whinnying. Rest assured, as long as you remain well-behaved, I shall not neglect you. Be mindful of the responsibilities you bear. I will retire to concubine Tong's quarters. You should rest early. Calling upon the astonished Liang Jiugong, he proceeded to the side hall. At that moment, Kangxi couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for not having considered this predicament sooner. Fortunately, another daughter of the Tong family was in the palace, one who bore no resemblance to his mother. Otherwise, he would have brought shame upon them. This was contrary to his original intentions. Tongjia whinnying, left bewildered, had yet to comprehend what had transpired. What had she done to anger the emperor? He had lectured her, yet suddenly he left. Although he was going to her sister, did this not make her the laughingstock of the court? What did he mean by, as long as you remain well-behaved, I shall not neglect you? Did not entering her chamber equate to neglect? Overwhelmed with grievance, Tongjia whinnying collapsed onto her bed and wept bitterly, alarming her nurturing maid who rushed in to console her. Dear heavens, this is not a household where one can act as they please. This is the imperial palace. The emperor has just departed, and if your voice carries, those in the side hall will hear you. Little did she know, her very visage had become her downfall. She was destined to remain at an impasse with Kangxi. Meanwhile, the ever-enthusiastic Tongjia, upon seeing the emperor's arrival, hastily prepared to groom herself anew, only to be halted by Kangxi. They exchanged little conversation before retiring for the night. Having spent a sleepless night, Tongjia whinnying was acutely aware of the sounds emanating from the small Tongjia's quarters within a mere half-hour of Kangxi's entrance. The following day, the palace denizens seized the opportunity to undermine Tongjia during the morning greetings, their sarcasm making whinnying wish she could feign illness to avoid the gathering. With the presence of her rivals, such as He Shirley and Wan Luhua, her discomfort was palpable. Concubine Tong, you labored so last night. The Empress must reward you well. He surely cast an insidious glance at Tongjia whinnying while congratulating her sister. Indeed, lady, he is right. Rong Mama, fetch the new set of emerald hairpieces I acquired. Yes, your Majesty. Upon hearing her title, He Shirley's eyes gleamed with envy. They were sisters, yet one occupied the lofty position of Empress, while the other was merely addressed as a concubine, which bred discontent within her, although she could only suppress it. The timid Tongjia glanced at whinnying, who showed no outward reaction, and cautiously approached to express her gratitude to the Empress. Those who serve well shall be rewarded, and you must strive to bear offspring for the Emperor. Rest assured, both the Emperor and I shall not neglect you. Turning to Tongjia, she added, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. I shall advocate for you. Hearing the words not neglect, Whinnying's discomfort grew as she listened to the Empress' provocative remarks, the facade of composure she had maintained crumbling. She had merely wished to give her sister some discomfort, not to truly harm her. They shared the same blood. A loss for one was a loss for the other. If she dared to act so recklessly, their father would not forgive her. For long, she had harbored resentment towards her sister. As blood relatives, she had always been regarded as the more noble one, receiving preferential treatment from family members who would always allow her to select first. Whenever disputes arose, elders would side with her, making Whinnying feel unjustly wronged. The satisfaction she felt from slapping her sister was immense. Regardless of her higher rank, she resolved to outshine her in favor one day. Conversely, Ru Fei, though not particularly fond of her newly favored sister, Niu Hulu, still offered her assistance when others challenged her, though lacking genuine sisterly affection. This gesture was more humane compared to the others. These three pairs of sisters maintained a facade of harmony while harboring discord within. It was a mystery how their families perceived such dynamics. With the multitude of women in the palace, intrigue flourished. The Empress observed their exchanges with amusement, occupying her elevated position while occasionally stoking the flames of discord. Amongst their squabbles, the Empress found her greatest delight. However, her enjoyment was short-lived as Kangxi soon dispatched Liang Jiugong with a decree that dampened her spirits. The essence of the imperial edict conveyed that with the increase of concubines, the emperor recognized the difficulty the empress faced in managing them alone. Thus, he appointed Ru Fei and Tong Fei to assist her in palace affairs. Ru Fei was genuinely taken aback, never anticipating she would have a hand in palace matters. For someone like her, who had been cast aside by her family, this opportunity to influence court affairs meant a more comfortable existence, prompting her to express her heartfelt gratitude. At this moment, Tongjia Weinian grasped the true meaning behind Kangxi's earlier assurances of not neglecting her. Although her outward demeanor exuded pride, her heart was heavy with bitterness as she observed her sister, who blushed with delight at receiving his favor. She reminded herself that it was all right. She must not surrender, for an opportunity would surely arise. The Empress could hardly fathom the Emperor's rebuke, her smile faltering as she realized he was displeased with her machinations against Tongjia Weinian during the selection process. Yet she has already ascended, has she not? As a favored consort, what more could he desire? Though his heart may bristle with discontent, he must maintain the regal demeanor befitting an empress. If that is the case, then I shall burden my two sisters. As the gathering dispersed, many exchanged glances, puzzled by the emperor's intentions. Could it be true that he dotes on consort Tom? Yet why, just yesterday, did he bypass her to favor her sister? Recently, Dongru has been too preoccupied to inquire about palace gossip. She is presently engrossed in the preparations for Wu Dongqiao's wedding. Do not presume her actions stem from a phony sisterly bond. Rather, she is simply restless. As her mother would say, unable to remain idle at home. The Wu family's presence in the capital is rather limited, thus there is a shortage of hands. While Wu Sangui may command troops, managing the mundane affairs truly vexes Xiao. Their most capable son, Wu Yingxiong, is away in Yunnan, and the second son is merely a bookworm, compelling Dongru to take charge. Princess Xiao believes that assigning her daughter some responsibilities will keep her from causing trouble, and so she entrusts her with a few less significant tasks. To her surprise, Dongru accomplishes these with remarkable efficiency. Consequently, Princess Xiao begins to delegate more duties to her daughter, resulting in Dongru spending her days accompanied by a few martial maidservants and nurses. In the evening, Princess Xiao jested with Wu Sangui, remarking that Dongru was mistakenly born a girl and should have been a son, much to Wu Sangui's pride. Days passed and Kangxi, unable to quell his longing, discreetly visited the Prince of Pingxi's residence accompanied by a few attendants. Princess Xiao, witnessing Kangxi enter with familiarity, felt a surge of understanding and pride and hurriedly approached with a smile. Your Majesty, what brings you here for leisure? And you yourself said I came for leisure. So there is no need to address me as Your Majesty. Let us treat this as a casual visit from a nephew. Very well, please take a seat. I have been so busy these past few days that I scarcely had time to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. How is she faring? She cannot enjoy her meals without Ruer. She speaks of her incessantly. By the way, where is Ruer? Kangxi naturally inquired about his purpose. Had it not been for the desire to avoid deepening their connection, Xiao would have long sought to summon her. Your Majesty has arrived. Splendid. I have confidential military matters to report. Chapter 20. The impending war. Upon hearing the confidential military intelligence, Kangxi immediately assumed a serious demeanor, neglecting to seek out Dongru, and followed Wu Sangui into his study. This is a classified message delivered by my son, Yingxiong. Your Majesty, please take a look. Wu Sangui handed over the letter sent by Wu Yingxiong along with a personal correspondence. Kangxi swiftly perused the letter from Wu Yingxiong, which revealed that Prince Galdan had dispatched envoys bearing lavish gifts to the Pingxi Wangfu in Yunnan to entice Wu Sangui into rebellion, seeking to ally with him in a military campaign against the Qing court. Wu Xiong retained some individuals at the Wangfu while urgently sending the letter to the capital. He could hardly fathom Golden's audacity, what led him to believe that the Wu family would rebel. Moreover, if there were any misunderstandings regarding the Wu family's loyalty, would the emperor in the distant capital not share the same doubts? This troubling thought left him restless, prompting him to send news to Wu Sangui. Upon receiving the letter, Wu Sangui rushed to meet Kangxi, eager to affirm the Wu family's loyalty, asserting that there was nothing hidden from the emperor. Furthermore, Golden's actions indicated an imminent threat, necessitating preemptive measures. After reading both Wu Xiong's letter and Golden's handwritten note to Wu Sangui, Kangxi remained silent for an extended period, his inner turmoil betraying his calm exterior. He was aware of the disloyalty in Tibet, yet he was blindsided by the swift emergence of ambitions from the western regions. Fortunately, Wu Sangui's loyalty was unwavering, otherwise, he would have been unprepared for an unexpected confrontation. After analyzing the treasury and available military forces, he sighed, contemplating that while he perceived the Wu family as a potential threat to military power, there were no other contingents readily available for deployment. Regardless, external threats must be addressed first. Even in the face of betrayal, one must wait until the rabbit is caught before cooking the dog. Since Wu Sangui had demonstrated his loyalty, Kangxi resolved to extend a measure of trust, hoping he would not betray this confidence. My dear minister, it appears that your esteemed daughter's marriage may be hastened. He flicked his sleeve and knelt on one knee, declaring, I shall not fail to meet your majesty's expectations. This visit to the palace, devoid of a glimpse of his beloved Dongru, compounded Kangxi's discontent. After summoning several trusted ministers to deliberate, Kangxi proceeded to Sinang Palace. Empress Xiaozhuang had just finished her meal. When his granddaughter Ruriru was present, the emperor often dined with her, sometimes even joining for lunch. With more company and Ruriru's charm, Xiaozhuang's appetite was invariably good. Seeing Kangxi, she inquired about Dongru, clearly aware of his recent excursion to find her. Kangxi relayed the information he had received from Shai and broached the subject of Golden's intentions, then gazed earnestly into Xiaozhuang's eyes. Grandmother, since my aunt has been in Yunnan for many years, it would not be easy for you to see her. Perhaps it would be best for her to remain in the capital for a few more years to accompany you? Xiaozhuang understood his implication. While ostensibly suggesting that her daughter stay, it was clear that the emperor intended to continue relying on Wu Sangui, albeit with reservations about his loyalty. He sought to keep Shai and her young son in the capital as hostages, and had Wu Xiong not communicated the military affairs, he might have summoned them both to the capital. Yet, while his intentions were noble, the execution was flawed. Xiaozhuang sighed. Your Majesty, you know that Shai is of the Aizenjaro clan, the most cherished daughter. Does Wu Sangui not realize this? Using the women of our family to coerce him, would that be effective? If he truly harbored treachery, would he care for the fate of Shai and her child? Thus, retaining Shai in the capital would not alter anything, and I cannot allow my daughter to depart from Wu Sangui. Men and women view matters from differing perspectives. From the emperor's standpoint, Shai should be delighted to remain in the bustling capital, her familial roots. However, Xiaozhuang knew otherwise. Aside from the principal wife, there were concubines. The bond between her daughter and her husband was strong. If separated for 3 or 4 years or longer, would that not provide an opening for other women? She could not bear to see her beloved daughter suffer. Dongru was not solely occupied with matters of Wu Dongqiao's dowry, she was also busy with her inn. In modern times, she had enjoyed playing innkeeper games, and now with both time and resources at her disposal, she opened a chain of inns named Xianlian. Recently, she had established 2 more in the capital, though the inn's mission had evolved. Initially, it was to assist unfortunate women in need. Now it also included aiding talented, but down-on-their-luck individuals. Do not mistake Dongru for a benevolent benefactor. Her assistance came with conditions. Those who sought refuge at Xianlai and were required to sign contracts, committing to work until the age of 50 in exchange for sustenance, or to establish a written agreement to repay several times the investment based on their talents after a specified number of years. Most chose to sign contracts to work at the inn, which, due to the diversity of talent, led to rapid development and success, much to Dongru's satisfaction. For instance, when Golden sent envoys to persuade Wu Sangui to rebel, Dongru learned of the news 2 days prior to Wu Xiong's letter arriving, evidence of her inn's prowess. My lady, With so many women taken in by the inn, how should we manage them? We cannot accommodate such a large number. Gon Feng Feng, the inn's manager, inquired.
Indeed.
That is a dilemma, Dongru admitted, feeling troubled. Initially, she had taken pity on those whose reputations had been tarnished, but now she was at a loss for their placement. It would be unreasonable to force them into a brothel. How about we select those skilled in needlework and open a weaving workshop? Suddenly inspired, she added. Let us see if there are any younger individuals suitable for martial training. If so, we shall send them to Mingshan to learn a few techniques from the master. Gon Feng Feng and El Seer exchanged incredulous glances. It was their first encounter with a master who would also seek out work for their mentor. Dongru, having spent 2 months with Kangxi, had grown bolder. It is most fitting for the master to teach. It would prevent her from feeling lonely in Mingshan. And as a dutiful apprentice, I shall send a few companions to keep her company. She would be overjoyed. Truly, I am a good disciple. As Dongru reveled in her own self-satisfaction, the others could only shake their heads in disbelief, knowing full well how furious the master would be if she were to learn of this. Kangxi had been exceedingly busy, leaving little time for her. The internal court was still rife with the remnants of Aobai's chaos, while the external threat of the White Lotus sect continued to incite unrest. Additionally, there were stirrings in Tibet, and now even the western regions were sharpening their blades. His workload had multiplied, and he could only summon Dongru to the study when there were no foreign ministers present, allowing her to read or engage in needlework while he attended to state affairs. Surprisingly, Dongru found herself learning needlework, a venture she had never anticipated. Kangxi had early on envisioned the items he desired: handkerchiefs, pouches, sleeping garments, everyday attire, and even future dragon robes. Exasperated, Dongru declared she would abandon her lessons, insisting, let whoever wishes to make them do so. Kangxi, eager to coax her back, promised rewards, urging her to resume her studies. As the number of women in the imperial harem increased, Empress Xiaozhuang grew weary of their presence, instituting a schedule for courtesies, a grand audience every 10th day, with smaller audiences on other days, reserved solely for consorts of a certain rank. After all, one would not presume the Empress Dowager had the leisure to meet with just anyone. Dongru also finally encountered the newly admitted women, realizing that apart from Tongjia Weining, they were all indeed women. The individuals selected by Kangxi were not chosen based on their physical appearance. Rather, their selection was influenced by the prominence of their families.
Consequently,
they required careful management, and it was inevitable that they would be summoned to attend to him. Upon encountering these individuals again, although merely half a month had passed, they had each undergone subtle transformations since the selection. Those who had previously seen Dongru were taken aback upon first spotting her beside the Empress Dowager, only to later realize that she was the Emperor's most cherished cousin, each person's thoughts diverging in various directions. The Empress herself had changed considerably. She no longer glared daggers at Dongru upon sight, as she once did, but instead appeared like a vigilant warrior, ever prepared for battle, frequently finding fault with Rui and Tong Fei, as well as several noble women rumored to be enjoying recent favor. Observing her fervent vigilance, Dongru felt disdain. Why invest one's heart in a man who does not love you? Furthermore, despite her watchfulness, he would still act as he pleased, leaving her feeling unnecessarily exhausted. Dongru had resolved that if Kangxi treated her well in the future, she would reciprocate with kindness. However, should he dare to mistreat her, she was not one to be trifled with. Her agility was not honed in vain. Should circumstances necessitate, she could conceive a son and devise a plan to eliminate him. Aspiring to become Empress Dowager herself, experiencing the power of regency, a venture yet untested. Kangxi gazed at Dongru with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. What did you just say? Chapter 21. Parting ways. Dongru, with an air of nonchalance, reiterated, Are you truly willing to leave me? How heartless can you be? Have I not treated you well? You still contemplate departing. Do you genuinely not understand?
Kangxi,
filled with indignation and urgency, drew her into his embrace, frustrated that despite her sweet words, she seemed oblivious to the depth of his feelings. In a moment of desperation, he pressed his lips against her soft mouth, the tender sensation igniting an insatiable longing within him. However, she summoned her inner strength and forcefully pushed him away. Taken aback and dissatisfied, Kangxi attempted to seize her once more, but Dongru was resolute, and thus began their playful skirmish in the study. Hearing the chaotic sounds from the study, Liang Jiugong nearly wept. His two masters were at it again. Dongru was not to be trifled with, and he could only hope she would restrain herself enough not to mar the emperor's visage, for that would lead to complications. As they bickered, the chief steward and secret guard, found himself powerless to intervene, merely praying that once their tempers cooled, he and the others in attendance would be spared from their wrath. On the day of her departure, Kangxi donned casual attire to escort her a considerable distance, and in that moment of genuine emotion, Dongru felt a fleeting softness in her heart. Yet, like a glitch in a system, it was swiftly rectified. How could she possibly harbor such feelings for an emperor? As a practitioner of martial arts, Dongru did not find the journey arduous. It was the gentle Princess Xiao Yan, carrying her young child, who felt the strain. Nevertheless, her spirits remained high, for what could bring her greater joy than the presence of her family? After paying her respects to the couple, she affectionately ruffled the heads of her younger siblings, and her previous affection for Dongru had now evolved into a deeper respect. Whether through messages from their parents revealing Dongru's impending entry into the palace for the Wu family or her astute reminders regarding the family's future, she had earned his admiration. Upon returning to the manor, the family received delightful news. The young lady had been pregnant for 3 months, and both of Wu Yingxiong's concubines were also expecting. This thrilled the soon-to-be grandparents, Wu Sangui and Princess Xiao Yan, who promptly rewarded the young lady and her 2 companions with jewelry and medicinal herbs, instructing the staff to prioritize their care. The young lady, graceful and courteous, expressed her gratitude to her in-laws. She was a woman of gentility, devoted to her family, caring for her husband and younger sister-in-law, and did not belittle the other women in her husband's life. Most importantly, with Princess Xiao Yan presiding over the household, she ensured that no mischief transpired among her son's concubines, thus allowing her to embody the role of a virtuous wife. She understood that as long as she bore sons, the titles would never fall to the illegitimate children, and with her mother-in-law's presence, no one would dare conspire against her offspring. Consequently, the women focused on nurturing their pregnancies, vying for favor, eager to conceive. Back in Yunnan, Wu Sangui and Wu Yingxiong began training their troops in preparation for war. Dongru, restless at home, donned male attire and joined them at the military camp. However, after 2 days, she found their training efficiency lacking. When Wu Yingxiong heard his sister's critique, he was incensed, leading the siblings to wager on whose training method would prevail after a month. Wu Sangui, amused by their rivalry, agreed to act as judge. Wu Yingxiong then took Dongru under his wing, allowing her to select 100 soldiers each. He was not genuinely displeased with his sister. Rather, he sought to provoke her, curious to see if she could devise an innovative training approach. Confident in her abilities, Dongru recalled her own background. The underworld was no longer as reckless as before, having evolved into a realm requiring systematic and professional training, rivaling that of soldiers. As Lady Dong, commanding 100 followers, she understood the intricacies of training. She contemplated training a battalion of women, which she found intriguing. However, her unconventional methods met resistance, with both captains and soldiers reluctant to accept her proposals, knowing the stakes of their wager. While the siblings viewed the outcome with indifference, the soldiers, fueled by pride, were determined to win. They despised the thought of being ridiculed, thus they resisted. Dongru relished this competitive spirit. She welcomed their skepticism. If you doubt my methods, prove your strength against me, best me thrice, and you may forego my regimen, with a reward of 5 taels of silver. This challenge invigorated the 100 soldiers. Yet within an hour, they were subdued. Henceforth, Dongru frequented the military camp, her enthusiasm uncontained, much to the exasperation of Princess Xiao Yan, who could only beseech Wu Sangui. Look at your daughter. She is becoming quite the wild child. Wu Sangui reassured her. Is it not splendid? She is lively and full of vigor. Allow me to manage her. Do not fret. If she finds joy in military matters, let her indulge. Should she prevail in this training, it would be a boon for the Wu family, enriching our methods. If not, it would merely fulfill her desire, and with 100 soldiers, the overall impact remains negligible. If all else fails, she may serve as a guard. This exemplifies the differing ways in which a father and mother cherish their child. A month later, the Wu army implemented the new training techniques, and skepticism regarding their efficacy dissipated. The results of the competition astonished both Wu Sangui and Wu Yingxiong. While they anticipated Dongru's troops might emerge victorious, they were unprepared for the swiftness of her triumph. As the war drum sounded, both sides engaged, and within mere moments, 60% of Wu Yingxiong's 100 men fell. Wu Sangui and his son, observing from a platform, struggled to comprehend the events. The remaining 40% met a similar fate in under a quarter of an hour, while Dongru's 100 stood proudly, heads held high. The Wu family adopted Dongru's training methods, and after 6 months, the results were markedly impressive. Though not as formidable as Dongru's original 100, the overall improvement was commendable. To ensure her methods were acknowledged, Dongru taught those 100 soldiers a straightforward, energy-efficient close combat technique. A blend of modern combat principles and the traditional martial arts of Xiao Yan. This technique was swift to learn, emphasizing surprise attacks, though it was not suited for large forces. With the Wu army's enhanced training methods, Wu Sangui felt no need to conceal their success. He was well aware that numerous spies from the emperor surrounded him, including several in Dongru's service, making concealment futile. Moreover, he harbored no treachery, so why hide? Upon receiving the letter, the emperor felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In truth, this new training method had long been present on his desk. However, it was only upon hearing of the Wu family's achievements that he could understand the thoroughness with which they operated. Thus, he issued a decree summoning Wu Yingxiong to lead 500 trained soldiers to the capital, as the emperor was eager to witness the results. The eunuch delivering the edict further emphasized that the emperor had also expressed a wish for the young princess to accompany them to the capital. Over the past 6 months, correspondence between Kangxi and Dongru had been unceasing, each sharing snippets of their lives. Kangxi was well aware of the wager between Dongru and Wu Yingxiong, though it displeased him greatly that Dongru had spent a month in the barracks. Aware of her distance, he understood that his advice would likely fall on deaf ears. Thus, he decided to exert his influence through Princess Xiao, tasking her with keeping Dongru in check. Typically, when corresponding with Kangxi, Dongru seldom spoke of the Wu family, and Kangxi, in turn, refrained from mentioning his pregnant consort. However, this opportunity stirred within him an overwhelming sense of longing, prompting him to invite her to join him. Yet, both parties were acutely aware of the unspoken truths. Dongru understood that by omitting references to her father, Kangxi would be cognizant of her silence, and likewise, she was well aware of the matters Kangxi chose not to disclose. Upon receiving the letter, Dongru expressed her dissatisfaction with a pout. Princess Xiao cast her a disapproving glance, admonishing her to cease her nonsense. "Which companions do you intend to bring to the capital?" she inquired. "I have no desire to go. The new year is approaching, and I wish to celebrate with my father and mother." However, no one anticipated that, in the end, Dongru would indeed be unable to make the journey. Chapter 22. The outbreak of pockmarks. Dongru ultimately failed to accompany Wu Yingxiong to the capital. This matter traces back to a few days prior when preparations for the journey began. Dongru was not one to remain idle. Moreover, the two maids sent by Empress Xiaozhuang were responsible solely for her education and did not impose strict regulations upon her. After all, they were merely servants, bound to her for life, their fates intertwined with hers, and thus they treated her with utmost respect, never daring to oppose her. 9 difficulties communicated with Dongru, stating that the group of young women she had sent was nearly ready. Since this was not a formal apprenticeship, it sufficed for them to learn only the basics of martial arts, as seen in the Deer and the Cauldron with the various characters and their skills. Therefore, she urged Dongru to take them away quickly, as the noise and chaos of so many people were bothersome, and they required sustenance. Dongru had not seen her master for nearly a year, and despite their frequent bickering, she found herself missing him after such a prolonged separation. Consequently, she packed some belongings and, accompanied by Gan Fengfeng, Alcir, Mei Chu, and Zhu Yun, made her way to Mang Mountain. Upon arrival, she was greeted by 40 young women of varying heights, standing in 4 neat rows, silent and composed, far from the commotion described in her master's message. These young women, once oppressed and despondent, had been granted a second chance at life by the Xiao Yan and were now here to learn martial arts from a master. Each of them radiated a newfound resilience, their attire exuding an air of vigor. Dongru could not help but exclaim her admiration. "Salute to the master." The 40 women bowed in unison. "No need for such formalities, my sisters," Dongru replied, feigning modesty. She had long been informed by Gan Fengfeng that these rescued women were grateful for the opportunity to serve as willing servants. Although that was not her original intention, Dongru did not refuse the chance to cultivate a loyal following. However, just as they neared home, Dongru suddenly developed a fever. Since beginning her martial training, she had rarely fallen ill, making this unexpected onset a shock to her maids. Maid Chu, who had studied medicine under Qin Mama, checked her pulse and immediately turned pale, delivering a startling conclusion: the princess has contracted pockmarks. They were currently staying at a lodging where the young daughter had previously suffered from the disease, but had since recovered. The three of them remained in a large room, and Dongru rejected the idea of Princess Shuya accompanying her, tearfully explaining that she had a younger brother who required their mother's care. She had no idea how long her illness would last. Who could reassure her?
Besides,
Princess Shuya had never had pockmarks. What if she were to catch them? As an adult, she did not need anyone by her side. Both Mama Wan and Mama Qin insisted they had previously contracted the disease and begged to attend to her. With many companions now present, Dongru felt far from lonely. Initially, she continued her martial practice as usual, but as her fever escalated, she was confined to her room. The maid sat beside her daily, recounting various legends and tales from the palace, imparting knowledge while also entertaining her, and even the close attendants learned a great deal. While Dongru found comfort in her situation, Princess Shuya, unable to witness her friend's condition, was restless, sending inquiries to the manor several times a day. Even Wu Sangui was in search of renowned physicians, for smallpox was a grave concern in this era. Meanwhile, in the capital, Kangxi felt his heart sink upon hearing the news. "Ruler, my ruler." For the first time, he wished he were not an emperor, but a commoner or a chivalrous hero, able to drop everything and rush to her side, personally caring for her. Instead, he could only dispatch a few imperial physicians while praying for her safety and wondering about her current state. Was she delirious with fever? Was she frightened? Was she calling for him? "Your Majesty, please eat something and rest for a while, or else, when the princess recovers, she may be displeased to see you in such a state," Liang Jiugong gently advised the emperor, who had not eaten, drunk, or slept since learning of Dongru's condition. As eunuchs, they were particularly perceptive. Having noticed the emperor's affection for Dongru, Liang had taken to addressing her as Your Highness in the emperor's presence, and the emperor had not objected. Upon hearing her name, Kangxi paused, his hand trembling from painting for too long. Liang Jiugong quickly stepped forward to massage his hand. Several portraits had already been completed, each depicting Dongru's myriad expressions: joyful, angry, and indignant. The brushwork was meticulous and lifelike, revealing the artist's deep understanding of the subject, while the emotion reflected in her eyes was unmistakably infused by the artist's own feelings. The Empress Dowager and the Grand Empress Dowager also received the news and sent medicinal herbs, praying before the Buddha for mercy and Dongru's swift recovery. Meanwhile, Wu Yingxiong's 500 soldiers had successfully tested their skills against the Imperial Guards, easily defeating them, which astonished Kangxi and led him to take Wu's military training methods more seriously. However, his concern for Dongru's illness overshadowed this delight. In a gentle tone, he publicly commended Wu Yingxiong in the Grand Court. Indeed, the military training methods presented by young Master Wu yield different results. "You have accomplished a significant feat, and merits must be rewarded. Pray, do tell if there is any reward you desire." The Wu family, already well established, had little need for further rewards, and the courtiers regarded Wu Yingxiong with complex expressions. With a serious demeanor, he stepped forward. "Your Majesty, my family's contributions are merely our duty. I cannot presume to seek rewards. However, this successful drill could not have been achieved without the efforts of my 500 soldiers. Might I request some gold and silver for them as a token of encouragement?" No reward could go ungranted. Yet the emperor hesitated. Wu Xiong chose to request gold and silver for his soldiers, alleviating Kangxi's concerns while ensuring his men were not left empty-handed after their hard work. As for Dongru, unlike the anxious concerns of others, she felt no pressure. Her positive mindset and robust health, coupled with Mama Qin's medical expertise, allowed her to endure with relative ease. Compared to the three maids who had also contracted the disease alongside her, she suffered far less, experiencing only a few pockmarks that were not even on her face, unlike her companions, who were plagued by numerous lesions. Fortuitously, these maids were fortunate enough to share the experience of illness with Dongru, enjoying similar treatment. Otherwise, in normal circumstances, a maid's illness would be a matter of luck, lacking the care of a knowledgeable caregiver, and they would be left to face it alone. Princess Xuya was in tears, clutching her daughter, terrified by the sudden turn of events. Having never encountered such a situation with her own children, her fear was understandable, and Dongru patiently comforted her for quite some time. While Dongru recuperated at the manor, Kangxi's fourth son was born. Although the child was a boy, Kangxi felt a flicker of joy, yet his concern for Dongru overshadowed his happiness, leading him to forego grand celebrations and merely bestow some gifts upon noble Lady Nala. The rest of the palace, unaware of Dongru's plight, assumed Kangxi's lack of enthusiasm for his fourth son was due to disfavor towards noble Lady Nala, leading to various jibes directed at her, causing her to weep for extended periods. As the new year approached, the third prince, Rui, turned 3, though still frail. The imperial physicians assured Kangxi that with proper care, he would not suffer any long-term effects. Displeased with Maya Shi's questionable intentions in raising her son, Kangxi entrusted Rui's upbringing to Consort Ru, though he did not change the child's identity or name. This left Maya Guerin in a state of shock, for her son was her talisman within the palace. It was only through him that she wielded any power. Now, having entrusted him to another, she could hardly accept such a fate. After a bout of crying and tantrums, she was sentenced to confinement, and even her father's official rank was reduced by a level, which finally subdued her. Naturally, there was dissent from the 3-year-old Rui, who, amidst being scolded, slapped, and scratched by Ru Fei, wept for his mother. Initially, Ru Fei was filled with anticipation and joy at the prospect of the emperor allowing her to raise a prince. But she soon found this ancestor to be quite a handful. Observing his crude demeanor, her affection diminished considerably. The emperor's edict was irrevocable, and any opposition was futile. Overwhelmed by the noise, she instructed the nurses to soothe him while she retreated to rest. Rui, being still a child, eventually exhausted himself after his outbursts and, due to his tender age, began to forget his grievances, gradually growing closer to Ru Fei. Another significant event was that the empress was pregnant once more. This time, she was exceedingly cautious, keeping the news tightly under wraps until it became impossible to conceal after nearly 4 months, which cast a shadow over the faces of both Kangxi and Xiao Zhuang. While the birth of a legitimate son or daughter was indeed a joyous occasion, the extent of her secrecy raised suspicions. Who was she guarding against? Even in ordinary households, mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law often clashed, let alone within the palace, where the complexities of previous dynasties lingered. It was inevitable that Xiao Zhuang and the Empress Dowager harbored some reservations. Moreover, in that same year, Golden finally launched an attack. The Ministry of War, having prepared for nearly 2 years, felt equipped for battle. However, the national treasury was depleted and there were few capable troops available. Kangxi resolved to lead the expedition himself, much to the dismay of the court officials. The emperor was still young and lacked an heir. Should anything befall him on the battlefield, the court would surely descend into chaos. Coincidentally, at that moment, the empress gave birth, delivering the much-anticipated 5th prince. In light of this, Kangxi, in a move to honor the previous dynasty, declared the newborn Cheng Rang as the crown prince, thus quelling any opposition to his expedition. The first imperial campaign was about to commence. Chapter 23. Surprise and shock upon hearing that her son had been proclaimed the heir apparent. The queen was overwhelmed with joy, completely unfazed by the physician's subtle warnings about her condition during childbirth, which rendered her unable to conceive again. The crown prince had not been born at full term. Rather, due to unforeseen circumstances, The queen had prematurely given birth at 8 months, despite her meticulous precautions. There had been no time for her to recuperate. She was hastily ushered into the delivery room, enduring a grueling day and a half of agony before finally bringing forth the crown prince. He emerged with a bluish hue, having endured too long in the womb, and it was only the faint cries resembling those of a kitten that confirmed his vitality. After several days, his complexion improved, but the physician responsible for his care was filled with trepidation, fearing that the prolonged confinement might have harmed the child's head. Hesitating to voice his concerns, he was further dismayed when the emperor promptly declared the newly born fifth prince as the heir apparent. Seizing the chaos that ensued from the emperor's impending military campaign, he hastily retired, taking his family away to avoid the ensuing turmoil. The subsequent physician was, of course, unaware of these events, and thus, no one informed the elated queen about the circumstances surrounding her son. The Kangxi emperor swiftly departed with his troops, leaving behind no time for the crown prince's celebration of his first month. Empress Xiao, unwilling to see the court descend into chaos during the emperor's absence, was entrusted with governance. Her former authority still commanded respect, enabling her to maintain order. However, in the palace, for the crown prince's sake, she was compelled to grant the queen some degree of deference. With the emperor having taken away several military leaders, the He clan now wielded considerable influence in the court. To ensure their loyalty to the imperial family, she felt it necessary to offer them some rewards. With a son now in her arms, the queen's confidence soared. Not only was her child the heir apparent, but this newfound strength emboldened her to deal ruthlessly with the concubines, especially those responsible for her premature labor. In the realm of female rivalry, as long as none dared to threaten the prince's well-being, Empress Xiao generally turned a blind eye, merely observing their respective capabilities. However, she harbored no genuine fondness for the ambitious queen, whose desire for power was palpable. Because she had given birth to the crown prince, Empress Xiao decreed that once the queen had completed her month of confinement, concubine Ru and concubine Tom would return administrative duties to her. The queen, seemingly fearful of a potential reversal, hastily assumed control despite still being in confinement. Empress Xiao, in her vexation, chose not to dissuade her, allowing the two concubines to relinquish their authority. Any complications arising from the queen's disregard for her recovery would be of her own making. This was merely the queen. Her own status as Empress Dowager loomed large, raising concerns about her ambitions to overshadow the emperor in the future. At the Prince Chun's residence, a delicate woman inquired with a tone that danced between sarcasm and jest, "Is it not rather late for Lady Wu to have yet to arrive?"
Indeed.
Could it be that Lady Wu is unwell again, having missed her audience several times this month? Another chimed in with a hint of malice. Perhaps Lady Wu is with child. A remark that pierced the air, transforming the atmosphere from mockery to wariness among the women present. Lady Fucha, gripping her handkerchief tightly, forced a smile as she declared, "Perhaps Lady Wu is genuinely unwell. Someone, fetch the physician. She is the daughter of the Prince of Pingxi and the Emperor's bestowed concubine. Her health must not be neglected." This statement darkened the countenances of the others. For married women were often judged by their familial ties, dowries, and offspring. While Lady Wu lacked the affections of the court, her lineage remained unmatched. Lady Fucha harbored a deep-seated envy toward the strikingly beautiful concubine who had recently entered the residence, who, much like her courtesan aunt, had a knack for captivating the master's attention, frequently hosting him for the night. This new concubine was not one to conceal her prowess. After spending the night with him, she would flaunt her satisfaction the following day or feign illness to avoid paying respects. In the 2 years since her arrival, Lady Fucha had only borne a daughter, leaving her anxious that Lady Wu might bear the prince's first son, thus potentially securing his favor and establishing a claim to the title of heir. As for Wu Dongqiao, her circumstances were far from favorable. The comparison to her former life in her family home only served to highlight her current hardships. She had been in the residence for 2 years now, while others had either given birth or were expecting, yet, despite her frequent opportunities, she had never conceived. How long could she retain favor in the prince's household without children? Unbeknownst to her, she would never bear children, a consequence of her own choices. No mother would willingly overlook those who wished to harm her offspring, and Lady Shuai was no exception. Those raised in the palace often devised methods to harm others without leaving traces. While Wu Dongqiao sulked in her quarters, feigning illness to avoid visiting the concubine, Lady Fucha personally arrived with the physician and a group of ladies from the household to check on her. After examining her, the physician merely stated that her condition was due to emotional distress, offering no further diagnosis. The group understood well. She was neither ill nor pregnant. With a collective sigh of relief, they resumed their mocking of her. Wu Dongqiao's discomfort was palpable as she sought forgiveness from the concubine. "I beg your pardon for my absence. I awoke feeling dizzy and unwell. I have always been frail and often suffer in the residence. I should have considered this better. The fault lies with me." A flicker of pride crossed Wu Dongqiao's face as she reflected on how the concubine had never consistently paid her respects, even as a princess. Lady Fucha chuckled lightly. "People say that the virtuous and kind Princess Shuang treats her illegitimate children as her own." I was skeptical, but witnessing Lady Wu's habitual neglect of formalities leads me to believe otherwise. Lady Fucha's words were a thinly veiled critique of Wu Dongqiao as apparent lack of filial respect. If the legitimate mother cared for her, then neglecting to pay her respects could hardly be called anything but unfilial. The other women, emboldened by Lady Fucha's words, joined in the ridicule of Wu Dongqiao. Having been instilled with a singular loyalty to her birth mother by her wet nurse, Wu Dongqiao had never appreciated the kindness of her legitimate mother.
Now,
living under the scrutiny of the concubine and stung by the mockery of others, she was beginning to realize many truths. Yet, despite her newfound understanding, she felt no remorse. Only resentment that her peers had disregarded her plight for 2 years, leaving her to navigate the difficulties of life in the prince's residence alone. Truly, the pitiable often possess qualities that inspire contempt. As Kangxi set forth on his campaign, the Wu family also prepared to join the expedition. They were assigned to the left vanguard, but unexpectedly encountered no enemies along the way. Instead, they soon found themselves in the presence of the commander, Kangxi himself. Accompanying the emperor were the Prince of Yu and the Prince of Gong. Upon their meeting, they were about to enter the tent to discuss strategic plans when a scout from the Wu army reported, "General, we have spotted a small group of around 100 approaching from behind." Surprised, Wu Sangui and his companions inquired, "Are you certain it is just 100? "Yes. I saw it clearly." Exchanging glances, Kangxi and his men noted that with their army of over 20,000, there was no need to retreat. Yet, the audacity of such a small force daring to pursue them piqued their curiosity. It was evident they had mistaken this band for the forces of Galdan. "Let them approach," Kangxi instructed, nodding at Wu Sangui. As the group drew near, they halted 200 meters away and dismounted in unison. Upon closer inspection, they noticed their uniforms bore a color strikingly similar to that of the Wu army, albeit with slight variations in style. The leader, donning a bright red cloak, strode confidently toward Wu Sangui and Kangxi, dropping to one knee in a gesture of respect. "I present myself before the marshal and the general." As Wu Sangui stood before the adversary, his eyes widened in terror, his finger pointed at her, rendered speechless by his anger. In stark contrast to his fright, Kangxi's eyes sparkled with delight. Ruer. Time seemed to reverse, and just before his expedition, Dongru was still pleading with Wu Sangui, "Father, let me accompany you. My soldiers have sharpened their blades, eagerly awaiting the chance to engage in battle." Wu Sangui remained obstinate. "I have heard that bandits roam the Qinglong mountain, frequently robbing travelers. Since your troops are prepared, it seems this crucial assignment shall be entrusted to you." Dongru pouted in discontent, dismissing him with a wave. Did he think he was wooing Qi? Whatever he said, that little rascal would believe. She was not so easily deceived. Nearby, Princess Xuya was preparing provisions for the Wu father-son duo, forbidding her daughter from pestering her father and requesting her assistance instead. The sister-in-law, cradling her 1-year-old son, laughed as she followed Princess Xuya, learning from her every move. She lived a blissful life, having been fortunate enough to bear a legitimate son as her first child, while her aunt gave birth to the second son a month later and another concubine bore a daughter. By simply caring for her son, she could comfortably secure her position as the heir's wife. How could she not feel at ease? Looking around, whether among royal princesses or noble women, how many had their own children, and how many lived comfortably? She and her mother-in-law were already the envy of others. making her cherish her good fortune even more. Moreover, taking her away without the emperor's permission would constitute a grave offense. If the emperor bore a grudge, it could become a lasting label of guilt.
Yet,
Dongru was unconcerned about such matters. She understood that Kangxi's feelings for her had intensified over the past 2 years despite their separation. With this conviction, she felt confident in her ability to charm him, though unfortunately, her father was more stubborn. Would Dongru truly surrender? That would be uncharacteristic of her. She had anticipated Wu Songgui's refusal, and thus, she devised a plan, a fade of propriety while secretly forging a path. Having prepared her 100 female soldiers in advance, she waited for 2 days until Princess Xu relaxed her vigilance, allowing her to take 4 maidservants and hastily pursue them. Otherwise, given their martial skills, it would have been impossible for them to avoid detection by scouts. And so, she appeared before them. Though seeing her father so furious for the first time instilled a hint of fear within her. Chapter 24, Mission completed. You are truly outrageous, Wu Sangui exclaimed, his anger causing his beard to bristle. Yet, being a cunning and astute individual, he refrained from uttering his daughter's name in public, despite his fury. Upon seeing the threat of violence in his demeanor, Dongru was frightened and quickly hid behind Kangxi, clutching his waist and exclaiming, "Cousin, save me. My father intends to kill me." "General Wu, please temper your anger. Let us discuss this in the tent," Kangxi suggested. At that moment, his joy at seeing his beloved overshadowed any lingering irritation, and he took Dongru's hand, leading her into the camp. Once inside, he could no longer contain his excitement and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Dongru squirmed uncomfortably against his armor and struggled to be released. Kangxi gazed at her face with a nearly insatiable longing. It had been 2 years since they last met, and unexpectedly, he had thought of her often. He recalled the previous year when she had contracted smallpox. Although he knew she had survived, not having seen her in person left him uneasy. Now, 2 years later, the once petite beauty had blossomed into a striking young woman, having grown significantly taller, her once youthful exuberance still radiating a captivating charm. As they settled into a spacious chair, Kangxi gently inquired, "Why have you been so mischievous? Is it permissible to act recklessly on the battlefield?" Faced with such a question upon their reunion, Dongru's mind raced as she forced herself to utter the rehearsed line, "Isn't it because I missed you, cousin?" The moment the words left her lips, she felt an uncomfortable sensation, as though insects were crawling over her. It seemed overly sentimental and contrived. Surely he wouldn't believe her. What should she say next to persuade him? To her surprise, Kangxi appeared quite pleased, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "You are merely flattering me. If you truly miss me, you should have come to the capital sooner." Observing his disingenuous demeanor, Dongru realized he had miraculously accepted her words. Relieved, she returned to her usual self and nonchalantly replied, "Aren't you supposed to lead the campaign? How could you possibly have time for me? Besides, haven't you seen me now?" Kangxi shook his head in exasperation, recognizing her reasoning was irrefutable. He pulled her closer, and Dongru rolled her eyes internally, deciding to humor him for the moment, which greatly satisfied Kangxi. Meanwhile, Wu Sangui and Prince Yu followed them into the tent. "Calm down, uncle. My cousin is still young. Take your time when addressing her," Prince Yu encouraged with a smile. Having spent several months with Xiaozhuang, he was familiar with Dongru. It was evident to anyone that Kangxi held deep affection for Dongru. And he could tell that Kangxi would not blame Wu Sangui for the incident, which prompted his supportive words. Wu Sangui, sensing his anger dissipate, realized the emperor's favorable disposition. Though he understood this was partly for show, he still felt a genuine frustration. His daughter indeed required a stern reprimand. After exchanging a few words, they proceeded to the main tent, where they found Liang Jiogong standing at the entrance, pausing their steps. Wu Songgui's expression darkened further. After all, his daughter had not yet entered the palace. He feared she might be labeled a seductress who endangers the realm. Men often resist acknowledging their failures, preferring to blame women, much like the sentiments towards Chen Yuanyuan in the late Ming dynasty. However, he then considered that being criticized was still preferable to being disregarded altogether, which miraculously restored some balance to his thoughts. Liang Jiogong promptly reported their arrival to the emperor, and once they were acknowledged, he lifted the tent flap for them. Upon seeing her father enter, Dongru stood up from Kangxi's side and stepped aside. The newcomers quickly noticed the two of them sharing a chair. Prince Yu, aware of the implications, thought to himself that the Pingxi Wang had raised a fine daughter, ensuring the family's honor would endure for many years. Wu Sangui, pretending not to notice, knelt and offered his apologies. It is entirely my failure as a father to have not instructed her properly. I beseech your majesty to impose a suitable punishment. Dongru, feeling a bit embarrassed, stuck out her tongue, prompting Kangxi to smile affectionately. Uncle, please rise. There are no outsiders here, so there is no need for such formality, Kangxi urged. Thank you, your majesty, Wu Sangui replied, expressing gratitude as he stood. Dongru seized the moment to flash him a charming smile. Your majesty, this. Wu Sangui hesitated. The camp was predominantly male, and while his daughter was accompanied by a considerable number of women, it would not reflect well for her to remain in the camp. Especially given the dangers of the battlefield, he was deeply concerned for her safety. Although Kangxi had his own motives, he also considered Dongru's security. Noticing Wu Sangui's reluctance, Kangxi gestured for him to listen to his proposal. Wu Sangui understood the implications of Kangxi's words, cold sweat trickling down his back. The thought of his daughter being captured as a hostage was too dreadful to contemplate. He imagined the potential for both he and Kangxi to be compelled by duty, unable to protect her, leading to a disastrous outcome no matter the war's result. In that moment, he couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Dongru. Feeling guilty, Dongru averted her gaze, retreating behind Kangxi. Enough. Since you are here, let's not dawdle. Your small contingent will now be part of my guard. Kangxi had been aware of Dongru's training of female soldiers, intending to keep her occupied to prevent her from wandering off. To his surprise, she had managed to organize them quite effectively. At your command, Dongru exclaimed, tossing her red cloak aside and saluting like a soldier. The three within the tent could hardly contain their laughter. Wu Sangui found himself both exasperated and amused, while Prince Yu cast a sympathetic glance at Wu Sangui. Recognizing the challenges of having such a spirited daughter, Kangxi, unable to suppress his amusement, remarked, "And you consider yourself a general? I was unaware of any recent promotions." Thus, Dongru led her group of female soldiers alongside Kangxi in the campaign against Galdan. Initially, these 100 women faced rejection and disdain from the men, which fueled their determination to prove themselves. Once on the battlefield, they channeled their resentment into fierce combat, quickly establishing an aura of intimidation wherever they fought. Galdan, spurred on by the Russian Empress, had launched an attack against the Qing dynasty, dismissing Kangxi, the young emperor, as he believed he had the support of the Russians. He launched assaults in both the northern and southern deserts. Kangxi, resolved to eliminate him, divided his forces, with Prince Gong and the Tong brothers leading the left flank, while Wu Sangui and his son commanded the right, flanking Galdan. Kangxi remained at the command center alongside Prince Yu. Yet, amid the battles, even the safest units encountered skirmishes. Initially, Kangxi worried that Dongru might be frightened by the sight of death. However, she only grew bolder, dispelling his concerns. From the moment Dongru joined the ranks, Kangxi kept her close, not allowing her to venture forth alone. During combat, their synergy became increasingly harmonious, their partnership appearing invincible, much to Kangxi's delight. What hero would not cherish having a beloved companion by their side, sharing both triumphs and trials, especially one who held a special place in their heart?
Meanwhile,
amidst the tumult of war, the palace echoed with its own strain, as Xiao sat in the side chamber of the Nala clan, her face contorted with anger, awaiting the physician's report on the diagnosis. At merely 2 years of age, the fourth prince, Aoyang, unexpectedly tumbled while frolicking amidst the artificial hills of the imperial garden, crashing against the rocks and subsequently rolling down the stairs, colliding with several obstacles along the way. Upon witnessing the sight of the fourth prince, the noblewoman Nala instantly fainted in horror. Upon receiving the alarming news, Empress Xiao and the Empress Dowager hurried to the scene. Noticing the Empress had arrived just moments before them, a flicker of malice crossed Xiao eyes. Should anything befall the fourth prince, she would not forgive those lurking in the shadows. The Empress feigned concern, busily summoning physicians and remedies, yet inwardly, she could scarcely contain her satisfaction. The health of the emperor's son was sufficiently secured with the presence of Qingrong. As for the frail third prince, he was inconsequential. The robust fourth prince, despite being only 2, was a thorn in her side. Now, battered and bloodied, even the slightest injury would mar his visage. And a disfigured prince would inevitably lessen any competition with her own son. She felt no trepidation towards Xiao, even if the truth of her involvement were uncovered. The royal family would shield the reputation of the crown prince's mother, rendering her the celebrated empress and, in due time, the future empress dowager. The fourth prince's life was spared, though his nasal bone was fractured, narrowly avoiding damage to his eyes. This news caused Nala, upon regaining consciousness, to faint once more. From that moment forth, Xiao harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the empress. Such matters could hardly remain concealed from discerning eyes. How could the empress mother set a precedent of cruelty towards a consort's child? This incident became a source of ridicule among the royal relatives, igniting a fierce conflict between the two women. Naturally, word of these palace intrigues reached the front lines, finding its way to Kangxi, who typically did not shy away from matters beyond governance. Thus, Dongru was also made aware of the unfolding events, leading her to reassess the empress's ruthlessness and madness. She had believed herself to be sufficiently merciless, yet she could not bring herself to harm a child. Little did she know, the empress surpassed her in cruelty. It seemed prudent for her to enhance her vigilance. Fury coursed through Kangxi as he clenched his fists. He declared, "I demand retribution for my son from your clan." Dongru paused, contemplating whether she might be overlooked if she were to depart at this moment. This was indeed significant information. Unable to unleash his wrath upon the beloved Dongru, Kangxi redirected his fury towards the battlefield, launching a ferocious assault against the enemy the following day, nearly forgetting the presence of Dongru by his side. Yet Dongru dared not allow Kangxi to charge ahead unchecked. He was a pivotal figure in her mission, and his demise could jeopardize their objectives. However, she thought, even if he were to perish, it might not necessarily spell failure for her mission. Despite these conflicting thoughts, she pursued him closely, with the guards trailing behind. Today, however, it seemed the adversary was well prepared, and Kangxi inadvertently found himself separated from the soldiers. Recognizing the peril, Dongru brandished her sword in one hand and a whip in the other, fending off an assailant before rushing to close the distance with Kangxi, exclaiming in frustration, "Can't you be more aware of your surroundings? Look at where we are." The ever-loyal Liang Jiugong sighed in relief, thinking only the likes of the master would dare speak to the emperor in such a manner. Kangxi's anger dissipated significantly, and he realized his impulsiveness, offering an apologetic smile to Dongru. But he was suddenly struck by her expression. First, she widened her eyes in shock, then leapt onto the horse behind him, swinging her whip and causing several iron swords to clatter to the ground. By the time he comprehended the situation, he could only catch Dongru as she collapsed into his arms. With her last ounce of strength, Dongru hurled her sword at their foe, only to succumb to excruciating pain as darkness enveloped her. As she lay in a place both familiar and foreign, she struggled to decipher the unfolding events. "Congratulations, companion," a long-absent voice chimed with delight. "You have swiftly completed the trial task." "I have completed the mission?" Dongru questioned in bewilderment. Chapter 25. The unspeakable merit. Have I accomplished the task? Indeed, you have saved the life of Kangxi, who was on the brink of death, and elevated his goodwill to its zenith. As long as you remain alive, Kangxi will not harm the Wu family. Even if Wu Sangui rebels, he shall not be executed. At most, he will act only after your demise. This reflects the emperor of the Aizenjaro clan's leniency towards the woman he cherishes deeply. Much like Yongzheng, who, despite his disdain for Nian Gingyao, would not execute him out of respect for Nian Fei, he would only consider such actions after her death. Am I still alive in that world? Dongru gazed at him in astonishment, for the arrow had clearly been shot by a formidable archer, whose strength was evident. At that moment, she felt she could not intervene. She could have escaped using her lightness skill, yet inexplicably, her instincts prioritized protecting Kangxi. The arrow struck her left chest, and the searing pain still lingered within her. How could she possibly still be alive? No. If the mission is complete, what shall become of me in that world? C01. having gained some insight into her predicament, ceased his trivial chatter.
Oh,
Let us proceed with the mission report, Dongru remarked nonchalantly, indifferent to how others might perceive her efforts. C01, anxious, urged. The system currency is invaluable. It can be exchanged for any item you desire in the system marketplace. The initial tasks are simple and yield system currency easily. It would be a shame to forfeit such an opportunity. A system marketplace? How was I unaware of this? Dongru regarded him suspiciously. C01, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. I must have forgotten to mention it to you.
no.
You only told me that you had run out of energy before you fell asleep. By the way, how do you have energy now? Upon completing each mission, the system automatically grants the accompanying guide 10 years of life energy. This life energy can be used in the marketplace, which is currently offering discounts. Buy 100, get 30 free. C01 looked at Dongru with eager anticipation, like a puppy awaiting a treat. Dongru remained unmoved, gazing at him with gentle eyes. C01. I wish to inquire about something. What is it?
Speak.
There is nothing within the system that your guide does not know. C01 boasted confidently. That is good. I wish to know if I am dissatisfied with my current guide. Can I request a change? How would one go about that? No, it is not possible. An executor can only have one accompanying guide, established from the outset. It cannot be changed. Oh, Dongjia, I erred. I recognize my negligence. Please forgive me this once. I shall not dare again. C01 initially protested vehemently, then clung to Dongru's legs in desperation. Silence. Dongru dismissed him with disdain, finding it ludicrous that a handsome figure could present such a pitiful demeanor. Despite his fervent denial, Dongru understood that the guide could indeed be replaced. Ultimately, the type of assistant mattered little to her. She was merely displeased with his theatrics, intending to intimidate him and see if he would dare assert himself in her presence again. Only I, Miss Dong, command others. Who else would dare to issue orders to me? C01 gazed at Dongru with a pitiful expression, suppressing his sobs, yet tears streamed down his face, prompting Dongru to avert her gaze. She picked up a nearby task booklet. Upon completing the first task, the icon for the second task illuminated, indicating a monster-slaying mission in the Tian family, clearly a farming-related endeavor. As Dongru perused the details, she spoke casually. C01's face lit up with joy at her first statement, but fell upon hearing that it would be recorded as a debt. Rest assured, those who follow me, as long as they work diligently and remain loyal, shall not be treated poorly. Dongjia, I promise to diligently assist you from now on. C01 vowed earnestly. Dongru nodded, awaiting his future performance. Dongjia, would you like to take a look at the system marketplace first? Observing C01's sudden shift to a servile demeanor, Dongru nodded in satisfaction. She found the ancient system quite appealing. Here there were slaves, and those bound by a contract rarely dared to betray their masters, providing a sense of security she favored. Under C01's guidance, Dongru accessed the marketplace, only to find an array of items, truly a cornucopia of possibilities. There was nothing one could not find. Opening the golden finger category revealed hundreds of types: development systems, management systems, planting systems, portable spaces, and more. Moreover, there were character options. Upon inspection, one could select attributes such as lineage, height, weight, measurements, and facial features. Even attributes like strength and intelligence were available for purchase. The items category was even more extensive, categorized by demand and searchable by dimension. For instance, if one sought medical supplies for external injuries and selected Earth, options like XX, white medicine would appear. Selecting high-tech would yield repair liquid, while choosing cultivation would provide herbs for refining. Dongru found herself overwhelmed by the myriad of choices. The prices varied significantly, the cheapest being the guide's life energy, at one system currency per year, while the more expensive items boasted lengthy price tags. Surprisingly, Dongru found herself intrigued. This gameplay was rather delightful. Seeing her interest, C01 finally relaxed, knowing that if his life energy reached zero, he would be destroyed. As long as he assisted the executor in completing a sufficient number of tasks to gain adequate experience or system currency, there was a possibility for the guides to become real entities with their own bodies. Dongru fell into contemplation. In the high-end ward of a hospital in Earth SM City, Dong Yu leaned against the hospital bed, listening to his subordinates report the situation. Is it confirmed that Ruer is truly deceased? Yes, Dong Yi. The brothers scoured the site for days. The young lady brought only 11 people to confront over 150 opponents. Ultimately, it appears she triggered a miniature self-destruct device, leading to mutual destruction. His subordinates lowered their heads, unable to meet Dong Yu's cold and sorrowful gaze. They felt a profound respect for the young lady, who truly lived up to the legacy of being raised by Dong Yi. After a moment, Dong Yu managed to compose himself. What of that bastard? His subordinates understood he referred to the illegitimate son of the late Dong Yi, the instigator of this incident. He was rendered incapable, with limbs and tongue severed, and disposed of in a natural wildlife reserve. Dong Yu nodded. He would not spare anyone who dared to betray and harm their siblings. Dongru observed the scene in a transparent state. C01. Am I currently in a spiritual form? Indeed, Dongjia, you have perished on Earth, so you possess no corporeal form, unless you acquire sufficient system currency to purchase a new body. Let it be. That sounds peculiar. Taking advantage of her invisibility, Dongru floated to the doctor's office and discovered Dong Yu's medical records, revealing that her brother had been in a car accident and was paralyzed from the waist down. A leader of the underworld would forever be unable to stand again. Dongru could envision the difficulties her brother would face within the organization. Actually, Dongjia, you need not worry. Although your brother's ailment cannot be treated on Earth, in high-tech dimensions or cultivation realms, it could be resolved with merely a vial of medicine. C01 offered half-heartedly, both promoting and comforting her. Dongru understood he was referring to the marketplace. Upon searching, she indeed found several corresponding elixirs and medicines, though the cheapest was still 100 coins. Isn't that exorbitant? I only earn 80 system coins for completing a task.
Well,
the prices for medicines and equipment depend on the purchasing location. In lower-tier dimensions like Earth, ordinary medicines are quite cheap, perhaps just a few credits, but purchasing from higher-tier dimensions naturally incurs several times the cost. For instance, take this bone and muscle pill. If purchased in the realm of cultivation, it costs merely 10 coins, while in a high-tech dimension, it demands 50 coins. On Earth, however, it commands a staggering 100. How absurd it is to impose such disparities. With insufficient points, Dongru had no choice but to linger on Earth, opting to continue her tasks. Kangxi and his companion Liang Jiogong could only witness as Dongru leaped from her horse to shield the emperor from a fatal arrow. After deftly dispatching the archer with her sword, she collapsed into Kangxi's arms. His heart nearly ceased as he clutched Dongru, attempting to call her name, yet found himself voiceless. It was Liang Jiogong and the medically proficient Mei Chu who alerted Kangxi, one urgently providing care, while the other offered guidance. Kangxi's heart mirrored her gradually cooling body, both sinking into an icy stillness. Your Majesty, please step aside. We shall tend to the princess's wounds. Bamboo Melody implored, disregarding etiquette in her haste to usher Kangxi away, intent on removing Dongru's garments for treatment. Yet, Kangxi remained resolute, unwilling to leave her side. Dear girl, in such dire circumstances, you still concern yourself with such matters. Liang Jiogong called out, having summoned the imperial physician. Bamboo Melody gritted her teeth, momentarily dismissing Kangxi's presence. After all, her mistress would ultimately belong to him. Should she fail to survive this ordeal, notions of innocence would become irrelevant. The other maidservants had also adopted Dongru's mindset, all understanding the gravity of the situation. Kangxi could no longer see her luminous skin. His gaze fixated on the specially crafted arrow lodged in her left chest, perilously close to her heart. He dared not entertain the thought of losing her. Gripping her hand tightly, Mei Chu examined her closely and exclaimed in relief, "It has not pierced her internal organs." As a woman, Dongru could not be treated directly by the physician, who could only monitor her pulse from behind a curtain, advising on what to be cautious of. Fortunately, Mei Chu, having received true teachings from Granny Qin, was skilled in medicine. Alongside her martial adept maidservants, they managed to extract the arrowhead without excessive blood loss. However, a collective dread enveloped them as the physician, trembling, reported from beyond the curtain, "Your Majesty, this arrow is poisoned." Chapter 26. A return to the capital Kangxi had barely relished the fact that he had escaped a fatal injury when he was abruptly doused with cold water. Coating arrows with poison was a commonplace occurrence, yet the antidote was infinitely more elusive. Without knowledge of the specific toxin, one could only attempt a variety of remedies. A process that required time that the wounded could scarcely afford, especially since, although the heart remained unscathed, the injury was perilously close to it. The speed at which the poison could infiltrate the body was alarming, particularly given the excessive loss of blood. Without needing Kangxi's command, Liang Jiugong urged all military physicians to immediately concoct an antidote. Were they so blind as not to perceive the emperor's current state? Gone was the usual composure that remained unwavering even in the face of calamity. They should have been scrambling to save a life, lest they face dire consequences, perhaps even the wrath of the emperor upon their families. With no other recourse, a few maidservants, under Meichu's counsel, resolved to harness their internal energy to combat the toxin. Those skilled in martial arts took turns facing Kangxi, striving to slow the poison's advance, while Meichu raced alongside the royal physician in a desperate search for the antidote. Kangxi had no desire to hear any news save for that from Dongru. Even a report from Liang Jiugong, informing him that Wu Sangui and his son had managed to intercept the soldiers from Galdan who had attacked them, capturing 1,000 foes, failed to stir him. Wu Sangui, upon learning of his daughter's perilous condition, hastened to the command tent. Yet, as a father, he could only wait anxiously behind the curtain, mirroring the anxiety of a seasoned warrior whose eyes glimmered with unshed tears, leaving the visiting Prince Yu at a loss for words, merely able to sigh in sympathy. While they awaited the antidote, Wu Xiong found himself embroiled in a crisis. Tasked with overseeing the captives, he received the devastating news that his sister had been poisoned and was on the brink of death. This news ignited a fierce determination within him. He summoned the captives and began to demand the antidote. However, they claimed ignorance of the archer responsible for the lethal shot, stating he had been summoned by Galdan from some unknown location, specifically to assassinate Kangxi amidst the chaos of battle. It was precisely the reason Dongru had deflected many ordinary arrows. They served as a shield for that specially crafted lethal arrow. With no knowledge of each other, they could not ascertain the nature of the poison, and the only one who could have revealed its secret, the skilled archer, had perished swiftly, pierced through by Dongru's sword, which she had imbued with her internal energy. After interrogating hundreds of captives who all echoed the same story, Wu Xiong, overwhelmed by grief, commanded the immediate execution of all captured soldiers in a fit of rage. This act was a blatant violation of military regulations and was promptly reported to Kangxi by General Fei Yonggu. Upon hearing this, Kangxi's first response was an enthusiastic approval. Well done. He harbored a fervent desire to avenge Dongru himself. This reaction left those outside the curtain momentarily speechless. With Wu Sangui's emotions a complex tapestry of relief and concern. Realizing his words were ill-chosen, Kangxi hastily assigned the matter to Prince Yu, admonishing General Fei Yonggu to manage his military affairs appropriately. Blushing with embarrassment, Fei Yonggu bowed and retreated. Kangxi excused Wu Sangui from punishment, as Dongru remained unconscious. He lacked the heart to impose penalties on her family, while her fate hung in the balance. Bowls of antidote were delivered into the tent, each time Kangxi personally administering it to Dongru. Initially clumsy, he soon learned to pour it without spilling. As the pulse began to stabilize and the ominous discoloration on her chest gradually faded, the physicians moved with hushed urgency to prepare further remedies. Although Kangxi had never threatened them with dire consequences should they fail, the unspoken weight of their responsibility loomed heavily, underscoring the dire repercussions of failure. Fortunately, Dongru's life was spared. After 3 hours, Meichu and her companions finally succeeded in concocting the antidote. As the dark hue on her chest lightened and her pulse grew stronger, a collective sigh of relief swept through the tent. Wu Sangui sank to the ground, while Prince Yu hurriedly offered him support. Gazing at the unconscious Dongru, Kangxi's heart brimmed with unspoken affection and hope, yearning for the moment she would awaken and resume their playful banter. "Your Majesty, you haven't tea eaten all day. Perhaps you should have a meal and change your attire?" Liang Jiugong gently inquired. Kangxi glanced down at his armor, stained with Dongru's blood, and quietly instructed the attending maidservants before softly releasing her hand and stepping outside. With Dongru's poison neutralized, all that remained was for her to awaken, which eased Kangxi's worries, allowing him to focus on military matters. After strategizing for the next phase of their campaign, he did not acquiesce to Wu Sangui's suggestion of voluntarily relinquishing his title as punishment for his son's actions, instead balancing their merits and faults, a long-standing practice. It was fitting, as Dongru had suffered immensely to save others. He could not possibly degrade her father's rank, thereby diminishing her status. While outwardly punitive towards the Wu family, Kangxi's impression of Wu Xiong had significantly improved, recognizing his genuine affection for his sister, which warranted Kangxi's respect. After leaving the command tent, Wu Xiong felt a twinge of guilt as he addressed Wu Sangui. "Father, I am willing to accept my punishment, but I regret burdening you with this at your age." Wu Sangui, however, bore an air of relief, patting his son's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Knowing this was not a moment for words, both understood the gravity of their circumstances. This expedition had yielded the greatest benefit for the Wu family. Despite the seeming loss of personnel and resources, they had garnered the emperor's favor, an honor not easily won through mere capability or effort, but rather through Dongru's perilous endeavor to save him. Now Wu Sangui could only pray for his daughter's safety. Should she emerge unscathed, the Wu family would emerge victorious, while failure would result in collective sorrow. Wu Xiong was tasked with pursuing the enemy, while Wu Sangui remained with Kangxi, awaiting Dongru's awakening. He worried that upon regaining consciousness, she might seek her father, and he wished for her to see him first. He resolved to cherish her and fulfill her desires to the best of his abilities. Kangxi, having settled these matters, continued to guard Dongru's side, reminiscing about their shared moments and fervently wishing for her swift recovery, envisioning their promising future together. Unbeknownst to him, night had descended. Her anguished cry nearly brought tears to Kangxi's eyes. "Ruer."
At where?
Outside, Liang Jiogong and Dongru's 4 maidservants hurriedly summoned the physician to attend to her. As Dongru opened her eyes, she found Kangxi's face alarmingly close and, in irritation, attempted to push him away. However, any movement tugged at her wounds, causing her immense pain. Kangxi's heart ached for her. "Do not move. Just tell me what you need." The physicians, poised in a nearby tent, had not anticipated her swift awakening. After taking her pulse, they congratulated the emperor. "Congratulations, your majesty. The poison has been entirely neutralized. With proper care for the next 6 months, she will not suffer lasting effects." "Excellent. Excellent. Rewards for all." Liang Jiogong. Kangxi exclaimed with unrestrained joy. "Your servant is here." "Yes. Thank you, your majesty." Dongru pouted in dissatisfaction, lamenting why she had not been rewarded like others. Kangxi affectionately planted a kiss on her small lips and inquired, "Are you hungry?" With a mouth full of bitter medicine, Dongru lacked the appetite to eat and shook her head. This gesture caused Kangxi to feel anxious. "Little ancestor, do you not realize you are injured? Please try to remain still. Is it too much to ask?" Few could resist the feeling of being cherished in such a manner, and Dongru found herself relishing his attentiveness, readily accepting his care. Kangxi's campaign had lasted nearly 6 months. Although he had managed to vanquish most of Galden's forces, a few had escaped. It remained uncertain whether they had fled deeper into the grasslands or sought refuge in Russia. Since her injury, Dongru had remained in the same tent as Kangxi, and those around them were aware of their relationship, respectful enough not to gossip, although they treated Wu Sangui and his son with considerable courtesy. As Kangxi held her still, he gently reassured her. He was reluctant to allow her to accompany him to the palace, thus he summoned her family to the capital to prepare for her wedding, ensuring she would make a grand entrance into the palace. Dongru felt on the verge of collapse. She had never endured such an extended period of inactivity. It had been over a month since her injury. How could it possibly still not be healed? She had lain idle for more than a month, completely dependent on others for food and other needs, feeling as though she was becoming useless. Regardless of her frustration, Kangxi remained firm, insisting that she adhere to the physician's conservative advice, requiring her to rest for 2 months before she could stand. When the 2 months finally elapsed, Dongru was disheartened to discover that Kangxi merely permitted her to stand. After taking only a few steps, he promptly carried her back to a carriage to rest. Dongru was on the verge of tears, regretting her decision to save him, Perhaps if he had endured an arrow himself, he would understand the plight of immobility. Her injury had healed to the point where it no longer required bandaging. In fear of pain, she had borrowed a bottle of slow-acting restorative agent from the system's marketplace for 3 system coins, which alleviated her discomfort. Although termed slow-acting, its effects were quite remarkable, comparable to the healing pace here, and it was rumored that, over time, the scars from her wounds would fade away. Chapter 27. The Empress Dowager's Irritation. Kangxi, upon entering the city, rode a horse for but a fleeting moment before settling into a carriage alongside Dongru as they made their way into the palace. Once they passed through the palace gates, Kangxi instructed Liang Jiogong to escort Dongru to the Qianqing Palace for her accommodation, stating he would first attend to the ministers. Upon hearing this, Dongru became displeased. Having shared a tent with him on the journey was one thing, but why must she continue to reside in the same palace? I have my own quarters in the Xinang Palace. I refuse to go to the Qianqing Palace. Liang Jiogong, you need not accompany me. All right. If you do not wish it, so be it. Speak slowly, why the anger? Liang Jiogong replied. The imperial physician has already stated that although the poison has been temporarily alleviated, you must avoid anger. Who told you to speak such nonsense? Dongru's voice lowered. It seems it is my cousin who has been inconsiderate, while our ruler is astute and mindful of the greater good. Truly, she is both beautiful and intelligent. Dongru burst into laughter, playfully pushing him to hurry down from the carriage, for the ministers were still waiting outside. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Kangxi felt relieved, supporting Liang Jiogong's hand as he proceeded to convene with the ministers. In the distance, the waiting officials grew curious as they observed the stillness of the imperial carriage. After a prolonged wait, when the emperor finally appeared, the carriage continued its course into the palace. They thought little of it. After all, the emperor had returned triumphantly from a campaign, which had inadvertently elevated his prestige in their eyes, making them notably more deferential in his presence than usual. Dongru, however, did not dare to grandly enter the palace in the imperial carriage. Upon entering the inner palace, she took her seat in a sedan chair, especially arranged by Liang Jiogong, heading straight for the Xinang Palace. As soon as she entered the hall, she called out, rushing toward the Empress Dowager, startling her to the point of paling. Su-Ma quickly stepped forward, accompanied by a discerning group of mothers, to shield Dongru and gently escort her to the Empress Dowager. Seeing Dongru's carefree demeanor, the Empress Dowager was at once amused and vexed. Ultimately, she could only shake her head in exasperation. You little girl, where have your manners gone? Upon hearing this, Dongru instinctively prepared to bow, but as anticipated, the Empress Dowager halted her, allowing her to lean into her embrace. You only act so recklessly in the presence of your great-grandmother. Before outsiders, you must adhere to propriety. You are not a child anymore and have just recovered from an injury. How can you run and jump about like this? Let Su-Ma take you inside to check if your wound is reopened. You truly give me no peace of mind. The Empress Dowager had always been somewhat displeased with her granddaughter's tendency to run around, practicing martial arts and military drills. Yet, she found solace in the fact that Dongru and her brothers had devised a training method for the soldiers, which was indeed commendable. However, when she heard reports that Dongru had ventured onto the battlefield, her anger flared. She had intended to chastise her upon their next meeting, but the unexpected news of Dongru saving the emperor left her at a loss for words. Could she truly admonish her for rescuing the emperor? Just moments ago, she had intended to frighten Dongru, but upon seeing her, all traces of ire dissipated. Recognizing that the Empress Dowager would not rest easy until she had seen her, Dongru pouted as she was led to the inner chamber for Su-Ma to examine her already scabbed wounds. Upon re-emerging, her attire neatly arranged, she was met by the court physician, which instantly soured her expression. The Empress Dowager, noticing her demeanor, understood that Dongru had been intimidated by the physician during her recovery. The mere sight of the physicians reminded her of the months Dongru had spent bedridden, softening her heart considerably. Physician Huang is adept at rehabilitation. Let him examine you. You shall not remain confined to your bed any longer. The Empress Dowager is truly the most caring toward ruler. Save your flattery for your cousin. The old woman, will not be so easily swayed. Dongru cheekily exchanged playful banter with her before allowing physician Huang to inspect her. Fortunately, Physician Huang, a gentleman of good character, reported that Dongru had recuperated well and did not require further tonics. She merely needed to watch her mood, which brought her immense joy, prompting her to discreetly reward him with a token of appreciation. Physician Huang graciously accepted it, recognizing the little princess who had always commanded respect in the palace, favored by the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Emperor. Upon Dongru's arrival at the palace, the Empress Dowager was exceedingly pleased, repeatedly instructing the staff to prepare Dongru's favorite dishes and urging Su-Ma to personally inspect the state of Dongru's quarters, while she herself nestled beside Dongru on a couch. Engaged in conversation, the two of them sat intimately together. How precarious it was! That iron arrow was so close to striking a vital point. You cannot imagine how worried your mother must have been to venture onto the battlefield. Thankfully, you survived. May you find peace and fortune henceforth. The Empress Dowager, initially filled with trepidation, was suddenly amused by Dongru's words. I possess two granddaughters that I cherish dearly. When did I ever claim you were among my favorites? How could I not be aware of my own sentiments? No need for you to voice it. I understand your modesty and reluctance to admit it aloud. As Su-Ma entered, she could hear the joyful laughter of the Empress Dowager ringing out, prompting her to laugh along. Indeed, it seems the princess has a way of brightening your spirits. Her presence alone brings you such joy. Look. Even Su-Ma acknowledges that I am your favored descendant, Dongru declared with pride, prompting the Empress Dowager to point at her and chuckle. Observe her self-satisfied demeanor. It seems that in the absence of 2 years, she has become quite shameless, unabashedly boasting. Do not assume I am unaware of your inner pride. This is what one calls the student surpassing the teacher. You must surely delight in the thought that each generation grows bolder. The laughter echoed through the hall, as all the palace maids and matrons could not suppress their mirth. Dongru was careful not to provoke the Empress Dowager too much. After all, extreme emotions, whether joy or sorrow, were ill-suited for someone of her age. Sipping the specially brewed health tea prepared for her, the Empress Dowager inquired about Princess Xia. Yes, my cousin informed me thusly, and it should be accurate. That is good. It has been 2 years since we last met. I wonder how much your brother has grown? Previously, he was too young to recognize anyone. Now, he must be quite shy. That little rascal is lively. He will not be shy, so do not worry. The two of them began to reminisce about the events of the past 3 years when an announcement was made from outside, signaling the arrival of the Empress and the palace ladies to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. At this hour, the visit was merely a formality. They were truly eager to see the Emperor. Upon entering the palace, his first stop would undoubtedly be here. And who knew when they would have another chance to meet him? Hence, everyone had gathered. The Empress Dowager said nothing, allowing the attendants to assist her and Dongru in adjusting their garments before welcoming them inside. The Empress, cradling her 2-year-old son in her arms, repeatedly instructed him on what to say. Remember, when you see your father, you must greet him properly. Call out Emperor Father. I miss you. Remember, Emperor Father is the greatest warrior of the Qing dynasty. Do you understand? The young prince stared blankly at the phoenix hairpin atop her head, displaying little reaction. This left the Empress feeling both frustrated and anxious. This child is slow to speak. At this age, he can only utter a word or two. He rarely talks and is not lively. He prefers to sit alone and stare at wooden toys. Initially, I thought this was advantageous, as he would be easier to manage. However, now that he is finally meeting his father for the first time, he must leave a good impression. She did not expect the prince to suddenly become articulate upon meeting the Emperor. She merely hoped he would be able to utter the words Emperor Father. Following closely behind the Empress Dowager, Dongru surveyed the colorful array of women in the room, inwardly cursing, what good fortune these women have. Upon observing the 2-year-old 5th prince, accompanied by the Empress, along with the 5-year-old 3rd prince led by consort Nala and the 3-year-old 4th prince, not to mention the 2 princesses being guided along, one cannot help but marvel at the fact that a mere 21-year-old is already the father of 5 children. A thought echoed in Dongru's mind. Is there any potion that could ensure he only begets daughters with others, reserving sons solely for me? Why not inquire about a remedy that would render him incapable of fathering children with any woman but you? Such a straightforward solution. Have you lost your wits? How could one pose such a foolish question? If he were to have only children with me, who would remain oblivious to my machinations? The task remains unfulfilled. Do you believe such an approach might provoke him to annihilate the entire Wu family in a fit of rage, leading to a failure of the mission?
No. No. Yes.
Sister Dong said something that indeed holds merit. Should such a potion exist, it would be yet another debt incurred, and repaying it would come with an exorbitant 10% interest. How costly! Upon hearing Dongru's eager tone, C01 hurriedly shifted the conversation. As long as it proves useful, what is there to fear about incurring debt? We can repay it gradually. While engaging in conversation with C01, Dongru simultaneously prepared to pay her respects to the Empress after the Queen Mother had completed her audience. Her title and rank were equivalent to that of the Empress, requiring only a simple bow without the need for formal greetings, which were reserved for those of higher rank. What has come over you, Sister Dongru? The Empress gazed at Xiaozhuang in astonishment, seemingly oblivious to Dongru's ongoing salute. Xiaozhuang's expression immediately turned frostier. The Empress ought to recognize your understanding of etiquette. Even injured, you still offer your respects. Enough. After all, we are family. Your intentions are what matter. Please take a seat. If she were to allow the Empress to intimidate Dongru in her presence, she would have to forfeit her own dignity. Indeed, Dongru was assisted by two matriarchs as she made her way to a lower position beside Xiaozhuang. The pretense of cordiality with the Empress was no longer tenable. She would not subject herself to humiliation. Thus, she gracefully rose and took her seat. It was evident that the Empress was genuinely taken aback, not merely feigning authority over Dongru, and her surprise was shared by the other women present. They had always seen Dongru brimming with vitality. How could it be that she now required support? The news of her injury, as relayed by Xiaozhuang, only stoked their curiosity further. Chapter 28: A Family Reunion. Naturally, Xiaozhuang would not allow anyone to know about Dongru's clandestine venture to the battlefield disguised as a man. Even the generals accompanying Kangxi were unaware of Dongru's true identity. They only recognized her as a woman and presumed she was part of a secret battalion of female soldiers trained by Kangxi, brought to the battlefield to witness the chaos of war. As for Dongru, they merely regarded her as a favored maid or concubine of the emperor. With only Yechin Wang privy to the truth, yet he refrained from disclosing it to others. Upon seeing Dongru in Xinang Palace, the Empress was taken aback, immediately filled with resentment. Why did she need assistance to walk? Upon hearing from Xiaozhuang that she was injured, the Empress's first thought was to protect the emperor. Historically, the merits of saving the emperor are difficult to articulate, and such recognition is inherently tied to the emperor's sentiments. If she were to gain such merits, the Empress could easily surmise the implications for her future. She scrutinized Dongru's flawless face with deep-seated hatred, lamenting that her injuries were not visible upon it. Dongru, perceptive to the Empress's piercing gaze, inwardly scoffed. I would wager she is lamenting why my face remains unscathed. Women can be terrifying. Fortunately, he need not seek a wife. Not long after, the Empress Dowager arrived, and the assembly was complete. It was not long before the emperor concluded matters of the court and came to pay his respects to Xiaozhuang. Upon entering, his immediate instinct was to locate Dongru. Seeing her standing beside Xiaozhuang, flanked by several familiar matrons, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that his grandmother would chastise Dongru, but it appeared that she bore her no ill will. He then greeted the bowing wives and concubines, one arm draping over Dongru and the other assisting the Empress Dowager to her seat before settling himself beside Dongru on the couch before Xiaozhuang. Throughout this interaction, Xiaozhuang had been anxiously observing him, acutely aware of his gaze, and could not help but reflect, this man, when it comes to a woman he favors, is meticulous in every regard, fearful of causing her any slight, yet those he disregards are treated like mere men. Fortunately, the attentive grandson is enamored with her beloved granddaughter, and she is pleased to witness their harmonious connection. Kangxi first inquired about the health of Xiaozhuang and the Empress Dowager over the past 6 months, briefly recounted his experiences on the battlefield, and then summoned his 3 sons to approach him. Originally filled with paternal affection, Kangxi's brow furrowed deeply upon seeing his sons, each less impressive than the last, to the point where he could have squashed a fly with his frown. This frightened the fourth prince and the crown prince, who had no prior impression of Kangxi, into tears, one sobbing with a crumpled nose, while the other trembled like a frightened mouse, though the 5-year-old third prince, recalling Kangxi, did not cry, but instead sought refuge behind Maya's skirts. Dongru nearly burst into laughter at the scene. What was happening? Wasn't the third prince supposed to be under the care of Ru? Why was he so close to Maya? Glancing toward Ru, it was evident that her expression was far from amiable, her eyes glinting daggers at Maya, who, in turn, comforted the third prince while casting a pitiful glance at the emperor. The absurdity of it all made Dongru chuckle inwardly. Her decision to enter the palace had indeed been wise, as the people here were simply delightful. While her relationship with Ru was amicable, she harbored no illusions that those women would genuinely care for her after her entrance into the palace. Trusting only in herself was the wisest course. After observing his sons, Kangxi's victorious mood dissipated, and he exerted considerable effort to suppress his disdain for the empress, refusing to even glance in her direction. Could he not have a healthy son? Each of them appeared sickly, provoking ridicule from the world. Would they claim that heaven had turned its back on the Qing dynasty? That the Aizen-Joro clan's excessive bloodshed would ultimately jeopardize their reign? Though he could overlook many things, the fact that the empress could not even rear her own children filled him with regret over hastily naming a crown prince. Simultaneously, he felt disgust for the women who used his children as tools, hastily dismissing them after only a few words, preferring to keep them out of sight and, thus, out of mind. Sighing, Xiao Zhuang realized that without the emperor present, she bore the burden of all these matters and now faced a situation difficult to explain to him, leading to an awkward silence. Dongru looked around, then, clutching her stomach and feigning distress, exclaimed, "Did not the Empress Dowager instruct them to prepare a feast? Why has it taken so long? The cravings in my belly are becoming unbearable." Her words dispelled the tension in the room, and several pairs of affectionate eyes turned toward her. "Indeed. Su Ma, hurry and urge them along. If they tarry any longer, Dongru's cravings may lead to dire consequences." Laughter erupted, and Su Ma, chuckling in response, turned to make arrangements. Dongru quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, Aunt. I am well now. By the way, I brought many delightful treats for you and the Empress Dowager. Fourth brother, go fetch where I placed them." Elsir promptly agreed, hastening out. Dongru enjoyed a close relationship with the Empress Dowager, perhaps due to the bond shared between Princess Shuang and the Empress Dowager before her marriage. The Empress Dowager genuinely cared for her, and Dongru respected her in return, meticulously preparing gifts for her during the new year. Kangxi shook his head with a resigned smile. How could she know? Liang Jiugong, go summon the gifts prepared for the Empress Dowager and the Grand Empress Dowager.
Certainly.
How is it that you go to battle and still prepare gifts for us? The Empress Dowager was at a loss for words. I dare not take credit for this. It was by the request of certain individuals that these were collected, in hopes of bringing a smile to the Grand Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager.
Wait.
That's not right. I prepared these gifts, didn't I? Dongru glared at him in discontent. Indeed, I just mentioned they were prepared by you. No one would dare claim your credit. Kangxi teased her with a smile. Then why are you taking my gifts to curry favor? Shouldn't I be the one to bring joy to the Grand Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager? You have no part in this. All right. If the gifts are not for you, then I shall claim half of the delicious food. As he feigned urgency before the beautifully arranged lunch, Dongru, fearing he might snatch her food, instinctively moved to protect it, startling Kangxi. All of this is yours. No one is competing with you. Just take your time. The 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren joyously shared a meal before parting ways. Typically, eunuchs in the emperor's service would avoid the concubines, as being near the emperor held greater prestige, yet Wei Shu, unconcerned with such matters, would inevitably stand out among others. As the head eunuch, he understood that his master was unlike any other. She was the emperor's treasure, and serving her as chief eunuch could be far more advantageous than being among those who lacked status beside the emperor. Where is this place? Dongru followed Wei Zhu into an unfamiliar palace, her curiosity piqued. Taiji Palace? 3 years ago? She suspected she knew who it belonged to. Little did she know. This lavish abode had been under construction since her departure 3 years prior. He certainly had put in the effort. Seeing that Dongru understood, Wei Zhu refrained from elaborating further. My lady, do let us know if there are any alterations you desire. Chief Liang has instructed that you finalize your decisions within the next few days so that work may commence promptly, as time is of the essence. As this would be her future residence, Dongru did not refuse, carefully assessing the space while suggesting improvements and alterations. After about a month, the triennial selection was set to commence once more, having been postponed from April to June due to the Emperor's absence. Meanwhile, the Wu family had also arrived in the capital, and on the very first day, Xiao Zhuang welcomed Princess Shuang and her family into the palace for a heartfelt reunion. As the conversation progressed, it inevitably turned to the matter of Dongru. Empress Xiao Zhuang, with a stern expression, admonished her daughter and son-in-law, "It is your indulgence that has emboldened her to the point of daring to venture onto the battlefield. This time, she was merely fortunate. What if next time?" Princess Shuya, despite the relief of seeing her daughter safe and sound, felt her heart still trembling, her eyes reddening. What the Empress says is true. It is my failing as a mother that I have not raised her properly. Thankfully you are here, Empress. From now on, this child will be entrusted to you. If she misbehaves, do not hesitate to discipline her. Dongru, feeling embarrassed, covered her face with her hands, wishing to vanish. Her adorable demeanor nearly elicited a laugh from Princess Shuya, who bit her lip to suppress it. Empress Xiao Zhuang, upon hearing these words, shot her a disapproving glance. So, you are unwilling to discipline your own daughter, expecting this old woman to play the villain? How naughty! Her words sparked laughter from those in the hall, lightening the atmosphere which had previously been so tense. Emperor Kangxi soon proceeded to reward the military generals who had accompanied him in battle. The Wu family, having contributed little more than their presence, were nonetheless honored. Yet, after bestowing rewards upon the foreign ministers, Kangxi astonished everyone by conferring a title upon Dongru, one that had never been granted in this dynasty, or even in previous ones. Ostensibly, it was for saving the emperor. Yet the details remained ambiguous, where she had rescued him and for what reason became a historical enigma. The court physicians, privy to the truth, refrained from mentioning the incident. The physicians who had saved Dongru were all promoted, as no one wished to jeopardize their lives by opposing the emperor. Chapter 29. Lady, She Country. The lengthy vocabulary posed a challenge for Dongru in comprehending the classical text. After a muddled period of kneeling for over 10 minutes, the official finally completed the proclamation. With the assistance of Mei Chu and Zhu Yun, she rose to receive the edict, offering a perfunctory expression of gratitude. After the officer conveyed his congratulations and presented her with a reward, he took his leave. How splendid! Congratulations, Your Highness! Exclaimed Mei Chu and Zhu Yun, their faces flushed with excitement. Dongru gazed at them, somewhat perturbed. Did you truly comprehend the meaning of the edict? Surely not. When did these two girls become so learned? It seems they have surpassed their own mistress in knowledge. How utterly astonishing. Not quite, one of them replied. Then what are you so happy about? I did not grasp the specifics, but I understood the crux of it. From now on, the princess shall be known as the esteemed lady of the nation. Indeed, Lady She Country. The matriarchs nearby chimed in, extending their congratulations to Dongru. She finally felt reassured. They, like herself, were only able to grasp this particular phrase. She thought to herself, it is impossible for even my maids to understand the classical text, while I do not. It appeared that none among them comprehended it, which felt more acceptable. One must wonder who composed this proclamation. Writing incomprehensible phrases serves little purpose. But that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is, I am not even married yet. How can I be conferred the title of lady? Furthermore, what does Lady of the Nation even signify? The term Lady of the Nation was historically the highest title bestowed upon women of merit among the Manchu people in honor of their contributions to the Khan or their clans. Empress Xiao Zhuang entered, evidently aware of the decree, and approached Dongru to clarify her confusion. Grandmother, Dongru said, taking her arm to assist her into a seat. I have never heard of this title. I assumed it referred to the wife of a duke. Did they not refer to the Duchess as lady during the Tang dynasty? Like the Lady of Han or Lady of Wei? Empress Xiao Zhuang chuckled. It is quite normal that you have not heard of it. This title has not been in use for many generations. Even your mother's generation may not be familiar with it. I do not know where the emperor derived this notion. The title lady does not necessarily imply that one must be married. It was already known that the emperor would not neglect Dongru. He must have intended to prepare her for a future within the palace. Though she would appreciate having someone to rival the empress. The person in question was her beloved granddaughter, which placed some pressure on Empress Xiao. People often say that children are a burden. In her case, it seemed that not only her children but her grandchildren were also coming to collect debts, and at her advanced age, she still had to worry for them. Dongru's elevation to lady sent ripples throughout the palace. Within the palace, this was a momentous event. Outside, only the women of the Hakka courtyard regarded it as a trending topic, envying Dongru's fortune. The men, however, remained largely indifferent, viewing a female official without power or territory as inconsequential, aside from those with vested interests, like the Hesheri family. For the concubines in the inner palace, however, this was a significant development. What did superior rank imply? In the palace hierarchy, the empress held the highest rank, followed by the empress dowager, then the noble consorts, and so on down to the lowest ranks. With the palace predominantly filled with ranks from 5 to 7. The sudden elevation of a woman destined for the palace to a superior rank drew all eyes toward the empress's residence, Kunning Palace, as everyone prepared tea and seeds, eagerly awaiting her reaction. All the women, including her own sister, were waiting to witness her predicament. It had been years since such an extraordinary event occurred. Tales of equal wives were only heard among the common folk, yet now a peer to the empress was to emerge within the palace. Did this not suggest a shift in the dynamics of the inner court? The presence of the crown prince, the empress's son, also loomed in their thoughts, leaving many uncertain. Nonetheless, many who harbored resentment toward the empress contemplated how to ally themselves with Dongru, hoping to secure her favor sooner rather than later. Upon receiving the news, Hesheri immediately wrecked her room in fury. Kangxi.
Xiao.
Wu Dongru. Very well, you have all pushed me to this. She growled fiercely, her wet nurse anxiously standing outside, having dismissed all the servants far away. Once she calmed down, her wet nurse entered to assist her, urging, Your Highness, please take care of yourself. Regardless, you are the empress. Even if that woman is now your equal, once she enters the palace, she will be the emperor's woman, regardless of her status. The empress, weakly clutching her chest and leaning heavily against her wet nurse's shoulder, wept, Who cares for my well-being? Ever since I became empress. Cough, cough. The wet nurse, alarmed, quickly rubbed her chest and sought water, but the room was in shambles, so she could only help her into the bedroom. As Hesheri coughed and wept, her heart ached. Xianyi, did you ever consider me your first wife? At that moment, she recalled her position as Kangxi's wife, a fact she had forgotten while resorting to violence against his progeny. The empress fell ill, finding it challenging to sit up, yet she insisted on meeting her uncle, Zerd, leading to a lengthy private discussion between the two. Kangxi was fully aware of their meeting and the content of their conversation. Returning to the subject of Dongru, the edict had just been issued, and the Ministry of Rites began preparing Dongru's ceremonial attire and accessories. Since there were no existing records of specifications, everything had to be redefined, keeping them exceedingly busy. Meanwhile, the selection process was also commencing. Originally, Dongru was among those selected as a potential consort and was supposed to eat, live, and learn etiquette alongside the other candidates. However, Kangxi could not bear to subject her to such indignities. She was merely given a nominal title while residing in Ning Palace. Everyone else is here. It would seem odd for me to be treated specially, wouldn't it? Dongru remarked casually while boating with Kangxi, who finally had time to relax. She mentioned the selection process, showing little concern. There were 2 Mongolian princesses participating, and she had met one of them previously at Ning Palace. They were related. After all, she had too many relatives. Kangxi, while adjusting his fishing rod, replied nonchalantly, Your status is inherently different from theirs. It is only fitting that you do not partake in their trials. Though your wound has healed, you must still exercise caution in your recovery. What if someone unwittingly provokes you? Moreover, your etiquette was taught by the Empress Dowager. It is already the finest. There is no need for the ants in charge to instruct you. My etiquette is the best?
How dare you say that?
If Xiao, who frequently called her a wild monkey, were to hear this, she would surely burst into tears of laughter. No, could it be that he was being sarcastic? Dongru scrutinized him for a long moment, only to see Kangxi earnestly placing the fish he caught into a water-filled wooden bucket, appearing genuinely serious, which suggested he truly believed what he said. Embarrassingly, Dongru felt her cheeks redden at his compliment. Kangxi gazed at Dongru with warmth and affection, and being with her evoked a serene sense of time. This time, unlike 3 years prior, Dongru did not venture to Xiao Palace, where she was immediately followed by a throng of admirers, making her the center of attention wherever she went. However, it had become customary for the privileged to enjoy their privileges, and others did not find it particularly strange. They simply approached Dongru with varying degrees of flattery. Dongru, who merely observed the lively scene without forming any close connections or making promises to anyone, greatly reassured her mother, Princess Xiao, that her daughter had finally become more discerning. "Mother, I am late." As the crowd seated in the hall engaged in conversation around Dongru, a woman's voice announced her entrance, without waiting for the maid outside to announce her. "The pure Duke's wife has arrived. The eldest princess is here." The maid, accustomed to the social milieu, maintained her composure despite the interruption and continued with her duties. "Has the Longxi daughter-in-law come? Please take a seat."
Xiao.
"You haven't changed a bit in these years." It was evident that she had been well cared for, and her efforts were acknowledged.
You flatter me.
"This is merely my duty," Fu Cha replied respectfully with a smile directed towards Princess Xiao. "We are all relatives here, no need for such formality. Just call me Aunt and sit down to chat."
Yes, Aunt.
There was no hurry to sit, as the daughter-in-law had yet to meet the lady of the house. It would be more appropriate to wait until the auspicious moment to settle down for conversation. The playful banter elicited laughter from the elder ladies present, who did not spare a glance at Wu Dongqiao. After all, they were all esteemed matriarchs. Why would they regard the daughters of concubines? Moreover, it was clear that this one lacked discernment. Wu Dongqiao felt a twinge of awkwardness as she followed closely behind Princess Xiao. Chapter 30. Ascension of Consort. She remained oblivious to the current plight of the Wu family, believing that their standing resembled that of their time in Yunnan, where no one dared to undermine the royal household. The emperor was paramount, and her family was of considerable stature as well. Each time Wu Sangui entered the capital, he did so with trepidation, avoiding close associations with any influential figures, fearing that Kangxi might perceive him as attempting to form factions for personal gain. Even with the relatively powerless pure prince, he seldom engaged, let alone visit them due to his daughter's capricious nature. This knowledge served as her support, while those unaware might presume he harbored ulterior motives with the pure prince. In her mind, as a daughter of the Wu family, she expected her stepmother to favor her, especially since her stepmother was the eldest princess, naturally inclined to belittle the Fucha clan. Thus, to assert her favored status in her maternal family before Fucha, she decided to enter unannounced. However, her stepmother, although outwardly gentle, maintained a cordial demeanor towards Fucha and now appeared to neglect her, engrossed in conversation with others. This realization stirred discontent within her, as she thought, "After all, she is not my biological mother." Following Princess Xiao around in a daze, she remained unaware that she should offer congratulations to Dongru, leaving those around her speechless. It was perplexing that she considered herself a Wu family daughter, yet felt slighted when her stepmother spoke less to her in order to accommodate guests. She only perceived her own grievances, oblivious to how her actions came across as disrespectful and lacking decorum to outsiders. Regardless of her status as a concubine's daughter, even a legitimate daughter would not openly converse before the arrival of important guests, as it would reflect poorly on her family. Furthermore, regardless of the bond shared with her legitimate sister at home, one ought to display a semblance of closeness in front of outsiders, especially considering her sister's esteemed position. Surrounded by noble ladies, young concubines were relegated to the sidelines. Such moments called for seizing the opportunity to showcase sisterly affection for all to witness. Unfortunately, Wu Dongqiao was oblivious to these social nuances, having always regarded her father as her sole support, never contemplating the significance of her siblings, a reflection of her upbringing alongside her aunt. The heir's wife possessed some understanding of her sister-in-law and, with a smile, guided her to a table outside, skillfully steering her away from the side concubines, instead leading her to the table of noble women. Otherwise, amidst the throng of guests, any misstep would tarnish the Wu family's reputation. Naturally, the Wu family would not host a feast for merely a day. The first day was reserved for male friends and relatives, the second for female kin, and only on the third day would they entertain less intimate colleagues and officials. The final selection would culminate in the Emperor, Empress, and Dowager Empress choices. All the selected ladies arranged themselves according to their respective banners. And the ladies of the blue banner suddenly noted an unexpected addition at the forefront, prompting glances of curiosity. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that only one additional individual had joined, while the others were her attendants.
Who could that be?
Is she from our blue banner? Why have we never seen her before? One lady whispered to her friend. Indeed, she appeared accompanied by several maidservants, exuding an air of distinction. Another inquired with intrigue. The one being questioned was Liu, whose father's rank surpassed all others present, making her a likely candidate for selection, thus drawing the attention of the other ladies. Liu furrowed her brow in contemplation, unable to recall any impression of the newcomer. After all, the moment one stood there, a powerful aura emanated from them, and if she had encountered her, it would have been impossible to forget. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. Nearby, a lady from the right blue banner could not help but scoff. It's amusing that you consider yourselves well-informed, yet fail to recognize the daughter of your banner's leader. The leader's daughter? The lady who had first inquired raised her voice slightly, drawing the attention of those nearby, prompting the matron to swiftly reprimand her. The lady blushed, covering her mouth and glancing furtively at Dongru. So, she is the daughter of the Prince Pingxi, Princess Wu. Truly beautiful. Your information is outdated. She is no longer merely a princess, but now holds the exalted title of Consort Shi. Consort Shi? Isn't that a title that parallels the Emperor's? That is precisely why she has captured the Emperor's favor. The lady refrained from speaking further. Acutely aware that such a formidable presence warranted caution, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Liu remained silent, yet scrutinized Dongru discreetly. From her shoes to her attire, from her hair to her visage, everything about her was exquisite, surpassing many in beauty. Liu inwardly lamented that some individuals are simply born into a life of privilege. This consort, not only of high status but also of striking beauty, was rumored to hold the Emperor's favor. How could other women possibly compete? The imperial decree had arrived that very afternoon, previously drafted, and the family knelt in reverence. They listened as Prince Kong read the proclamation with measured cadence. I decree that you, Wu Jia's Dongru, are distinguished in lineage, renowned for your virtuous nature, and possess the grace of character. You shall be bestowed the title of Consort Shi, and may you carry forth the honor of your family with humility and diligence. Upon receiving the decree, the announcing Prince Kong and Prince In quickly approached Dongru and Wu Sangui, extending their congratulations. Congratulations, Consort Shi. Congratulations, Prince Pingxi.
Thank you. Thank you.
You must both stay and dine with us before departing. Wu Sangui warmly greeted them. Understanding the customary procedures, Wu Sangui did not linger, courteously seeing them off as they laughed and departed. Meanwhile, his sister-in-law gleefully pulled Dongru aside, at a loss for words. While they all anticipated entering the palace, the certainty of her position was still uncertain. The princesses from Mongolia had been in the palace for years, yet remained mere noblewomen. They had assumed Dongru would at least be appointed a concubine, yet she had ascended directly to the rank of a palace consort. Observing the stream of guests arriving to offer their congratulations, Dongru felt out of place. Unsure whether to adopt a commanding demeanor and dismiss them or to feign coyness like a typical bride-to-be. Just the thought of it overwhelmed her. She decided to simply go along with it. Unlike those around her, Dongru felt no excitement about the future, living in a manner typical of someone who takes life one day at a time, indifferent to what lay ahead. Princess Xiao, witnessing Dongru's oblivious demeanor, felt exasperated, uncertain of how to express her frustration. Hadn't she shared a bond with the Emperor for several years? Did she not harbor any anticipation or trepidation regarding the future? As soon as the decree was issued, the Ministry of Rites began to arrive, for Dongru still bore the title of the exalted consort. The Emperor insisted that her entrance into the palace could not be as simplistic as that of other consorts, They were tasked with devising a complete wedding plan, which left them in disarray. The auspicious date was set for mid-next month, yet the Ministry of Rites was solely focused on this one task, uncertain if they could produce a plan satisfactory to the emperor and consort Xi in such a short time. One might argue that marrying the empress was straightforward, governed by established protocols. However, orchestrating a wedding for a consort of equal standing to the empress posed a significant challenge. Would it not be akin to treating her like an empress? Such an approach would certainly invite censure, considering the empress's status as the primary wife. Conversely, should they lower the standards, it could incite displeasure in consort Xi, leaving them vulnerable to her disdain. After all, she was no mere figurehead, whether in the court of the previous dynasty or the current palace. In their desperation, they sought counsel from the Wu family, as Dongru remained indifferent to such matters. Princess Xiao was also reluctant for her daughter to be overly ostentatious. The advantage gained from such trivialities seemed of little significance. If one were to seize an opportunity, it should be something of practical value. Thus, she did not impose any difficulties upon them, and soon everything was settled. Subsequently, the Wu brothers busied themselves in a flurry of activity. Dongru, wishing to enter the palace in accordance with the customary practices for daughters of respectable families, needed to bring a dowry. This prompted Princess Xiao to commence a meticulous inventory. The list had been prepared years prior, requiring only the addition of a few items. She merely needed to review and seal the boxes. There were no large furnishings to prepare, as those had been crafted by the palace, and only clothing, fine fabrics, antique artifacts, and paintings were to be brought along. Traditionally, the possessions of women entering the palace were limited and subjected to thorough inspection at the gate. However, Dongru's belongings were numerous. Consequently, Emperor Kangxi dispatched several matrons and guards to oversee the packing and ensure everything was in order, preventing any potential loopholes. This arrangement allowed for a smooth entry into the palace, without further delays for inspection. Dongru had no need to fret over her bridal attire. The Ministry of Rites had prepared her ceremonial gown months in advance, and it had been delivered just a few days earlier. She was to don this magnificent garment for her wedding. As she gazed upon the vibrant red robe adorned with golden embroidery, she found it rather gaudy. Not particularly fond of the color red, she wore it only at the behest of Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, who preferred red attire. Consequently, she often donned the red qipao or Mongolian dress prepared by her. Perhaps this led Kangxi to mistakenly believe she had an affinity for red, prompting the Ministry of Rites to select such a hue for her ceremonial gown. One must acknowledge that Kangxi had indeed invested considerable effort for Dongru's sake, juggling the affairs of the previous dynasty while still remembering her preferences, striving not to slight her. This was no small feat, and at least Princess Xiao was quite pleased with him. At last, on the auspicious day, Dongru was set to depart. Chapter 31. Eternal Union. As she combed her hair, the princess recited softly, her voice trembling with emotion. 1 comb through the hair brings fortune without worry. 2 combs lead to health without sorrow. 3 combs grant many children and longevity. A final comb signifies harmony and respect. The princess, Xiao, could not suppress the tears welling in her eyes. Today, her daughter, whom she had nurtured for 14 years, was to wed, and in the daunting palace, no less, which shattered her heart. As the atmosphere weighed heavy, Dongru felt her own eyes grow misty, her heart aching upon seeing her mother in such distress. Mother! At that poignant moment, Dongru's next words ignited Xiao's anger. Mother, I will miss you terribly. Perhaps I should not marry after all. The princess's initial sorrow vanished, replaced by frustration as she glared at her daughter in the mirror. You will behave today, listen to Mama Wan, and refrain from causing trouble. Dongru pouted, feeling disheartened. I was merely trying to lighten the mood. Why are you so worried? When have I ever caused trouble? Beside them, her elder sister-in-law stifled a laugh while adorning her with the exquisite 8-tailed phoenix hairpin. Thanks to Dongru's family's esteemed status, all her accessories were of the finest quality, rivaling those of the empress. As the long tassels draped elegantly over her shoulders, Dongru felt their weight and pondered silently. This must weigh over 20 pounds. I wonder if the empress's attire is this cumbersome. With my petite frame, attending grand events may prove exhausting. Fortunately, once dressed, the maids and matrons surrounded her, offering support to prevent any missteps. Once her makeup was complete, Dongru was assisted out of her chamber, where Wu Xiong awaited to carry her to the bridal sedan chair. Clinging to his shoulder, she anxiously inquired, "Brother, can you manage my weight? Please do not drop me. I cannot spring back up in this attire." Wu Xiong pretended to wobble, causing Dongru to gasp and grip him tightly. Shuya, exasperated, chastised her son. "You two need to settle down. It is not the time for antics." Wu Xiong ceased his jesting but teased his sister, "If you find my carrying unsteady, shall I summon your second brother instead?" Dongru shot him an annoyed glance, dismissing him with a thought, "What a petty man." Wu Luan, unfazed by their ridicule, smiled amiably, while Shuya shook her head in playful reproach at her children's antics. The light-hearted banter alleviated some of the bittersweetness of the wedding. As Dongru sat within the sedan chair, clutching a jade vase, the procession commenced, accompanied by music. The ceremony itself was quite simple. The groom would not come to fetch her. Rather, she would make her way to the palace, escorted by 166 pieces of dowry. 2 matrons accompanied her on either side, members of her entourage, while 2 others were gifts from the empress. Behind the sedan trailed 2 neat rows of palace maids and eunuchs, 10 of each, just like the empress, though her entourage was more substantial with 6 maids and 4 matrons. Among them, her 4 personal maids had been bestowed official ranks after her recovery from an injury, and thus were no longer considered part of the Wu family. The sedan chair moved swiftly, and the onlookers could only catch a fleeting glimpse before it vanished from sight. An elderly matron officiated the ceremony, which seemed rather informal, and the spectators, being restrained by their rank, did not dare to create a ruckus, exchanging only a few light-hearted jests before departing. The empress and her consorts were absent from the ceremony, not for lack of desire, but due to restrictions against approaching the Tai Ji Palace. From within, the sounds of music and firecrackers echoed, and one could only imagine how many had suffered torn nails and tattered silks in their anticipation. Once the formalities concluded, only the newlywed couple remained in the bridal chamber. Dongru gazed at Kangxi, adorned in a bright yellow dragon robe, a comically large red flower pinned to his chest, and could no longer contain her laughter as she collapsed onto the bed. "You little rascal, daring to mock your cousin." After a month apart, Kangxi's yearning for her had built to an overwhelming crescendo, and he could no longer resist pulling her into his embrace, cherishing her with a kiss. Dongru playfully pounded his chest, breathless as she finally gasped, "Your flower is quite uncomfortable." Kangxi chuckled, finding humor in the situation, having never worn a red flower before. He discarded it aside, and for a moment, they lay intertwined in silence.
At where?
Kangxi gently caressed her face. Dongru, feeling drowsy from the long day, struggled to stay alert. "I am so happy. We can finally be together. Oh, 3 years I've waited for this moment. You have finally grown up." "You silly girl." Mischievous child. Unable to withstand her teasing any longer, Kangxi rolled over, seeking to tickle her. Laughter erupted from Dongru, and in a playful tussle, their bodies intertwined, igniting a spark of passion. In an instant, Dongru realized her garments had vanished. How had such intricate attire been shed? However, at this moment, should she truly concern herself with such trivialities? Wait. She gasped, breathless. "What is it?" He replied with equal fervor. "It is still not dark outside. No one has decreed that one must wait for nightfall to consummate the marriage. But what if someone sees us?" After a brief pause, the curtains were drawn, shrouding the bed in darkness. Kangxi produced a luminous pearl, casting a gentle glow around them. "Now it is dark. There is no need to worry about being seen." "How marvelous!" she exclaimed. "There is even more to behold." Soon, whispers filled the air, followed by sounds of playful discomfort. "All right, I will remain still," she relented. "You little lecher, you said you would not move." "I could not help myself." They did not linger in their playful antics for long, sharing tender moments before rising for dinner. Dongru pondered, uncertain whether Kangxi's patience stemmed from his own restraint or a genuine concern for her first experience. Either possibility held significant weight. Regardless, possessing the love of her life filled him with a profound sense of happiness, a feeling he had never known before. Ignoring the attendants, They savored their meal, shoulders touching, heads leaning together as they conversed. Kangxi retrieved a pair of matching tokens, placing one in a pouch holding strands of their hair, securing it tightly, and keeping one for himself. Dongru chuckled upon seeing the pouch he wore. This was indeed crafted by her, though the exact year escapes my memory. Judging by the stitching, it likely dates back a couple of years, a time when her skills were not yet refined. Ever since she mastered the art of needlework, all the small items such as the pouch, fan case, and ornamental cords adorning Kangxi have been made by Dongru. This has been a source of motivation for Dongru to diligently hone her craft, for wherever the emperor goes, he becomes the center of attention. One can only imagine the shock on people's faces upon seeing the unsightly pouch at his waist. My goodness, who made this? It's so unattractive. To which Kangxi would proudly respond, this was crafted by my cousin. Isn't it splendid? Dongru felt that her dignity had been entirely compromised by his remarks. Do not assume this is merely Dongru's overactive imagination. It is a truth born from experience. Are you still feeling unwell? Kangxi inquired with concern, directing his gaze towards Dongru. She playfully twisted her slender waist and replied with a light-hearted smile, I feel perfectly fine now. The pain has subsided. The medicine you provided works wonders. That's a relief. How about if I accompany you to see the Empress, after I conclude my court duties? Kangxi refrained from mentioning that he had specifically requested the imperial physician to concoct that remedy, aiming to ease her discomfort for her first experience. Upon hearing his suggestion, Dongru chuckled, there's no need for that. You should focus on your state affairs, and I can handle the Empress myself. If I were to be anxious on my very first day, how would I manage in the long run? Your Highness, today you should wear your regular attire. It's comfortable and practical, suggested Mama Rome while assisting the ailing Empress, who struggled to rise. The Empress, her complexion pale and her coughing persistent, insisted, no. I shall wear my court robes. Today is a significant occasion, and I cannot be too casual. Indeed, it was a momentous day, yet in her fragile state. She fought to rise and partake in the tea offered by Dongru, fearful of missing any opportunity to assert her position. Although the court robes were cumbersome, they symbolized her status. Even if Wu Dongru enjoyed great favor, she could never don such garments. Mama Rome was at a loss for how to persuade the obstinate Empress. Just days prior, the favored consort had come to the palace to counsel her, warning that the emperor had grown increasingly discontented with the Heshali clan and advised her not to oppose him. She should also disregard Shi Fei, treating her as though she were invisible, with the crown prince by her side, as long as she behaved properly and made no mistakes. The emperor and the empress dowager would afford her a measure of respect. Unlike now, when since the crown prince's birth, the emperor had not spent a single night in Kuan-Ning Palace. Alas, the empress was not inclined to heed such counsel. Just as preparations were being finalized, she inquired about the tea. Is the tea ready? With Huirue personally overseeing the preparations, it should be flawless. The empress's face twisted with displeasure. Very well, then. Humph. I shall see how you remain so arrogant after a few years without bearing children. Chapter 32. The turmoil of greetings in stark contrast to the queen's tension. Dongru strolled leisurely towards the Kuan-Ning Palace, accompanied by Wei Shu, Zhu Yun, and the two matriarchs, Lan and Wan. The palace was abuzz with excitement. All the concubines had arrived early, eagerly awaiting the ensuing contest. Life in the palace had become monotonous, and they sought entertainment wherever possible. While they had arrived in good time, the main characters had yet to make their appearance. Gathered in the Kuan-Ning Palace, the women exchanged trivial chatter, their eyes darting to share whispers of gossip. The queen reclined on a couch in the inner chamber, having risen early and already showing signs of fatigue. Are they not here yet? Asked Rong Mama, glancing towards the doorway. Upon seeing Ming Rue shake her head, she muttered, humph. How infuriating. Why did I bother to prepare so early just to wait for her? It is already 1/4 past the hour. Your Majesty, shall we?
The Queen has arrived.
Pay your respects, Your Majesty. May you be blessed.
Rise.
Has Shi Fei arrived yet? The Queen, intending to project an imposing presence, was unable to suppress a cough that shattered the carefully constructed atmosphere. The room fell silent as the women exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Just as they settled into their seats, a eunuch announced, Shi Fei has arrived. Dongru entered without haste, exclaiming, "Oh, everyone is here so early. Your Majesty, may you be blessed." She performed a respectful greeting, rising before the queen could respond, infuriating her as her complexion flushed and she coughed while glaring daggers at Dongru. Undeterred, Dongru feigned ignorance. As she entered, the others stood in respect. Although Tong Fei had not intended to rise, she reluctantly followed suit upon seeing Dongru take the lead. "Your Excellency, Changzai, please allow me to pay my respects," the attendees greeted Dongru, to which she responded with gracious smiles. After exchanging pleasantries with Ru Fei and Tong Fei could not help but jest. "Sister, did you not tire yourself terribly yesterday?" Her words carried a hint of hidden barbs, a reminder of past grievances. Dongru chose to ignore the provocation, while Ru Fei chimed in with a smile. "Sister Tong, your words are misplaced. Although I am younger than you, my rank surpasses yours, and we merely exchanged formal greetings today. Ru Fei is magnanimous enough not to hold such trivialities against you." Dongru cast a sidelong glance at the visibly displeased Tong Fei and remarked coolly, "Tong Fei, have you not learned the rules after all this time in the palace?" This was a veiled jab at her past failure to adhere to court etiquette, a lesson imparted by Kong Shi himself. As the exchange continued, the queen finally caught her breath, pausing her cough to sip ginseng tea. "Why did Shi Fei arrive so late? Must we all wait for you? Do you not feel any remorse? Here I am." The onlookers exchanged excited glances, eager to witness the unfolding drama, and settled into silence to avoid drawing attention. Dongru feigned surprise, addressing the queen. "I recall that the designated time for greetings is the hour of the dragon, is it not? As long as I arrive before that time, I am not late." The room was filled with knowing glances. Indeed, though Shi Fei was the last to arrive, she had done so before the appointed hour, rendering the queen's complaints moot. The queen, once again choking on her indignation, was met with Dongru's concerned gaze. "Your Majesty, are you in good health? Despite your illness, you still await my presence. You are truly a model of patience. Please drink some tea." Rome Mama quickly offered the queen the ginseng tea, gently patting her back. The queen was nearly driven to exasperation. "What are you saying? Are you wishing for my early demise to clear your path to the throne?" The room was steeped in silence as everyone observed the queen's fit of coughs. Dongru's words rang true. How could one seek to trouble another while in such a fragile state? The queen, unwilling to engage further in verbal sparring, waved Rome Mama away. "Let us begin the tea ceremony." Dongru did not object. It was customary to present tea to the matriarch upon entering the palace, regardless of her status. A palace maid presented a teacup, and Dongru knelt to offer it, her demeanor calm despite her inner reluctance. "Your Majesty, please enjoy this tea." Yet inwardly, she cursed the archaic rule that required all women of rank to present tea to the queen following their first night in the palace. The queen smiled brightly. "Excellent. As you have just entered the palace, you must adhere to the rules. Rome Mama, please read the palace edicts to Shi Fei, so she does not inadvertently transgress any regulations in the future." "Yes, Your Majesty." Rome Mama moved to stand beside Dongru, preparing to recite the rules. But Dongru interrupted, rising from her kneeling position.
"Wait!
What is this? Does Shi Fei have an objection to the queen?" The queen seized the opportunity with palpable excitement. "I would never dare express discontent regarding the ancestral edicts. My grievances lie solely with you." The queen nodded in satisfaction, then kneel and listen to the teachings. However, Dongru's next words nearly sent the queen into a fit of rage. "Little Wei, at your service. You shall take my place and listen to the teachings." Without hesitation, Wei Zhu knelt in the position Dongru had just occupied, fully devoted to her mistress, disregarding the queen's reaction entirely. The queen slumped against the back of her chair, pointing at Dongru, rendered speechless. Others gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Dongru, seated closest to the queen, feigned ignorance, silently urging her to speak. With a dramatic roll of her eyes, the queen fainted, prompting Rome Mama to exclaim in panic, "Your Majesty, please awaken. Quickly, the queen has fainted. Summon the physician, hurry." Dongru, being nearby, discerned that the queen's anger was genuine, yet her fainting was but a ruse. Did she think to tarnish her reputation by pretending to swoon on her very first day in the palace? How naive! Giving a subtle signal to Xiao Wei to prevent the maidens from fetching the physician, she feigned concern and stepped forward. What has happened to your majesty?
See.
I had foretold that the queen should rest due to her ill health. It is you, useless servants, who failed to ensure her well-being and summon the physician promptly. You have grown complacent, relying on the queen's kindness. Today, I shall teach you a lesson you will not soon forget. Bring forth the esteemed Lady Shi. Lady Wan led the palace guards into the queen's chamber. As the first to command them, Dongru's authority surprised everyone, yet to their astonishment, the guards indeed called forth several individuals to drag Roan Mama and her companions away. Wide-eyed in shock, they cried out for mercy. Lady Shi, spare us. We meant no disrespect to your majesty. We beseech you to forgive us. Your Majesty, please save us. The dreaded 30 strikes of the punishment board could indeed prove fatal. Despite their previous arrogance, emboldened by the Queen's influence, they were merely servants, and their true colors were now revealed. The noble ladies who had suffered under their tyranny watched, relishing the spectacle, wishing for Dongru to continue until they were dragged away, perhaps never to return. At that moment, the Queen gradually regained consciousness. Chapter 33. A failed scheme. The situation escalated beyond the Queen's expectations, compelling her to abandon her pretense. Ignoring the events that had just transpired, she erupted in anger, demanding, "What is this commotion? Do you not see me, your queen, here? Shi Fei, how dare you act with such audacity in my palace? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?"
Ah!
Your Majesty has awakened, exclaimed Shi Fei, relief evident in her tone. It is fortunate you are well. I must say, your Majesty, you are far too lenient. You have indulged these servants to the extent that they neglected to report your illness to the physician. Thankfully, you are safe now. But what if a more serious matter arises in the future, and they fail to act promptly? That would be too late. I was too hasty, she continued. I can hardly abide such disrespect towards you. I merely sought to teach them a lesson, so that they might remember the consequences of their actions. Please do not take offense, your Majesty. At this moment, the Queen felt as though she might truly faint. Steeling herself against the dizziness, she replied, I appreciate your concern, Shi Fei, but I am quite well. My servants will receive their due reprimand without your intervention.
Ah!
You are truly well, your Majesty? Shi Fei probed. I am perfectly fine, the Queen retorted through gritted teeth. Ah, splendid. Since you are well, let us have some tea. Shi Fei gestured towards a cup that had been passed to Zhu Yun, relieved that the Queen no longer feigned unconsciousness. Zhu Yun approached with the tea, each step deliberate and measured. However, the Queen was gripped by fear. The tea had passed through several hands and had sat unattended in the chaos. Who could say what might have been added to it? The mere thought of it became overwhelming. She imagined it might contain poison. Perhaps something to mar her beauty or weaken her, or even something fatal. The more she contemplated, the more real her fears became. With each steady step Zhu Yun took, the Queen's heart raced, and her breath grew increasingly labored. I cannot drink this. I absolutely must not. That wretched woman has surely poisoned it. The onlookers were taken aback as the Queen, who had been so resolutely questioning Shi Fei, now recoiled from the tea, desperately trying to avoid it. Just then, a commanding voice echoed through the chamber. What is going on here? Your Majesty. The courtiers bowed in reverence. Long live the Emperor. Enough. The Emperor commanded. Your Majesty, your arrival is a blessing. Please save me. The Queen cried out, shoving Zhu Yun aside as she sought refuge with the Emperor. Upon seeing Kangxi, she lunged towards him like a drowning person reaching for salvation, only to stumble and fall, her heavy ceremonial robes tripping her as she crashed into a chair and rolled onto the floor. Silence enveloped the room. Kangxi looked upon the disheveled He Shirley, who had lost all semblance of regal composure, struggling to catch her breath and refusing to meet his gaze. The matrons quickly rushed to assist the fallen queen. As her senses returned, the Queen sobbed, Your Majesty, I have served you for years in managing the harem. I have endured hardships without recognition. You must support me. I am not only unremarkable in appearance, but now, in this disgraceful state, I am utterly humiliated. Where is your dignity, Queen? Kangxi replied, his frustration palpable. Her lack of decorum in front of the gathered concubines was undeniably disrespectful. He frowned at the lingering courtiers. There is nothing to see here. You may disperse. The crowd hesitated, reluctant to leave, but the queen, fearing the emperor might conceal this incident, insisted, "My sisters need not depart. They have all witnessed this." Kangxi, bemused by her intent, recognized her manipulation. If he truly favored Xiao Yan, he could easily suppress any scandal, regardless of the witnesses. Curious, he leaned in to hear her accusation against Xiao Yan. "She attempted to poison me," the queen proclaimed, her words igniting shock among the attendees. The room fell silent, including Xiao Yan, who pondered, "When did I ever poison her?" Kangxi's fury ignited. "Queen, as the nation's matriarch, your words must be grounded in truth. To falsely accuse a distinguished consort carries dire consequences. Your Majesty, your Majesty, the Crown Prince has longed to see you." A matron urgently interrupted, tugging at the queen's sleeve to silence her. But the queen, undeterred, pressed on, convinced of Xiao Yan's guilt. "She means to harm me. The poison is in the tea." In the corner, Ru Fei and Tong Fei exchanged glances, while whispers circulated among the others. Is the queen speaking the truth? When did Shi Fei poison her? This tea belongs to the queen's palace. How could Shi Fei have poisoned it? The crime of attempting to poison the nation's matriarch is severe indeed. She deserves it. I warned her that her arrogance would lead to disaster. Look, on her very first day, she is already facing dire consequences. Will the He Shirley family show mercy to Shi Fei? Surely, banishment is not the end. She might even face execution. Could it be that severe? After all, she is the granddaughter of the Empress Dowager. Isn't there another among us who is also a granddaughter of the Empress Dowager? Someone pointed out, indicating the noblewoman Borjigit. Kangxi observed Xiao Yan's astonished expression, finding amusement in her innocence. His Xiao Yan was simply delightful. Since the queen is so certain, let us call for the physician to investigate, Kangxi declared, his skepticism evident. He doubted the queen's assertions. If Xiao Yan wished her harm, she would employ a more discreet method, one that would not unfold under the watchful eyes of so many. Meanwhile, the queen sank into her seat, the chamber echoing only with her labored breaths. The physician arrived swiftly at the emperor's summons, entering to find Kangxi seated at the head, with Shi Fei close beside him, and the queen positioned at his right, an unusual tableau. The physicians dared not linger, hastily offering their greetings. Kangxi dismissed their formalities with a wave, directing them to examine the untouched cup of tea set aside. All eyes turned to the queen, silently questioning her preparedness for such an accusation. Had she truly forgotten the tea she had tampered with? Unbeknownst to them, the queen's concocted tea had yet to be presented. Ru Fei observed Shi Fei's vibrant attire and recognized the queen's growing ire. This intricate web of schemes had nearly ensnared her, but Shi Fei's shrewdness had prevailed. The queen, unable to accept the unfolding events, panicked. This is impossible. You are attempting to deceive me. The tea is poisonous, I swear it. I refuse to believe you. If not, let her drink it, and I shall be convinced. Have Shi Fei consumed the very tea that has been scrutinized by numerous physicians? Kangxi scoffed at her audacity. Enough, he thundered, his irritation boiling over. The audacity of the queen to distort the truth and insult Xiao Yan before him confirmed his suspicions. She would not relent in her vendetta against her. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince seeks you. Earlier, the venerable Rong Mama had instructed a palace maid to bring the young prince, and now her efforts bore fruit. Upon witnessing the Emperor Kangxi's wrath directed at the Empress, she swiftly snatched the bewildered prince from the maid's arms and discreetly pinched his bottom. After a brief moment, the young prince began to whimper and cry. Prince, do not harm my child. The Empress immediately enveloped the prince in her embrace, struggling to hold him without Rong Mama's support. Overwhelmed with emotion, she wept. My dear son, there are those who wish to harm us both. Seeing that the punishment he had intended for the Empress remained unadorned, Kangxi reluctantly altered his course of action. The Empress is afflicted with illness. She shall be confined within the Kunning Palace to recuperate, undisturbed by outsiders. The daily audience in the Kunning Palace is hereby suspended, and the palace affairs shall be managed by Consort Shi. The prince shall also be taken too.
Please.
Your Majesty, I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistake. I beseech you, do not take my son away. I implore you. This plea elicited a spectrum of reactions from the onlookers. Some felt sympathy. Others relished in the unfolding drama, while a few eagerly anticipated the outcome. The majority reveled in the Empress's plight, while sympathy was mostly reserved for the child handed over to Consort Ru, the Maya clan member. Meanwhile, the Empress's younger sister, the Xiao Heshali clan member, pondered whether her sister's madness might lead to her downfall. As the sole daughter of the Heshali family in the palace, she entertained the notion of being elevated to the status of Empress and raising the prince herself, given her position as his maternal aunt. Yet, she failed to consider that, as a mere lowly noblewoman, the Emperor and Empress Dowager would scarcely entrust the prince's upbringing to her. Both the Empress and the young prince wept, their cries reverberating throughout the hall, as the situation spiraled into an uncontrollable spectacle. Chapter 34. Court affairs. Dongru aimed merely to teach the Empress a lesson, never intending to strike her down entirely. It is essential to understand that even if the Empress were to be deposed at this moment, Kangxi would be unable to appoint her successor. While the external ministers might begrudgingly accept a temporary arrangement, the elevation of a Han individual to the position of Empress would undoubtedly provoke unrest among the Manchus. Although Kangxi has gained considerable control, he could not withstand the united opposition of all the Manchus, leaving him with no choice but to cede the position to another. It is inconceivable for Dongru to engage in actions that offer no benefit. Thus, she resolved to play the role of the charming vixen. For she had no desire to raise another's child, as no matter how well she cared for it, it could never rival her own. With this thought, she smiled and grasped Kangxi's hand, saying, "Cousin, do calm your anger. The crown prince is still young and needs his dear mother. Let us keep him by the Empress's side. I trust she will take great care of her health and remember today's lesson, diligently studying the rules of the court. Those with petty minds are often vindictive." Kangxi hesitated, torn between the desire to lessen the Empress's punishment and the need to ensure the crown prince's proper upbringing. However, seeing Dongru's reluctance to assume the role of caregiver and witnessing the crown prince's attachment to the Empress, he ultimately acquiesced. "For the sake of the crown prince, I shall spare you this time, and I hope you will reflect on your actions." With a stern expression, he took Dongru's hand and departed from Kunning Palace. The onlookers, still buzzing with excitement, left, their curiosity about the unfolding drama unabated. Indeed, the conflict surrounding the Empress was most riveting. The new concubine, Shi Fei, had proven herself formidable, successfully undermining the Empress on her very first day. Once they left, Kunning Palace was to be closed, remaining so until the Empress recovered from her illness and was permitted to re-enter. The Empress remained on the floor, clutching her son, weeping with a heart full of resentment, hatred, and regret. Particularly after her adversary had interceded on her behalf, she felt a suffocating rage within her, unable to express it. Her animosity towards Dongru deepened. This truly was a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the rice. She had intended to ensnare Dongru, yet it was Dongru who had turned the tables, causing her to lose her position and nearly her son as well. As they walked slowly, Kangxi felt a twinge of guilt for the wrongs Dongru had suffered. So much had transpired on this very first day, and he could not simply cast her aside to relieve his own frustrations. He felt it unjust to burden Dongru. Yet, he vowed that one day, he would ensure that no one could ever bully her again. Dongru looked at Kangxi, puzzled by his suddenly sentimental gaze. What was he up to now? She realized that his first wife's treatment of her was all because of him, that lecher. With this thought, she scoffed and shot him a disdainful glance. Seeing Dongru return to her usual self reassured Kangxi, who chuckled and took her hand to visit Xinang Palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Xiao Zhuang. In Xinang Palace, the Empress Dowager awaited their arrival while engaging in light conversation with Xiao Zhuang. To demonstrate her respect for Xiao Zhuang, the Empress Dowager typically did not summon the palace concubines to her own quarters before proceeding to Xinang Palace. She would often come directly to pay her respects alongside Xiao Zhuang. This endeared her further to Xiao Zhuang, who frequently offered her gentle guidance. Upon seeing Kangxi and Dongru arrive, both women could not help but smile affectionately, The two appeared quite well matched standing together. Why have you come so late? Did the Empress and the others not accompany you? The Empress Dowager, unaware of the recent events in Kunning Palace, expressed curiosity about their tardiness. Xiao Zhuang, however, was fully aware of the happenings, having had people present in Kunning Palace. Moreover, it was Dongru's first day of paying respects. How could she not keep a watchful eye? The guards summoned into the inner palace were all under her command. It was clever of Dongru to call upon them. Naturally, they would heed her summons. Dongru, under the impression that those guards were Kangxi's, recalled how the head guard had specifically greeted her upon her entrance into Kunning Palace that morning, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, leading her to believe that the individuals outside the Empress's palace were likewise deferential towards her. When the Empress Dowager inquired, Dongru recounted the events that transpired in Kunning Palace, presenting the narrative without embellishment or omission, albeit with eloquent phrasing that made her tale sound almost like a captivating story, much to the amusement of the Empress Dowager. Even Xiao Zhuang, who was privy to the details, remarked with mock annoyance that Dongru was like a wild monkey. Dongru maintained her usual playful demeanor with both the Empress Dowager and Xiao Zhuang, entirely unashamed, and the older women were charmed by her antics. After hearing of Kangxi's punishment of the Empress, Xiao Zhuang nodded in silence. At present, the Empress could only be sidelined but not entirely deposed, as the implications of such a decision were far-reaching. Kangxi displayed a clear understanding of the situation's gravity, not allowing his feelings for Dongru to cloud his judgment, which pleased Xiao Zhuang immensely. Take note, Dongru, it would do you well to learn to manage the palace affairs. Otherwise, you will spend your days merely indulging in mischief. Dongru pouted in discontent, insisting that she was not mischievous at all. Everyone simply enjoyed falsely accusing her. Grumbling, she shifted closer to the Empress Dowager, eagerly offering her fruits and pastries, eliciting both amusement and exasperation from Xiao Zhuang and Kangxi. The Empress Dowager, delighted, received the offerings with a smile and remarked, "Such filial piety from you, Dongru. The Empress must consider how to reward you well. Do not trouble the Empress. I have already devised a request." Dongru interjected eagerly. "Look at her. I told you her flattery was surely a ploy, and here it is." Xiao Zhuang laughed, pointing at Dongru. Kangxi, shaking his head in resignation, added, "Dongru, one should not ask for rewards so directly. Even if you desire something, there are more subtle ways to approach it." His words sparked laughter from the two elder women once more. Dongru continued her exaggerated display of affection, saying, "Isn't it my duty to alleviate the Empress's worries?"
Ah.
"So our Dongru is quite the devoted daughter, isn't she?" Xiao Zhuang teased. "Indeed. The crux of the matter is that if the Empress spends so much time pondering a reward that ultimately does not please me, is that not a loss? Look at this. Clearly, she is waiting for something, and it is evident she is looking out for herself. What a clever little imp." Xiao Zhuang playfully criticized her. Dongru, unperturbed, smiled at the Empress Dowager, who, having no children of her own and growing fond of Dongru, was not angered by Xiao Zhuang's playful jab. "Then tell me, dear, what is it that you wish for? As long as it is within my power, I shall grant it." "Thank you, Your Majesty. You truly care for me the most," Dongru exclaimed joyfully, nuzzling against her. "Unlike some elders, who only seek to expose my shortcomings and show no tenderness. Oh, I see now. You and your mother share a deep bond, while I am left as a pig's head in the mirror, a fool on both sides." Xiao Zhuang feigned anger. Kangxi quickly chimed in to placate her, with Dongru joining in their playful banter. Before long, Xiao Zhuang expressed her forgiveness, saying, "Very well. Please tell me what you desire from the Empress that warrants such effort on your part. I wish for the Empress to assist me in managing the palace affairs." The moment the words left her lips, all eyes turned toward her in stunned silence. The Empress Dowager's expression was a blend of joy, sorrow, confusion, and helplessness as she glanced at Xiao Zhuang. "Do you genuinely wish for the Empress to help you shoulder the responsibilities of palace management?" Xiao Zhuang regarded her granddaughter with a complex gaze. She found it hard to believe that Dongru could not handle it on her own. Knowing that Dongru had spent considerable time by her side, learning the ropes of palace affairs under her guidance. While Dongru may not have mastered every aspect, she was certainly capable, and there would always be the option to seek her assistance if needed. Yet, Dongru seemed to desire to offload some responsibilities onto the Empress before even assuming her role. Did she truly comprehend the significance of palace affairs for a woman in her position? Did she not see how the Empress was determined to retain control over them? With even the elder matriarch unwilling to relinquish her hold? Dongru looked perplexedly between Xiao Zhuang and the Empress Dowager, finally turning her gaze to Kangxi, asking, "Is this task truly so daunting? Surely, the Empress has managed palace affairs before? Why such astonishment?" In truth, her thoughts were quite simple. The affairs of the palace were numerous and intricate. Managing them alone consumed far too much of her time. Growing impatient, she decided to delegate some responsibilities to the Empress Dowager, allowing herself to focus on matters that piqued her interest, thus making her life considerably easier. She was here to enjoy a life of comfort, not to toil for Kangxi. Kangxi, with a wry smile, found his daughter both astute and endearingly naïve at times. Had my requests placed the Empress Dowager in a difficult position? Since I had not received an answer, it would be better to inquire directly. Seeing the sincerity on her face, which appeared genuine rather than feigned, Xiao Zhuang sighed and smiled with relief. Since this girl has spoken up, do assist her in sharing some burdens. After all, you have little to occupy your time. A bit of engagement would be beneficial. Rest assured, Empress Dowager, I shall perform my duties diligently. The young woman promised, her eyes sparkling with determination. How could I not trust you in your endeavors? The Empress Dowager had managed palace affairs for many years, only transferring her authority to the Empress upon her arrival, thus allowing herself some leisure time. Xiao Zhuang felt a pang of compassion for the younger woman, who at just over 30 appeared despondent, spending her days in devotion to the Buddha and rarely stepping beyond the palace walls, having never truly tasted happiness in her life. She had often worried, as long as she was present, she could provide some care, but what would become of the Empress Dowager in her absence? Merely a figurehead? Fortunately, the Emperor treated her with the reverence afforded to a birth mother, which offered some solace. Moreover, with Dongru now so close and trusting, Xiao Zhuang felt more at ease, as any elder would wish for their beloved juniors to foster bonds among themselves. After enjoying lunch together as usual at Xiao Zhuang's residence, the four departed. Their manner of interaction had not changed despite the shift in status, a dynamic to which both had grown accustomed. Only their gestures now bore an added intimacy, exuding an air of happiness and sweetness. As dusk settled, Dongru was pulled onto the bed, and Kangxi, aware of her improved health, felt no need for restraint. Dongru finally grasped her own resilience. It turned out that yesterday, the others had truly been accommodating. Today, however, her seasoned prowess left her voice hoarse from pleas for mercy. And it was not until the midnight hour that she succumbed to exhaustion, her mind too weary to conjure a single thought. Chapter 35. After becoming pregnant since Dongru entered the palace, Kangxi had spent half a month residing in her quarters. Following that, he resumed his routine of selecting concubines. But thereafter, he consistently dedicated half a month to Dongru's palace, spending 5 days in Qianqing Palace, during which he summoned only Dongru for companionship. The remaining 10 days were reserved for visits to other women. Even during the time he spent reviewing memorials in the study, he would exclusively call Dongru to accompany him, a privilege that no other woman had experienced. With many women vying for his attention, discontent was inevitable. However, the Empress was confined, and both the Empress Dowager and the Grand Empress Dowager remained silent. Who would heed their objections? Dongru recalled how, on the first day after entering the palace, Kangxi had visited other women, and after becoming accustomed to having someone beside her at night, the sudden absence left her feeling somewhat desolate. Nevertheless, those with a resilient spirit can quickly adapt. After practicing her internal skills for a while, she decided to rest. The maid MASU helped her draw the curtains and extinguish the lights before stepping outside to stand guard, as Dongru preferred solitude at night, fearing a sudden awakening might lead her to react defensively. Just as MASU exited the chamber, she unexpectedly encountered Kangxi, startling her. She quickly paid her respects, but Kangxi waved her off, gently inquiring, "Is Ru asleep?" "Do not disturb her. You may proceed," he said, entering the chamber where Liang Jiugong awaited to assist him in undressing. He slipped under the covers and embraced Dongru from behind, inhaling the fragrant scent of her skin, which brought him a sense of tranquility. Dongru was startled by his presence. Did you not just select Guolurua? Without you by my side, I cannot find sleep, he replied, a hint of playful affection lacing his voice. Dongru dismissed the notion, convinced she must have misheard due to fatigue. She had only administered a potion to ensure a daughter, not a love potion, though she had no desire to debate the matter at that late hour.
Yet,
unbeknownst to her, he spoke the truth. Anyone who had engaged deeply with the task of executing a mission would naturally develop a sense of dependency on the executor. Such feelings were merely a side effect, entirely normal. Is there such a benefit? She mused, choosing to let it go, prioritizing rest above all else. Satisfied that he bore no scent of other women, she nestled comfortably in his embrace and closed her eyes, allowing sleep to envelop her. Kangxi observed her small actions with amusement and a touch of melancholy, pondering how Ru-Er could possibly be indifferent to his associations with other women. However, there was no point in discussing it further. He, too, succumbed to slumber. As time passed and another woman received similar treatment, Dongru astonishingly found equilibrium. The women who had anticipated her embarrassment fell silent, for all shared the same privilege. Even Ru Fei, after Kangxi's visit, was not granted an overnight stay. Gradually, they all adjusted to the new normal. Previously, the women would visit the Empress in Kuan-Ning Palace daily to pay their respects, but with that palace no longer accessible, they enjoyed newfound freedom from daily visits. They would gather at Dongru's quarters on grand audience days, led by her to Xiao Palace.
Lu Chongzai,
a standout beauty among the blue-bannered candidates, had recently served in the palace and was now also qualified to pay her respects at Xiao Palace. This marked her first visit to Taiji Palace, and she discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, the residence of the favored concubine was exquisite and lavish, incomparable to her modest quarters. Taiji Palace, was it named to signify the transition from adversity to prosperity? What a fitting metaphor! Taiji Palace was uniquely occupied by a singular principal consort, devoid of others, unlike the Empress's Kuan-Ning Palace, which housed 2 attendants and a favored concubine. Truly, Shi Fei was an object of envy for all women in the realm. After paying her respects, Dongru did not leave with the other consorts but, as was her custom, dined in Xiao Palace. She spent her days much like before her marriage, accompanying Xiao Zhuang for meals, though the frequency had diminished from 3 meals to 1 or 2. Kangxi insisted on being close to her whenever she was present, which naturally extended to their meals. Xiao Zhuang enjoyed the company of her dutiful daughter-in-law, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren at mealtimes, which lifted her spirits significantly. Consequently, she turned a blind eye to many of Dongru's actions, as long as Dongru did not seek exclusive favor. On one occasion, Xiao Zhuang jested about the duo dining together. With both of you around, my monthly expenses for Xiao Palace will exceed the budget. Laughter erupted among the family. Dongru clapped her hands in amusement as Xiao Zhuang pointed at her. You little monkey. The more you speak, the more spirited you become. Do quiet down. If you continue, lower-ranking attendants will be left without positions. Dongru merely jested, not genuinely intending to reduce palace expenditures. After all, she was no naive girl oblivious to the palace's intricacies. Some matters were too delicate even for Xiao Zhuang to address, let alone her. Amidst laughter, they began their meal, but Dongru soon felt unwell. As she gazed at the exquisite dishes, her brows furrowed. What troubles you, Ru-Er? Is it the food? Kangxi immediately noticed her change in demeanor. Xiao Zhuang paused her chopsticks, turning her gaze to Dongru. It's nothing, just a slight discomfort in my stomach. I cannot eat. Dongru forced a smile. Discomfort is not a trivial matter. Liang Jiugong, summon the imperial physician. Kangxi commanded. Understood. Liang Jiugong hurried to exit, but Wei Zhu intervened, insisting on fetching the physician herself, ensuring he would wait in the shade. Dongru felt they were overreacting. It was not severe and did not warrant disrupting the meal. However, Xiao Zhuang admonished her for neglecting her health, compelling Dongru to comply and recline on the couch. The physician arrived swiftly, Wang Tai, who had accompanied the army. He was somewhat acquainted with Dongru. After checking her pulse, he joyfully congratulated the emperor and the empress dowager. Is it true? Ru-Er is with child. Kangxi felt a rush of excitement. Although he had several children, the anticipation of offspring with his beloved was altogether different. Dongru felt bewildered. This was her first experience of motherhood across 2 lifetimes. How was she to navigate this? Xiao Zhuang beamed with joy, instructing the equally elated Su Ma to bestow rewards upon Wang Tai. Wang Tai felt fortunate, recognizing Dongru as his lucky star. Her favor had elevated him before, and now he was appointed as her dedicated physician until the birth of her child. Establishing a connection with a favored concubine was no simple feat, and he was determined to do his utmost. He quickly compiled a list of foods to avoid and beneficial items for pregnant women, handing it to the attendant, Qin Mama. Xiao Zhuang gazed lovingly at Dongru. Realizing this child was indeed blessed, she had conceived within 3 months of entering the palace. With a child on the way, Dongru's position would be further solidified, allowing Xiao Zhuang to rest easy. As news of Shi Fei's pregnancy spread throughout the palace, all the women reacted with joy. Their delight stemmed not from her condition, but from the realization that with her pregnancy, her nights of service would diminish, thereby increasing their own opportunities and the chances of bearing a dragon son. Dongru's pregnancy symptoms were mild. She maintained her appetite, though her cravings leaned towards lighter fare, steering clear of overly greasy dishes. Thus, she continued to enjoy meals with Xiao Zhuang, who was both touched by her devotion and amused by Dongru's trust in her own well-being. Xiao Zhuang promptly instructed Su Ma to ensure the imperial kitchen in Xianing Palace prepared food with utmost care. Any mistakes would result in severe consequences for the entire household. Could it be that Dongru was truly carefree? Not at all. She was astute, merely possessing confidence in the system and trust in C01. C01 stated that the executors of ordinary tasks in the world are easily raised, with a survival rate of 100%. Even if they consume safflower at this moment, it will not affect them. However, for those of a more challenging nature, the risk of loss is significant, as even a mere collision could lead to dire consequences, alleviating her concerns. Thus, she truly set her worries aside. If any issue were to arise, there are always markets where one can procure medicine on credit. Besides, C01 would not dare to propose such a dubious idea, risking being replaced by her. Kangxi continued to spend his nights with Dongru, and although no overt actions transpired, he found great contentment in their companionship. Despite the closure of Kunning Palace, the crown prince remained, ensuring that others did not dare neglect them. The empress, while unable to exert complete control over Kunning Palace, had, after so many years as empress, cultivated a network of loyal supporters. Although she was confined within the palace for recuperation, news from the outside world still reached her ears. Upon hearing of Dongru's pregnancy, she was so enraged that she destroyed her chambers, causing her already fragile health to deteriorate anew. In her desperation, Mama Rong continuously offered her solace. "Your Highness,
Please do not be angry.
regardless of the circumstances, we still have the crown prince, who is a legitimate heir, incomparable to the son of Shi Fei. Moreover, the child has yet to be born. The gender remains uncertain. Even if it is a prince, he will require years to grow. So let us not rush. Let us remain calm." This was her attempt to console her and buy time. As an outsider, she had long understood that the empress had already fallen from grace. Unless the crown prince ascended to the throne and the empress became dowager empress, there was little chance for her to regain power. She could not possibly compete with Shi Fei. Mama Rong was indeed correct. She was still unaware of the uncertainty surrounding the birth. Ha ha ha. Chapter 36. The tedium of pregnancy. Dongru remained oblivious to the fact that the empress had been confined, still plotting ways to ensure she would not give birth. Ever since Dongru's pregnancy began, it seemed as though a curse had been lifted. The palace, which had seen no joyful news for over 2 years, was suddenly bustling with excitement. First, Guo Leroy was diagnosed with a 2-month pregnancy during her health check, and then, on the day of the grand audience, Dai Jia fainted, revealing she too was 3 months along. Had she not revealed this herself, no one would have been the wiser. With 3 pregnant women in the palace, Kangxi was overjoyed. As he had longed for a healthy son, he generously rewarded those involved and even broke his usual habit of avoiding the company of concubines, frequently visiting them, which left the other women in the harem envious. Dongru, however, felt little impact from these developments. Although Kangxi's attention had shifted, reducing their time together, he still maintained his nightly presence beside her, adhering to his routine of not favoring any concubine for the first 20 days of the month. Dongru had always harbored skepticism towards men's sweet words, and now she felt little disappointment. Instead, her ire was directed at Daijia, who had dared to orchestrate such a spectacle in her own palace. Why could she not simply announce her pregnancy? Was this grand display meant to insinuate that she had been unfairly managing palace affairs? Fine. If that was the case, Dongru would treat her with kindness. She ordered that all good things be directed to Daijia, elevating her status from a noble to a concubine, while Guolurua's status saw an increase too, though it paled in comparison. Thus, Dongru ensured that Daijia basked in the limelight. Since the announcement of her pregnancy, Daijia had been trembling with fear, knowing that Shifei might be displeased. To her surprise, rather than resorting to covert sabotage, Dongru had opted for a more overt approach, bestowing her with excessive attention. Despite this, Daijia remained cautious, meticulously examining every meal and garment sent by the inner court, fearful of any ill intent. After all, the child she carried was her hope, and she needed to safeguard it at all costs. This fear was what emboldened her to confront Dongru. However, the constant state of anxiety took a toll on her, leaving her visibly worn. Guolurua shared her frustrations, feeling overshadowed by Daijia, and their encounters often turned into verbal sparring matches. In contrast, Dongru's reaction to the pregnancies was remarkably subdued. She felt neither envy nor resentment, but maintained a calm demeanor, knowing that the true outcome would reveal itself once the children were born. Kangxi and Xiaozhuang yearned for a son, not a daughter. Meanwhile, Tong Fei was seething with resentment towards the two pregnant women, as both hailed from her own quarters. Among her 3 noblewomen, 2 were now expecting. When Ru Fei congratulated her, joking that her palace's feng shui was favorable for producing heirs, the other noblewomen, desperate for sons, cast envious glances in her direction. A bunch of scheming women. They all seemed eager to witness her downfall. If the feng shui was indeed so auspicious, why had she not been blessed with a child? She longed for a son, yet with Guolurua's prominent lineage, she doubted the emperor would permit it. Only Daijia, from the Han military banner, stood a chance. However, their past rivalry during the selection process made her wary. She feared that Daijia's child might not thrive, and she herself needed fortune to bear a son. As her frustration mounted, the 2 women treated her with the utmost caution, as if she were a thief. During a visit from the noblewomen, Tong Fei's mother came to see her 2 daughters. Observing the look of grievance on the face of her youngest, she felt a twinge of resentment towards her eldest, recalling how she used to bully her in their family home. In the past, she had favored her eldest daughter, turning a blind eye to her behavior, believing she was destined for greatness. Yet, with the current circumstances, the eldest was no longer favored, and the family's hopes had shifted entirely to the youngest. This transformation in attitude was palpable. "My lady, I am your own mother, and I speak from the heart. Regardless of the battle, in the palace, it is the bond between sisters that is most precious. Why would you raise another's child when you could nurture one with your own blood?" Her mother implied that she was favoring others while denying her sister the chance to conceive. This nearly sent Tong Fei into a rage.
Since you know I would be angry, why speak so?
Moreover, have I prevented her from sleeping with the emperor? It is not my fault she cannot conceive. Her face darkened, and disregarding the visiting hours, she ordered her mother out. After all, she was still a lady of the court, and she had the right to exercise her authority. As her mother departed, the atmosphere was tense, with all 3 women exhibiting signs of a rift. Once alone, Tong Fei buried herself in her blankets, tears streaming down her face. This scenario of her sister defending herself at her expense was not new. Since entering the palace and losing favor, she felt abandoned by her family. They were not merely seeking a concubine, they desired a future empress, a potential heir. A daughter who could not bear children was deemed worthless. This realization washed over her like a cold shower, and she began to regret her previous behavior. While Kangxi was delighted at the prospect of more sons, could he truly compare his hopes for them with his expectations of Ruer? Would Ruer, who was also pregnant, feel joy seeing others bearing children while she remained so? Such thoughts plagued her mind. Dongru observed Kangxi, who had returned to his previous habit of doting on her. And while her face betrayed no emotion, her heart scoffed. What a snake. Kangxi sensed Dongru's withdrawal and dedicated his time to discovering ways to please her, becoming even more attached than before. One day, he suddenly remembered, I should invite your aunt to the palace to keep you company. But it is not convenient for her to travel from Yunnan. However, I recall you have a sister married in the capital. Perhaps you could summon her for some amusement? Wu Dongqiao. Dongru had nearly forgotten her half-sister, let alone missed her. But it would be a welcome distraction, especially given her current boredom. Wu Dongqiao had been in the Pure Prince's residence for nearly 4 years. Although she had not lost favor entirely, her circumstances had deteriorated significantly since her initial elevation. Unlike others who had the comfort of a child, she remained childless, which set her apart. When she had been favored, life was no different from that in the Pingxi Wang residence. Delicious food and delightful amusements were always at her disposal. However, as her favor waned, her quality of life diminished noticeably. At times, even requesting hot water became a drawn-out affair, leading her to plead with the Pure Prince, who initially scolded his primary wife but eventually grew weary of her complaints and visited her less frequently. The primary wife also began to suppress her more overtly, while other women mocked and bullied her, prompting frequent tears and further alienating the men. One day, while composing melancholic poetry in her room, the primary wife unexpectedly arrived. The shift in environment had indeed changed her. Without a patron or favor, Wu Dongqiao had learned to navigate her circumstances with decorum, rising respectfully to greet her. Fu Cha's lips curled in a disdainful smile. The Empress Shifei has summoned you. Prepare yourself. We shall go pay her respects shortly. Shifei wishes to see me? Wu Dongqiao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Shifei was indeed her own full sister. The mockery in Fu Cha's gaze ignited a mix of embarrassment and anger within her. With a light laugh, she remarked, Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last saw my sister. Do not worry, my lady. I shall commence preparations immediately. This declaration seemed to bolster her confidence. However, Fu Cha did not appear to regard her with the same caution that she had anticipated upon the mention of consort Shi. Over the years, she had discerned Wu Dongqiao's character, realizing that she was adept at shielding those she had offended. If she hoped to cultivate a rapport with her, it would be far more prudent to take matters into her own hands. As expected, upon encountering Dongru, Wu Dongqiao struggled to express any semblance of longing for her. Yet she seethed with envy over the fact that Dongru had conceived mere months after entering the palace. This sentiment caused Fu Cha to roll her eyes inwardly, lamenting the futility of her efforts. After summoning Wu Dongqiao, Dongru found the interaction rather unfulfilling. The disparity in their statuses rendered any semblance of rivalry devoid of gratification, prompting her to cease further invitations. Oblivious to these sentiments, Dongru recalled that within the palace, only those of consort rank and higher had the opportunity to see their families each month. Most were of lower rank, and with 2 of them now pregnant, it was necessary to make accommodations. Thus, she informed Guo Luoshu and Dai Jiashi that they could invite their family members to visit. This news filled the 2 women with elation, and they hurried to express their gratitude to Dongru, eager to facilitate visits from their mothers. Empress Xiaozhuang held Dongru in high regard, exhibiting generosity and a lack of jealousy, refraining from targeting the other 2 women, as she recognized Dongru as her beloved granddaughter. However, Dongru's restraint did not imply that the imprisoned empress remained idle. Initially intent on focusing solely on Dongru, the empress now had 2 additional targets. Thus, she resolved to eliminate them all. While she had intended to attribute blame to Dongru, her confinement and stringent restrictions left her with limited options, compelling her to resort to the same means, which would inadvertently protect Dongru, given that the greater threat lay with the children they bore. One day, upon discovering something alarming in Dongru's food, Mama Qin promptly reported it to her. After contemplating the situation, Dongru grew suspicious. Please advise those 2 in the Chengqian Palace to exercise caution. Since they have come to my attention, it is likely they are not without their own troubles. Mama Qin hesitated, questioning my lady, should we still caution those 2 noblewomen? She failed to grasp Dongru's reasoning, having known of their pregnancies. She had taken no action until now, and with a threat emerging, she wondered why Dongru did not seize the opportunity to eliminate their children without direct involvement. Dongru merely smiled, opting not to elaborate, and instructed her to proceed. She also dispatched someone to inform Empress Xiaozhuang. Let them give birth if they wish. Not only do I not oppose it, but I shall also lend my support, ensuring they bring their children into the world. After all, they are destined to bear daughters. So, let them be born freely. Chapter 37. The Former Dynasty and the Imperial Harem before Xiaozhuang's arrival. Kangxi received urgent news and hurried from the court to the inner palace. Brewer, how are you feeling? Is your stomach uncomfortable? Have you summoned the imperial physician? Upon hearing that Dongru had added something to her breakfast, Kangxi's heart raced with alarm, prompting him to conclude the morning audience prematurely and rush over. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Seeing his anxious demeanor stirred a flicker of emotion within Dongru, who smiled and took out a handkerchief to help him wipe his sweat. Do not worry. I am fine, and the child as well. Fortunately, Mama Qin discovered it early. I hadn't eaten yet. Kangxi quickly assisted her in sitting down, insisting she needn't help with the cleaning, taking the handkerchief to wipe his own brow. Mama Qin deserves a reward for her vigilance. By the way, where is she? Dongru replied, Oh, I thought since I'm in this condition, I should send her to Chengqian Palace to check on the other two noble ladies. She has medical knowledge and can discern things more easily. Kangxi felt a surge of mixed emotions, touched yet pained, that despite her own distress, Dongru still thought of their other children. As she was held tightly in his embrace, Dongru felt a bit uncomfortable and playfully punched him a few times, prompting Kangxi to release her. Be careful. Do not exert too much force and harm your stomach, he cautioned. With an eye roll, she thought how he was so preoccupied with her condition. Even before their child was born, already vying for her affection. How amusingly absurd. Kangxi adored her lively demeanor, as long as she wasn't angry with him. He cherished her deeply. He showered her with affectionate kisses, but soon found himself feeling warm, eliciting a playful reaction from Dongru as she pinched him in a sensitive spot, prompting a mixture of discomfort and delight. As the couple engaged in their playful banter, the imperial physician and Xiaozhuang, the Empress Dowager, arrived in succession. After a thorough examination, they confirmed the child was indeed healthy, which alleviated everyone's worries. You should send someone to Chengqian Palace to check on Guoluoluo and Daijia, instructed Xiaozhuang, responding to Dongru's concerns. The two noble ladies were too insignificant for Xiaozhuang and the Empress Dowager to attend personally. Ordinarily, Dongru, as the mistress of the palace, would be present, but her current pregnancy made her exempt from such duties. Dongru herself was not overly benevolent. Merely reminding them was sufficient. What need had she for being virtuous? The group awaited news from Taiji Palace while in Chengqian Palace. The two expectant noble ladies grew pale upon hearing the tidings brought by Mama Qin. Breakfast had concluded for most, and Dongru ensured they were not mistreated, allowing for a swift gathering of information. When Mama Qin finally arrived, the two had already eaten, and were now attending to the main wife, Consort Tong. Upon hearing the news, Guoluoluo, regardless of the accuracy, rushed to induce vomiting with her maid, while Daijia, overwhelmed by fear, was on the verge of miscarriage. Just then, the physicians arrived to examine them, confirming that both had ingested abortifacients. Daijia's reaction was not merely fright. The effects of the drug had begun to take hold. Chaos erupted in Chengqian Palace as Guoluoluo clung to the physician, pleading for medicine to preserve her pregnancy, while Daijia insisted they save her child first, threatening dire consequences if anything happened to her son. Mama Qin, taken aback by the scene, rushed to advise Consort Tong on how to stabilize the situation and hurried back to Taiji Palace to report to Dongru. Upon learning the news, Xiaozhuang and Kangxi could no longer remain idle. They urged Dongru to rest in the palace while they proceeded to Chengqian Palace together. Consort Tong was in a state of turmoil, wishing for the children of the two women to perish, yet realizing the weight of responsibility should anything transpire before her. With both women now unmanageable, the arrival of Kangxi and the others only intensified the disorder, nearly causing Xiaozhuang to faint from indignation. Kangxi, suppressing his anger, dispatched Liang Jiogong to summon additional physicians, while Consort Tong sheepishly approached to apologize, realizing they had failed to consider calling for more medical assistance. Both Guoluoluo and Daijia disregarded decorum, pleading for priority in preserving their own children. The physician tended first to Guoluoluo, finding the poison had not penetrated deeply, as she had expelled much of it. Prescriptions for inducing further vomiting and preserving her pregnancy were provided, though her fate now rested on fortune. Dai Jia, being further along in her pregnancy, was nearly 7 months along and had already been in poor health, her anxiety exacerbating the potency of the medication. Fortunately, the timing of her pregnancy offered a chance for survival should luck be in her favor. Therefore, a midwife was dispatched to assist with the delivery. Meanwhile, Guoluoluo, also 6 months pregnant, lay in bed, trembling with fear, the echo of Dai Jia's anguished cries haunting her. Xiao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, commanded that a soft sedan chair be brought to temporarily relocate Guoluoluo to a nearby palace in Qingqian for her safety. The news of the incident had spread rapidly through the palace, with the exception of Dongru, who had been specifically requested to remain uninformed. Ru Fei hurried over, greeting Kangxi and the others before inquiring about Consort Tong. The latter, in a state of utter disarray, suddenly conceived a scheme to absolve herself of blame. Feigning concern, I, too, am bewildered. Just as we were conversing amicably, Mama Qin approached and warned us to be cautious about the food served to the 2 noble ladies, only to discover they had consumed abortifacients. Who could be so reckless? It is truly outrageous. Xiao, recalling this detail, instructed the Empress Dowager, have someone investigate how Dongru was entangled in this. The Empress Dowager promptly complied, sending out inquiries. After an hour of labor, Dai Jia's delivery had yet to progress, and the experienced Xiao sensed an unfavorable outcome. Feeling fatigued from her long vigil, she decided to depart, leaving behind a trusted maid to await news while advising Kangxi to check on Dongru. Gently massaging her leg points, he observed her sleeping soundly, resembling a small piglet. Meanwhile, his own heart was heavy with worry, having endured a sleepless night. The following day, after breakfast, news arrived that Dai Jia had delivered a stillborn child. Kangxi refrained from visiting her in Changqian Palace, his expression dark as he proceeded to court. Dai Jia, upon seeing her lifeless child, fainted numerous times, desperately seeking the Empress Dowager's intervention to uncover who had harmed her daughter. The palace was starkly realistic. During her pregnancy, many women, though envious, had approached her with smiles to cultivate connections. Now, having lost her child, even the most powerful figures distanced themselves. Dai Jia, in a frenzy, lashed out at the 3 primary consorts, suspecting them, along with Guoluoluo, questioning why, with the same food consumed, she had suffered while the others had escaped unscathed. As for Dongru, she was convinced that jealousy had driven her to sabotage her own child, and that was beyond doubt. Kangxi found her increasingly tiresome. Any lingering sympathy he had felt dissipated rapidly, especially since she dared to blame Dongru. If not for her, both she and Guoluoluo would have perished. He, like the Empress Dowager and others, sought the truth, yet they had yet to uncover it, while she had already begun to throw tantrums. Such behavior was intolerable in the palace. Dai Jia's conduct before the emperor warranted a light penalty due to her recent loss, demoting her to the status of a mere consort. The women of the harem speculated about the events, casting suspicious glances toward Dongru, who, despite the whispers, remained indifferent to the conjecture but was unwilling to bear blame unjustly. Thus, she voluntarily offered to assist the Empress Dowager in the investigation. Although the orchestrators of this affair operated clandestinely, their actions were not without trace. When major powers seek the truth, it inevitably comes to light. Within merely 10 days, the outcome was presented before Kangxi and Xiao. Upon hearing the results, Xiao reclined on her couch with closed eyes, her fingers delicately manipulating the prayer beads. In stark contrast, Kangxi was engulfed in a tempest of astonishment and fury. This incident heightened his vigilance, revealing that his grip over the palace was insufficient. Thus, he resolved to fortify it. Regardless of who the shadowy figure was, it was intolerable for them to scheme against her and leave her to bear the blame. Now that the truth had emerged, she could return to her tranquil life of tending to the pigs. As for the empress who conspired against her, she need not intervene. She was confident that Kangxi would not spare her. Sure enough, it was not long before news surfaced of Suorda's lax household management, leading to a censure by many. Kangxi's ire at his inefficacy prompted him to demote Suoru from a first-class noble to a third-class one. Meanwhile, within the inner palace, the emperor remarked that the third prince had just turned 6 and was due for his educational initiation. The fourth and fifth princes had also matured sufficiently to no longer reside with their mother, prompting their relocation to the western third courtyard. The crown prince, too, was not granted a separate palace but was encouraged to live close to his brothers to foster their bond. In light of the empress's troubles, none of the 3 princes were in good health. Kangxi seldom saw them, wishing to avoid repeated vexations. He similarly had limited encounters with the crown prince, only to discover that the nearly 3-year-old boy could not yet articulate words, struggling even to clearly pronounce mother or royal brother. Kangxi's expression, which Dongru could intuit without seeing, was one of concern. The third prince, raised alongside Ru Fei yet still under the influence of his biological mother, exhibited a lack of affection towards his foster mother. When he heard Maya sobbing while embracing him, lamenting that he would soon have to live away from her and would not see her again, he internalized the notion that all this was instigated by Shi Fei's insinuations before the emperor. This filled the 6-year-old Songrui with animosity towards Dongru. During the next grand audience, he reverted to his childhood demeanor, confronting Dongru openly with kicks and punches, hurling insults such as, "You wicked woman. I will kill you. I will kill you for separating me from mother." Although Dongru was burdened, she was surrounded by many attendants who ensured she was not harmed. Qin Mama and Lan Mama shielded her, absorbing all his blows. Bound by their status, they could neither retaliate nor even touch the third prince, their expressions darkening as they allowed him to vent his rage. Ru Fei, alarmed, reprimanded the third prince, who, in turn, knelt before Xiao to apologize for his misconduct. He lamented that it was the consorts who had failed to properly guide the third prince, beseeching the Empress Dowager to impose punishment. Xiao face was as cold as water. She immediately summoned a physician to examine Dongru, prescribing calming herbal concoctions, while she paid no heed to the kneeling mother and son. Chapter 38. The birth Ma Jiasi concealed her delight in the shadows, oblivious to the incredulous and mocking expressions of those around her. She reveled in the embarrassment inflicted upon Dongru and Consort Ru, the highest-ranking individuals in the palace, due to her and her son's disgraceful behavior. She remained blind to her son's crude antics and his tender age, never considering that this incident might rebound upon her. Cheng Rui, still gasping for breath, struggled with his frail health. Even minimal exertion left him wheezing. He harbored no concern that his actions would incite the ire of his ancestors or the emperor, for his mother assured him that they cherished him above all and would not hold him accountable. Such incidents had occurred before, and yet they had all passed without consequence. Meanwhile, Consort Ru was drenched in sweat, her heavy cotton attire clinging to her, yet she dared not rise. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the mother-son duo who had cast her into this predicament. Dongru observed the stubbornly defiant third prince with a cold smirk. There was no rush to discipline him. At merely 6 years of age, it would be wiser to allow him to fester in his ignorance. Should he ever strive for improvement, it would be too late. A decisive blow would then yield true satisfaction. As she glanced at the pitiable Consort Ru, she thought it might be prudent to extend a favor, lending her support. "Grandmother, please temper your anger. If this distress harms your health, would it not reflect poorly on us?" Xiao Zhuang's countenance softened as she found a way to ease the tension. "You, my dear, are simply too kind. Children speak without understanding. Who would take it to heart? Yet, the audacity to lead a prince astray is indeed detestable." Xiao Zhuang's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Ma Jiasi, whose smile had not yet faded. Clearly, she had forgotten the fate of those servants executed for similar transgressions years prior. Her attention then shifted to Consort Ru. "Consort Ru, you have been entrusted with the upbringing of the third prince for 3 years, yet his temperament remains unrefined. This suggests a lack of diligence on your part." Consort Ru, tears welling in her eyes, pleaded with Xiao Zhuang. "Grandmother, I do not shirk responsibility, but the third prince has always resisted my guidance. Ma Jiasi, as his birth mother, frequently visits the palace, making it difficult for me to refuse her. I am truly at my wit's end."
Indeed.
One cannot place all the blame on Consort Ru. Being a foster mother is fraught with challenges. Only Dongru, with her unique status, dared to interject during Xiao Zhuang's fury. Consort Ru felt grateful for Dongru's defense, taking note of the favor owed. Xiao Zhuang, fully aware of her granddaughter's intentions, decided to reprimand Ma Jiaxi accordingly. While your arguments have merit, failing to guide the prince also bears responsibility. Guards, escort the third prince away to freshen up. 2 palace maids took the confused third prince to a side chamber to rest. Indeed, grandmother is right. While the third prince is entrusted to Consort Ru, he is still Ma Jiaxi's son. Consort Ru cannot prevent their meetings. Should his name be recorded under her, it would lend her authority in his upbringing. True, your reasoning holds weight. As the third prince matures, recording his name under Consort Ru would elevate his status. I shall confer with the emperor before making a decision. Xiao Zhuang pondered Dongru's words, finding them agreeable. Thank you, Empress Dowager.
Thank you, Consort Shi.
Consort Ru exclaimed joyfully as she bowed to both women. Although she held little regard for the third prince, he was still the eldest son among the emperor's 3 princes. If his name were recorded under her, it would indeed alter her standing. At this moment, Ma Jiaxi was truly frightened. If her son's name were changed, she would lose everything. She collapsed to the ground, weeping before Xiao Zhuang. Ma Jiaxi lay prostrate, her tears erasing any semblance of dignity. Consort Ru found her plight satisfying, while Dongru remained unfazed, prepared for any retaliation. Did she truly believe Dongru was a mere figure of clay, devoid of spirit? If Ma Jiaxi relied solely on her son, Dongru would sever that support, leaving her defenseless and stripped of her audacity. In truth, Dongru merely sought to intimidate her. If the third prince were fully entrusted to Consort Ru, his status would rise significantly, far surpassing his current standing. Furthermore, Consort Ru was astute. Should she mold him into a capable individual, Dongru's authority would diminish. Ultimately, the name was not changed to Consort Ru-S, but Dongru did advocate for her, relocating the third prince from her palace. At 6 years old, he would soon transition to the Western 3 Palace, no longer requiring maternal guidance. Dongru's days of pregnancy remained dull, yet the new year approached. The He-Shunli family had been in decline since the Empress entered the palace and Sony's demise. The Empress's confinement caused them much anxiety. During the New Year festivities, Suar-Tua rallied several elder statesmen to petition Kangxi for the Empress's release to oversee matters. Indeed, Dongru was merely a consort, not the Empress herself. To preside over a ceremony in the Empress's stead would appear improper. The Empress was the rightful figure to conduct all ceremonies alongside the Emperor. Her absence was untenable. The inner palace and the outer court were inextricably linked. Should a woman in the inner palace err, her counterparts in the outer court might bear the repercussions. Just as the Empress's previous actions had nearly caused Dongru and her companions to lose their pregnancies, Kangxi had rightly punished the He-Shun family without injustice. Without his covert support, the Empress could not have achieved such things. Suar-Tua harbored no desire to witness the favored Shi-Fei give birth to a prince. Given the Emperor's affection for her, her son would likely threaten the crown prince's position. Thus, he was unwilling to see her succeed. They were not entirely pleased with the Empress's actions, but they had no choice. Preservation was paramount. Several officials applied pressure on Kangxi, who acquiesced, though his ire remained simmering beneath the surface. At the palace banquet, Dongru sat beside Xiao Zhuang, maintaining the necessary decorum before the esteemed ministers. After all, contending for such a hollow title bore no merit. She cast a disdainful glance at the Empress, whose resentful and triumphant gaze she refused to acknowledge. A defeated general was of little consequence. What could mere glances accomplish? If eyes could kill, no one would remain alive. Upon returning to rest, Dongru was unaware that shortly after her departure, the Empress, having just begun to recover, fainted during the banquet, unable to endure the strain. This incident left Suar-Tua and the other elder statesmen in disbelief, as they had previously insisted that the Empress was in good health. The Empress's collapse in such a setting was detrimental to the country's well-being. The frustration that had brewed since the previous year began to dissipate. The elder statesmen were left bewildered. Years of effort had been so easily diminished. What had they hoped to achieve? They began to harbor doubts about Suar-Tua, who had incited their ambitions. Barely a month after her release, the Empress was confined again to recuperate. Kangxi smiled smugly, refusing to divulge his knowledge. Not long after the new year, Guoluoluo gave birth. Her delivery was swift. She welcomed a healthy girl in under 3 hours. This news brought joy to all except Kangxi and Xiao Zhuang, who had anticipated the event. While the Empress Dowager and Kangxi took a moment to bestow gifts and briefly gaze upon the newborn, they departed soon after. Kangxi lacked daughters. His yearning was for healthy sons. Alas, among the 3 pregnancies, none had survived, and one had resulted in a daughter. Now, all his hopes rested on Dongru. Praying for a son, contemplating their robust health, he imagined a son to be a sturdy and vigorous child. This thought ignited a fervor within him. Yet he refrained from voicing such hopes before Dongru, fearing it might impose undue pressure upon her. However, it was Dongru who often teased him, affectionately referring to the child in her womb as Gij. Hearing this, Kangxi couldn't help but smile wryly while simultaneously anticipating a mischievous and adorable little girl resembling Ruer. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that it was essential to first have an elder brother to protect his beautiful sister. Dongru and Guoluo were originally only a few months apart in their terms. She had just given birth 10 days prior when Dongru went into labor. At that moment, she was having lunch with Kangxi in Taiji Palace. As it was her first childbirth, Dongru felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon witnessing Kangxi's own nervousness, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, she couldn't help but chuckle, miraculously easing her tension. The Empress Dowager and Xiao Zhuang arrived, and upon seeing Kangxi more anxious than Dongru, they incessantly questioned the midwife and Qin Mama about what should be done, leading to a comical situation. Fearing that Kangxi's anxiety might frighten Dongru, Xiao Zhuang urged him to leave the inner chamber as they moved to the prepared delivery room. With family around her, Dongru felt reassured and naturally engaged in conversation with Xiao Zhuang and the Empress Dowager while being assisted in moving about to stimulate labor. As the elders had wisely noted, childbirth varies for each individual. Some endure excruciating pain, while others experience it rather effortlessly. Dongru belonged to the latter category. Whether due to her internal training or her physical constitution, she felt little discomfort and did not scream, leaving the anxious Kangxi outside, nearly grinding the floor tiles with his impatience. Once she entered the delivery room and began following the midwife and Qin Mama's instructions, she felt a sudden release within an hour, accompanied by the resounding cries of a newborn echoing beyond the chamber. Kangxi looked on in astonishment at the closed door, incredulous that Ruer had already given birth. Upon the door opening, Wan Mama emerged, beaming, and congratulated Kangxi, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! The Empress has delivered a son." "A son? How splendid! Excellent! Everyone shall be rewarded." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Kangxi, overwhelmed with joy, attempted to enter and see his son and Ruer, but was halted by the visibly flustered Wan Mama, who urged him to wait outside as they were still tidying up within. Once the room was prepared, Kangxi stepped inside, where it was warm. Concerned that taking his son outside might expose him to the cold, he personally came to see his child. The rosy little face was simply irresistible, captivating him endlessly. Fortunately, Liang Jiogong reminded him to make space for the imperial physician, who, upon examination, congratulated Kangxi, saying, "Your Majesty, the 6th prince is in excellent health." Kangxi relished hearing such words, and all present were rewarded once more. Xiao Zhuang and the Empress Dowager, who had stayed by Dongru's side throughout the delivery, emerged, and with great reluctance, they held the little prince, who bore the closest blood ties to them. This child was indeed the embodiment of their hopes and blessings. Having entered the world. Chapter 39. Dongru's jealousy. Dongru had indulged in a long slumber, awakening to the brilliance of daylight. "Ruer, you're awake? Surely, you must be hungry by now. Someone." Kangxi lowered his voice and cast a glance at her, then shifted his attention to the little swaddled bundle beside her. Dongru felt a pang of neglect. Turning her head, she discovered her newborn baby peacefully sleeping on her bed, while Kangxi gazed at the tiny creature with palpable delight, causing Dongru to feel a mix of annoyance and amusement. "He has been sleeping. What is there to see? Do you not think our son is remarkably handsome even in slumber?" "Not particularly." The attendants, hearing the commotion, hurried to attend to her, wiping her face, preparing mouthwash, and serving chicken soup. With her son nearby, Dongru dared not shift her position, fearing she might accidentally disturb him. Observing her hesitation, Kangxi quickly assisted her in sitting up and cautiously moved their precious son to a safe spot before continuing their conversation. By the way, are you not attending court today? Dongru glanced at the light outside. It seemed they had not yet reached the time for court dispersal. There's nothing urgent. No need to go every day. Kangxi replied nonchalantly. Dongru felt a certainty wash over her. She had fallen out of favor. Since waking, Kangxi had barely spared her a glance, and when he did, it amounted to less than a minute of attention, while his eyes were glued to their wrinkled little son. Kangxi's affection for this newborn was genuine, not merely because of the ailments plaguing his other 3 sons, but because this child was born of his beloved, a culmination of his hopes and efforts since the moment of conception. Each day, he had eagerly anticipated the arrival of his son, reading him stories and playing music, imagining names imbued with auspicious meanings. The moment the child was born, Kangxi poured all his paternal affection into him. Ruer, whom do you think Argier resembles?
Qingxi
Was the name he had chosen long ago. At such a tender age, how could one possibly discern? It takes a few years to truly tell. But the grandmother proclaimed he resembles his father. However, the empress said he takes after the grandmother. Since you already know the answer, why do you ask me? Dongru pondered, belatedly realizing, isn't it said that the delivery room is inauspicious and men should not enter? How did you manage to come in? Kangxi dismissed her concern, stating, you are in the bedroom now, not the delivery room. There's no cause for alarm. But my Ruer, you have worked hard to bring forth such a hefty little one. As he spoke, he approached her and planted affectionate kisses on her face, his stubble causing Dongru discomfort as she playfully swatted him away. Away with you. The noble consort she has given birth to a healthy prince, weighing over 7 pounds.
Indeed.
She is favored. What great fortune. Yes, she delivered just 10 days after Gualoro. One is a princess while the other is a prince. I heard the emperor has granted amnesty for the sake of the 6th prince. The emperor truly dotes on the 6th prince. Not only the emperor, the Empress Dowager and the Grand Empress Dowager send inquiries daily and visit personally every couple of days. The women engaged in casual conversation became lost in contemplation, wishing that the 6th prince were their own offspring. No, they wished for a child of their own soon. Dongru's life had not changed dramatically after childbirth. She bore the child but was not responsible for rearing him. With 30 palace maids and eunuchs at her service, the Taiji Palace thrummed with activity. She resumed her daily visits to the Sinang Palace for meals, accompanied by her little bundle, the 6th prince. The Empress Dowager and the Empress showed an evident fondness for the infant, immediately taking him into their arms and refusing to let go, prompting Dongru to teasingly declare, Grandmother and Mother Empress no longer care for me. I won't allow you to hold him if you don't show me affection. Their laughter echoed in response, with the Empress Dowager unable to contain her mirth, while the Empress, supporting her, remarked, You shameless creature, competing for affection with your own son. Truly, you have no modesty. Unfazed, Dongru retorted, Well, ever since this little monkey was born, you all have ceased to care for me, so it's only fair. Such nonsense. Argier is far too lovely to be likened to a monkey. Do not speak so recklessly. Xiao Zhuang was unwilling. Why the outburst? This was indeed the first title you bestowed upon him. Of course, it's you. If you refer to me as a wild monkey, then a wild monkey's offspring must be a little monkey, right? Wasn't it you who first called me that?
Ha ha ha.
On that evening, Dongru was busy weaving nets when she noticed Kangxi storming in, visibly irate. He first checked on Chengji in the side hall before retreating to rest. What was the matter? Hadn't you gone to the Chengqian Palace? This Tong Fei's conduct is becoming increasingly unruly. Let us decree her demotion to Tong Pin tomorrow.
Now.
Let's rest. It is late, and you should not concern yourself with such matters. Dongru glanced at her pocket watch, noting it was only 7:30. Is that really so late? Kangxi, unwilling to explain himself, embraced her tightly, and they tumbled together, the room filled with Dongru's soft moans. Your Majesty, the esteemed lady, Tong Fei, has been kneeling outside for an hour, requesting an audience. Kangxi, still fuming, had no desire to see her. Dongru, feeling somewhat fatigued after their 2-hour interlude, inquired curiously, What is going on? Liang Jiogong, you tell me. Liang Jiogong glanced at the stern-faced Kangxi, who did not oppose him, and recounted the events of the evening to Dongru. It turned out that in order to uphold the Tong family's dignity, Kangxi would visit the Chengqian Palace once or twice a month. On this occasion, he intended to visit the side hall of the young Tong Jia, but was intercepted by Tong Fei, who presented a blushing maid and introduced her as Weishur from her court, wishing for her to serve him. Kangxi was infuriated at once. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think any random woman can simply share my bed? A servant? How dare you even suggest such a thing? Dongru tapped her chin, realizing she had overlooked something. It dawned on her that, historically, Weishur was the mother of Yongzheng, and it seemed Tong Fei was attempting to conceive a child through her. Oh dear. It seemed she had unwittingly administered a potion for a daughter to Kangxi, potentially erasing the future Yongzheng. If the future admirers of Yongzheng were to discover this, would they not weep endlessly? Alas, what a transgression! Dongru chuckled inwardly, thinking that Yongzheng had not lived a particularly happy life anyway, if he were to be erased.
So be it.
It might even grant him a respite. However, without the fourth prince's support, could Weishur still be regarded as Defied? Oh dear. It seemed she had inadvertently disrupted a series of delightful spectacles. What a pity. Nevertheless, there was still Tong Fei and the Empress. Observing the Empress's constant frailty, yet knowing she posed no immediate threat, Dongru felt there was still much amusement to be had. Otherwise, who would dare to approach and provoke death? Life would indeed be too dull. This thought made her chuckle once more. Kangxi, noticing her laughter, grew even more irate. This ungrateful little creature dared to mock him. Dongru, sensing his impending ire, waved her hand dismissively. Come now, is it worth getting so worked up over such trivial matters? Since Tong Fei has yet to learn proper etiquette, let her take the time to study palace rules. Is it truly worth your anger? As for demoting her, perhaps reconsider. She is of no consequence, but we must consider the Tong family's reputation. How would Lord Tong hold his head high in court with a demoted consort? Kangxi found himself swayed by Dongru's reasoning, and her words eased his temper considerably. However, after hearing her plea, he felt a twinge of discontent towards his maternal uncle's family, and his affinity for them diminished significantly. Could it be that the Tong family was taking advantage of their relationship with him to act so recklessly? Chapter 40. Promotion to Noble Consort. Ah. This esteemed father truly leaves one speechless. From her chamber to that little monkey's side hall, one must navigate through several doors. It is hardly an easy task to disturb him. However, at this moment, she lacks the energy to entertain visitors. So it is perhaps for the best that they do not come in. Stifling a yawn, the two decided to rest. Master Liang, does His Majesty wish to see me? Concubine Tong inquired urgently upon seeing Eunuch Liang. Unfazed by the uncherished concubine Tong, Eunuch Liang had long understood that within the palace, only consort she was someone to be reckoned with. The others were of lesser concern. Although the Empress had lost her authority and her health was sporadic, she resumed the court's morning greetings as soon as she was able to rise from her bed. Dongru, however, remained indifferent to this matter. Regardless of her rank, she could never stand before the Empress. The Empress had regained considerable strength, though she appeared gaunt and somewhat frail due to excessive medication. Upon seeing Dongru, clad in a resplendent crimson gown, bowing before her, the Empress surprisingly refrained from confrontation and instead graciously invited her to sit. If one were to suggest that Dongru's intention was to provoke her, it would not necessarily be true. She seldom donned such vibrant red. This was the Empress's first day back to receiving greetings, a significant occasion, and thus she naturally chose to dress appropriately and festively. Although the Empress had not frequently appeared before the public in the past year, her prior influence remained potent. While Dongru often wore a smile, no one dared to dismiss her completely. Now, as the two sat together, the other concubines fell silent, their eyes darting between them, exchanging gossip. Here we go again. The first time they served tea, consort, she toppled the Empress. Will there be more excitement this time? It seemed inevitable. The Empress's narrow-mindedness would not let her overlook consort she. I would prefer consort she as the Empress, one mused. Regardless, consort she is far more magnanimous. She would intercede even when mistakes were made. That was before she ascended to Empress herself. At her maternal family's home, she was not renowned for her virtue. Indeed. By the way, you mentioned that consort she won last time. Do you think the Empress, having bided her time, will unleash some grand strategy this time? Can she outmaneuver consort she? Their eyes, the windows to their souls, conveyed a multitude of meanings. What grand strategy could the Empress possibly have? Her allies in the palace have been significantly diminished. All she desires now is to offer Dongru the fine tea she missed during the morning greetings. Consort Na and concubine Tong have already enjoyed it, so how could she be so unfair? Even though consort she had just given birth, that was of little concern. Her fate was sealed, and now they would deal with this matter slowly. As everyone sat in silence, boredom seeped in, prompting Dongru to stifle another yawn. Since there appears to be nothing pressing, perhaps it would be best to dismiss ourselves? The Empress kept a watchful eye on Dongru from the corner of her gaze, noticing that she had not even touched her teacup, which only fueled her frustration. When Dongru suggested leaving, the Empress could not help but smile and inquire, "Does my dear sister find the palace's tea too coarse for her taste, that she has not even made a move to touch it?"
Alas.
"The inner court is now under your management. We must make do with what we have." This insinuation suggested that Dongru's refusal to drink was a slight against the Empress, implying that she felt unworthy of the tea. The moment the Empress referred to her as sister sent shivers down Dongru's spine, yet she remained unfazed by the veiled sarcasm. Sister has always savored the delicacies of Sinang Palace and the Empress Dowager's quarters. As for this tea, I have no inclination to touch it. Who knows what impurities it might contain? Nevertheless, seeing the Empress's anxious insistence, one could not help but wonder if there was indeed something amiss. "Can you skim the contents here? Miss Dong, I am still in the preliminary stage and cannot perceive external conditions, nor can I analyze them. I can only do so once I advance." "You can advance too? Is it also dependent on system coins?" Naturally, the first thought of the miserly individual was money.
No.
"It requires experience. Once you reach level 3, I can upgrade to level 1.
Oh.
If I advance, numerous functions will be available, enabling me to assist you further." "Understood. Then do endeavor diligently." Dongru concluded her conversation with 01, noticing the Empress and others fixated on her, awaiting her reaction. She cast a calm glance in their direction and remarked, "Not at all. I was merely contemplating why the Empress is so intent on having me drink tea. Could it be?" "Could it be what? Are you suggesting that I might poison you in your tea?" the Empress asked through clenched teeth, feigning a smile. Dongru chuckled, thinking to herself, "Isn't that precisely the case?"
Your Majesty, yes.
Gently lifting the cup, the rich aroma of tea wafted forth, unmistakably of fine quality. Dongru had never deprived herself materially. As the Empress, how could she present anything less than splendid? The Empress's heart sank with each of Dongru's movements. Amused internally, Dongru delighted in teasing the Empress. The bystanders' eyes followed Dongru's hand in anticipation. Consort Na's expression shifted multiple times, but ultimately remained silent. Dongru could not help but smirk. At such critical moments, individuals often thought only of themselves. After wiping her hands dry, Dongru reached for the teacup, once more, raising it. The Empress and the spectators felt a mounting urgency, silently urging, "Do drink. Will you drink or not? If you intend to, do so swiftly. We wish to see if there is indeed poison." Yet, there was no need to continue the teasing, as an interruption arrived just in time. "The imperial edict has arrived." Everyone exchanged glances, hastily kneeling to receive the decree. Dongru still found herself bewildered by the string of archaic prose, only catching the crucial details. It turned out that the Emperor's decree was to formally elevate the ranks within the harem. This was information she had anticipated, yet she was unaware of the specific individuals involved. The first name she heard was her own, Dongru, daughter of the Prince of Pingxi, of noble lineage. Endowed with grace and intellect, kind-hearted and gentle, possessing all virtues, having treated others well within the palace, rising early and retiring late. Tirelessly attending to the welfare of the people, henceforth elevated to the rank of noble consort, titled she. It is hoped that noble consort she will take the world as her responsibility, adhere to palace regulations, and maintain harmony among the 6 palaces. Everyone gazed at Dongru in astonishment, Was she truly being elevated to the rank of noble consort? Just over a year had passed since her entrance into the palace. And with the birth of a prince, she was promoted to such a distinguished title. The Empress's gaze towards Dongru was beyond description. Since Consort Shi's arrival, her greatest concern had shifted from Ru concubine and Tong concubine to Consort Shi, whose threat now overshadowed those two. Dongru herself felt a mix of surprise and amusement. Had they truly intended to surprise her all along? Concubine Tong finally received her title, Day. From this point forward, she would be referred to as Noble Concubine Da. With these two titles established, the others were eagerly anticipating their own fortunes. Nala, having birthed the fourth prince, was titled Huipin. Gua, mother of the third princess, was conferred the title of Yipin. The mother of the second princess was granted the title of Rongpin, while the mother of the eldest princess was bestowed the title of Guerin, and there was also Borjigit, who was given the title of Xianpin. Others were granted the title of Guerin or Chongzai, and nearly all women who had given birth to princes or princesses received rewards, with the sole exception being Maya, who had birthed the third prince. Upon hearing the decree of titles, Maya nearly fainted. She alone was overlooked. How could she face others or allow the third prince to navigate relations with his brothers? The warmth between father and son brought a smile to Dongru's face. Kangxi tenderly grasped her hand. "Are you happy?" Dongru nodded, marveling at how, at some point, their exchanges had condensed into mere words, effortlessly conveying their thoughts. "Should I express my gratitude?" Kangxi chuckled, breaking the tension. "No need. For anything I do, your thanks are unnecessary." The noble concubine not only requires a decree and treasures, but also a grand ceremony for her official title. Dongru, thus, became ensconced in a flurry of activity. When pressed to articulate the specifics of her bustling schedule, she found herself at a loss for words. After much anticipation, the auspicious day finally arrived. Following a morning filled with intricate rituals, Dongru began to exchange her heavy court robes, preparing to host a banquet for the esteemed ladies who had come to witness the ceremony. Even the most robust of individuals would find such exertion taxing. Her stomach had long since begun to grumble with hunger. Fortunately, she was surrounded by her own maidservants, wet nurses, and eunuchs, lest the onlookers have a good laugh at her expense. Once the opportunity to eat presented itself, Dongru paid little heed to appearances. Unlike the queen, who merely sampled a morsel, she indulged in 3 pieces of pastry. However, upon reaching for a 4th piece of lard cake, she could not contain herself and began to retch uncontrollably. The queen, seizing this rare opportunity to chastise Dongru, wasted no time in scolding her. "Ziguifei, you are utterly lacking in decorum. How could you disgrace yourself so publicly, nearly tarnishing the royal reputation? Do take yourself away and compose yourself at once." Turning to the assembly of noble ladies, she feigned an apology. "Ziguifei is still quite young. I hope you will forgive her indiscretion." The ladies, taken aback by Dongru's distress, dared not respond to the queen's remarks. They had been rendered speechless the moment Dongru began to heave. Could it be that the noble concubine was already faltering on the very first day of her elevation? No, her reaction could not possibly indicate. Chapter 41. Pregnant again at this moment, Dongru was no longer concerned about the empress or the noble ladies. She was on the verge of losing control, feeling a surge rising in her throat. The agile Wei Zhu quickly stepped in to support her, guiding her to the inner palace, where Dongru leaned against an exterior pillar and began to vomit profusely in the flower bed. Behind her, Qin Mama and Zhu Yun rushed over in a panic. Lan Mama swiftly took over from Wei Zhu, allowing Dongru to lean against her, while Qin Mama began to take her pulse. Upon feeling it, her eyes lit up in disbelief. She checked again to confirm. Holding back her excitement, she glanced around, realizing that this was not the place for such news, and discreetly whispered in Dongru's ear. Upon hearing the news, Dongru's face turned pale. "What? I don't want this. Do you think I'm a pig?" Just then, Kangxi hurried over upon receiving the message. Seeing her distressed expression, he assumed she was unwell and angrily told those nearby, "Are you all blind? Don't you know to summon the imperial physician?" The empress and a group of noble ladies also emerged. Initially, she had been criticizing Shi Fei for not being worthy of the occasion, but upon hearing that the emperor had arrived, She had no choice but to come out to greet him, secretly harboring resentment. Indeed, it was always the seductresses who ensnared men's hearts. Diligent palace servants quickly arranged a secluded hall for the emperor and Dongru to rest temporarily. The imperial physicians arrived promptly, as they understood the importance of their positions. If a lower-ranked person required assistance, their response might be delayed, but if it was a favored concubine like Dongru, they would not be long in arriving, typically within 2 hours. If it were a summoned empress, they would be even quicker, arriving in under an hour to avoid reprimands. The empress and the favored concubine had designated physicians, so they generally did not require the others, but when the emperor called, at least 3 would come at once, ensuring the fastest possible response. After taking turns to examine her pulse, the 3 physicians appeared uncertain. The gestational age was too early. Eventually, one of the eminent gynecologists confirmed with a nod, and the head physician then congratulated Kangxi and Dongru, declaring, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, noble concubine. The lady is already 1 month pregnant." "You mean the noble concubine is expecting?" Kangxi's delight was genuine. He had not anticipated that his beloved Ru would be so fruitful, having given birth to Ji heir only half a year ago. Indeed, although the pulse is not very stable at the moment, it will improve significantly in a few days. But there is no doubt it is a slippery pulse. "Ru, did you hear that? We shall have another child." "I didn't hear anything. I can't hear anything." Dongru buried her face in Kangxi's chest, refusing to face anyone. She felt like a pig, unable to show her face to the world. Contrary to her thoughts, others believed that a woman capable of bearing children was indeed fortunate. Kangxi was unperturbed by her rudeness, proudly embracing her. It had been over a year since any woman in the palace had announced such joyous news, and Ru was the first to do so. The empress, however, was not pleased. She felt the gazes of the noble ladies outside were filled with mockery, wishing she could tear the beautiful face of Dongru apart. She sharply remarked, "Since the noble concubine has good news, it should have been reported sooner for everyone to rejoice. Why must it be at this grand ceremony?" Kangxi was immediately incensed by the empress's veiled insinuation. The noble ladies waiting outside had overheard the conversation. In their hearts, the empress had already shed her guise of virtue and was seen as a jealous woman. It was normal for a woman to not notice a month-thus pregnancy immediately, but to find fault with a noble concubine instead of offering congratulations was truly foolish. The fact that the emperor publicly shamed the empress astonished them all. The empress was momentarily stunned. It was the first time Kangxi had shown her such disregard in front of others, her face flushed with embarrassment, her chest heaving. Unfortunately, no one paid her any mind. Kangxi, wishing to avoid further discomfort, dismissed her and turned his attention back to the physicians regarding Dongru's condition. The empress felt a wave of desolation as Rong Mama restrained her from speaking further, fearing it would anger the emperor. Dongru, feeling unwell, ignored her. Seeing the empress's displeasure only fueled her irritation, and after Kangxi had defended her, she couldn't help but smile triumphantly, noticing the empress's fury rising again. Indeed, sarcasm was the best way to incite resentment. Kangxi's smile radiated warmth. He was exceedingly joyful. Another break. Dongru felt almost afraid of resting too much. That little one adored his royal father. When mentioning his favorite plum son, Kangxi's mood brightened even more. "Let them wait a moment. It's nothing urgent. Please. I do not wish to take the blame for that little monkey." Dongru rolled her eyes, knowing that outsiders would not perceive it as her son being demanding, but rather as her clinging to the emperor. Kangxi shook his head in exasperation. "I have never seen a mother like you, who actually resents her own son." "Very well then, Liang Jiogong. Here, your majesty." "Yes. Be cautious on the way, and instruct those carrying the palanquin to be steadier." "Yes. And remind the imperial kitchen that your master hasn't eaten yet. He must not go hungry." "Yes. All right, you may go now. They know what to do." Dongru felt a bit shy. "Okay, I shall leave now. Do not be angry." Liang Jiogong took the emperor's words seriously, bustling about. Dongru was not one to exploit others for free labor. "Thank you for the gifts, your majesty." Liang Jiogong smiled and bowed. Those items were precious. With only a few bottles available, and the emperor had only given them to the empress dowager, the Empress, and Shi Fei, while others had not even caught a whiff. Dongru laughed. What gifts? They're just gathering dust. Take them and use them. Little Wei was quick today, preventing your master from losing face. Yes. Wei Zhu cheerfully led Liang Jiogong to the storehouse of Taiji Palace. That day, Kangxi thought about his third son, Cheng Rui, who had been in school for 4 months, and went to the study room. Upon entering, he found over 20 royal relatives sitting upright, diligently studying, while his son was slouched, daydreaming. His expression darkened immediately. He randomly tested some of them, some answered correctly, while others did not. When he inquired about Cheng Rui, his tutor, Gu Baodai, reported that Cheng Rui had yet to master the 3-character classic. How is it that after so long in school, he has not learned the 3-character classic? Kangxi could hardly believe it. While the third prince has not been well, he took 2 months off in April. Gu Baodai felt ashamed, having previously reported to Kangxi but forgotten amidst the emperor's busy schedule. Kangxi could hardly bear to look at this reckless child. He had always been diligent, holding himself to high standards, especially regarding his studies, and could not imagine his son wasting time. Furious, he picked up a ruler and struck Cheng Rui's palm 10 times, causing the boy to cry and plead for mercy. Kangxi, equally angered, ordered him to memorize the 3-character classic by that evening, threatening to punish him again if he failed the next day. Terrified, Cheng Rui agreed repeatedly. However, he ultimately disappointed his father. After being frightened and exposed to the wind, he fell ill that night. Kangxi, upon seeing him, sighed skyward. Forget it. I will just focus on the crown prince and Ji. He did not even want to mention the disfigured 4th prince. From then on, the unfettered 3rd prince would go to the study whenever he pleased, and when he didn't feel like attending, he simply asked a young eunuch to excuse him. Living a carefree life. During the palace banquet in her 2nd year, Dongru once again only sat for a brief moment before leaving. This pregnancy is markedly different from the previous one with Qingji. At merely 5 months, my belly appears as if I am 7 months along. Dongru suspects that there may be more than one little monkey nestled within. Although the court physicians possess remarkable skills, their accuracy regarding multiple pregnancies is limited, primarily due to the rarity of such occurrences, particularly in the royal family, where twins are almost unheard of. With such speculations in mind, Dongru instructed her attendants to prepare multiple sets of supplies. Do you not wish for a daughter? It is often said that daughters are their mother's closest confidants. One of her attendants, known for her idle gossip, inquired. I do not desire one. Dongru swiftly dismissed the notion, her thoughts resolute. Are you biased toward sons? You win. Not long after the new year, the palace was abuzz with joyful news. Noble consort Wanlu, noble consort Nuhilu, and 2 concubines all announced their pregnancies. This stirred quite a commotion within the palace, especially with Dongru expecting again. Though the others were astonished and envious, their disparate ranks prevented them from openly expressing their feelings. However, the dynamics among them differed greatly as they engaged in a lively exchange with one another. Dongru, residing in Taiji Palace to nurture her pregnancy, found amusement in listening to the young palace maids recount stories. It is worth noting that the 4 maidservants who accompanied her into the palace are no longer young. She plans to release them after she gives birth, allowing them to find suitable husbands, thus acknowledging their companionship throughout this journey. Just as she reveled in her contentment, Xiao Weizi suddenly entered, whispering to her, My lady, it is rumored that the emperor intends to adopt the 3rd prince. And noble consort Maji is kneeling at the entrance of the southern study. What did you say? Chapter 42. The birth of twins, what did you say? Dongru could hardly believe her ears. With only a few sons, how could Kangxi possibly adopt one out? This was no trivial jest. It was indeed true. The news was conveyed by her servant's godfather, Master Liang. Wei Zhu was unequivocal. Dongru spent considerable time processing this shocking revelation. Ever since the pure duke fell ill before the new year, his condition had only worsened, and just a few days later, he had passed away at the tender age of 20, startling everyone. The pure duke had only a daughter and no son to inherit the title. Consequently, Kangxi thought of his disappointing 3rd son and decided to adopt him as the heir to the pure duke, bestowing upon him the title of pure prince. The young 3rd prince, bewildered and unaware of the implications, only understood that he could no longer call the emperor father or Ma Jia mother, but must now refer to Fu Cha as mother. Taught by Ma Jia to recognize only her as his mother, he cried uncontrollably, refusing to accept this change. However, the servants around him no longer indulged him as they had before, instilling a sense of fear within him. In stark contrast to the third prince's innocence, Ma Jia felt as though the sky was collapsing. If her son were to be adopted out, her sacrifices in bearing him would be in vain. Upon receiving the news, she immediately sought to plead her case, but once outside her palace, she was left bewildered. Who could she turn to for help? Regret flooded her as she realized her previous arrogance had alienated potential allies, leaving her in despair. Her maids and eunuchs, equally frantic, urged her to seek the favor of the imperial concubine, known for her kindness and the emperor's affection. This suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope in Ma Jia, prompting her to hastily rush to Tai Ji Palace, forgetting her past grievances against others. Upon arrival, however, she was stopped by the guards and promptly turned away without so much as a notification. Ma Jia's objections held no sway over the emperor's decision. Ultimately, the third prince was declared the heir to the pure prince, destined to inherit the title upon reaching adulthood. As a consolation, Ma Jia was elevated to the rank of Rongpin, though this promotion felt hollow as it was gained at the expense of her son. Furthermore, the ranking of the princes was rearranged. The fourth prince Qingji became the eldest, the crown prince the second, and the youngest, the little monkey Qingji, became the third. The pure prince's residence was enveloped in mourning, as the adopted heir Cheng Rui wailed incessantly, refusing to kneel and cursing, "You wretched woman! You are not my mother, and that dead man is not my father. I want my emperor father and my mother." Fu Cha and the other women stood in shock, devoid of their previous rivalry, unable to fathom that their men had succumbed to illness, leaving them to navigate life alone. Fu Cha, unable to soothe the distressed heir, could only send him away to rest. If given the choice, she would have preferred the disfigured fourth prince to be the one adopted. Yet the decision was beyond her control. All she could do was accept the situation. After the pure prince's death, Wu Dongqiao found her circumstances improved significantly. The Fuyin treated her with greater kindness, revealing that without any men in the residence, they would be vulnerable to bullying if they lacked support. Fu Cha hoped that through her regular visits to pay respects, she could cultivate a closer relationship with the imperial concubine. Even if the concubine did not shower them with attention, being known as her sister would provide them with some protection against those who might exploit their vulnerabilities. Observing Dongru, dressed in simple clothing and reclining comfortably as she received them, Wu Dongqiao felt no envy. The disparity was too great, and she found herself unable to harbor jealousy any longer. She had never imagined a day would come when she would rely on Dongru's favor to survive. Yet that day had arrived, and she accepted it swiftly. This time, Dongru did not wait a full 10 months. She began labor in the 9th month. Well prepared, she faced the moment with composure, surrounded by Kangxi, Xiao Zhuang, and the Empress Dowager. The one thing Dongru felt content about was that childbirth did not prove too painful, whether it was due to a lowered sensitivity to pain or some other reason. The second birth was not more arduous than the first. Yet, she fervently prayed for either 1, 3, or even 4 children, anything but twins. Why can't it be twins? C01, exasperated by her incessant worries, finally asked. In novels, it is said that the birth of twin princes is inauspicious. One must either be killed or sent away. What sort of hearsay is that? What do you mean, hearsay? Many books state the same. Concerned for her children, Dongru disregarded C01's words, praying fervently in her heart. She hoped Kangxi would not let her down. While she might be selfish at times, she would never allow her children to be harmed or sent away. If anyone dared to do so, she would take her children and disappear into the world. Regrettably, fortune did not favor Dongru. An hour later, the 4th and 5th princes were born, leaving the busy palace attendants in a state of breathless silence. Kangxi was delighted by the arrival of 2 sons, yet the presence of 2 sons. Xiao Zhuang embraced each child, casting a complex glance at Kangxi. What were his intentions? Would he consider sending one to be raised by a minister? After the death of the Yongjing emperor, who could not rest easy about his empire, He remained in the palace, observing his beloved son and witnessing the rise and fall of his lineage. He beheld the decline of the Qing dynasty and the emergence of a new era, realizing that this was the will of heaven. Ultimately, he experienced an awakening, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself once more in his mother's womb, soon to be born. Though he could not open his eyes or speak, he sensed the changes in the outside world, understanding that he had been born as the fourth prince, and yet, he was not alone. He had a twin brother. This fact would determine his fate, for no one could guarantee who would be sent away. Upon hearing Xiao Zhuang's inquiry, Kangxi felt a twinge of displeasure. Although he had considered the matter himself, or rather, had pondered it since suspecting that Dongru was carrying more than one child, it still felt disconcerting to hear such thoughts voiced by his grandmother. "I can hardly care for my own sons. How could I possibly raise another's?" he declared. "What of twins? Who says that the birth of twins brings instability to the throne? Numerous Han emperors have changed surnames. Was that due to twins? Such baseless superstitions are not to be believed. My sons will only strengthen the Qing dynasty." In his fervor, he momentarily forgot about Cheng Rui, whom he had just adopted. Meanwhile, the 1.5-year-old Cheng Ji, gazing curiously at his two younger brothers, surprisingly grasped the conversation between his grandmother and father. He understood little, but upon hearing that one brother might be sent away, he vehemently protested, raising his small hands protectively over the two infants. "No, send away my brothers." Kangxi, Xiao Zhuang, and the Empress Dowager were taken aback. This was indeed the first time the little one had spoken such a lengthy sentence, and most astonishingly, he had comprehended their words. Upon witnessing the rare sight, Kangxi tenderly embraced Qingji and bestowed a kiss upon him. He had long recognized his son's intelligence, yet he was taken aback by the depth of it, especially at such a tender age, as Qingji instinctively understood the need to protect his younger brothers. The little one squirmed in Kangxi's grasp, determined to guard his siblings, resolutely positioning himself beside them to prevent anyone from approaching. Concerned they might not comprehend his intentions, he repeatedly declared, "No, not sent away." The Empress Dowager, anxious for the children's safety, remained vigilant in her protective stance. The children's behavior evoked a mix of sorrow and admiration in Xiao Zhuang and her companions. Observing Kangxi's unwavering determination, Xiao Zhuang sighed helplessly, pondering the futility of her worries. After all, she was nearing her own end, and what purpose did it serve to fret over such matters? The emperor was no longer a child. He had his own plans, and speaking out would only invite disdain. The Empress Dowager fixated her gaze on the three children, disregarding their conversation until, in a moment of surprise, she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, come quickly." These two children bear no resemblance to one another. This proclamation redirected everyone's attention to the newborns, and indeed, it became apparent that the two bore no similarity whatsoever. The fifth prince resembled his uncle, Wu Yingxiong, while the fourth prince, whom Xiao Zhuang gently lifted, stirred tears in her eyes. The familiar contours of his brows and eyes had often graced her dreams, strikingly reminiscent of her son, Feline. Kangxi and the Empress Dowager held complex sentiments towards the late emperor. One had never experienced paternal affection, while the other felt estranged from her spouse. Yet, they shared a moment of joy in recognizing the distinctiveness of these two children. The embraced Yinjun realized that the comparison to the late emperor referred to him, leaving him puzzled. He was well aware of his own appearance, which bore no resemblance to the late emperor. Nevertheless, the thought of not being sent away filled him with happiness. Although he wished to evade the burdens of emperorship, he was reluctant to depart from the familiar surroundings he cherished. His feelings towards his third brother were equally intricate. He never imagined he would be so fiercely protected in his youth. He wondered if he would soon encounter his mother, and whether he would be taken to the side of his foster mother, concubine Tong. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he succumbed to the fatigue of infancy and drifted into slumber. Chapter 43. The Expedition. Once more little Qingji, upon seeing his beloved ancestor attempting to carry away his younger brother, became quite agitated. He climbed up and clutched the small blanket enveloping his brother, pulling it down with all his might. The amused and exasperated Kangxi scooped him up, meeting his gaze with reassurance. "Rest assured, Qingji, no one will take your brother away. Your ancestor simply adores him and wishes to hold him. much like the affection she has for you. No, not giving him away, was the only sentence that little Qingji could articulate. Indeed, not giving him away. Our Qingji is truly a wonderful elder brother. Qingji, capable of understanding, relaxed upon hearing that his brother would not be sent away and allowed them to embrace him, though his vigilant little eyes remained fixed on the others, ready to intervene should anyone attempt to carry his brother outside. This amusing scene elicited laughter from the bemused adults, their mirth echoing even into the maternity room, which was still in disarray. Nanny Lan, who was particularly attentive to Dongru, was moved to tears upon hearing the joyful sounds outside. "Do not worry, Your Highness. Listen." The Emperor and the Empress Dowager are both laughing joyously. They would never take away the little prince. At that moment, Dongru, exhausted yet smiling, revealed that she had been discreetly listening to their conversation through the use of her inner strength, absorbing every word. This evoked a complex feeling towards Kangxi. This man was not so bad after all. Yes, she decided, I shall ensure that the little fourth and fifth honor their father properly. Kangxi spent a considerable time with his sons before the maternity room was finally tidied up. He personally wrapped Dongru in blankets and carried her to the sleeping quarters. The emperor has welcomed 2 more princes. The imperial concubine has given birth to twins. This news spread like wildfire, both within the inner palace and the outer court. The women in the harem eagerly awaited the spectacle surrounding the imperial concubine, speculating on her potential loss of favor and the fate of the twin princes. Naturally, some audacious individuals dared to approach Kangxi with admonishments, suggesting that twins were inauspicious and proposing various measures concerning the children. In response, Kangxi, infuriated, ordered the execution of several ministers advocating for the demise of his sons. You wish to kill my sons? I shall first eliminate you. However, the number of those unafraid dwindled, and gradually, everyone ceased to dwell on the matter. After all, this was merely a tale passed down from an unknown dynasty. Its credibility inherently limited, especially since the Manchus held no belief in such superstitions. From the moment his brothers were born, Qingji took a great liking to them. After waking from his slumber, he would rush to accompany them, reciting the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic that Dongru had taught him. Once he mastered them, he eagerly taught his slumbering brothers, endearing himself to Kangxi, who could not help but cherish this precious gift from Dongru. Indeed, what delighted him most was not merely Qingji's adorable demeanor, but the remarkable intelligence he exhibited at such a tender age of not yet 2. Despite his speech being somewhat disjointed, he could retain information with remarkable speed. After hearing something twice or thrice from his mother, he would remember it the following day without fail. This stood in stark contrast to the 7-year-old Qingrui, who was still grappling with the 3-character classic, causing Kangxi to be filled with elation. He longed for everyone to recognize how astute and robust his third prince was, unlike his other children. In his exuberance, Kangxi began to take on the role of an educator, personally initiating Qingji's learning. Dongru did not intervene, permitting Qingji's desire to learn while also ensuring that if he wished to play, she would prevent Kangxi from interrupting him. After all, he was still a child. It was imperative not to stifle his nature, which could lead to regrets in his upbringing. Furthermore, should they constantly oppose him, it might foster a rebellious spirit, making him reluctant to pursue his studies in the future. Upon hearing this, Kangxi immediately concurred with Dongru's perspective, and together they deliberated on the best methods to nurture their child. As Qingji basked in the sense of accomplishment, Kangxi's spirit soared, prompting him to contemplate the crown prince, who, at 4 years old, was ripe for gradual cultivation. Thus, he summoned the crown prince, eager to personally enlighten him. In recent years, Kangxi had focused on internal stability while relying on Wu Sangui to suppress Geng Jincheng and Shang Keshi. This afforded him the opportunity to maintain a firm grip on state affairs, and the constraints imposed by the court officials had lessened. The Empress's influence was no longer as significant as it had once been, leading to a lack of attention towards the crown prince, whom he seldom saw each month. In a court where the status of a son was determined by that of his mother, the crown prince required a favored mother to garner his father's attention. Conversely, a lower-ranked concubine seeking elevation needed her son to shine. With the Empress falling out of favor, Kangxi rarely visited her palace, even during ceremonial occasions. often opting to remain in Qianqing Palace instead of venturing to Kunning Palace. How could he possibly harbor affection for her son under such circumstances? Moreover, the Crown Prince himself was not one to vie for attention. The Crown Prince remained somewhat dull, exhibiting no notable changes from his past self. After greeting his father, he fell silent. Kangxi's frustration surged, questioning how the Empress had educated her son. This child is of considerable age, yet has received no instruction? Observing the Crown Prince's expression of astonishment, Kangxi suddenly sensed something amiss. A normal child would either display fear, concoct excuses, or indulge in playful antics. How could he appear so oblivious? Panic surged through him. Summon the imperial physician. Gather all those on duty. Liang Jiugong hastily departed to relay the message, using the situation to escape. Those in servitude were adept at reading the room. They had long noted the Crown Prince's odd behavior, but had refrained from speaking out. Now that the Emperor had discovered it himself, Liang feared that his wrath might implicate him. The Empress, having dispatched someone to fetch the Crown Prince, sent a messenger to await news. Upon sensing the Emperor's ire, she hurriedly prepared herself and accompanied Nanny Rome to Qianqing Palace to intercede. Kangxi, upon the Empress's arrival, did not dismiss her, but allowed her to remain while waiting for the physician's diagnosis. The Empress, gazing at Kangxi beside her, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. How long had it been since she sat beside him like this? Surely since the arrival of imperial concubine Shi. The moment that woman entered the palace, she had been confined repeatedly, her health fluctuating, clearly a harbinger of misfortune. Your Majesty, is there something amiss with the Crown Prince? Why summon so many physicians for a healthy child? The Empress, filled with concern and confusion, scrutinized her son, encircled by the physicians. Kangxi, indifferent to her inquiries, merely awaited the physician's conclusion. What troubles the Crown Prince? Speak plainly. The Empress, the most anxious for her son's well-being, pressed for an answer. The head physician, on the verge of tears, was acutely aware that the fate of his entire family hung in the balance. Kangxi regarded him with a dark expression, remaining silent and unyielding. It seems the Crown Prince may have incurred an injury from prolonged confinement in the womb. The physicians knelt, their foreheads damp with sweat. They attributed any cognitive or neurological issues to a head injury. Suddenly, Kangxi erupted in laughter, finding it deeply ironic that the heir to the Qing dynasty was deemed a fool. I have appointed a fool as my Crown Prince. How shall the populace mock me for this? What will the officials think of me? Startled by his laughter, the Empress fell to her knees before Kangxi. Your Majesty, these physicians speak nonsense. How could the Crown Prince possibly suffer a head injury? He is merely slower to mature than other children. In a couple of years,
He will be just fine.
do not heed the words of these servants. They unjustly accuse him. Kangxi regarded the Empress with a stoic expression. How can you utter such words? My healthy sons have been reduced to this state of injury and frailty, and yet you cannot even care for your own child. What purpose do you serve? Summon someone. Several eunuchs emerged to assist the fallen Empress, guiding her towards the exit. Release me, you wretched servants. I am the Empress. How dare you treat me this way? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Empress? Soon, that title will no longer be yours. Kangxi indeed harbored intentions of deposing her, yet such a decision could not be made lightly. The procedural complexities were considerable. Alas, the Empress's fate was not yet sealed, as circumstances prevented her removal, particularly with the resurgence of Galden. The intelligence had been relayed by Wu Sangui, who reported sightings of Galden's movements, suggesting he was plotting a comeback. Thus, Kangxi prepared for war once more. With the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War bustling to gather provisions and account for troops, leaving Kangxi perpetually occupied. Just as he found a moment's respite, thoughts of the Crown Prince surfaced. Wounded in spirit, Kangxi sought solace in the company of his beloved children. The sight of these 3 delightful little ones brought him a sense of fulfillment. 2 months had passed, and Qingji had grown and learned much, displaying his newfound knowledge to Kangxi. After assessing his son's studies, Kangxi imparted additional wisdom, observing the earnestness with which Qingji echoed his teachings. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. This was indeed his son. Jir. Dongru, who was sewing garments for the family, lifted her gaze at his call. However, Kangxi paid her no mind, his focus fixed on little Qingji, his expression contemplative. I intend to depose Qingring and establish Jie as the crown prince. Chapter 44. The Queen's Conspiracy. I wish to depose Qingrong and establish Jie as the crown prince, Kangxi declared slowly, casting a contemplative gaze upon his most favored son, Qingji. Upon hearing his earnest pronouncement, Dongru could not help but chuckle. The crown prince. I cannot entrust the empire of the great Qing to a fool. Dongru understood that Kangxi had discerned something amiss with the crown prince, though she believed the child was not truly foolish. Rather, his intellect was simply below that of an average child, with somewhat sluggish reflexes. Nonetheless, she had no desire to discuss this matter with him. After all, he was his son, and what did it matter how he chose to speak of him? I had originally planned to wait a few more years. But I must once again lead an expedition against Galdan. At that time, a crown prince must be established to govern the imperial city. I have chosen Jie, for if anything were to happen to me on the battlefield, you ladies would have a reliable support, Kangxi explained. His intention to depose the crown prince had been conceived since Qingji's birth, but as Dongru had said, the child was still too young to predict his future. Making a change at this juncture would surely invite opposition from the court officials. Once he matured a few years, others would be able to recognize his merits, making the transition much easier. Thus, he had refrained from mentioning it until now. Men often display such tendencies. They can be harsh towards those they disregard. Yet they wish to offer the finest of everything to those they cherish. Just as with the throne, Kangxi naturally preferred to pass it to a child born of his beloved Ruor. Dongru tossed the unfinished garment onto the couch, her brows knitting together in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? If you have no confidence, then do not go personally. Why act as if you are preparing your last words? Is it so simple for a young sovereign to ascend the throne? You ascended at the age of 8. And even now, your path has been fraught with difficulty. Our Jie is merely a child. Can you bear to see us struggle so in the future? All right. It was a slip of the tongue. Do not be angry. Take care of yourself. The melancholic atmosphere dissipated with Dongru's outburst. Kangxi, noticing her anger, hastily sought to placate her. You, as a mother of 3, should speak with more prudence. What last words? Truly. Thankfully, it is only the two of us here. If others were to overhear, they would surely censure you. I am not a court official. What do I have to fear from censure? Besides, if you had not first uttered those absurdities, would I have said it? Dongru always maintained her own reasoning. Isn't this merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances? The battlefield is ever-changing. Who can predict what will happen next? Kangxi sighed. Upon hearing this, Dongru laughed in his embrace, tilting her face upwards with sparkling eyes. What? Kangxi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to trust his ears. What? Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang echoed, equally astonished. Oh, dear. Look at our ancestor, so robust. That roar nearly rivals the sound of war drums. It is deafening. Dongru praised while hiding behind the Empress Dowager. Spare me your flattery. I shall tell you this. If you wish to accompany the expedition, you shall find no entry. Remain here and diligently manage the affairs of the palace. And care for the children. Grandmother. Dongru shamelessly grinned, playfully imitating Jie as she clung to Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang. After spending 2 years within the palace, she found it tiresome and seized this opportunity to stretch her limbs. The frown on the Empress Dowager's face softened as she gently patted Dongru's head, sighing, You are now a noble consort. How can you still act so recklessly as you did during your days as a princess? Moreover, the battlefield is fraught with peril. What if you were to be injured? That is precisely why Ruor wishes to go. She can protect her cousin. Ruor is a fortunate star. Surely she will guide him safely through adversity. Her words were no mere boast. With the system's marketplace at her disposal, should misfortune arise, she could procure medicine to save lives. Meanwhile, Injin, listening to this exchange, felt a rising panic. Everything is in disarray. Everything is in disarray. From the moment he could perceive the world, he had known it was chaotic. There was also the Defied and the Tongjia clan present. Yet they seemed to be one and the same, while his biological mother, Wu Dongru, was someone he had never even heard of in his past life. Gradually, through conversations overheard, He learned that his mother was indeed the daughter of Wu Sangui, and most astonishingly, she was the direct granddaughter of the Empress Dowager. How could this be? Wasn't Wu Sangui supposed to have perished long ago? How could he still be ruling as the king of Pingxi and Yunnan? This emperor was a different man altogether. In his previous life, the emperor favored his sons, but only the crown prince, treating the rest of them with sternness rather than tenderness. Yet in this life, the emperor was a doting father, showering affection and praise upon his third brother, and expressing delight and anticipation for his own and the fifth brother's growth. Injin's heart swelled with warmth. Such paternal love was something he had scarcely experienced in his past life, for it was the crown prince's privilege. Indeed, the favor of a mother elevates her child. Having a beloved mother is truly a remarkable advantage. Speaking of the third brother brought to mind that little one who constantly revolved around them. It turned out he was not the son of consort Rome, but rather his mother's own child, his biological brother. No wonder he was so fond of and protective over him and the fifth brother. One could not help but feel a sense of gratitude at being safeguarded by such a small child. By the way, in this life, he was no longer called Injin but rather Qingjin. Just as he was basking in this emotional glow, the atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by the antics of the fifth brother. At 3 months, he had entered a phase of lively activity, constantly practicing flips or martial arts. Lying beside him, Injin found himself influenced by the little one's energy. Perhaps it was due to their twin bond. Injin discovered he did not harbor much animosity towards him, merely shifting slightly to make room. He wondered what their father and mother thought, always placing them together. Observing the lively fifth brother, Kangxi smiled with satisfaction, but upon seeing the fourth brother, his expression shifted to one of concern. He turned to Dongru. Ruer, why does the fourth seem disinclined to cry or laugh? Always wearing the same expression? He also appears to be less active. Do you think there might be something amiss? Having experienced the situation with the crown prince, Kangxi had developed a certain trepidation towards quiet children. Dongru shot him a disapproving glance. You are the one with the problem. Our Zhener is quite intelligent. Notice how the little fifth always wets his blanket, while our Qingjin has never done so. When he needs to relieve himself, he lets out a little hum to notify the nurses nearby, far more clever than anyone else. A mother cannot tolerate any criticism of her child. Though Dongru herself found it puzzling that the fourth did not resemble anyone, possessing a demeanor beyond his years, she would always view her child through rose-colored glasses. Injin, however, was taken aback by this revelation. He had overlooked a crucial detail. At just a few months old, if he were to maintain the stern expression of an elderly man from his past life, would that not raise suspicions? From then on, he endeavored to emulate his twin brother's every action, observing how the fifth brother behaved and mirroring him, though he would refrain from any behavior deemed excessively foolish. After being reprimanded by Dongru, Kangxi dared not speak ill of his son again, yet his worries lingered. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would pay closer attention to the fourth brother, occasionally teasing him, hoping to elicit a range of expressions akin to the lively fifth brother. When the twins reached 4 months, Dongru once again set forth on a military campaign. Naturally, her female troops accompanied her. The women's army had not been disbanded 2 years prior, but had instead been incorporated into the escort agency founded by Dongru. Over the past 2 years, their ranks had swelled significantly, now totaling 220. Their martial skills were commendable. They could easily handle ordinary soldiers, and even against generals. They could manage 1 against 2 without difficulty. Thus, during their march, they established their reputation, and no soldier dared to bully or harass them. Qingji began his life in the Sinang Palace with his 2 younger brothers. Observing the increasing negative balance in his account, C01 felt a sharp pang. The cost of using this for anyone outside is exorbitantly high. If you continue to accrue debts, the system currency earned from this mission may not even suffice to repay them. Yet there was no other choice, such as the debt of parenthood. Once children are born, their protection becomes paramount. Money can always be earned anew. Though Dongru felt little sorrow, it was only upon becoming a mother that she truly comprehended the significance of a child in one's life. As for money, she mused that she could simply extend her time here a few more years, diligently enhancing her happiness quotient in hopes of elevating her patron's satisfaction and securing greater rewards. As the emperor departed, the Empress summoned Suo E2 into the palace. Ever since the last incident when Kangxi discovered issues with the crown prince and furiously reprimanded her, she realized her fate, and that of the prince was sealed. She promptly reached out to her uncle, Suo E2, imploring him to devise a solution. It was crucial to understand that their potential dethronement was not merely a matter concerning them but also significantly impacted the Hescheli clan. Upon receiving the Empress's message, Suo E2 was taken aback. His long-standing concern had been that the emperor might favor the concubine's son and consider replacing the crown prince. But he had never anticipated that the prince himself would become problematic. Now, faced with this predicament, he felt utterly helpless. Regardless of how vital his Hescheli clan was to the emperor, there was no way the throne could be passed to such a flawed crown prince. Even other ministers would never consent to a future ruler who was a fool. Just as despair began to consume him, fortune presented them with a reprieve, the timely arrival of Galden. This unexpected intervention filled Suo E2 with gratitude, as the emperor had shifted his focus away from the deposed empress and the crown prince to prepare for a personal expedition. This development sparked a scheme between Suo E2 and the empress, awaiting execution upon the emperor's departure from the palace. The news of the crown prince's foolishness remained concealed from others, and soon, the Hescheli family would ascend to the role of regent. The very thought ignited a fervor within them. When Suo E2 shared his plans with the empress, their ideas aligned seamlessly. Consequently, the empress cast a ruthless gaze upon the 3 children born of Dongru, recognizing them as obstacles to their ambitions. Not a single one could be spared. Chapter 45. Rumors and whispers. Injin once again witnessed and experienced the terrifying nature of the women in the imperial court. The influence of the empress had nearly dissipated within the palace, yet she still dared to extend her reach into the Xinang Palace, where Empress Xiaozhuang resided. Her most fervent desire was to poison the food, but such an act was utterly impractical within Xinang Palace. Empress Xiaozhuang was fiercely protective of her 3 great-grandsons, the emperor's only 3 remaining healthy sons. Every morsel they consumed, and every item they used underwent meticulous scrutiny by those closest to her before being presented to the children. Any attempts to poison them were mere fantasies. She was well aware of the crown prince's circumstances and had come to understand the empress's nature over the years. How could she not guard against her, even while confined? Yet, no matter how thorough the precautions, a single oversight could allow a cunning thief to exploit an opportunity. On a fine day, Qingji was playing in the small garden of Xinang Palace with his 2 increasingly mischievous younger brothers when suddenly, a green bamboo viper sprang from the bushes, darting toward Injin, who was nearest to it, crawling on a mat. Feeling the weight on his shoulder and catching sight of the triangular head of the serpent, his countenance darkened. As an adult, he would have had no fear of such a creature, but in his current frail form, he was utterly defenseless. How could there possibly be a snake in Xinang Palace? The attending palace maids were completely unprepared for such an occurrence and stood frozen in shock. It was 3-year-old Qingji who reacted swiftly, grabbing the snake that had landed on Injin's shoulder, yanking it down with both small hands. "Bad snake, do not bite my brother." Only then did the palace maid snap back to reality, rushing forward in a panic, their voices breaking. Third prince. The snake, having missed Injin, turned its fangs toward Qingji's wrist. Chaos ensued among the palace attendants as they frantically relayed the news to Empress Xiaozhuang, summoned the imperial physician, and hurriedly cleared the area to rescue the 3rd prince. Injin, witnessing the snake's attack on Qingji, cried out in desperation, tears streaming down his face for the first time since his birth. This was for his slightly older brother, Qingji, who had been bitten while trying to save him. Though he had never openly acknowledged it, he could not deny his affection for this little brother and his twin siblings. In his previous life, he had also cherished children, and despite his current diminished state, he still regarded them with the same fondness. The thought that this child had risked himself for him, only to be bitten by a venomous snake, filled him with dread. He was uncertain if he would see him again the following day. Regardless, the palace attendants managed to separate the boy and the serpent. Qingji glanced at them, anxiously gripping his wrist, yet felt relieved to see no wound or blood. It seemed he had escaped the snake's bite and would not perish, sparing his mother from the agony of losing him. He had heard how Ma Jia had been devastated by the loss of Qingrui, prompting him to consider how heartbroken their mother would be if she lost him as well. Seeing the wet-faced fourth brother in the arms of a nurse, he smiled and tiptoed to wipe away his tears. Fourth brother, don't cry. Brother is fine. The bad snake won't bite you. There's nothing to fear. He also patted fifth brother, who had begun to cry upon seeing fourth brother's tears. With Qingji's comforting words and gestures, fifth brother felt reassured and ceased his weeping. However, fourth brother felt a mix of shame for his own actions and gratitude towards his elder brother for defending him. He made a silent vow that regardless of how things may change in the future, based on this act of bravery, he would protect him for a lifetime. This resolve eased his heart considerably. When Empress Xiaozhuang and the Empress Dowager received the news, they nearly fainted from fright. Qingji is unharmed. Grandmother and great-grandmother need not worry. He will protect his brothers from harm. The child's innocent declarations brought the Empress Dowager to tears as she embraced Qingji. My dear Qingji, thank goodness you and your brothers are safe. Otherwise, how could I explain to your mother? The perpetrator of the snake incident was quickly apprehended and brought before Empress Xiaozhuang, a maid responsible for cleaning. As she was about to throw herself into a well, she was seized, her face drained of color. Empress Xiaozhuang held onto fourth and fifth brothers tightly, her heart filled with rage. Merely punishing these lowly minions was of little consequence. She sought retribution against those truly responsible. She could not fathom why, in recent years, all the children born in the palace had been girls, with only these three brothers remaining. Thus, her affection for them ran deep. There was no need for evidence. The identity of the culprit was obvious. Unfortunately, with the emperor leading troops away, the empress could not be allowed to die in the palace. Such a fate would be deemed ill-fated, potentially inciting chaos in the court. All she could do was allow her to linger a little longer. Thus, the empress fell ill once more, unable to rise from her bed. Empress Xiaozhuang, concerned for her health, personally attended to her, only to discover the palace maids were negligent in their duties. Enraged, she executed a dozen of them, punishing others harshly. Ironically, those who perished were the empress's confidants, while the replacements were loyal to Empress Xiaozhuang, effectively placing the empress under soft confinement. Upon hearing that her plot had failed and that all three children were unharmed, the empress was consumed by fury. When she saw her wet nurse and others executed, she spat blood and fainted in bed. The princes had merely been startled. A little calming tea and a good sweat would suffice to restore them. This eased the minds of Empress Xiaozhuang and her companions. At the same time, the palace attendants were puzzled as to why the snake had not left a mark on the third prince. When they examined the serpent, they confirmed it was indeed venomous and its fangs intact, yet the reality was astonishing. Was it because the third prince was a royal that even a venomous snake dared not bite him? Gradually, whispers began to circulate within the palace, claiming that the third prince was favored by the heavens. Blessed by his ancestors, a child of great fortune, impervious even to the bite of a poisonous snake. Some even speculated that it was not that the snake dared not bite him, but rather could not, for it was said that the moment the snake lunged at him, a golden light enveloped the third prince, rendering the serpent powerless. He was a celestial being, protected by divine radiance. When Empress Xiaozhuang caught wind of these rumors, she hurriedly tried to suppress them, but it was too late. No one dared to voice such claims openly, yet hushed discussions flourished in the shadows.
Meanwhile,
officials from the previous dynasty somehow learned of this tale, and it spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the city. Have you heard? The emperor's third prince has a remarkable destiny. Even venomous snakes bow before him. In the capital's taverns, storytellers began weaving tales of royal exploits. They spun a narrative of the third prince, whose sincere heart moved the heavens. Upon spotting the venomous snake aiming to strike his brother, he bravely interjected, "Hey, if you must bite, then bite me, but do not harm my brother." Thus, the heavens, touched by his filial piety, sent down a protective light around him. The listeners applauded with delight. The storyteller, perhaps unaware of the truth, had woven a tale that nearly mirrored the events. This outcome left the scheming Heshali clan seething with frustration. They could not fathom why the snake had not harmed the third prince. Yet they vehemently rejected the notion of his divine favor. If he were indeed favored by the heavens, what of the crown prince? Dongru. Upon meeting his father and brother for the first time after marriage, felt a wave of happiness. The family excitedly exchanged stories, momentarily sidelining Kangxi, who could only smile in bemusement, allowing their warmth to flourish. Logically, this battle should be considerably easier than the last, for Galdan was not as formidable as Kangxi. He was merely a clan leader, emboldened by support from the Russian Empire. After the battles of 3 years prior, he should lack the strength to rival the Qing dynasty. However, the reality unfolded in a manner that took them by surprise. The adversaries seemed remarkably acquainted with their arrangements, consistently identifying the most vulnerable points in their defenses to exploit. Although they did not ultimately succeed, they managed to engage in a formidable contest against the imperial army. Wu Sangui, having fought throughout his life, grew suspicious upon witnessing the situation and discreetly reported his concerns about a potential traitor to Kangxi. The enraged Kangxi, maintaining his composure, collaborated with him to devise a new strategy, which finally left their opponents bewildered and vulnerable to a severe counterattack. Due to the initial anxiety, the conflict extended for nearly 6 months, culminating in a decisive victory for the Qing dynasty. Kangxi and Dongru were keenly aware of the happenings within the palace. And upon learning of the plight of the 3 children, Kangxi's fury was palpable, exclaiming, "Very well." In contrast, Dongru was less perturbed, noting that the talisman seemed indeed genuine, of exceptional quality. Although the empress lay gravely ill and was under house arrest, this was merely a private matter. Publicly, she maintained her status as the revered mother of the nation. Thus, during her momentous occasion, even the Dowager Empress could not prevent visitors from paying their respects to her, and the noblewomen dutifully entered the palace to offer their greetings. Naturally, the princes were also obliged to extend their congratulations, including Qingrui, who, despite being adopted, remained in the palace, and especially the Qingji brothers. Qingji, holding the hands of his 2 capable younger brothers, sat in the palanquin, earnestly imparting advice to them, regardless of whether they could comprehend his words. Chapter 46, A Family Reunion. Furthermore, if the Empress wishes to embrace you, do not permit her to do so. Should anyone around her touch you, you must cry, understand? She is not a good person and will bring us harm. If she succeeds, we shall never see our mother again. After Cheng Ji finished speaking, he earnestly watched them nod in agreement. The 4th prince could only nod, indicating that he understood. Although Little Five could not comprehend his brother's meaning, he followed suit upon seeing 4th brother nodding. After they nodded, he pointed to the pouch on his waist. Does Little Five miss mother? The children were entrusted to the Empress Dowager, who would naturally teach them to call her mother and inform them that the pouch they wore was made by their mother. Children inherently yearn for their mothers, and thus they would remember her. Whenever they thought of her, they would point to the pouch. In contrast, the 4th prince's feelings towards this mother were far more complex. Possessing the thoughts of an adult, he naturally did not cling to her as Little Five did. However, he was at a loss for how to describe his feelings towards this young mother. In his previous life, his birth mother was distant, and, in comparison, the affection from his foster mother became his lifelong memory of maternal love, which he found immensely comforting. Yet, in this life, being near his biological mother and experiencing her care for him, the bond between mother and son was unlike anything his foster mother could provide. Upon hearing his brother's words, Cheng Ji's eyes grew moist. He too missed their mother. The 4th prince felt a pang of compassion for this little brother, who at such a tender age understood the responsibility of being the elder brother and caring for those younger than him. It was truly remarkable. No wonder the emperor favored him so much. Were he the emperor, he would surely cherish such a son. Indeed, after the incident with the venomous snake, the young Cheng Ji suddenly matured significantly. The Empress Dowager did not conceal matters from him, explaining the situation and helping him comprehend many things. He understood that there were those who wished to harm their brothers, and he became more cautious, particularly regarding the safety of his younger siblings, often worrying about them. Yet, children are still merely children. No matter how mature they become, there are limits. Upon seeing Dongru, Cheng Ji lost all semblance of maturity, bursting into tears as he clung to her. Dongru, feeling pained, scooped him up, and before she could move, 2 more little ones latched onto her legs. Little Five truly could not recall what their mother looked like, but he remembered the feeling, and with 3rd brother leading the way, He recognized that Dongru was his biological mother. His cries were both heart-wrenching and amusing, resembling a little kitten. Kangxi paid little heed to the ministers, merely setting the time for the Grand Court Assembly before striding towards the Sinang Palace to see his precious sons. Upon entering, he was met with thunderous cries that shattered his heart, and he hurried in. Who is crying? Dongru, with no choice, set Chengji down and lifted the most distressed little five, first wiping his nose and tears. She then noticed fourth brother's expressionless face, tilted upwards, gazing at her with a touch of admiration, which delighted Dongru, so she embraced them both. Kangxi approached and first paid his respects to Xiaozhuang and the Empress Dowager, then lifted Chengji, weighing him in his arms. This was the first time he held them outside of the Taiji Palace. Finally, the family of 7 managed to settle down. Little 5, not wanting to sit alone, insisted on being held by their mother, while as for the emperor, after greeting him, he received no further attention, which made Kangxi scold the little rascal for being so spoiled. Yet he could not relinquish his favorite Chengji, who never failed to impress him, demonstrating such capability at such a young age. Truly a worthy son who resembled him. Here, the bonds of father and son, mother and child, and grandparent and grandchild flourished in joyous reunion. Meanwhile, in Cunning Palace, the Empress and the Crown Prince shared a deep maternal bond. The Empress was currently cut off from the outside world, entirely unaware of Kangxi's circumstances or when her son might ascend the throne. She understood that even if Kangxi were to perish, with Xiaozhuang present, her son would still face numerous challenges in claiming the throne. However, she remained undaunted, believing that her uncle would find a way, as Xiaozhuang was aging and her grip on the previous dynasty's affairs was loosening. Gently stroking her son's head, the Empress's gaze was unfocused. Do not fear, my son, do not be afraid. Soon, everything will be all right. She had prepared herself, if all else failed. She would take her son with her to spare him from suffering in this world. If she were gone, who would care for him? Would that woman allow him to escape her grasp? At that moment, a commotion of footsteps approached, causing the Empress to tremble as she called out sharply. Who is it? Did I not say no one should disturb me? The voice did not cease, and the bedroom door swung open, revealing a figure. The Empress's eyes widened in shock, and she trembled as she pointed. You. I am not dead. Is that surprising to you? Kangxi's expression was inscrutable as he regarded the dejected Empress. The Crown Prince, puzzled by his mother's recent behavior, had remained quietly in her embrace. Upon seeing Kangxi, he wriggled free and offered his respects. Long live, father. The moment the Empress saw the Crown Prince being taken by Liang Jiugong, she immediately leaped from the bed. Barefoot. What do you intend to do? Return the Crown Prince to me. Kangxi, filled with grievances he wished to voice, lost his resolve upon witnessing her demeanor. The Hesherli clan has betrayed the Qing dynasty, allying with foreign enemies, even plotting my demise. They have been exterminated, and their remaining kin shall be enslaved for eternity, with no chance of pardon. I have long established a decree in the hands of my loyal ministers. Should I fall to treachery, the Empress and the Crown Prince shall be deposed, and the third prince shall ascend the throne. Do you believe that with Suartois' support, you can succeed? How utterly absurd. With that, he turned away, unwilling to look back, while Liang Jiugong followed closely behind with the Crown Prince in his arms. A few others remained, officials from the Ministry of Rights, there to announce the decree of deposition. The Empress realized her fate was sealed upon Kangxi's arrival. Hearing that her entire clan had been annihilated, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Upon hearing the decree of her deposition, she displayed no reaction whatsoever. The officials, unmoved by her plight, read the proclamation and then departed, leaving the subsequent matters to be handled by others. The Empress, in a frenzy, demanded to see the Crown Prince, but was obstructed from doing so. At that moment, she was merely a deposed Empress, and the palace servant showed her no courtesy, leaving her utterly helpless. She simply wished to see her son one last time before her demise. Perhaps her cries were too loud, for the previously quiet Crown Prince heard her and rushed out. The servants dared not stop the Empress, but could not impede the Crown Prince, allowing the mother and son to reunite. The Empress had a multitude of words to express. She wanted him to avenge her, to be wary of the concubine and her sons, to please his father, and not to harbor resentment. Yet upon seeing her son, she could utter nothing, only tears streaming down her face. Renner, you must live well from now on. Since she could not take him with her in death, all she could do was wish for his well-being. Hescherly had long ceased to be the empress and held no title, thus there was no grand funeral. Kangxi, recalling their bond as husband and wife, arranged a simple burial, providing her with a coffin to be laid to rest elsewhere. For a deposed empress had no right to be interred in the imperial mausoleum. The only attendee at the funeral was the crown prince. No, it should be said, the deposed crown prince. As the child of a traitor, the future of the second prince was already clearly foreseen. In the aftermath of the war, Kangxi was once again consumed by duties, and soon thereafter, the ceremony to appoint a new empress commenced. He fulfilled his promise to Dongru, granting her the title of his rightful wife 16 years ahead of schedule. Initially, he had intended to elevate Chengji to the position of crown prince, but Dongru intervened. There were many reasons for her objection. Firstly, Kangxi was long-lived, and while he currently favored Chengji, who could predict how things would unfold in the future, Dongru did not wish to witness a day when their father and son could not reconcile. Rather than hasten matters, it would be better to delay the appointment of the crown prince, allowing Kangxi time to reflect, with the possibility of reinstating the plan after several more years. However, she kept this thought to herself, offering him a different explanation. Once Jir ascends to the position of crown prince, he shall embody the role of sovereign, distancing himself from his brothers and potentially fostering estrangement among them. To nurture their fraternal bonds, Dongru suggests that they should postpone such matters until they mature. Since Dongru's arrival, the concubines in the palace have gravitated around her and the empress, observing their rivalry without taking sides or intervening. Dongru's favor does not necessitate their allegiance, nor does she distribute her favor among them. Thus, there is no incentive for them to ingratiate themselves. The recent upheaval has sent shockwaves throughout both the court and the imperial harem, as no prominent families had anticipated that the Hescherly clan would dare to commit such an audacious act. In this tumultuous atmosphere, none would dare to plead for leniency,
preferring instead to distance themselves.
The empress's downfall was met with little surprise. It is customary for any reigning monarch to dismiss the empress. However, there seems to be an eagerness to cultivate ties with the family of the new empress, the Wang family of Pingxi. With the Wu Sangui family returning to the capital, he did not shun those who sought to establish connections. He accepted their congratulatory gifts, which he promptly forwarded to the emperor along with a list of the presents. The emperor could decide how to address the matter as he saw fit. Kangxi found amusement in his father-in-law's actions and was not hesitant to send the gifts to Dongru's Tai-ji Palace. Upon witnessing the array of items, Dongru was momentarily speechless, suspecting they were engaging in illicit enrichment. Having given birth to 3 princes within 4 years of entering the palace, she now holds the esteemed title of Empress Mother. Wu Sangui's ambitions are firmly rooted, with the future emperor destined to emerge from among his grandsons, alleviating the Wu family's fears of annihilation. Chapter 47. The daily life of raising children. Upon receiving the tiger talisman presented by Wu Sangui, Kangxi was not particularly astonished. The tiger talisman could summon nearby soldiers in times of emergency, unlike the military talisman that could only mobilize Wu's forces. As he contemplated making Dongru the empress, his wariness towards Wu Sangui diminished significantly. Moreover, over the past few years, Wu Sangui had rendered considerable assistance to him, rivaling that of his most trusted ministers. This indicated that Wu's family would continue to guard Yunnan. Although the tiger talisman had been reclaimed, they would still retain military command. Wu Sangui, now advanced in age and desiring retirement, could pass his title to his son and enjoy a peaceful life. Princess Xiao, having married him for decades, devoted herself wholeheartedly to his well-being, often at the expense of seeing her family. The Empress Dowager was also aging, and her time was limited. To spare Xiao any regrets, it was best for her to remain in the capital. This was the first occasion for Princess Xiao to meet her 3 little grandsons, and upon seeing them, she found each one delightful and endearing, longing for more time with them, especially the 5th prince who bore a striking resemblance to his eldest brother. Life for Dongru, now the empress, had not changed drastically. Every day, the women would come to pay their respects, and her sons had all become legitimate heirs. The power dynamics remained unchanged, and she continued to select matters of interest while delegating others to the Empress Dowager, which further strengthened their relationship. Dongru ensured that the former crown prince, now the second prince, was not neglected. He received all that was due to him without any reduction, as none dared to impose any penalties. Regarding the second prince, who posed no threat to her son, Dongru was inclined to be benevolent. After all, Kangxi had but a few sons, despite her lack of fondness for the second prince. She understood that if he were mistreated, it would surely cause Kangxi distress. It was better to treat him well and allow him to grow up in peace, away from the prying eyes of others. Before long, the children began their studies in the schoolroom. The little monkey, Qingji, entered the school at the age of 5. Having completed his preliminary education and immediately began to study the classics. The instructors were astounded by his exceptional capabilities, praising the third prince as truly extraordinary. Kangxi often heard their accolades, and Qingji's pride was palpable, for he was indeed his father's cherished son. In contrast, the unfortunate second prince fared poorly. Although he had begun his studies a year earlier than Qingji, he had gained little knowledge and was hardly worth mentioning compared to him. Qingji not only attended classes with his brothers and cousins, but also received special lessons from Kangxi on the ways of emperors, showing remarkable improvement year after year. Dongru discerned a striking difference in her children's personalities. Qingji appeared gentle on the surface, but harbored a cunning nature, fiercely protective of his younger brothers, always allowing them to choose first from any treats. In public, he maintained a courteous demeanor, yet he kept others at arm's length. The fourth prince was serious and methodical, whereas his younger brother, the fifth prince, was his foil, effortlessly breaking through his composure. Although the fourth prince seemed unapproachable, he was, in truth, the softest-hearted among them, more open to forming friendships than Qingji or the fifth prince. As for the fifth prince, Dongru felt that he had taken on the title of Little Monkey ever since he learned to run and jump. His mischief knew no bounds. However, Kangxi did not restrict his antics. Whenever Dongru expressed a desire to discipline him, Kangxi would plead on his behalf with a good-natured smile. Among his sons, half were unwell, and he cherished these lively boys deeply, relishing their joyful spirits. Since Dongru's elevation to empress, Kangxi had not visited any other palace, nor had he taken any new concubines during the selection process. Dongru had once quizzed him about this, and he had replied, "There is no need. They cannot bear sons. And seeing the ladies gives me a headache. I do not wish to father many more. Besides, I no longer need to rely on others' opinions to secure my throne." With no need to appease the women of the harem, Kangxi paid them no mind. Initially, the exclusive favor shown to Dongru had caused some unrest, but as time passed, they all settled down to live their lives quietly. Injin furrowed his brow but complied, walking over to squat beside the flower bed with him. "What are you doing?"
Sure.
"Quiet," the fifth prince urged, pulling out a piece of cake wrapped in a clean handkerchief and offering it to Injin, signaling him to eat. The fourth prince looked puzzled, glancing between the cake and his brother. Was it necessary to sneak a treat? The fifth prince took a piece for himself, saving the last for the third prince.
Eat.
"You don't understand. This cake is different from what we usually have. It's a sacrificial offering to our ancestors. Delicious." The fifth prince took a bite, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction, confirming its exquisite taste. The fourth prince's expression darkened. Sacrificial offerings? Had he stolen them? Who had taught him such disrespect? He asked sternly, "Who told you the offerings were delicious?"
Ah.
"Why aren't you eating, fourth brother?" The fifth prince was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Fourth brother. Fifth brother. What are you doing here?" Qingji, who had gone to borrow books from the study, approached and confirmed his suspicion upon seeing them. Noticing the crumbs on the fifth prince's face, he instinctively took out a cloth to wipe it, not minding the mess. The fifth prince's eyes lit up. "Third brother. I saved this for you. It's so good." He licked his lips, savoring the taste. "What is this?" The fourth prince scowled and explained. He stole it from the sacrificial offerings.
Ah.
The now 7-year-old Qingji understood many palace rules and realized that this was wrong. However, he was tempted, having never tasted the cakes from the Fengtian Hall, wondering if they truly were as delicious as claimed. "You can eat it, little fifth brother. I don't like this kind of cake." Having already stolen it, why not indulge? The fourth prince looked at his indulgent brother, speechless once more. In the distance, Dongru and Kangxi watched, laughing heartily. Do you think if we asked them who stole it, they would tell us the truth? Dongru playfully inquired of Kangxi. Kangxi chuckled with pride. I wager Qingji will take the blame. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. The couple, bored with their daily lives, childishly wagered on their son's honesty.
Ah,
What are you doing here? Long live the emperor. Long live the empress.
well,
The servants from Fengtian Hall reported that some offerings went missing, and we thought to look here. Do you know who took them? The fourth prince. Understanding the adults were teasing them, played along, pretending to be anxious. The fifth prince, wanting to deny it, felt a twinge of guilt for holding the cake. Qingji stepped forward. It was I who heard that the cakes from Fengtian Hall were tastier than usual, so I instructed fifth brother to take some for a taste. It is my fault for being greedy and for encouraging my brother to err. Please punish us, father, mother. His eloquent confession even impressed the fourth prince, who couldn't help but admire his brother's excellence. Upon witnessing the entire affair, Kangxi and Dongru naturally came to understand that Qingji was indeed worthy of the praise bestowed upon him by all the masters. His cleverness was truly remarkable. Lies cannot be entirely fabricated. They must contain a mixture of truth and falsehood to be credible. If he claimed to have committed the theft alone, they would undoubtedly have doubted him, especially since he could not be certain whether those in Fengxian Hall had witnessed the act. Now that Amma and Anyang had been summoned, they must have learned something, which is why he asserted that he had instructed Xiao Wu to carry out the deed, a statement that was both rational and reasonable. This, indeed, pleased Kangxi immensely, who cast a triumphant glance at Dongru, as if to say, See, I knew my son would not disappoint. Dongru shot him an exasperated look, as if to remind him that Qingji was not solely his child. Maintaining her composure, she turned to fifth brother, Xiao Wu. Is what your third brother said true? Fifth brother puffed out his chest and confidently denied it, his adorable demeanor almost causing Kangxi to break into laughter.
oh,
Which part of his statement is untrue? A man should take responsibility for his own actions. I stole the items by myself, and neither third brother nor fourth brother knew anything about it. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall solely upon me. No, mother. Xiao Wu is still young and foolish. I was the one who orchestrated this. Qingji interjected, fearing for his younger brother's safety. It is I. It is I. Fourth brother hesitated, but ultimately joined in. It was not them. It was my curiosity that led me to take the things. Observing the brothers jostling to confess, Kangxi laughed heartily, playfully pinching Xiao Wu's nose. It brings me great joy to see you brothers united. Xiao Wu, should you desire anything in the future, simply tell your mother, but no more stealing, do you understand?
oh,
Xiao Wu responded dejectedly. No more stealing? But what if he found the stolen treats delectable? Kangxi shook his head with a smile. Liang Jiugong. Present. Have the offerings from Fengxian Hall replaced with new ones, and send the old ones to Taiji Palace.
yes,
Upon hearing this, third brother and fifth brother's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Wu eagerly grasped Kangxi's hand, animatedly describing the various flavors of the pastries as they walked. Dongru, amused and exasperated by the antics of father and son, reflected that she was, in fact, the villain, indulging the children. Fifth brother, do not move. I shall carry you down. The eunuch by Xiao Wu's side was terrified, his heart racing as he witnessed his master, adorned in a cloak and brandishing an ornate little sword, striking heroic poses atop the roof. Fourth brother, often in the company of Xiao Wu, furrowed his brow with concern but said nothing, opting instead to find his mother. He encountered Wei Zhu and conveyed the situation. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhu utilized his agility to swiftly bring the unsuspecting fifth brother down, disregarding his struggles and protests. As Dongru's trusted senior eunuch, though his status paled in comparison to Liang Jiugong, he held considerable influence and earned Dongru's trust. Thus he was bolder than ordinary servants when dealing with the young princes. Dongru, upon learning of her mischievous child's exploits, was furious and chastised him soundly, causing fifth brother to wail in pain. Qingji and fourth brother winced sympathetically, tears welling in Qingji's eyes as he pleaded with Dongru to spare his younger brother. Only then did Dongru relent. She had long wished to discipline this troublesome child, but she was careful not to inflict real harm. After all, he was her beloved son, and her intention was merely to instill a lesson. As she watched the physician treat her son's wounds, revealing the welts across his body, a pang of sorrow struck this tender-hearted mother. Why could you not simply communicate with him instead of resorting to punishment? Look at how you've frightened the child. Dongru retorted angrily. If you had been stricter with him earlier, I would not have needed to intervene. Speak to him? Would he even listen? You have no idea how bold he has become. He dared to climb onto the roof and wield a sword. If he were to fall, who would bear the greater pain? Kangxi did not believe his son was at fault. Instead, he redirected his ire toward the palace attendants, who fell to their knees. Too frightened to plead for mercy, Dongru stepped in to defend them. This little rascal is not easily managed by ordinary palace servants. The group of young eunuchs I have been training is nearly ready. Placing them near the brothers will make it easier to keep an eye on him. As fifth brother lay on the bed, groaning in discomfort while clutching the fruits and pastries beside him, he offered some to fourth brother upon his arrival. Fourth brother declined, instead asking, "I was the one who informed mother of your rooftop escapades." "I know. I heard mother mention it while she was scolding me." Fifth brother replied nonchalantly as he continued to eat. "Are you not angry with me for causing you to be punished?" Fourth brother inquired, puzzled. "You are my elder brother. You only told mother because you had my best interests at heart. How could I possibly be angry with you? Besides, we share the same mother. We must stand united and not allow discord among us." He then gazed at fourth brother with surprise. "No way. You don't hold any resentment toward me, do you? That simply cannot be. I must tell you, we are siblings of the same mother. We must remain united, never harboring anger." "Who said that siblings of the same mother cannot be angry?" "Third brother said so. Don't you remember?" Third brother frequently spoke of this. And while fourth brother could not forget, he had never taken it seriously. Yet the thought lingered, just because they shared a mother, did it mean they could never harbor grievances? Reflecting on his past life, where his bond with 14th brother was far more strained than that of mere brothers, Xiao Wu, at the tender age of 5, understood the importance of protecting his siblings, even when wronged. In contrast, 14th brother in his previous life had accused him of wrongdoing at the age of 3, leading to a punishment that forced him to kneel for an hour. This life was indeed different. He had seen Wuya, the mother from his previous life, now merely a humble palace maid, while he was no longer the lowly adopted son of a favored concubine, but the legitimate child of the beloved empress. Blessed with a caring elder brother and a twin brother for support, he was truly a fortunate child, surrounded by parental love. When fourth brother and fifth brother turned 6, they moved to live independently. It was fifth brother's first time away from mother, and he struggled with the transition, crying at night despite the palace attendants' attempts to soothe him. Hearing this, third brother requested that the attendants bring fourth brother and fifth brother to his chamber, where he kept them company while they slept. The 3 brothers cohabited for a year before parting ways. The young brothers commenced their studies at the age of 6, not only focusing on literature, but also beginning their martial training. Kangxi and Dongru personally taught the 3 children in both academics and combat. Third brother displayed a balanced inclination toward both studies and martial arts, but as for fourth brother and fifth brother, their preferences diverged greatly. Fourth brother was drawn to literature and shunned martial practice, solely studying internal skills to enhance his health. Conversely, fifth brother was passionate about martial arts and neglected his studies, training diligently to the point of earning Dongru's admiration, yet he wilted at the mere sight of books. Fourth brother found himself exasperated as he stared at the 100 family surnames. Observing his younger brother lost in thought, Qingji, who was practicing his calligraphy nearby, approached him with a smile. "Fourth brother, is there something you do not understand? Speak to your elder brother, and I shall help clarify it for you." Fourth brother was not confused. Rather, he was overwhelmed by the prospect of having to relearn the fundamentals while concealing his struggles to avoid drawing attention. Qingji patiently inquired about his difficulties while offering guidance, reassuring him, "Do not rush, fourth brother. This is how it is at the beginning. Third brother took a long time to master it too, but with effort, you will improve gradually." The fourth prince, comforted by the young gentleman, did not feel a sense of solace. He recalled his early enlightenment, remembering that he had always been intelligent, able to retain information after just a couple of repetitions. He certainly was not as foolish as he claimed. However, those who were unaware might find his words of consolation somewhat healing. His matters were manageable. With a little guidance, he could learn. Meanwhile, the fifth prince began to seek help from Chengji, lamenting, "Third brother, I don't want to do my homework. Will you help me with it?" Chengji, upon hearing this, was struck with a headache, pondering how to motivate him to complete his tasks independently. The burdens of brotherhood. As the children grew older, Dongru found herself increasingly preoccupied with their antics. Particularly concerning was the restless fifth prince, who often brought her troubling reports from the noble ladies of the court. This mischievous lad, accompanied by a group of equally disinterested noble youths, had taken to asserting dominance in the study, engaging in pranks and mischief that had escalated to brawling. Dongru was infuriated, brandishing her whip, ready to administer punishment. This young rascal had undoubtedly inherited Dongru's tenacity. Despite his youth, he had no rivals in the study, as others admired him and followed his lead into trouble. Just yesterday, under the pretext of visiting his grandfather and uncle at the Pingshiwang residence, he gathered a group and ventured into the streets, engaging in acts of chivalry that led to a brutal confrontation with the younger brother of Defied, the two sons of Kong Prince, and other notorious ruffians.
Today,
those wronged had come to her, weeping, knowing full well that they could not appeal to Kangxi, who was known for his favoritism. Instead, they sought her intervention, inciting Dongru's desire to present the matter to Kangxi, urging him to address the chaos he had permitted. The brawling incidents did not cease, as another altercation occurred while Huipin personally came to apologize. She arrived with the first prince, trembling as they awaited the empress's summons at Tai Ji Palace. To her shock, she learned that her son had boldly fought with the fifth prince. Unlike her own son, who bore the scars of disfavor, the fifth prince was a legitimate offspring of the empress, one of the most cherished heirs of the emperor. The first prince, as the elder sibling, had engaged in a scuffle with his 5-year younger brother. Upon receiving this news, Huipin nearly fainted, disregarding her son's bruises as she hastily accompanied him to offer their apologies. After their arrival, Dongru inquired with her attendants and quickly grasped the day as events, sighing and cradling her head, wishing fervently that the fifth prince possessed a more demure temperament. Upon realizing Huipin's intentions, she felt somewhat embarrassed to face her. What could one say? It seemed that the spirited first prince, upon hearing of the fifth prince's escapades, felt a surge of pride, believing that he could match his younger brother's prowess. The impulsive first prince, failing to consider that he was now 11 years old, thought nothing of challenging the 6-year-old fifth prince. The fifth prince, fearless by nature, would not retreat upon seeing his significantly taller elder brother approach for a duel. He accepted the challenge eagerly, however. Despite his commendable martial training under Chengji and Dongru's guidance, his youth rendered him no match for his larger and older brother. The fifth prince, having been taught to strike strategically, targeted areas that would inflict pain without visible marks, while the first prince lacked such finesse, leaving the younger boy's face bruised. This sight did not sit well with the fourth prince and the third prince, who rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion. The three brothers united to deliver a thorough beating to the first prince. Dongru, witnessing the injuries on her sons' faces, felt a mixture of heartache and exasperation, unsure of how to address the situation. Although she did not regard others' children highly, she had always instructed her sons to show respect towards their elder brothers, admonishing them not to give anyone grounds to gossip. And now, they had resorted to violence 3 against 1. While their fraternal solidarity was commendable, they had indeed crossed a line against their elder brother. After calming the situation, she ushered Huipin and the first prince into the room. Huipin, upon seeing the 3 brothers with injuries, paled, realizing her son had not only fought the fifth prince, but had also engaged with the other 2, particularly the third prince, an unacknowledged heir, the future emperor. Would the empress interpret this as a reflection of her parenting? Would the third prince harbor resentment towards her son? The more she pondered, the more fearful she became. Terrified, she pulled the first prince down to kneel and beg for forgiveness, exclaiming, "It is entirely my fault for not disciplining my son properly. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Observing the bewildered first prince, who occasionally rubbed his aching arms while glancing about, Dongru could surmise that his injuries were substantial. Sighing at the visibly frightened Huipin, she said, "Please rise. The children's antics hardly warrant such grand displays. She motioned for Hui Pin and the first prince to take their seats. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Hui Pin expressed her gratitude, relieved that Dongru had not pursued the matter further. Without support in the palace, she could not afford to offend Dongru, who was favored by the emperor. Hui Pin merely wished to raise her son without further conflict, seeking no disputes. Dongru sighed internally, realizing that status dictated everything. She found it astonishing that she was now in a position to feel sympathy for others. Truly, it was beyond belief. Chapter 49. All grown up, the subtle movements within the palace were certainly not lost on Kangxi. He was immediately informed of the altercation among his sons. Yet he pondered how those insufferable servants could report that everything is fine. The eldest son appeared largely unscathed, but what of the other three? Each bore bruises and injuries, and yet they were claimed to be unharmed. Had a physician been summoned? The servants had just been dispatched. They should be on their way by now. Xiadizi, go and urge them. Since Kangxi's arrival, Hui Bin had stood helplessly to the side, afraid to speak. The eldest son cast a furtive glance at his father, uncertain if he too bore anger. In truth, he harbored jealousy towards the three younger brothers born of the empress. He recalled a time when the third brother was merely 3 years old, in the imperial garden, where he had witnessed the emperor tenderly holding him, radiating joy, while the fifth brother, who had just begun to speak, clung to the emperor's leg, vying for his affection. The emperor had indeed set down the third brother to embrace the fifth. In that moment, he yearned to approach as well, to cling to his father's leg and seek the same warmth, but was quietly pulled away by the wet nurse, never daring to intrude. Now older, he understood that his father did not hold him in favor, though the reasons eluded him, inciting a jealousy towards the third brother and the others. He too had punished the 3 younger ones for their brawl with the eldest, imposing the same task of copying texts, albeit with a lesser volume, which somewhat eased Hui Bin's worries as she led the eldest away. After the physician examined the 3, leaving behind some freshly prepared medicine for their injuries, Dongru called out, "You must attend to the eldest brother as well." Yes. The physicians thought to themselves that the empress did not seem as ruthless as rumored, for since her ascendance, palace intrigues had diminished significantly, and few servants had sought the physician's aid for personal grievances. Now, she was showing great care for the eldest prince, who had fought with her own sons, truly deserving of the emperor's esteem. At this moment, while Kangxi remained irked, he feigned indifference, grumbling, "What need is there to attend to him? He appears quite lively, evidently uninjured." Dongru shot him a glance, choosing to disregard his words. Sensing that he intended to reprimand his son, she decided to give him space, lest the atmosphere become too tense. "I have matters to attend to. You may converse amongst yourselves." "Very well, Ruer. Tend to your affairs." Once Dongru departed, Kangxi felt somewhat liberated. He had intended to admonish his sons about respecting their elders and the importance of fraternal respect. However, upon seeing their battered faces, he felt a pang of sympathy that rendered him speechless. Drawing Qingji before him, he spoke gently, "Do you comprehend your misdeeds, my son?" Qingji, sitting attentively, replied earnestly, "Father, I realize my error. I failed to protect my younger brothers, and they were harmed because of me." Kangxi found himself both amused and irritated, ruffling Qingji's hair. "You cheeky lad. Are you now daring to argue with your father?" Qingji offered an embarrassed smile, but did not retract his words. "Why did you engage in a fight with your elder brother?" "Because he bullied the fifth," Qingji declared. "I cannot allow anyone to mistreat my brothers. You are correct to defend your siblings, but a brother must also show care for his elder." Kangxi, resolved to pass on the throne to Qingji, wished to cultivate harmony among the brothers. "Is it not the duty of an elder to protect his younger siblings? The eldest should care for us." Yet how could he strike the fifth? Qingji seemed perplexed. "Your elder brother may be thoughtless, but you too must learn restraint. He is ignorant of propriety. I will teach him the value of respect, just as I will teach you to show deference to your 2 brothers. Do you understand?" Qingji nodded obediently, "Yes. I will respect my brothers, as long as they do not bully the younger ones." "So, in your eyes, anyone who dares to harm your brothers is fair game. Is that so?" Remarkably, Qingji indeed held such a belief, having taught his younger brothers the importance of standing together against any adversary. After all, they were blood brothers, born of the same mother, and should support each other against any affronts, while the other siblings were secondary, evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Dongru noted how swiftly the children were maturing. It had nearly been a decade since her arrival in the palace. That day, a melancholic voice echoed in her mind. Sister Dong, the energy granted by the system for 10 years of life is nearly depleted. I shall soon enter slumber once more. How can this be? Decades without seeing you would be unbearable. Perhaps, Sister Dong, you might accrue some currency to exchange for a few decades more of life? After much theatricality, the voice finally broached the subject. Dongru remained unmoved. My position is secure. Whether you remain or not is inconsequential. I see no reason to squander my resources on such matters. You may as well resign to your slumber. Such a miser. How stingy. An unfeeling wretch. The voice continued to grumble in discontent. Dongru, indifferent to its complaints, remained resolute. Years passed, and the 16-year-old eldest prince and 14-year-old second prince reached the age for establishing their households. This year also marked a significant selection, as Dongru was tasked with finding suitable wives for both. Consequently, she became quite occupied. The eldest prince was relatively straightforward. Huipin had already identified a suitable match, merely awaiting the formalities to proceed with the betrothal. Over the years, Huipin had endeavored to cultivate a favorable relationship with Dongru. And since the incident with Qingji and the others, the eldest had grown closer to her, albeit not as intimately as the three brothers. Nevertheless, Dongru was content to alleviate her burdens, fulfilling Huipin's wishes, as she understood the match would not involve a daughter from a prominent minister's family. However, the second prince, formerly the crown prince, posed a greater challenge. Although he possessed an ordinary appearance, his intellect was somewhat lacking, and as a stepmother, Dongru could not afford to choose a bride of inadequate standing for him. Yet, reputable families were reluctant to marry their daughters to a prince of uncertain status. If it were the third, fourth, or fifth princes, families would eagerly prepare for such unions, as they were the true royal brothers. And whoever ascended the throne would ensure that the others were well-placed, allowing for familial connections to flourish. The second prince's marriage would seem futile, potentially ruining a girl's prospects. Hence, a consensus formed among the families to avoid such unions. In recent years, Kangxi had ceased to augment his harem, thereby relaxing the selection process. Families unwilling to accept arranged marriages could apply for exemptions, which had not been common in past years, as royal betrothals were considered a mark of honor. However, this year was different. Qualified families sought exemption en masse. Initially, Kangxi granted a few requests, but as the numbers swelled, he grew uneasy. Upon discussing the matter with Dongru and linking it to her hints about arranging a marriage for the second prince, clarity dawned upon them both. The couple found themselves at a loss. Kangxi, infuriated, lost his composure for the first time in Dongru's presence, while she, unsure of the source of her anger, fainted, startling him. In that moment, he set aside concerns for his disgruntled son and hastily summoned the physician, his heart racing with apprehension. He and Ruer had shared a bond since their youth, and after all these years, he had never entertained thoughts of another. Thus, he feared for her well-being. Upon receiving the news, Qingji hurried to Taiji Palace to await the results from the imperial physicians alongside Kangxi. Observing the physicians murmuring amongst themselves, Kangxi struggled to contain his frustration. He had always detested how these doctors deliberated for ages before revealing their conclusions, which was utterly exasperating. Eventually, Director Wang approached with a smile, addressing Kangxi and Qingji. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations to the esteemed princes. The Empress is with child, and it has been a month and a half." The four of them stood in stunned silence, eliciting barely suppressed laughter from the physicians and palace attendants, who mused on the unmistakable resemblance between father and sons. However, they managed to restrain their mirth, considering their positions. "Great work, esteemed physicians. A reward for you, Wei Gonggong," exclaimed Wei Zhu, beaming as she bestowed honors upon the physicians. Who could have imagined after all these years she would bear another child? Qingji, maintaining his composure, inquired of the physicians. Mother's health is well, yet why did she faint this time? Is there any danger to her condition? The four of them collectively exhaled in relief, prompting those nearby to lower their heads and stifle their laughter. Little Wu gazed curiously at Dongru's belly, asking, "Father, is mother going to give us a little sister?" Chengji looked eagerly at the all-knowing emperor, while the fourth prince could only follow suit, his expression a blend of exasperation and humor. Kangxi pondered, wondering why a sister was assumed and not a brother. He had grown wary of the harem, where women seemed only to bear daughters. Nonetheless, he reflected that although his sons were few, he took pride in these three, and the prospect of a daughter was not unwelcome. The thought of fathering a child again in his middle age brought him joy. Thus, when Dongru awoke, she was met not with the worried expressions of her husband and sons, but rather with their animated discussion about the possibility of a sister, leaving her perplexed. Where had this notion of a sister come from? Did Kangxi dare to indulge in infidelity behind her back? Was there a woman in the harem pregnant? Or perhaps someone had recently given birth? Such speculations ignited a fire within her. As Kangxi lifted his gaze, he found Dongru glaring at him with fiery eyes, which startled him into a chuckle. "Is it us troubling you, dear? I heard everything." "Heard everything?
Ha!
Does that make you happy?" Kangxi assumed she was thrilled about the news of her pregnancy. "Happy? I'd be thrilled to knock your head off. How dare you make a fool of me?" As she raised her fist in a mock threat, Kangxi's face paled. "My dear, take care. Be gentle, lest you injure our daughter." Chapter 50. Finally concluded. Dongru was rendered speechless. When had she given birth to a daughter, without her knowledge? Kangxi and Qingji exchanged amused glances with her. "Mother, you have a little sister in your belly." Little Wu cheerfully pointed at her abdomen. Dongru widened her eyes, gazing at her belly along with them. After a 10-month gestation, Kangxi found himself at a crossroads of emotions upon holding the newborn child, unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment, while the little ones eagerly awaited their sister, only to feel disheartened. "Why does the little sister look just like me? We both have little, you know." Little Wu curiously inquired of his brothers nearby. "That's not a sister. It's a brother. Of course, he will look like us," they replied.
Oh?
"A brother? What about the sister? Is she still in Mother's belly?" Little Wu quickly pressed on. The palace attendants stifled their laughter as they attempted to explain. "There is no sister. Fifth prince has gained another brother. Why, isn't a sister? I don't want a brother, I only want a sister," Little Wu lamented. For the first time, Qingji did not indulge Little Wu's whims. Instead, he regarded him sternly. "Fifth prince, you mustn't say such things, otherwise, when your brother grows up and hears about it, he will be heartbroken. Whether mother gives birth to a brother or a sister, they are all our kin, and we must love and care for him. Do you understand?"
Oh.
Little Wu nodded in agreement, and Qingji softened his tone. "Are you happy to be an elder brother now?" "Yes. When my brother grows up, I will teach him martial arts and play with him." Little Wu's spirits lifted immediately. "Good. Our Little Wu is truly a wonderful elder brother." Qingji praised the most innocent and childlike among them. "You are the good brother." Fourth prince admired silently. With the arrival of a sixth brother, Kangxi's spirit soared, bringing a smile to his face even during court sessions, prompting several officials to approach him with compliments, which earned them numerous rewards. Once Dongru completed her confinement, she resumed her daily greetings. However, this time, the entourage included the wives of the first and second princes, along with their secondary consorts. Due to her pregnancy with a sixth son, Dongru entrusted the arrangements for the second prince's marriage to the Empress Dowager. Many high-ranking officials were reluctant to marry their daughters into the family, and despite Kangxi's dissatisfaction and desire to secure a more suitable match for his socially awkward son, he ultimately had to settle for a daughter of a fifth-ranking official. The second prince had matured considerably since the death of the previous empress. Yet, he remained slower to react compared to others. He understood his situation and accepted it with a resigned sigh, never blaming anyone. Showing respect to Dongru as a stepmother by greeting her at appropriate times, and she treated him no differently than the first prince, resulting in a harmonious coexistence. As their residences for the princes were not yet completed, they had to remain in the palace for several more months, which naturally meant they would continue to pay their respects to Dongru daily. Holding the much quieter sixth son compared to Qingji and the others, Dongru couldn't help but wonder. After having twins, She had thought she would be unable to conceive again, yet here she was with 4 sons. She hadn't planned for more children, but it was not feasible to avoid pregnancy deliberately. The emperor had not visited other women in a year, focusing solely on her. While she pondered, she worried about the historical narrative of the 9 dragons being disrupted. She certainly did not wish to be perpetually birthing children. Moreover, with her sons getting along so well, she found herself fretting over the potential for rivalry for the throne should she have more. As the 6th son learned to speak, the time arrived for another grand selection. 15-year-old Qingji was to choose a consort. Years prior, Kangxi had already selected several young ladies, having observed them for years, intending to introduce them to his beloved Qingji during this grand selection. Indeed, over the years, Kangxi had shown great affection for all 4 of Dongru's sons. But Qingji remained his favorite. It is undeniable that in both royal and common families with more than 2 children, favoritism often arises, albeit to varying degrees. Kangxi was no exception. He tried to treat his younger sons equally, but he had long decided that the throne would be passed to Qingji, and his education was naturally different from that of his brothers. Fortunately, Qingji's affection for his younger siblings remained unchanged, expanding from 2 to 3. The brothers shared a close bond, often enjoying each other's company during their leisure. With the grand selection on the horizon, little Wu, still brimming with youthful exuberance despite his many spankings, dragged his 2 elder brothers along, clutching the 6th son, who called out to them, eager to sneak a peek at the beautiful maidens. Qingji felt little embarrassment, but deemed it inappropriate to be seen in such a manner, while 4th prince showed no interest whatsoever. With their mother present, he felt secure in his future prospects, believing all women were alike, and thus found little intrigue in the spectacle. Little Wu, however, was captivated by anything entertaining. At just 13, he was curious about matters between men and women. Unfortunately, their mother forbade them from having palace maids at such a young age, insisting on a minimum age of 15, leaving him no choice but to endure. Little Wu, having always enjoyed martial arts and developed well, stood nearly 1.7 meters tall at 13. As his biological mother, Dongru was naturally more concerned about their well-being, forbidding any risky activities. She declared that any maid who dared to break this rule would face dire consequences, instilling fear in the hearts of the attendants, who dared not displease her. The brothers hid behind a rockery to secretly observe the maidens practicing etiquette or engaging in idle chatter. Little Wu, with no filter, began to comment on each girl he saw. His brothers paid him little mind, having come merely to accompany him. Qingji, worried about little Wu holding the 6th son, feared he might drop him, so he took the baby into his arms, teaching him to speak and recite the 3-character classic. 3rd brother, 4th brother, quick, look.
Look.
Suddenly, little Wu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a girl for his brothers to see. Mother! Dongru could hardly believe her ears and asked again, what did you just say? Little Wu? I didn't hear clearly. Mother, I like that maiden. Please keep her for next time to be my consort. Little Wu pleaded, charmingly. 3rd brother said she belongs to which family? Gargia SHW and B. Eng's daughter. Qingji explained with a smile. What? Dongru and 4th prince exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, 4th prince immediately grasped many implications and scolded his younger brother sternly. You are being foolish. Since ancient times, marriage has always been arranged by parents. How can one choose a spouse on their own? Do not trouble mother with this nonsense. The daughter of SHW and B. Ing had been the crown princess in little Wu's previous life, favored by the emperor. It appeared that in this life, she was intended for Qingji. Little Wu's actions could lead to misunderstandings between the emperor and Qingji, potentially straining their brotherly bond over a woman. This was unacceptable. Qingji glanced at his perceptive younger brother with surprise, suspecting he had caught wind of the situation. Indeed, he had seen this maiden before, and the emperor had mentioned his intention to make her his primary consort. However, now that 5th brother had taken a liking to her, what could be done? After all, she was merely one woman, one whom he had never spoken to. Could her presence truly affect their brotherly ties? As for the concerns of the 4th prince, Qingji had never even contemplated them. After all these years, is he still unaware of Xiao Wu's character? It is simply unimaginable for him to entertain such thoughts. This matter even stirred the attention of Kangxi. Observing Qingji pleading on behalf of Xiao Wu, Kangxi wore a complex expression, unsure of how to address this son of his. His two younger brothers were less than 2 years his junior, and were certainly not fools. Was he not the slightest bit worried? The talented young lady that Xiao Wu desired had originally been intended for Qingji. Her background could not possibly be trivial. Did he not care about bestowing such a formidable connection upon his younger brother? Amused by his own doubts regarding Xiao Wu, he chuckled to himself. That lad was hardly calculating. Last year, when the first and second princes were assigned their own residences, Kangxi had conferred upon them the title of Bail. Consequently, Xiao Wu became quite enthusiastic, insisting to Kangxi that he too wished to be a Bail, rather than simply the bald prince. Kangxi, unable to resist his persistence, ultimately bestowed the title upon all of his sons, including the barely 1-year-old sixth prince, which finally satisfied Xiao Wu, who insisted on being addressed as Fu Bail, forbidding anyone from calling him fifth prince. Kangxi was so exasperated that he wished his mother would give him a thorough scolding to humble him. After the birth of Qingji's second legitimate son, Kangxi began contemplating the succession of the throne to him, while he himself took to wandering the world with Dongru, dedicating himself more earnestly to his education. Who else could possibly irritate me besides that wretched boy? Kangxi exclaimed in frustration. Dongru, intrigued, inquired, "What did he do to provoke you to call him a wretched boy?" Well, you see, he was managing state affairs quite adeptly. However, ever since I entrusted him with additional responsibilities, he has repeatedly come to me seeking guidance, claiming he cannot do this or that. Kangxi lamented. But can't you just teach him? What is there to be angry about? What can he not do? These are tasks he should have mastered by the age of 13. Now, to claim he cannot manage them is nothing short of defiance against his father. In truth, he understood that Qingji, being astute, perceived his intentions to withdraw and sought to use his own immaturity to deter him. Although warmth blossomed within him, his resolve was unwavering. Thus, a year after the Empress Dowager's passing, Qingji ascended the throne, and Dongru and Kangxi commenced their life as a pair of wandering heroes. 30 years later, Kangxi lay in bed, his hands wrinkled, clasping Dongru's still supple hand with great effort, smiling faintly. "You mischievous girl, your cousin is on the brink of death. And you don't even show a hint of sorrow to console me." Dongru smiled as she tightened her grip. "There is no need for sorrow. If you perish, I shall not survive either." Kangxi chuckled, tenderly caressing her face, as though to etch her image into his memory, ensuring he would recognize her in the next life. Finally, he cast a glance at the multitude of descendants surrounding them and smiled as he departed this world. A single tear escaped Dongru's eye as she silently vowed, "Mission accomplished." Chapter 51, A New Beginning in the Realm of Reality. Qingji discovered his mother lying motionless on his father's chest for an extended period. Assuming she was overwhelmed by sorrow, he felt compelled to assist her, only to realize that she had followed him in death. The loss of their parents plunged Qingji and his 3 brothers into profound grief, particularly the usually aloof fourth brother, who had only just begun to experience the joys of paternal and maternal love. The abrupt departure of both parents rendered him faint with despair. Fortunately, the Taiji Palace was always attended by imperial physicians who were able to provide timely care, preventing him from suffering lasting ailments at the tender age of 40. Upon ascending the throne, Qingji treated his 3 younger brothers with great kindness. At the age of 21, he began to reward his siblings, bestowing princely titles upon his 2 elder brothers and granting titles of Iron Cap Prince to his younger siblings, including the then 13-year-old 6th brother. The legitimate sons of his brothers were also ennobled with titles following their marriages, while the illegitimate sons were granted the title of Bail. 4th brother fared particularly well. Despite marrying only 1 primary consort, he had 3 secondary consorts and 2 daughters, yet he was blessed with 3 legitimate sons, all of whom were awarded princely titles and established their own households after marriage. Throughout their lives, the brothers supported one another. 4th brother managed domestic affairs while 5th and 6th brothers oversaw external matters, assisting Qingji in transforming the Qing dynasty into a formidable nation. Neighboring states acknowledged Qing supremacy, and court officials ceased to regard the birth of twins within the royal family as an ill omen. Just look at 4th and 5th brothers, true celestial companions. Dear Dong Jie, how satisfied do you think the client is with this task? 105%. Dongru felt a twinge of guilt towards her assistant, seeing that he bore no grudge against her. It's actually 180. We gained 180 experience points and 180 system coins. After deducting the 82 points you owe, that leaves us with 98 system coins. Moreover, you can level up. Surprise, isn't it?
Surprise.
How juvenile. But what good is this upgrade? The higher the level, the more varied items can be unlocked in the system shop. And reaching level 10 promotes you to a green tier. Green tier executors enjoy a 10% discount on purchases in the shop. Additionally, for each level gained, the system automatically enhances certain attributes, determining your physical prowess in the task world. Well, that sounds like a good deal. Sounds like? It is a good deal. 01 silently emphasized, though refrained from expressing his discontent. Dongjie, now that we have some funds, shouldn't we buy some lifespan for me? 01 ingratiated himself with Dongru. After a moment of thought, Dongru agreed. Indeed, a little incentive will encourage harder work. Let us purchase 20 years. This system coin is rather scarce, not even enough to buy medicine for Dongyu. With a sigh, 01 promptly deducted 20 coins to acquire lifespan energy. Smiling gratefully at Dongru. Thank you, Dongjie. Don't mention it. Complete another task, and if luck is on our side, we may be able to buy a recovery potion for your brother next time. That's the only way. Dongru inquired about the purpose of the lifespan. As she reviewed her attributes, she noted, Executor, Dongru level 2, 8200, lifespan 100 traits, callous skills, combat techniques, firearms, embroidery. Mingshan faction martial arts set items, none system coins, 78 lifespan indicates your maximum duration for tasks. Tasks are not limitless. A typical ordinary world grants executors a baseline of 80 years. Theoretically, if completed within this time frame, it counts as a success. Failure to meet the designated time results in the executor's disappearance, akin to the end of life. However, if tasks are completed swiftly, unused time can accumulate for future assignments or private jobs, like if you had 80 years of lifespan but completed your tasks in 60 years. You would have an additional 20 years to use. After a lengthy explanation, 01 left Dongru feeling dizzy. Wait, what kind of system is this? How can one take on private jobs? Of course, every executor takes on a few private jobs. Otherwise, how would they sustain themselves with just the tasks listed in the task book? The difficulty and rewards for private jobs vary, with the system taking a portion as commission. This system is colloquially known as Pawnshop Number 7. I've only heard of Pawnshop Number 8. That's a pirated version. We must support the original. Creators face enough challenges, and piracy deserves to be eradicated. By the way, Dongjie, do you wish to be a main character or a supporting character in your future tasks?
You need to decide now.
What's the difference? Quite a difference. Main characters are inherently blessed with fortune, resulting in comparatively easier tasks, though rewards are also modest. Supporting characters, on the other hand, face increased difficulty when interacting with main characters, thus yielding significantly higher rewards, several times more. 01 briefly summarized, noting the complexity of the system. Without hesitation, Dongru made her choice. I choose to be a supporting character. And why is that? Because I prefer to embody a cunning villainess over a saintly heroine. I merely need to play my role. Furthermore, supporting characters usually have advantages over the protagonists: wealth, beauty, and high aptitude. I do not enjoy hardship. Very well. Choosing a supporting role. After completing a task, you can spin the wheel for a prize. Would you like to do that now? Absolutely. Suddenly, a large wheel appeared before Dongru, adorned with numerous segments listing various prizes in vibrant colors. White segments offered system coins, experience, lifespan, and even lifespan energy for instructors, while red segments included portable spaces and artifacts. The abundance of desirable items sparked excitement in Dongru. It seemed worthwhile to undertake more tasks just for the chance to spin the wheel. How many times can I spin it? 01 nervously wiped the sweat from his brow. Well, you can only spin once per completed task. Just once? Fine, once it is. Dongru pushed the wheel with vigor. It spun rapidly for about a minute before gradually coming to a halt. To their dismay, it landed on a card pack, revealing a square box from which a card popped into her hand while the rest vanished. Congratulations, Dongjie, you've received a theft card. What is this for? It allows you to steal the main character's special abilities in the world.
Wow.
How sophisticated. Can it steal the protagonist's fortune? Not at all. Fortune is predetermined and cannot be obtained through external means. It must be seized through your actions. After 01 finished explaining, he anticipated some retort from Dongru, but she remained silent, gazing at him suspiciously. I feel like something is missing since entering this space. Can you tell me what it is? Dongru asked with a dangerous glint in her eyes. With a sigh, Dongru did not unleash her anger towards him. Let us move on to the next world. Are we not human beings capable of feeling? How could one not be touched by a man who has indulged them for over 50 years? How could one not harbor feelings for their own children? Clearing the memory is for the best. After a wave of dizziness, Dongru gradually regained her senses. Mother, is my sister feeling any better? Dongru sensed a rough hand brushing her forehead. Much improved, the fever has subsided. Granny Meng said that as long as your sister perseveres, she will be fine. It seems there is hope. You needn't worry here. Hurry to the fields. Okay, I'm going right now. A youthful voice responded, gently pulling the blankets around Dongru before exiting. As Dongru absorbed the memories, 01 continued to explain the unfolding plot. This is a narrative penned by an author named Ranjun, set in the fictional Eastern Kingdom, specifically in the quaint village of Xiao Yan. Ultimately, it is his Aunt Hua, and her family who intervene on his behalf, advocating for the construction of a residence at the foot of the mountain on the opposite side of the village. The male protagonist bears a scar on his face, rendering him a figure of apprehension among the village maidens who shy away from his presence, and no one is willing to become his bride. Relying on his martial prowess, he often ventures into the mountains to procure game, which he trades in the county for rice, leading a relatively sustainable existence. However, the prospective bride proves to be anything but ordinary. She is not only literate but also possesses a remarkable talent for painting. Most importantly, her skills in needlework are exceptional, and she is adept in martial arts as well. Upon hearing this, Dongru muses about the striking similarities between herself and the female lead, aside from their contrasting temperaments. Could it be that the system has erroneously transformed her into the heroine? Through these shared attributes, the couple gradually accumulates wealth and prosperity. Yet, their encounter is fundamentally a flawed beginning. Gao Yang, the current duke, is the female lead's destined match. Although circumstances have conspired to separate them for reasons unknown, his affection for her remains undiminished, culminating in her tragic demise due to his influence. The union between Tian Daler and the female lead lasts merely 2 years. Yet it is fraught with 2 decades of anguish. Ultimately, after their son reaches independence, he chooses to end his life. Dongru's identity is that of Tian Daler's cousin, the daughter of Aunt Hua and the twin sister of Lu Er. Aunt Hua is renowned in Xiaonan for her prolific childbearing. Her firstborns were a pair of sons, followed by another son and finally, a set of twin daughters. However, during her 3rd pregnancy, she lacked proper nourishment, resulting in Dongru's original form being frail at birth due to inadequate prenatal nutrition. Despite this, Aunt Hua's family has an unwavering affection for their delicate daughter. Even though her frequent illnesses strain their modest means, they prioritize her well-being over that of her twin sister, Lu Er, raising her with utmost care. Surprisingly, Lu Er harbors no jealousy. She feels a profound sense of guilt for having depleted her sister's nutrition while in the womb and has consistently prioritized her sister's needs since childhood. Dongru finds herself perplexed by Lu Er's thoughts. Can an infant truly influence such matters? What is there to feel guilty about? Nevertheless, being adored by her entire family seems quite delightful. Perhaps it is best not to challenge her perspective on this. Ahem. Sister Dong, focus on the crux of the matter. 01 Dongru cannot help but remind the somewhat self-satisfied Dongru. The crux? The crux is that this girl was destined to succumb to illness this year. However, prior to her demise, she encountered Tian Daler once and formed a favorable impression of him. After her passing, her spirit, unable to find peace over her family's well-being, lingers at home, observing his encounters with the female lead, their partings, and his unwavering devotion, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. In a twist of fate, she finds herself drawn to the pawnshop number 7, where she issues this task. Thus, Dongru, the Tyrannosaurus, is compelled to explore the intricacies of embodying a lovesick character. Dong-ru covers her head, filled with regret. Chapter 52. Stealing a system ruler, you mustn't linger in the wind for too long. Hurry inside and sit down. Aunt Hua admonished, as she had already spent 3 days confined to bed, eating and sleeping without so much as stepping outside to relieve herself. It was akin to a month of confinement after childbirth. This frail body of hers was rather disappointing. Just moving from the room to the courtyard left her weak and breathless. It was no wonder Aunt Hua was worried about her. Thus, Dong-ru decided it was imperative to engage in more rigorous exercise. Dong-ru had always been robust and rarely fell ill. Yet this was her first experience of such debilitating weakness. How dreadful. Surely, this body won't remain a delicate flower forever? She mused. Nonsense. You will gradually improve after taking charge, though it will require some time, 01 reassured her. That sounds more reasonable. However, why did my namesake harbor such traditional views? Surely, to ensure the male lead's happiness, marriage is not an absolute requirement. With her current condition, wouldn't marrying him be more of a burden? How could she possibly find happiness in that? Indeed, she couldn't, but with Dong Jie stepping in, things would be different. Dong Jie would certainly ensure Tian Darlang's happiness, fulfilling her expectations. 01 subtly reminded Dong-ru, who came to understand that it was all about money. Even in death, she is still toiling over financial matters. This system currency is truly a burden. It's quite deceitful. The task at hand was not particularly daunting. The client simply wished for someone to marry Tian Darlang in her stead, ensuring he would not endure a lifetime of suffering as he had in his previous life. As for marriage, Dong-ru felt no psychological pressure. However, considering her current frail state, finding a husband in this village seemed a considerable challenge. Generally, villagers sought robust wives capable of labor and childbearing, and she seemed to meet none of those criteria. She worried that even if she were willing to marry, he might not want her.
Yet,
this was a challenge she was eager to embrace. The more reluctant he was, the more she would strive to win his affection. Fortunately, there were no strict gender barriers here, and they could meet freely. Perhaps during sleepless nights, she could devise a plan to encourage him to pursue her. It was impossible for her to take the initiative with men. In her mind, they were all ungrateful. The more one showed interest, the less they would care. Only what one sought for themselves would be cherished. Dong-ru set her next goal in her mind. 01 remained speechless, wondering if the task was truly as formidable as she perceived. The initial tasks were simple. Help could appear unexpectedly, so why act as if facing a dire threat? After arriving in this world, Dong-ru found herself quite troubled. She was accustomed to being pampered and had lived freely in her previous life, excelling in the martial arts of the Mingshan sect. Beyond needlework, her other domestic skills were lacking. How could she survive in a farming household? This body had never performed heavy labor, and though she only knew needlework, her skills were inferior to her own. Relying on her memories for survival was simply unrealistic.
Where?
Come in for dinner. Aunt Hua called from within the house. Coming, Dong-ru replied, though speaking loudly was an effort. Once she could stand, she joined her family at the dining table. The meal was quite meager. Her brothers had simple dishes made with wild vegetables mixed with coarse grains. The men, accustomed to labor, were served 2 portions each, while the women received 1. Dong-ru, being weak, had been given a separate portion, a boiled egg and coarse grain porridge which, in stark contrast to the dry vegetable dumplings, exuded a delightful aroma. Suddenly, she lost her appetite. This was a year of disaster. Last year's pestilence had left them without grain, and the entire village faced hunger. Fortunately, being close to a mountain allowed them to forage for wild grasses and vegetables, preventing starvation, but acquiring proper grain was no simple task. Now spring had arrived, and the seedlings in the fields were just beginning to sprout. Her brothers and father had gone to work for others, earning a meager wage to buy coarse grain, while the women stayed behind to tend to the fields. Aunt Hua was frugal and had 2 hens, but the eggs were typically reserved for Dong-ru's recovery, leaving the others without a whiff. As the 2 sisters lay in bed together, Dong-ru struggled to sleep, irritated by the sounds of her second brother arguing with his wife next door. The family's poverty weighed heavily on her. The uncertainty of their next meal was unbearable, and she needed to devise a way to earn some money. Reflecting on the story, it was clear that the female lead was destined for fortune. She had embroidered a screen that was purchased by the Duke of Gaoyang. While Dongru possessed the skill to reach that level, her painting abilities were lacking, and starting such an endeavor required significant resources, which her family could not afford. How had the female lead earned her fortune? Oh, she recalled her theft card. The story had not specified what her golden finger was.
Ah.
Her original golden finger was a house full of offspring. What use is that skill to me? Dongru found herself growing increasingly frustrated. Don't be upset, Dong Jia. The female lead also found that skill useless and later exchanged it for a new one, a monster-slaying upgrade system. With this system, as long as you and your teammates slay animals, you will receive items as rewards. It's incredibly fun. That sounded intriguing. But why had this not been mentioned in the story? This narrative is merely a reference. It isn't wholly comprehensive.
Ugh.
01 hastily explained the enjoyable aspects of the system, detailing how slaying a chicken could yield eggs, and even how items could be found within the game's realm. Indeed, Dongru was captivated, hastily using her theft card to acquire it from an unknown source. With a mere thought, a new game interface appeared before her. Level 1 Strength, 4 Constitution, 4 Agility, 2 Experience, 10 below were 10 slots for her inventory. Having occasionally enjoyed games in her modern life, Dongru found herself immensely interested and couldn't resist the urge to experiment. 01 quickly doused her enthusiasm. There isn't even a rat here for you to test it on. Furthermore, the female lead will appear in 6 months. You must cultivate your relationship with the male lead during this time. Dongru shot 01 a glare in her mind and resolved to find a way to test her game system the following day. How exciting. The opportunity soon presented itself. Dong's son, her third brother, rose early and approached Aunt Hua, who was feeding the chickens in the courtyard. Mother, I've finished my work in town and plan to find a Lang and head up the mountain with him. He is the strongest and has learned a few tricks from De Lang. Hunting should be manageable. Dong Mu and Dong Lin overheard and wished to join. More people meant greater safety, and perhaps they could catch something substantial to exchange for more grain. Upon hearing this, Aunt Hua and Dong father nodded in agreement. All right, but be cautious. We can get by. Don't overreach. Rest assured, father. 18-year-old Dong's son exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. His energetic nature was tempered by their father's warnings about the dangers of the mountain. I want to go too. Dongru piped up weakly, though her voice was soft. Everyone at home heard her. Excited, Dongsin scooped up the petite and frail Dongru and hoisted her onto his shoulder. All right, when the time comes, third brother will carry you up the mountain. My little Ru has never been to the mountain before.
Stop it.
Quickly put your sister down. What if she gets dizzy or scared being held so high? Aunt Hua, alarmed, chastised her younger son a few times, urging him to carefully lower Dongru. Still concerned, she inquired about her well-being for quite some time. Eldest brother gently patted Dongru's head, softly reassuring her. Only second brother hesitated, although his sister wished to go. He refrained from voicing his thoughts upon seeing the disapproval in their parents' eyes. Dongru was no longer a child. She could not be easily swayed by their words. Instead, she gazed at them with pleading eyes, a sight that was unbearable for Aunt Hua and her husband, compelling them to agree. Not entirely at ease, they cautioned their 3 sons to prevent Dongru from falling and to ensure she wore a coat, for although summer was approaching, the mountain could still be somewhat chilly. The brothers and Dongru all readily acknowledged their mother's concerns. Observing this, Donglu also felt a desire to join, but Aunt Hua's stern gaze halted her. Who is so wealthy as to hire someone to cook for them? It's from that household at the foot of the mountain, came the reply. After exchanging a few casual remarks, everyone busied themselves. Since Dongru was unable to walk, her brothers began to bicker over who would carry her. I'll carry my sister. You're too thin. You might jostle her. Dong's son insisted. No, I should do it. You lack steadiness, and if you accidentally drop her, it would be a problem. I 1T. Without further ado, eldest brother Dongmu ignored their squabble, prepared his tools, and crouched down with his back to Dongru. Come on, Ru, big brother will carry you. Seeing them depart, the 2 brothers hurriedly followed. Dongru obediently lay against his back, a frown on her face. You say I need someone to carry me even to walk. How will I catch any prey on the mountain? Fear not. You need not personally slay the monsters. Simply set your brothers as teammates. They will handle the fighting while you collect experience from behind. Upon hearing this, Dongru's expression brightened. Can it really be played like that? Of course. It's been said that the system is quite enjoyable. Under his guidance, Dongru organized her family into a team, relishing the idea that there was no limit to the number of participants. Who knows, should they slay any creatures one day, she might earn some experience or items herself. Tian Dalong lived not far from the foot of the mountain, about a mile from the village, in a higher terrain. Upon reaching his yard, Dong Sun called out, "Is Brother Dalong home?" "Yes, come in," Tian Dalong replied, as he stepped out from inside. "Carrying all these ropes and machetes, are you planning to go up the mountain?" "Indeed. How about joining us today?" "Sure. I haven't been in days. It's perfect for us brothers to go together." With a smile, Tian Dalong patted Dong Sun on the shoulder. Suddenly, noticing Dong Mu carefully placing a petite figure down from his back, he recognized her instantly, the sickly daughter of Aunt Hua, whom he had glimpsed from afar before. Realizing she was present, he instinctively turned to conceal the injured side of his face, lowering his voice. "Ru has come too." Eager to make a good impression on their first encounter, Dongru cheerfully called out, "Brother Dalong." Her sweet, soft voice seemed to meld into his heart, leaving Tian Dalong momentarily stunned. Chapter 53. Into the mountains. Tian Dalong felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his cheeks flushed slightly, though his dark complexion and tall stature concealed it from others. "Sister Ruer." Dongru keenly observed his reaction and felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, any response was a promising beginning. Quietly, she scrutinized the male protagonist of this world. He was undeniably masculine, towering over her at an impressive height of nearly 1.9 meters, a stark contrast to her own petite frame of just under 1.6 meters. He wore a simple outfit, albeit patched and somewhat messy. Yet it was evident that he valued cleanliness, an admirable trait. With her trained eye as a martial artist, she discerned that he possessed martial skills, showing promise in external techniques. If he were to cultivate internal skills as well, he would achieve a commendable balance of both. Regarding the scars on his face, in Dongru's experience with the modern underworld, they were hardly alarming. While they did mar his features, they added an unconventional charm that she found acceptable. An ambiguous atmosphere lingered between the two, but it was soon interrupted by the oblivious third brother. "Dalong, hurry up and pack. We should head into the mountains early."
All right. Just a moment.
Dalong nodded and went to retrieve his hunting tools, also grabbing a small stool for Dongru to sit on before he departed. This thoughtful gesture earned him a silent nod of approval from Dongru. He was indeed considerate and promising material. Dalong arranged his belongings neatly and quickly gathered the necessary hunting equipment, including a large empty basket. To illustrate its size, it was such that Dongru could only poke her head out when standing inside it. As Dongmu attempted to lift Dongru onto his back, Dalong intervened. "Carrying her like that won't be comfortable for her, and it will hinder her ability to work."
Then,
Dalong shot a quick glance at Dongru, placing the small stool into the large bamboo basket. "Let her sit inside. It will be more comfortable." Dongru, feeling slightly exasperated, thought to herself that she didn't wish to be treated like a child. She recalled modern instances where some ethnic women would carry their children in baskets on their backs. She had no desire to be in such a position. "This is a good idea." Third brother, intrigued, tested the basket's sturdiness and, disregarding Dongru's protests, attempted to place her inside. Dongru quickly dodged behind Dalong, exclaiming, "I am not a child. I won't use that." Dalong, feeling a surge of warmth from Dongru's proximity, was taken aback. Did she not fear the scars on his face? This thought moved him deeply. "Children claim to be adults," he said, trying to lighten the mood. "Stop fooling around and sit inside. I'll carry you." Dong Sun, only 2 years older, enjoyed teasing the younger sister, remaining playful and mischievous. The older twin brothers, sensing the growing closeness between Dongru and Dalong, exchanged glances, but remained silent. Dongru and Lu Er, both 16 years old, were of marrying age. Lu Er, robust in build, had been betrothed for 2 years, but due to a disastrous year, her fiancé's family wished to delay the wedding. As for Dongru, their family only wished for her longevity, never daring to hope for her marriage. However, Now that her health had improved considerably, they would be pleased if she found someone who did not mind caring for her. Dongru shot a skeptical glance at Dong Sun. Who would trust you? You can't walk straight without stumbling. You would surely toss me off. She clung to Dalong's shirt, refusing to budge. Dong Sun feigned an attempt to grab her, but Dalong stepped in, saying, "You carry the tools. I will carry Sister Ruer." Without a second thought, he scooped Dongru up and gently placed her in the bamboo basket, securing her comfortably before setting off. Throughout this process, he dared not look directly at Dongru, his heart racing audibly enough for her to hear. This made the mischievous C01 chuckle inwardly, contemplating a playful tease, but was swiftly interrupted. "Sister Dong, be modest. While we may not be ladies, we must not behave like ruffians either. We wouldn't want to scare anyone off, would we?" Dongru's smile faltered. If C01 had a physical form before her, she would surely unleash a flurry of strikes. "C01, your reminder comes at just the right time. I have decided I shall create a physical form for you. Then, if you provoke me again, I can take my frustrations out on you." "Really? Sister Dong,
You are too kind to me.
rest assured, I would brave any challenge for you." C01 feigned tears of gratitude.
Indeed.
"Let us strive together to earn you a perfect body soon." The duplicitous Dongru began to weave visions of grandeur. Observing the robust back before her, she thought, what a remarkable display of masculinity. His boyfriend potential is off the charts. C01 cast a disdainful glance at the infatuated Dongru and then at his own virtual form. Devoid of any excess weight yet lacking muscle, resembling the trendy pretty boy image of the time. Doubt crept in. Should he perhaps adopt a more muscular appearance? Dalong himself was baffled by his impulsive act of lifting Dongru. When she had sought refuge behind him, he felt a surge of joy and, without thinking, acted.
Now.
He wondered whether she might be upset. Moreover, the intense gaze from behind him made him feel quite uncomfortable. Dong Sun, pulling along his two older brothers, pointed towards the pair walking ahead, unsure of what to say. The eldest brother patted his shoulder, urging, "Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up." Breathing in the crisp mountain air, Dongru felt her spirits lift. This nameless mountain, dubbed Divine Mountain by the villagers, had not let anyone starve during the years of famine, thanks to its guardian presence. However, the outskirts had been stripped bare, while the deeper parts remained lush. As the villagers dared not venture there due to the presence of dangerous beasts, Dalong, skilled in martial arts, led Dong's siblings deeper into the mountain. As they walked, they spotted wild vegetables and fruits, eagerly collecting them. Dalong not only carried the large bamboo basket for Dongru, but also held a bag, gathering only the fruits within reach, leaving the vegetables untouched to ensure Dongru remained comfortable sitting. Dongru, not one to sit idly, directed Dalong to gather various items, commanding him to search beneath different trees, keeping him on his toes. Though Dalong was quiet, he exhibited remarkable patience, complying with her requests for quite some time. "Why haven't we encountered any animals yet?" Dongru, perched in the bamboo basket, expressed her disappointment. The brothers, witnessing her rare joy, beamed with healthful rosy cheeks, sharing in her happiness. Currently, rabbits, wild chickens, and ducks were scarce, primarily residing on the outskirts, as they had been nearly consumed during the years of famine. Dong Lin remarked, "Ah, my system, why is it so difficult for you to showcase yourself?" Though Dalong couldn't see her expression, he recognized her disappointment through her voice and reassured her, "No worries. If they aren't here, we'll try another spot. This mountain is vast, and there are bound to be plenty of wild game. Those wild chickens are clever. If the outside is unsafe, they will retreat deeper into the mountain." Contrary to what your second brother said about them being captured. Really? That's wonderful. Let's hurry. Dongru felt a flicker of hope reignite. Dong Air touched his nose. Feeling somewhat sidelined, he had become the outsider in their conversation. However, perhaps this indicated that the two were developing feelings for each other? Dongru was filled with a sense of urgency, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a formidable creature to bestow upon her experience and items. She had already enlisted De Lang into her team, ensuring that any treasures obtained would be discreetly stored in her inventory, avoiding detection. However, the challenge of retrieving and utilizing these items remained a conundrum to be solved. As they ventured forth under De Lang's guidance towards a promising area for potential prey, Dongru suddenly heard two crisp sounds, followed by a metallic chime. Ding. You have slain a chicken, earning 1 point of experience.
Ding.
You have slain a chicken, earning 1 point of experience.
Ding.
You have slain a duck, earning 1 point of experience. C01, I have gained experience. Dongru covered her mouth, fearful that her excitement would spill forth in an exclamation. I heard that too, but it's odd. Haven't you encountered any prey yet? How could you have killed 3 chickens and a duck? He too was perplexed. How foolish. Have you forgotten that I assembled my entire family into a team? My mother is helping someone, and it must be her who has dispatched the chickens and ducks, thus benefiting me. Dongru exclaimed, impressed by her mother's capabilities. Quick, let us see what spoils we have. The thrill of discovering a holographic single-player game in such an underdeveloped time was exhilarating. C01 helped her open the transparent interface, revealing 2 items among 10 slots in her inventory. Without needing to check their names, Dongru recognized the items immediately. Of course, who doesn't recognize an egg? C01 scoffed. Perhaps Dongru had been too generous with her kindness lately, emboldening his tongue. Can you be certain that everyone recognizes a duck egg? Sister Dong is right. You have a point. Dongru gleefully inspected her loot for chicken eggs and 2 duck eggs. It seemed that each chicken and duck yielded 2 eggs, and with 3 successful hunts, the drop rate was indeed impressive. Are you truly so delighted to be climbing the mountain? You look as if your mouth might twist. The ever-bored Dong-sun began to tease Dongru again. She shot him an irritated glance. Your mouth hasn't twisted yet, so how could mine? Look at that. My ruler has learned to banter. What a promising development. Dong-sun retorted. You claim you can't speak, yet here you are, engaging in repartee. What a talent. Only those who can become ministers and noblemen are truly accomplished. Mere banter is trivial. Dongru's remarks were laced with irony. De Lang and the 2 older brothers watched their playful exchange with amusement. You simply don't understand. Dong-sun adopted a sage-like demeanor to impart his wisdom. Dongru, stifling a laugh, challenged him. Oh? Then tell me, which historical figures have risen to fame through mere banter, so I may broaden my horizons. As Dong-sun cleared his throat to recount a tale from history, De Lang suddenly lowered his voice, silencing the siblings. Everyone held their breath, treading lightly. De Lang carefully placed the bamboo basket containing Dongru on the ground, retrieved his bow and arrow, and stealthily advanced. The brothers remained close to their sister, wary of startling any potential prey. Dongru observed De Lang, whose demeanor shifted, resembling a sharp sword poised for action, his gaze fixed on an unsuspecting quarry. Without a glance at his bow, he expertly nocked an arrow and released it.
Swoosh, swoosh.
The sound of arrows slicing through the air was followed by the thud of 2 bodies hitting the ground. In her mind, the system notification chimed once again. Ding. You have slain a common wild fox, earning 2 points of experience.
Ding.
You have slain a common wild fox, earning 2 points of experience. In mere moments, Dongru had amassed 7 points of experience without lifting a finger. Being accompanied by De Lang was indeed delightful. Eagerly, she checked her inventory, discovering a hide labeled Common Wild Fox Hide X1. Disappointed, she muttered to herself, what is this? 2 foxes yielded only 1 hide. Disappointing. You should be grateful. This drop rate is already quite high. Typically, lower-level creatures have higher drop rates, while those of greater strength yield rarer but more valuable items. That is true, she thought, joyfully joining her brothers in inspecting their finds. De Lang's archery skills were exceptional, not only having felled 2 foxes with 2 arrows but having done so with precision, leaving the pelts unblemished. As the skin was the most valuable part of the fox, Dong-sun admired De Lang's skill. De Lang, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, glanced at Dongru, who was curiously observing the fallen foxes. Dongru was equally impressed. His archery was remarkably accurate, almost as if enhanced by an external aid. After gathering the 2 foxes, De Lang led the brothers deeper into the woods. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, with sunlight barely penetrating in some areas, leading to a proliferation of fungi. Dongru excitedly crouched down to collect mushrooms for the first time, reveling in the vast array before her. De Lang typically forged ahead, but whenever he paused, he would stand protectively beside Dongru. Noticing her intent on foraging, he handed her a smaller, lightweight bamboo basket to collect the mushrooms, gently instructing her on their edibility and safety. As she discovered various types of mushrooms, she would raise them to him for identification, and they unknowingly spent time together, deepening their bond. Meanwhile, Dongda and Dong-er halted, wishing to assist their sister. Since De Lang is helping Ruer with the mushrooms, we shall gather wild vegetables instead. But Dong-sun hesitated, feeling something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort as he was pulled away, continuing to dig for wild vegetables in a daze. De Lang, adept in martial arts, noticed the reactions of his cousins and felt a sense of clarity and gratitude, casting a more affectionate glance at Dongru. Initially, he thought he might remain a bachelor for life, but now, perhaps Dongru did not harbor disdain for him. Observing the petite yet beautiful Dongru, uncertainty crept into his mind. Indeed, Dongru, though a twin to Donglu, did not bear a striking resemblance to her sibling. Donglu spent his days toiling in the fields and climbing mountains, his skin darkened by the sun and roughened by labor. In contrast, Dongru, frail since childhood, rarely saw the sun and had done little work, resulting in her delicate and fair complexion. Her long-standing illness made her appear even more fragile, stirring a natural instinct in others to protect and cherish her. Furthermore, Dongru's features were reminiscent of Anhua, with refined brows and eyes, making her a beauty akin to a sickly Shishir, albeit one rarely seen by the villagers. De Lang, at the age of 21, was in the prime of his youth. While others his age were already fathers, he, bearing scars on his face, found himself overlooked by young women. The presence of such a delicate girl willing to rely on him inevitably stirred feelings of affection within him. Dongru, however, was still unwell. After squatting for a while, she felt dizzy and swayed as if about to collapse, only to be caught and supported by De Lang. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked, concern etched on his face. The other brothers quickly inquired as well. Dongru waved her hand apologetically. "I'm fine. Just a little dizzy from looking down for too long. Truly, it's nothing serious." Seeing her still had the energy to be a bit petulant, the brothers believed her and returned to foraging for wild vegetables. De Lang, however, was not reassured and insisted she sit, placing a small stool beside her. "You stay here and watch while I gather, and I'll share half with you later, all right? Isn't that taking advantage of you? I can gather enough for a meal on my own," she replied, shaking her basket with a hint of frustration. "When will this weak body improve?" Amidst her thoughts, she pondered how she compensated the system for tasks completed and was baffled by the absence of records in the database. Regardless, she dismissed such concerns, focusing instead on the bounty before her. The basket brimmed with wild vegetables and mushrooms, enough to sustain the family for several days. Though the taste might leave something to be desired, perhaps due to the famine, the game in the mountains had dwindled, and by noon, their haul consisted solely of 2 foxes caught by De Lang. "Are you hungry, Rue? Here, have some food." Third brother offered her a warm dumpling wrapped in oilcloth, careful to ensure it was not cold. De Lang also shared his dumpling and produced a paper package containing several pieces of cured meat, distributing them among his brothers, only to be met with their polite refusals. "No need, De Lang, keep it for yourself. There's plenty at home. Let everyone have a taste," he insisted, as he only needed to feed himself. The pressure was manageable, given the game he hunted in exchange for rice. Eventually, his brothers relented and accepted the food, feeling embarrassed yet grateful. With a large family, meat was a rare treat. De Lang, never forgetting Dongru, tore the cured meat into small strips and placed them before her, encouraging her to eat. Dongru smiled at him, accepting his offering, which lifted De Lang's spirits. Dongru felt a sense of pride. It seemed the task might be completed sooner than she expected. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a sudden rustling in the underbrush broke the tranquility, accompanied by heavy breathing. De Lang's expression changed instantly. He dropped his dumpling and grabbed his knife and bow, positioning himself protectively in front of Dongru. Though slightly slower to react, his brothers also prepared themselves. Dong-sun pulled Dongru behind him, reassuring her, "Don't worry, little sister, we're here." But Dongru's eyes widened as she spotted the creature, a wild boar, easily weighing 400 pounds. It was her first time seeing such a beast up close, and she marveled at how it had grown so large amidst years of famine. Delang's demeanor turned serious as he moved to a clearer area, shooting arrows to redirect the boar's attention. You two spread out and aim carefully. Third brother, protect Ru. If it gets too close, aim for its belly or neck with the machete. He focused on drawing the creature's ire away from Dongru, silently chastising his cousins for bringing her along, even as he recalled the gratitude they felt for her presence. Dongru, though aware of her frailty, was not overly frightened. She knew she could withstand an attack from the boar long enough to avoid death. It was her brothers, lacking combat experience, who she feared for. Injuries would be a burden they could not afford. Push me up the tree, and you help Delang, she urged third brother, who, torn between excitement and worry, swiftly hoisted her onto a sturdy branch, instructing her to hold on tightly. The tree was not particularly tall, yet it afforded her a clear view of the unfolding events. She observed Delang's impressive skills, honed through proper training, as he handled the boar with ease. It was evident he was holding back, and only once all three brothers joined the fray did he unleash his full potential. Dongru couldn't help but smile at her growing admiration for him. He was not only handsome but also considerate, and now she recognized his emotional intelligence as well.
Ding.
You have slain a wild boar. You have gained 3 experience points.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. With the metallic chime echoing in her ears, Dongru felt a rush of vitality. She yearned to stretch, but caught herself, remembering her perch in the tree. Why do I feel so much lighter? Indeed, Sister Dong. With each level gained, your attributes increase automatically, enhancing your physical condition. Your improved sensation is not a mere illusion. Dongru's eyes sparkled with realization. So by defeating monsters and leveling up, I can restore my body to that of a normal person? That is theoretically correct. Looking out over the vast mountain, she felt slightly disheartened. How could she level up with so few animals around? It's strange. Such a large mountain has so few creatures. It's illogical. Isn't the monster hunting upgrade system itself illogical? Should I establish a breeding ground? Whether domestic or wild, killing them yields experience and rewards. Wouldn't raising them make it easier? Sister Dong, you are brilliant. As long as I don't have to feed them, I'm on board with whatever you decide. Dongru opened her game attributes. Level 2, allocatable attribute points, 5, strength, 5, constitution, 5, agility, 3, experience, 0, 20.
Oh.
C01. This game actually allows manual point allocation, she exclaimed, noticing that with the level up, her backpack had also expanded from 10 slots to 15. In the first slot, there were 4 eggs, in the second, a wild fox hide, and in the third, a cartoonish black pig icon labeled Wild Boar Piglet X2. Dongru was so elated that she didn't know whom to share the news with. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted off the ground and turned to see that Delang had tasked her brother Dongjia with bleeding the wild boar, and he was here to help Dongru down from the tree. Seeing the girl's excited, flushed face, the man opposite her couldn't help but feel a pang of affection and gently asked, "Are you scared, Ruer?" "How could I be as timid as you say?" "Delanga? I just saw something fun," Dongru playfully retorted before running towards the direction of the wild boar. Delang, upon seeing her dash off, panicked and hurried after her, calling out, "Ruer, don't run. Walk slowly. You'll get dizzy." Meanwhile, Dongjia and his brothers exchanged amused glances, holding back laughter and stopping Dongsun, who was eager to follow his sister. "Why are you holding me back? Didn't you see my sister running over there? Who knows if it's dangerous? We should quickly deal with this big guy," Dongsun insisted. "What are you afraid of? With Delang around, we can handle a few more," Dongmu retorted, giving him a light slap on the head. "Delang isn't even one of us. If he is willing to help us, we should be grateful and not go looking for trouble." Delang, being wise, always shared the spoils of their hunts fairly. And although the 3 brothers combined could not match his strength, he valued relationships and had helped them when they were ostracized by others in the village. While they recognized this, they were reluctant to take advantage of him unless absolutely necessary. However, given the current situation, it seemed they would have more opportunities to benefit in the future. Dongru, noticing Delang chasing after her, inwardly cursed, "Why are you running so fast? Can't you see I'm out of breath?" Gasping heavily, she struggled with the items in her backpack. Sister Dong, actually. You don't have to take everything out of your pack yourself. As your level increases, there's a range within which you can drop items. For instance, anything within about 100 meters can be placed down simply by thinking about it.
What?
If that feature exists, why didn't you mention it sooner? Do you find it amusing to see me gasping for air while running? Dong-ru exclaimed. No, Sister Dong. I would never think that. I assumed you were familiar with the game and knew already. C01 hurriedly defended himself upon seeing Dong-ru's anger. At that moment, Deleng gently lifted her off his chest, still supporting her firmly, and teased, Look, you're dizzy from running, aren't you? Let's see if you dare to be mischievous next time. His tone was filled with affection and concern. Dong-ru pretended not to notice the earlier awkwardness and excitedly tugged at his arm. Deleng, I saw little pigs up in that tree. Just then, Deleng heard the squealing of piglets and laughed, helping Dong-ru clear the underbrush. Soon, they discovered 2 wobbly little black piglets. Clearly the offspring of the large boar they had encountered earlier. Oh my goodness, these little ones must weigh hundreds of pounds. Our family could feast for a month, he exclaimed, smacking his lips as if he could already taste the pork. Another onlooker scoffed at his greedy demeanor. Look at you, lusting after meat. These big ones could trade for a substantial amount of rice, enough to feed a family for half a year. This was indeed a profitable catch for them. Having hunted alongside Tian Deleng, they enlisted the help of their brothers to carry the wild boar back home. Luckily, Aunt Hua's house was not far from the village, and they arrived quickly. Dong-ru sighed in relief, while her brothers felt a tinge of regret that the journey was too short to boast about their catch. Initially, they planned to process the boar at Deleng's house, since it was closer to the mountain. However, Deleng insisted on getting Aunt Hua's assistance, so they decided to handle it at Dong's place instead. Aunt Hua had heard the commotion and came out to investigate. Upon seeing a crowd approaching her home, she was puzzled until she spotted her sons, at which point her face lit up with joy. Hurry, prepare the house. Your son has caught a big game. Lu Er and her 2 sisters-in-law rushed to the front door, and once they arrived home, the onlookers were reluctant to leave, some even offering to help. Though they were merely hoping for a free meal, Aunt Hua could not refuse everyone without offending them. So she allowed a couple of friendly neighbors to assist while politely declining the rest. Deleng did not help carry the wild boar. Instead, he carried a large basket with Dong-ru in it and held several other items in his hands. He refrained from putting anything in the basket, fearing it might make Dong-ru uncomfortable or dirty her clothes, keeping only the 2 piglets with her. Deleng seemed to anticipate that Dong-ru would feel shy. So he entered the Dong household without greeting the villagers, only acknowledging Aunt Hua and her family. He then carried the large basket into the backyard. Aunt Hua, still looking for her daughter, followed him and found her nephew gently placing her daughter on the ground, asking if her feet were numb. Before she could ponder for long, someone outside called for her. Hua, do you have any more cutting boards?
Coming,
she replied, hurrying to Dong-ru's side to pat her head. Did you get cold on the mountain? No, mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Good, I'm glad you're fine. Are you hungry? Go to the kitchen and eat something. Today, I helped at the Zhuang family and they gave me 2 big meat buns. I told your sister to heat one up for you in the steamer. Hurry and eat, or those 2 greedy cats will snatch it away. We don't know when dinner will be ready. Okay, mother, I'll go eat shortly. By the way, look what I found. Dong-ru proudly presented 2 duck eggs and pointed at the piglets. Aunt Hua's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh my Ruer is truly capable, catching 2 little piglets. For villagers, livestock was a genuine asset, highly valued, hence Aunt Hua's excitement as she called for Dong-ru's father. Hurry and clean the pig pen. Your daughter has brought home 2 piglets. Dong-ru felt a bit embarrassed at her mother's loud voice. Aunt Hua urged her to wash her hands and face before eating, inviting Deleng to join them, but he politely declined, opting to help Dong-ru's father repair the pig pen instead. We need to make sure the pig pen is secure for the piglets. They shouldn't escape. After Aunt Hua had finished instructing her daughter, she went to check if the pig hair had been removed, nearly colliding with her older daughter, who was peeking around the door. Annoyed, Aunt Hua smacked her lightly. What are you doing sneaking around? Nothing. Luer had wanted to ask her sister if she was tired, but was hesitant to confront Deleng, so she remained hidden by the door, planning to check on her sister once he had left. Aunt Hua shot her a disapproving glance before returning to her tasks. In the front yard, men and women were bustling about, listening to others praise their men. Dongru's two sisters-in-law were beaming with delight. Upon seeing Aunt Hua emerge, the eldest sister-in-law hurriedly inquired, "Mother, I just heard you mention father repairing the pig pen. Does that mean we now have piglets?" Aunt Hua's face lit up with pride. These wild piglets are quite challenging to raise. If one were to injure someone, it would be troublesome, suggested Aunt Fong from next door. You're referring to the half-grown wild boar, which is naturally difficult to rear. What we have here are newborn wild piglets, barely days old, who can hardly stand.
Oh.
That's indeed a lucky find. Your daughter is truly fortunate, exclaimed the second sister-in-law as she brought over a bucket of hot water, casually remarking, "With people not having enough to eat, why raise livestock?" Aunt Hua's eyes narrowed at this. "Why should you complain? These pigs don't require grain. A bit of pig fodder will suffice. Is that too much work for you?" "No, mother, that's not what I meant." The second sister-in-law felt somewhat embarrassed. Being labeled lazy in the countryside is not a pleasant experience. Luer shot her a disapproving glance. "Rest assured, mother. I will go to the fields daily to gather pig fodder and help my sister feed the pigs. Indeed, she is my child, thoughtful and caring towards her sister. This little pig is something Ru-Er found, and I intend to keep it as a dowry for Ru-Er." Lu-Er affirmed, and the eldest sister-in-law nodded in agreement, though the second sister-in-law harbored some resentment, yet dared not voice it. Dongru, feeling a bit hungry, washed up and obediently went to the kitchen to eat. In the steamer, there were vegetable buns, with one notable exception, the buns Aunt Hua had spoken of. The dough appeared to be made from white flour, albeit somewhat darkened and yellowed, leaving one uncertain whether it was the flour's quality or if it had been mixed with something else, rendering it unappetizing. Dongru picked up a bun and broke it open, revealing fatty meat inside, releasing a rich aroma, accompanied by the sight of oil ready to ooze out. Although she hadn't tasted oil in days, the sight of the greasy meat made her lose her appetite. Just as she contemplated swapping it for a vegetable bun, she heard two gulping sounds at the door. Looking over, she found her cousins, Da Hu and Xiao Hu, drooling as they gazed at the bun in her hand. Their eyes sparkled with envy, causing Dongru to chuckle as she beckoned them over. "One half each. Go ahead and eat." "Why aren't you eating?" Dongru questioned, puzzled. "We cannot snatch our little aunt's food." They replied in unison. "Our little aunt is unwell. We must let her have her share." Dongru felt a twinge of discomfort. "Who told you that?" "Don't worry, little aunt. When I grow up, I will work hard to earn money to buy you medicine and fine food. I will also buy food for little aunt and take care of her." Hearing this from two children just over 4 years old made Dongru's eyes well up. She pressed the bun into their hands. "Right now, little aunt is offering you food, so eat. You need to grow strong to take care of little aunt. But grandma will scold us. Father will too." Ultimately, the allure of food proved too strong for the children. Dongru, amused, reassured them. "It's fine, eat." They wanted to find out. Only then did the two boys relax and start happily devouring the buns. As they ate, they exclaimed, "Wow, big brother. This is the first time I've ever tasted white flour." "You're not the only one. It's my first time too," Da Hu replied earnestly, speaking as if he were much older than Xiao Hu. Dongru found their antics utterly delightful, laughing uncontrollably. "What's going on? Why are you laughing so heartily?" came the steady voice of De Lang. "De Lang, have you finished your tasks?" Dongru wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. "Yes, the pig pen is in good shape. It can be used without repairs." "That's wonderful. Sit down and have a bun." Dongru handed De Lang a vegetable bun from the steamer. De Lang glanced at his somewhat dirty hands and hesitated to take it. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed no one else but the two boys he had just frightened away. He leaned forward and took the bun directly from Dongru's hand, finishing it in a few bites. Even Dongru, with her thick skin, couldn't help but blush. Was this fellow too skilled in charming the ladies? Did he perhaps have some experience? De Lang pondered silently, wondering why the vegetable bun tasted even better after coming into contact with Ru-Er. The Dong family busied themselves until late into the evening before finally sitting down to dinner. The wild boar had been skinned and cleaned, with plans to sell it in the city the next day in exchange for rice. The two foxes were hunted solely by De Lang, and he was handling everything himself, intending to sell them together tomorrow. Despite the arduous labor, everyone bore smiles of harvest joy and anticipation for a brighter future. For Dongru, it was her first experience of the simple satisfaction and joy of ordinary life, a feeling unlike any other. Though her health was fragile, and she hadn't walked much that day, she still felt somewhat fatigued and was urged by Anhua to go to bed early. Meanwhile, the rest of the Dong family remained awake, with Anhua inquiring about her sons and Lang's relationship with her daughter. With her seasoned perspective, she could see through the situation. Dongmu recounted everything from the day's events at Lang's home to what transpired on the mountain, leaving everyone somewhat dumbfounded. They had never considered pairing the two. Anhua valued Lang's character, which was why she had thought of marrying Lu Er to him, but unfortunately, Lu Er was afraid of him and unwilling, leading her to promise her to Li Zhu from the neighboring village. However, in this year of calamity, no family was faring well, and the Li family, being numerous, proposed to wait until next year to marry. What could the Dong family do? They could hardly reject their own flesh and blood. What? You all noticed this, but I didn't. Dong's son was dissatisfied with being left out and playfully slapped by his older brother. Mother, I think Lang is quite attentive to my sister. Why not bring it up with him? Anhua hesitated, feeling that the two were not quite suited for each other. The next morning, the Dong family arose early, placing the wild boar meat on the cart and preparing dry rations and water. Lang also arrived, intending to accompany them to sell the meat, as he had familiar connections. After a night of rest, Dongru felt much less fatigued, and when she heard they were heading to town, she insisted on going along. Aren't you tired? C01 couldn't comprehend her interest in a small town market. Well, you know, the plot states that the female lead, Tao Zhua, meets Lang for the first time at the market. Who knows if the storyline will unfold early? If someone else gets there first, I'll be infuriated. So, I must keep an eye on it. Lang hesitated. The market might not sell all this meat. I planned to walk a bit further to Chuiping County to sell it. The town was not far from Xiao Yan village, about 5 miles away. But the county was a different matter, requiring over an hour's walk, which Dongru certainly couldn't manage. Anhua naturally disapproved. Her daughter, though frail, was as beautiful as a flower. If someone were to notice her and abduct her to be a concubine, she would surely be heartbroken, hence her persistent opposition. With family disapproval, Dongru remained silent, merely pouting at Lang. Within moments, Lang relented. All right, Anhua, if Ru Er wishes to go to the county, then let her come along. It's not too far. Let her endure a bit, and she won't pester us to go next time. The Dong family exchanged glances, filled with despair at Lang's indulgence, questioning his motives for spoiling her so. Dongru, undeterred by external matters, was solely focused on securing Lang's approval. She was confident that once she gained his consent this time, she would possess the means to ensure his agreement on every occasion thereafter. Cheerfully donning her attire and covering half her face with a scarf, she was once again carried into the city by Lang in a large bamboo basket. Their journey was remarkably smooth. Upon arriving in Chuiping County, Lang led them directly to the kitchen of Fumin Tower to consult the chef. After a brief inspection, the chef summoned the innkeeper, who, after reviewing the goods, nodded in approval, deeming them sufficiently fresh. Thus, they were all accepted. The brothers were visibly elated, as securing the entire stock would significantly alleviate their burdens. Dongru reflected on the plight of ordinary citizens during these calamitous times. The affluent families in the county were plentiful, each possessing ample reserves of grain. For them, the current famine posed little threat. They continued to feast and revel as usual, a fact evident from the bustling activity of the tavern. When it came time to settle the account, the innkeeper refrained from imposing excessive charges, given his familiarity with Lang. He offered a fair price based on market rates, totaling 421 jin. Lang, ever considerate, proposed rounding it down to a neat 420 jin. The final cost amounted to 3 taels and 61. Lang graciously handed the small change to the chef who had facilitated the deal, dividing the remaining sum equally with his brothers. They then prepared to part ways, with Lang heading off to sell fox pelts while the brothers had their own tasks to attend to. This is splendid, elder brother. We now have silver to purchase rice and grain, one exclaimed. Could I borrow that remaining tael of silver for a moment? Dongru timidly inquired. You? What do you need silver for? Dongsun asked, puzzled. It was the first time Dongru, who is typically not short of funds, had requested a loan, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Just as she was about to explain her intentions, DeLang unexpectedly extended the 1 tael and 6 one he had just acquired to her, offering, "What do you wish to buy? I shall accompany you."